Class 219 Amajechi has awakened a nature-type talent Fiery Rain. Grade B. Class 220 Amabawa has awakened a superhuman-type talent Iron Skin. Grade C. Class 222 Alan Aoshiwa has awakened an illusion-type talent Tianshu Pu. Grade S. On the sports field of Xingho City No. 2 High School, all the senior students were assembled, craning their necks with eager anticipation toward the awakening platform ahead. The awakening platform was forged from tens of thousands of spirit stones possessing the power to stimulate one's potential and aid in awakening talents. One student after another stepped onto the platform and turned multicolored lights flashing again and again upon it. The burly, vigorous Principal Sun reported each student's awakening result in succession. When someone awakened a Grade C talent, the students reacted with indifference, utterly unsurprised. Whenever someone awakened a talent of Grade B or above, a ripple of commotion inevitably swept through the crowd. When Lan Aoshue awakened and Grade talent, waves of cheers erupted on the spot. It has been half a year since I came to this world. Whether I can defy the heavens and rewrite my fate all depends on today. At the edge of the crowd, Li Suifeng also fixed his gaze on the awakening platform, his face etched with nervous anticipation. This world was called Kanglan Realm, vastly different from the blue star he had come from. Beyond the walls of the cities, the wilderness was ruled by demonic beasts fraught with peril at every turn. At the summit of the heavens, extraterritorial sky demons circled, coveting the mortal world. Deep within the Earth's abyss, countless foreign races lay in ambush, watching like tigers eyeing their prey. The level of danger in this world far surpassed that of Blue Star. Humanity's ability to gain a foothold in this realm did not rely on cannons or other high technology, but on warriors endowed with innate talents. The humans living in this world were nourished by spiritual energy, and all could undergo an awakening ceremony at the age of 17. More than 90% of people could awaken some form of talent during the rite. Talents came in an astonishing variety, from metal, wood, water, fire, and earth to 3 heads and 6 arms, bronze, sinews, and iron bones. Talents were further divided into 8 tiers: SSSSS, A, B, C, D, and E. The higher the awakened talent's grade, the greater the awakener's potential, and the higher the ceiling of their future achievements. Today, all senior students had gathered here to participate in this awakening ceremony that would change their lives. Only whether we end up enjoying a life of indulgence or going down to toil bitterly at sea, all depends on today. Beside Li Suifeng, Kai Su, chubby and sporting 2 small tiger fangs, rubbed his hands together nervously, his face tight with anxiety. At that moment, Principal Sun on the platform called out, "Kai Su of Class 222, come up for your awakening ceremony." "Already? It's my turn so soon. I haven't even steeled myself yet. I'm so flustered. My legs are trembling. Oldly, can't you think of a way to calm me down?" Called by name, Kai Zu's face turned ashen. He trembled all over, so nervous he could hardly move his feet. "Jige, no problem." Li Suifeng swung his palm. Smack! A clear 5-fingered print appeared on Kai Zu's round, chubby cheek. Kai Su froze, his face stunned. "Oldly, what are you doing?" "Jige, I'm helping you vent your emotions. You're not as nervous now, are you?" "I'm indeed less nervous, but Oldly, I seem a little angry and feel like strangling you." Kai Su clutched his cheek and cried out in frustration. "Being angry is still better than being nervous. Jige, the principal is waiting. Hurry up." Li Suifeng shoved his sworn brother to the front of the crowd. Covering his cheek, Kai Su stepped onto the awakening platform. The spirit stones beneath his feet shimmered in intertwining light. The fat on his body began to vanish at a speed visible to the naked eye, replaced by slabs of solid muscle. Within just a few breaths, his entire frame had shrunk by a size. He still looked somewhat plump, but now carried a certain rugged, imposing air. When a streak of violet light flashed across the awakening platform, Principal Sun's gaze swept over Kai Su like an arrow before he shouted, "Kai Su of Class 222 has awakened a dual superhuman-type talent, Bronze Bones and Mighty Strength. Talent Grade Plus." Wow! Before anyone in the audience could react, Kai Su had already leapt up in excitement. "It's not just a dual talent, it's even graded plus. I've got it. I've really got it. A carefree life lies ahead." Down below, the crowd was dumbfounded, while Principal Sun, veins throbbing on his forehead, barked, "Kai Su, get off the stage." Next, amid a chorus of exclamations, Kai Su dashed down from the awakening platform in excitement. "Oldly, that slap of yours not only calmed my nerves, it even brought me good luck. Brother, I love you for life." He spread his arms wide, ready to pull Li Suifeng into a bear hug. Li Suifeng took a step back. "Hold it there, Jige. You're now one of the favored sons of heaven. You ought to maintain your image out in public. You're right. Geniuses must carry themselves with pride." Kai Su cleared his throat, twice his expression turning solemn. "As the saying goes, courtesy demands reciprocity. Oldly, you gave me a lucky slap. As your good brother, I must return one to help you awaken a Grade B or higher talent." Before he could finish, Li Suifeng, just then called by the principal, quickly headed toward the awakening platform. "Oldly, I haven't given you my lucky slap yet." "No need, Jige. Keep it for yourself. Without looking back, Li Suifeng stepped onto the awakening platform. As the glow of the spirit stones beneath his feet flickered and faded, a sphere of white light manifested above his head. Principal Sun announced in a flat tone, Li Suifeng of Class 222 has awakened a nature-type talent light stream. Talent grade E. What? The words struck Li Suifeng like a heavy blow, draining the color from his face in an instant. In this world of universal awakening, human social strata were entirely determined by one's talent. A C or D grade talent at worst was still a sliver of meat on a mosquito's leg. If properly developed, one could barely gain admission to a second or third-tier Marshall University and find a decent-paying job after graduation. But an A grade talent belonged to the absolute bottom of the talent hierarchy with virtually no ceiling at all. It was not even mosquito meat, merely mosquito droppings. Among all the students, just now not a single one had awakened an A grade talent. And yet such a trash talent had fallen upon him. What terrible luck. As he stepped down from the awakening platform, Li Suifeng felt utterly dazed. Even when the ceremony ended and he reached the school gate, his mind was still numb and drifting. Oldly, ever the Joker, Kai Su now wore a look of genuine distress, trying to offer comfort. Judge, let me congratulate you in advance on getting into a top-tier university. You don't need to worry about me. Forcing a smile, Li Suifeng spoke softly, then enduring the strange looks around him, quickly crossed the street. Kai Su wanted to give chase, but then thought better of it. With his brother's Dao heart shattered, no words of comfort could possibly help. Better to let him have some time alone, so he gave up the pursuit. I'm a transmigrator, and yet I ended up awakening this kind of thing. It's downright sinful. In a secluded alley, Li Suifeng extended a finger at whose tip flickered a bead of light no larger than a soybean. Though golden, the light was faint in the extreme, as if a gentle breath could snuff it out. This was the talent he had awakened, Light Stream. It has no offensive power, no supportive function, and isn't even as bright as a firefly. What am I supposed to do with this? With a scowl, Li Suifeng flicked his hand, and the light stream at his fingertip vanished at once. Just then an unexpected change occurred. Kill a fluorescent ant, talent points 1. A line of text suddenly appeared before his eyes. So my cheat has finally arrived. As a transmigrator, Li Suifeng was not frightened in the least. Instead, he was full of anticipation. Is there a status panel? The next moment, more lines of text appeared in succession, assembling themselves into a complete panel. Li Suifeng. Realm none. Physique 1. Spirit 1. Talent Guangliu, a rank. Techniques none. Martial skills none. Talent points 1. Li Suifeng carefully examined the panel and could not help but mutter, physique and spirit are both at 1. Does that represent the average level of an ordinary person? My realm isn't even on the scale. Oh, I'm so pathetically weak. He grumbled. Complaints aside, Li Suifeng was inwardly delighted. The attribute panel before his eyes was undoubtedly the welfare granted to him as a transmigrator, his golden sheet. With this thing, perhaps his dark, dreary life would be overturned and turned toward brilliance. There's a plus sign after my talent. Does that mean it can be upgraded? System upgrade my talent. Noticing the anomaly on the panel, Li Suifeng tried silently voicing the command in his heart. The next instant, lines of system text flashed past. Consume 1 talent point. A rank talent Guangliu upgraded to Drank talent Guanqiu. Personal spirit 2. My talent actually rose from a rank to Drank. And my spiritual power increased along with it. Is this for real? Li Suifeng's expression looked as though he had just seen a ghost, and he quickly glanced back at the panel. Li Suifeng. Realm none. Physique 1. Spirit 3. Talent Guanqiu, Drank. Techniques none. Martial skills none. Talent points 0. Li Suifeng covered his mouth, doing his best not to cry out. His talent had truly risen to Drank. His spirit had reached 3 points, 3 times that of an ordinary person. Such a series of changes had come from a single casual attribute increase. It only took 1 random point allocation for all this to happen. Looks like I'm about to take off. Taking a deep breath, Li Suifeng calmed himself and turned his attention back to the very first line of system text that had appeared. That talent point I just earned was from killing a fluorescent ant. Where is that fluorescent ant? Instinctively, Li Suifeng lowered his head. At the spot he had stepped on earlier lay an ant about the size of a fingernail. Its shell was brown, its tiny body smeared with blood. It had been accidentally crushed to death under his foot. So it really was a fluorescent ant. Li Suifeng's eyes lit up. Not only did humans gain talents under the nourishment of spiritual energy, all animals under heaven were also bathed in qi and undergoing mutation. Take this fluorescent ant for example. At a glance it looked much like an ordinary ant, but its body would radiate a soft glow at night, making it extremely conspicuous. Fluorescent ants were also one of the most common mutated insects in Xingho City. If stepping on a single fluorescent ant can grant me a talent point. And talent points can be used to upgrade my talent level. That means as long as I have enough points, this Drank talent can keep rising to CBA. Even all the way to SS rank. Damn it, no one is going to stop me from slaughtering fluorescent ants. Li Suifeng roared in excitement, then hurriedly lowered his head, urgently searching for more prey. Ants were social creatures. When you saw one, and it meant there were more nearby. Though fluorescent ants had mutated, their habit of living in colonies had not changed. Sure enough, a few minutes later, Li Suifeng reached the corner of an alley and discovered specks of light scattered across the ground. Fluorescent ants foraging in the darkness of the night. I've struck it rich. Li Suifeng raised his leg and began stomping frenziedly on the ground. Amid the rapid thud of his feet, fluorescent ants were flattened one after another. In front of his eyes, system messages continued to flash without pause. Kill a fluorescent ant, talent points 1. Kill a fluorescent ant, talent points 1. Kill a fluorescent ant, talent points 1. As time went on, who knew how many fluorescent ants met a miserable end beneath Li Suifeng's feet? By the time night fully descended, the alley was shrouded in darkness. No points of light flickered anymore. The fluorescent ants had been wiped out. Li Suifeng opened his panel. The value accumulated in the talent field had actually reached 128. Behind the talent Guangqiu, a plus sign had indeed appeared again. System, max out my talent. Without a second thought, Li Suifeng shouted, and the system text flashed once more. Consume 120 talent points. A Drank talent Guangqiu upgraded to Brank talent Fuxiao Guang. Personal spirit 9. Li Suifeng. Realm none. Physique 1. Spirit 12. Talent Fuxiao Guang Brank. Techniques none. Martial skills none. Talent points 28. I really have taken off now. After checking his attributes, Li Suifeng could not stop smiling. Although he had spent 100 talent points, he still had 28 remaining. His spirit had reached 12 points, 12 times that of an ordinary person. Reining in his emotions once more, Li Suifeng noticed a line of detailed explanation beneath Fuxiao Guang. Fuxiao Guang Brank light type talent. Once activated, you gain the blessing of the power of light, physical strength, and speed both increase tenfold. Tenfold boosts to speed and strength. Isn't that basically turning on a Super Saiyan mode? He drew in a sharp breath. Let's test how it works first. Li Suifeng took a deep breath and spread his awareness throughout his entire body. In that instant, every pore on his body opened and golden chi flowed out from within, transforming into a radiance like flickering flames. The dim alley grew bright under the radiance. A surge of indescribable power suddenly welled up inside his body. Happening to notice a toppled trash can lying by his feet, Li Suifeng instinctively lashed out with a kick. With a metallic clang, the trash can shot out like a launched ball slammed into the wall, and when it hit the ground again, it had twisted into a mangled spiral of scrap metal. Garbage spilled out in all directions. Damn, is my kick really that strong? Even a Muay Thai master would break his leg on this. Li Suifeng's face shone with wild joy as he sprinted back and forth in the alley, his speed easily fast enough to shatter Blue Star's sprinting world record. Tisk tisk tsk. So this is the power of Fuxiao Guang. It's brutal. It's ferocious. Grinning from ear to ear, Li Suifeng soon felt a wave of weakness rise simultaneously in his mind and body. Looks like using the talent continuously has drained my spirit. I should head back and replenish my energy first. Still wearing a faint smile, Li Suifeng walked out of the alley and jogged all the way home. Big brother, what talent did you awaken today? Just as he stepped through the door, a little girl in a white dress with 2 pigtails looking like a carved jade doll, Li Jiayue, ran over to greet him. So it's Yaya. Li Suifeng wiped the sweat from his forehead, but before he could answer, his mother Wang Wen emerged from the kitchen carrying a tray of dishes and scolded. Yaya, your brother's had a hard day. Don't bother him just yet. Li Jiayue stuck out her tongue playfully. I'm just worried about big brother. Wang Wen set the dishes on the dining table and smiled at Li Suifeng. You're back so late, you must be starving. Come eat first. Li Suifeng walked over to the table, scooping himself some rice as he asked, Dad's not back yet. The factory's been busy lately, he's working overtime. We'll just eat first, Wang Wen replied. Smiling, Wang Wen picked out some dishes for Li Suifeng. He noticed that her smile was a bit forced, and there was a trace of disappointment in her eyes. On a day this important, Mom isn't even asking about my awakening. She must have already learned the truth from the parents group, he thought. She has no idea I've already obtained a heaven-defying cheat that can rewrite my fate. But for now, my changes aren't dazzling enough. I'll keep a low profile first. Once the college entrance exam results are out, I'll use admission letters from the 8 great academies to give Mom a real surprise. Li Suifeng shoveled down his food quickly, silently, making a vow in his heart. After dinner, he returned to his bedroom and pulled out his phone to look up information about martial artists. Through his searching, he learned that a martial artist's strength was determined by physique and spirit. Those of the natural type refine the mind. Those of the superhuman type hone the body. These were the most common paths of cultivation for martial artists. Whether spirit or physique, both were in fact components of a martial artist's life force. Thus, the realm of a martial artist was entirely defined by life force. According to official definitions, when a person's life force reached 30 points, they were considered to have stepped into the awakening realm and could be regarded as a reserve martial artist. At present, due to obtaining the Brank talent Fuxiao Zhiguang Li Suifeng's spirit had risen to 12 points, and with his 1 point of physique his life force totaled 13. If both attributes continued to grow and his life force broke through the 30-point barrier, he would be recognized as a reserve martial artist. In the days ahead, I have to find more places to farm monsters, accumulate a large stock of talent points, and raise my talent to strength. By then my life force should be able to cross the 30-point threshold. As a reserve martial artist, I'll basically have the martial arts entrance exam in the bag. At that thought a look of expectation spread across Li Suifeng's face. In the early morning at a stall in front of the second high school gate, Kai Su was savoring a freshly made jianbing guozi, having taken just 2 bites. A figure approached and snatched the other jianbing guozi from his hand, saying, "Thank you for the breakfast, Brother Ji. Oldly, are you alright?" Kai Su raised his eyebrows slightly. What could possibly be wrong with me? Li Suifeng was casually munching on the jianbing guozi, appearing completely unfazed. Kai Su nodded in relief, impressed by how quickly his close friend had moved past his sorrow. His psychological resilience was indeed formidable. He immediately extended his fist, saying, "Oldly, after we split into classes later, we won't be able to hang out every day, but the bond of brotherhood will remain unchanged." Li Suifeng bumped fists with him and asked, "Brother Ji, where are the mutated insects most prevalent with?" "Of course it's the small forest outside the fitness hall. I spent just 5 minutes there once and ended up covered in bites." Kai Su replied, munching on his breakfast as they walked towards the school, adding, "Why do you want to know?" "Just asking casually," Li Suifeng responded as they arrived at the door of class 222. The classroom was initially filled with joy, but as Li Suifeng approached, the atmosphere quickly turned silent, with many gazes directed at him, filled with mockery, ridicule, pity, and disdain. Ignoring the various stares, Li Suifeng took a seat. Shortly after, a tall, fair-skinned girl walked into the. In stark contrast to the way they treated Li Suifeng, the students looked at the girl with admiration and worship. The girl Lan Aoxue was not only the class president of class 222, but also one of the only 2 geniuses in the entire school with an awakened level talent. Under the gazes of many, Lan Aoxue walked in with her long legs and sat next to Li Suifeng, showing a hint of gentleness on her face. Strength of talent alone does not determine one's future. The efforts put into cultivation are equally crucial. There have been those of mediocre talent who have achieved extraordinary feats in history. I hope you do not give up on your efforts. The surrounding students displayed expressions of confusion. Class president, you are a super genius with S-level talent. Is it really necessary to waste your breath on a waste with an awakened A-level talent? Even as desk mates, is it necessary? Thank you for your encouragement, class president. I will do my best, Li Suifeng replied with a smile. 3 years ago, Lan Aoxue was not the renowned genius she was today, but rather a helpless girl suffering from. It was her former master who noticed her condition and kindly offered her breakfast, alleviating her symptoms. Since then, Lan Aoxue had shown her rare gentle side to her former master. That's good to hear, Lan Aoxue replied, lowering her head to organize her books. Not long after, the class teacher entered the classroom with a joyful expression. Dear students, according to the school's tradition, after the awakening ceremony, the senior year will undergo a reclassification. Before we begin the class division, I have some good news to share. Classmate Lan Aoxue. Due to her awakened level talent, the Heavenly Void, I has been exceptionally selected by Tianhuan University. She is the first genius from Spark City to enter one of the 8 prestigious universities. Upon hearing this, the classroom erupted in a commotion. Every face was filled with envy and resentment. The 8 prestigious universities are the top 8 martial science universities in the Dragon Kingdom. More than 80 of the powerful awakened warriors in the Dragon Kingdom are alumni of these 8 universities. Every student in the Dragon Kingdom aims to enter one of these 8 universities as their ultimate goal. However, achieving this dream is often rare. This is due to the extremely high admission requirements of the 8 universities. Even geniuses with S-level talent are not guaranteed admission. Currently, Lan Aoxue's exceptional admission to Tianhuan University is indeed an outstanding achievement. It seems that Lan Aoxue was already aware of this news, as she did not lift her head. Li Suifeng quietly observed her, his mind racing. The 8 prestigious universities are known for their fairness and strictness. They wouldn't easily waive admission exams. It seems Lan Aoxue's Heavenly Void Eye is a rare talent with immense potential, which is why she was exceptionally accepted by Tianhuan University. This girl is bound to soar in the future. I hope classmate Lan's accomplishments can inspire all of you to also achieve your dreams and enter the university of your choice. Now I will proceed with class divisions according to school regulations. Students who have awakened level talents, please report to martial science class for shortly. Students who have awakened CB or A level talents should proceed to martial science classes 3U2 and 1 respectively. As for classmate Lan Aoxue, you may go directly to the principal's office. The principal will dedicate the remaining time to training you, and after the college entrance examination is over, you will report to Tianhuan University. Once the class division process was complete, students with different awakened talents left the classroom in groups towards the fitness hall. Only Li Suifeng remained alone in the classroom. "Teacher, where should I go?" Li Suifeng inquired. The class teacher approached meaningfully, saying, "Classmate Chu, just stay in the classroom. Soon there will be new classmates coming to keep you company." The new classmates mentioned by the teacher were all ordinary individuals who had awakened a-level talents, or even had not awakened any talents like Li Suifeng. These individuals were regarded as useless by the school and would only have cultural courses in their future studies. They were not qualified to enter the fitness hall nor to participate in martial examinations. "Teacher, can I apply for a re-evaluation of my talent and be reclassified?" Li Suifeng asked earnestly. The class teacher shook his head, saying, "You were determined to have an A-level talent yesterday, so you can only stay in the ordinary class. This cannot be changed. Classmate Li, ordinary people are also a part of the world and can live splendidly," the teacher said, patting Li Suifeng's shoulder in comfort. Soon after, some students with pale faces began to arrive in the classroom. Once the classroom was full, the class teacher left, and another teacher came in to teach history. Not many students were paying attention in class. Most were engrossed in their phones, while others lay on their desks sleeping. Some even angrily left the classroom to find a place to vent their emotions. Li Suifeng decisively left through the back door as well. Students in the ordinary class were considered discarded, and the school loosened its management. Skipping class was generally not monitored. Instead of giving up after leaving the classroom, Li Suifeng went to the small forest near the fitness hall in search of prey. As Kai Su had mentioned, this area was filled with various small creatures. There were golden bees shimmering like they were crafted from gold hovering around the flowers. There were also large beetles the size of a palm with hooks for horns. And there were lime bugs covered in fine spikes that left a trail of toxic liquid when they crawled. In the past, whenever he passed through this area, Li Suifeng would always avoid it, but today he actively dove into the forest, his eyes gleaming. These mutated creatures, far larger than fluorescent ants, how much talent value could he gain by eliminating them? Filled with anticipation, Li Suifeng charged at these creatures. Killing a golden bee, talent value 1. Killing a powerful beetle, talent value 3. Killing a lime bug, talent value 2. The mutated creatures that remained in the campus generally had little thus Li Suifeng could easily slaughter them without breaking a sweat. He didn't even need to use his talent Dawn's Light. As the system notifications flashed before his eyes, Li Suifeng felt invigorated, dashing through the small forest and crushing the wild monsters. So immersed was he that he didn't even hear the school bell ring. As students from the fitness hall began to leave in groups, they were astonished to find someone capturing mutated insects in the small forest. "Isn't that the useless guy with an awakened A-level talent? I think his name is Li Suifeng from class 222. Class 222 has both a genius like Lan Aoxue and a waste like Li Suifeng. It's truly peculiar. But what is Li Suifeng doing? Why is he slaughtering these innocent insects? Could it be that he has become deranged due to his awakened waste talent and is taking it out on these innocent creatures? What a pity." The students, commenting and judging, quickly distanced themselves from the small forest, fearing to be caught in Li Suifeng's madness. After they all left, a disheveled Li Suifeng revealed an ecstatic expression. "Talent value over 1,000. I'm rich. I'm rich." It turned out that after a morning of monster hunting, Li Suifeng had accumulated over 1,000 talent points. Moreover, behind Dawn's Light, a new plus sign had appeared indicating it could be upgraded again. System up. As Li Suifeng roared in his heart, system text appeared before his eyes. Consuming 1,000 talent points, level talent Dawn's Light is upgraded to a level talent. Consume 1,000 talent points to upgrade the level talent Dawn Light to a level talent Fierce Light. Personal Spirit 5. Li Suifeng. Realm none. Physique 1. Mentality 17. Talent Fierce Light a level. Skill none. Body technique none. Talent points 1. With the arrival of the new talent, his mental strength increased to 17 points, getting closer to the crucial threshold of 30. The talent Dawn Light has also transformed into the new A-level talent Fierce Light. The increase in strength and speed has skyrocketed to 20 times. Compared to Dawn Light, the effect of Fierce Light doubles directly. This is insane. It's a pity that to obtain Fierce Light I had to pay the price of 1,000 talent points, and I've become broke again. The pressure from poverty made Li Suifeng feel a bit anxious. Just as his stomach started to make grumbling sounds, a wave of weakness swept over him. A morning of labor had left his stomach empty and his energy completely depleted. "First let's eat. Only when I'm full can I have strength." Li Suifeng headed outside the school, taking out his phone. He found that his mother Wang Wen had sent 4 or 5 messages in a row asking when he would return for dinner. Usually Li Suifeng would return home for lunch, but since it was approaching 1 o'clock, it would be a bit late to go back. So he sent a message to Wang Wen saying he wouldn't be going home for dinner and would be eating outside. Wang Wen quickly replied with a red envelope, worried that her son wouldn't eat well outside. Li Suifeng felt warm inside, and after entering a noodle shop, he ordered an oversized bowl of beef noodles and added 3 eggs. He devoured the noodles in a whirlwind without taking a break. Li Suifeng then returned to the small forest of the second middle school and began to hunt monsters. It was 2 o'clock in the afternoon. As students returned to the physical training center one after another, they noticed the figure working in the forest, many showing disdainful expressions. Finally, school ended at 5 o'clock. Many students walked out of the training center in groups and were stunned to find Li Suifeng still in the forest. Is this kid really obsessed, working from morning until afternoon? Does he hate this group of insects that much? He's simply an insect extermination maniac. Some students became interested, commenting while observing from outside the forest. Covered in dirt, Li Suifeng ignored everyone, fully immersed in the monster hunting endeavor. As dusk approached, the students watching found it boring and left. In the forest and the surrounding area, only Li Suifeng remained alone. As the light dimmed, it became increasingly difficult for Li Suifeng to spot the insects hiding in the flower bushes. He decided to stop hunting monsters, rubbed his sore lower back, and walked out of the small forest with a joyful expression. After a whole afternoon of work, the talent points on his panel showed a number of 260. It wasn't a large number, but at least it exceeded 200. He felt somewhat relieved. Swish swish. On the steps of the training center, a cleaning lady was focused on cleaning. Seeing this scene, Li Suifeng suddenly had a thought as he walked past the cleaning lady to the entrance of the training center. The electronic barrier, more than a meter high, was already closed, but there was still enough space above to enter the facility. Grabbing the barrier, he leaped over and landed inside the center. Li Suifeng slowly walked into the lobby. In a corner of the dimly lit lobby, a device with hanging sandbags was placed. This was the strength testing platform. On a regular basis, students from the superhuman category would use this machine to test their latest strength after gaining an increase. Li Suifeng stealthily entered the training center, intending to use this machine for testing. After surveying the surroundings and confirming no one was present, Li Suifeng activated his new talent, Fierce Light. In an instant, a brilliant light enveloped his entire body. His hair danced without wind. Endless strength permeated within him. Li Suifeng instinctively threw a punch. Whoosh! Bang! His fist, wrapped in golden light, struck the sandbag. The spot where his fist hit instantly caved in, leaving a fist mark. With a ding sound, a number flashed on the electronic screen of the device. 1,001 kilograms. This was the power of Li Suifeng's punch just now. 1 punch, 1 ton. Damn, am I really a natural system awakener? Li Suifeng widened his eyes in shock at this number. Natural system awakeners usually pursue mental growth, hence their physical bodies tend to be relatively weak. This machine, primarily for testing strength, is often something they shy away from. Yet as a natural system awakener, Li Suifeng's punch power exceeded 1 ton. What does this mean? In Blue Star, the boxing heavyweight Tyson had a peak punching power close to 400 kilograms. But compared to Li Suifeng's current achievement, there was still a gap of 600 kilograms. If Li Suifeng were to face Tyson in a boxing match now, with this punch, Tyson might just be finished. With my physique being so weak, if I can reach over a ton with Fierce Light, what will my punching power be once my physique improves? Dozens of tons. Hundreds of tons. This is probably something even an aircraft carrier can't withstand. While Li Suifeng was still in shock, he heard the sound of tap-tap coming from outside the training center. Someone's coming. I need to leave. With his increased energy, Li Suifeng's hearing had also drastically improved. While in the small forest, he could distinctly hear the sound of insects crawling over the grass. Thus the footsteps outside the training center were also clearly captured by him. Li Suifeng dashed out of the gym, jumped over the barrier, and vanished into the night. 1 minute later, the electronic barrier door opened, and a middle-aged man wearing gray suit and gold-rimmed glasses, looking quite refined, walked into an office inside the training center. After a moment, the refined man walked out with a briefcase. I'm not even 50 yet, how can my memory be this bad? I clearly remember bringing the briefcase. Just as he was about to exit the front door, the man suddenly halted, turning to look at the screen of the strength tester with a shocked expression. Am I seeing things? Since it had only been a day since awakening, this year's senior students had not yet begun their intense training. The level of talent development would not be too high. Therefore, among all the superhuman students in the school, the average punching power was only around 300 to 500 kilograms. But what on earth is this 1,000 kilograms of punching power on the testing device? The man approached with suspicion, touching the sandbag and finding it still had a bit of residual warmth. Considering that this strength tester had never had a malfunction, this means someone really exerted a ton of punching power here. Who was it? The man looked around, but after not finding his target, he walked back to the steps outside the training center. Annie, did you see anyone enter the training center just now? The man asked the cleaning lady, who replied in confusion, I think it was a student, but I didn't see which class he was from. All right. The man was not disappointed. No matter who this student was, he could only be from the second middle school if he entered the training center. It wouldn't be too late to find him tomorrow. To possess a punching power of 1,000 kilograms just 1 day after awakening, this student is destined to have extraordinary potential, a seed-level genius. Must cultivate him as a priority. Time flows like water, and in the blink of an eye 3 days have passed. During these 3 days Li Suifeng arrived at school on time, but never set foot in the classroom, spending almost the entire day in the small grove, grinding monsters. Thanks to his efforts, his talent value skyrocketed, accumulating to 690 points without him realizing it. I think Principal Sun should assign the bug exterminator a sanitation worker position. Wherever he goes, all insects are slaughtered. It's too bloody. This afternoon after school, several students lingered at the edge of the grove, discussing Li Suifeng with mockery. Once school is out, go home honestly. Are you not afraid of your parents grounding you for lingering on campus? A voice reached their ears and several students looked up to see a slightly chubby youth approaching with a lunch box, his expression quite unfriendly. They knew the fat boy was Kai Su, a close friend of the bug exterminator Li Suifeng, who not only awakened a level double talent, but also came from a prominent family, making him not someone to be trifled with. Let's go home. The students quickly made themselves scarce, and Kai Su glared at them as they left before stepping into the woods. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Some mosquitoes flew around his ears, which annoyed Kai Su, but upon nearing Li Suifeng, he broke into a smile. Old Li, it's time to eat. In these days, the stories of Li Suifeng's insect-slaying feats have spread throughout the school. It's hard not to hear his name. Although he didn't understand what had driven his best friend to such madness, Kai Su stayed by his side, bringing him meals when he could. Li Suifeng paid no mind to the dirt on him, grabbing the lunchbox and digging in. Thanks, Brother G. Kai Su waved his hand to shoo the mosquitoes away, asking, Old Li, why are you so relentless in exterminating bugs, but ignoring these mosquitoes? Because ordinary flies and mosquitoes haven't mutated and can't bring me any talent value. Li Suifeng thought to himself, but replied, mosquitoes are too small, hard to catch. Kai Su replied with an, oh, and casually asked, by the way, Old Li, were you in the small grove 3 days ago after school? Why are you asking that? Li Suifeng was puzzled. Director Zhang, who oversees the fitness center, said that afternoon after school a student went to the fitness center and left a record of 1,000 kilograms on the strength tester. I wanted to ask if you saw this person. Old Li, do you know what that concept means? Half of our senior class are superhuman talent awakeners, but there are only a handful who can hit 500 kilograms. Even this genius under the superhuman talent enhancement can only produce 320 kilograms of punch strength, which is still far from 1,000 kilograms. Kai Su expressed this, noticing his friend's odd expression, and asked, Old Li, what's wrong? Brother G, if I said I was the one who created that record, would you believe me? Ha ha ha. Kai Su couldn't help but laugh, and put an arm around Li Suifeng. Old Li, I never realized. Li Suifeng. If Brother G doesn't believe it, there's nothing I can do. However, did Director Zhang come looking for me because he was upset about my reckless intrusion into the fitness center, or does he think I have high talent and wants to scout me? As Li Suifeng pondered this, Kai Su clapped his hands and said, Old Li, it's getting late, we should head back, right? Let's go back. Li Suifeng nodded, walking side by side with Kai Su to the school gate. As they parted ways, Kai Su said earnestly, Old Li, with less than a month until the college entrance examination, regular universities are also quite good. Facing his best friend's gentle persuasion, Li Suifeng merely smiled and said, Brother G, don't worry. I know what I'm doing and won't delay my future. Then that's fine. Kai Su walked away feeling relaxed. Li Suifeng turned and headed in the opposite direction. When he was a kilometer away from home, Li Suifeng suddenly stopped and looked up at the building with the plaque reading Zhengqi Dojo. In a world where martial arts determine one's life trajectory, parents hoping for their children to succeed often arrange for extracurricular tutoring. Dojos are places where students receive such tutoring. Currently, dojos are springing up all over the world like bamboo shoots after rain. Just in this small Xingho city, there are thousands of dojos. The Zhengqi Dojo ranks among the top 10 in the city, holding a respectable position. Excuse me, student, how may I help you? As Li Suifeng entered the Zhengqi Dojo, a girl in a short skirt greeted him with a smile. I want to join the Zhengqi Dojo, Li Suifeng said. Although grinding monsters in the small grove these days has been quite enjoyable, the efficiency was so high that there were hardly any mutated insects left in the grove. To continue gaining ability points, Li Suifeng began to seek new avenues. The Zhengqi Dojo was his new path. Do you want to become a student to prepare for the college entrance exam? Then please wait in the lobby. A martial arts instructor will come to assess you shortly. The girl guided Li Suifeng through a corridor to the dojo's training hall. In the hall stood a group of youthful boys and girls numbering over 100, all high school students hoping to join the dojo. Tiger Bro is here. Quickly make way. As soon as Li Suifeng blended into the crowd, a commotion arose from behind him. The students all retreated to the sides, clearing a path. A youth towering at nearly 2 meters with dark skin and as strong as an iron tower approached with a cold demeanor. Following behind him was a skinny youth looking weak, yet acting arrogantly. It was indeed the one who shouted. It's the sycophant Yan Hao and his master Tang Hu. I've heard that Tang Hu was originally a student from the 3rd high school, but a few days ago he awakened the A-level talent Earth element condensation and was heavily recruited by the dojo master to represent the Zhengqi dojo in this martial arts examination. No wonder he's so arrogant at such a young age. The boys and girls at the scene whispered their gazes toward Tang, who filled with envy and jealousy. Dojos categorize their students into regular students and examination representatives. Regular students are those who come to learn skills and prepare for the college entrance exam. Examination representatives are the students who represent the dojo in the college entrance exam, hoping to enter prestigious universities, even the top 8 academies. Once they succeed in the martial arts examination, they will become famous throughout the city, bringing the dojo immense prestige and attracting more students to join, creating a virtuous cycle. At this moment, as the examination representative Tang, who arrived at a corner of the training hall, he took off his outerwear, revealing a muscular physique. Wow! Not a few girls instantly lit up, expressing their admiration. The aloof Tang, who ignoring the surrounding commotion, suddenly emanated a yellowish aura, transforming into a layer of tangible armor, enveloping his tall frame. A-level talent Earth element condensation. Huh. With a roar, Tang, who threw a punch with great force. Bang! The training dummy flew up high and landed close to the crowd, swaying back and forth, causing the floor to tremble violently. What? The students around were momentarily stunned. Li Suifeng, positioned at the corner of the crowd, nodded. The Earth element condensation truly lives up to its A-level talent. At the moment of throwing the punch, it not only seamlessly covered Tang Hu's body for defense, but it also provided him with immense explosive power. This training dummy weighed at least 100 kilograms, yet Tang, who could send it flying with a single punch. It's evident how strong his power is. My fierce light is surely not inferior to Tang Hu's. Li Suifeng did not feel unbalanced like the other students. Due to limited space in our dojo, we can only accept a limited number of members. Students with talent below level, please leave. After a moment, the vigorous and youthful dojo master Zhang Daong appeared, and his first words made many students leave in disappointment. In the vast training hall, only 26 students remained. Zhang Daong added, "Those who remain meet our dojo's talent requirements, but to join you must pay 1,000 yuan in tuition." The prepared students approached in turn to submit their tuition fees to Zhang Daong's assistant. Once the money was collected, the assistant noticed a handsome boy still standing in place and asked, "Student, what about your tuition?" Everyone looked at the boy, who remained motionless. The boy calmly replied, "I didn't bring any money." "If you didn't bring money, why are you here to register at the dojo?" The assistant frowned. Ignoring the assistant, the boy looked earnestly at Zhang Daong. "Master Zhang, I wish to represent your dojo in this college entrance examination." "Young man, are you joking?" The assistant's eyes widened in disbelief. The martial arts examination selection in Longhua is not only open to public schools. Some dojos can also recommend students to participate in the examination. However, dojos, like private schools, often lack the same quality of teaching staff as public schools. This leads them to frequently lack talent, requiring them to pay a price to poach geniuses from public schools. Take the arrogant Tang, who as an example. He chose to join the Zhengqi dojo due to their hefty recruitment efforts. He can be considered an examination representative of the Zhengqi dojo. Now this boy actually wants to take the initiative to become an examination representative for the dojo. It sounds absurd. After all, geniuses are usually passive. Those who come knocking are typically not geniuses, but rather useless. Young man, this is not a place for jokes. You should go where it's cooler. The assistant waved dismissively, but a hand reached out to stop him from continuing. It was Zhang Daong, who looked seriously at the boy. "Young man, wanting to become an examination disciple is not impossible, but you need to demonstrate your talent." Before he finished his sentence, the boy walked toward the training dummy that Tang, who had sent flying. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he raised an arm, and his entire body was suddenly enveloped in a golden light. "What is this?" Zhang Daong's eyelids twitched, and the seriousness on his face transformed into anticipation. Just then the boy's fist, wrapped in golden light, slammed into the chest of the dummy. Boom! The heavy dummy flew out like a kite, with a broken string, landing over 20 meters away, shaking the floor violently upon landing, and it could not get up again, its upper half shattered by Li Suifeng's fierce punch. What the hell? At this moment, both the assistant and the trainees in the hall were dumbfounded. They were unaware of the young man's background, but they could clearly see that the ability he had just demonstrated was extraordinary. In the distant training area, Tang, who had been attacking another larger dummy, halted his movements and focused his heavy gaze on the young man. This was the first time he had truly seen someone since entering the training hall. The most excited among them was Zhang Daong. He rushed to the young man's side, his excitement evident as he asked, "Young man, what is your name?" "Li Suifeng." As the intense light faded, Li Suifeng responded, "What was the name of the ability you just used, eh?" Zhang Daong asked, his breathing quickening. There are countless types of abilities in this world. Even he could not immediately discern the details of Li Suifeng's talent. But he was certain, this was definitely an A-grade talent. and a grade talent just like Tang Hu. A grade light system talent blaze of glory. As Li Suifeng spoke, an uproar erupted around him. The trainees' gazes towards Li Suifeng were no longer calm, filled with emotions of envy and jealousy. According to relevant statistics, in every high school about 58 of students awakened grade talents. However, only 13 of students awaken a grade talents. This means that any student who can awaken a grade talent can be considered a rare genius. Li Xiaoyou, are you interested in joining our Zhengqi dojo as a substitute student? As his speculation was confirmed, Zhang Daong suppressed his joy and asked, otherwise I wouldn't have come. Good. Zhang Daong's face showed ecstatic delight. Not only did they have a genius like Tang Hu, but suddenly a second genius, Li Suifeng, emerged. This time the Zhengqi dojo would once again make a name for itself in the martial arts examination. Li Xiaoyou, shall we discuss this in the inner room? Once the emotions calmed down, Zhang Daong asked again. Li Suifeng nodded and followed Zhang Daong into the office. Li Xiao, I apologize for not recognizing your greatness earlier. Please do not take offense. The assistant who followed had changed into a flattering demeanor utterly different from earlier. Li Suifeng shook his head dismissively, and the assistant let out a sigh of relief before leaving at Zhang Daong's gesture. The latter spoke seriously. Li Xiaoyou, I wonder what your requirements for joining us are. You can decide, master. Li Suifeng replied coolly. Zhang Daong nodded earnestly. I am a straightforward person. I dislike beating around the bush, and I do not enjoy negotiating. Normally my assistant handles these matters, but since he failed to recognize your greatness earlier, I plan to take full responsibility in discussing with you, Li Xiaoyou. He paused and said seriously, 20,000. If Li Xiaoyou manages to get into a top-tier university, an additional 20,000 bonus will be provided. If he gets into one of the 8 major universities, the bonus will be 200,000. What do you think? Li Suifeng's breath immediately quickened. In other words, as long as he became a substitute student for the Zhengqi dojo, he could directly earn 20,000 as commission. And if he got into a good university, there would be even more bonuses. Earning money seemed too easy. Li Suifeng extended his hand, saying, Master, may our cooperation be pleasant. Young man, you are forthright. May our cooperation be pleasant. Zhang Daong laughed and shook hands with Li Suifeng. After shaking hands, Zhang Daong personally drafted a contract and handed it to Li Suifeng for review. The contents roughly stated that Li Suifeng would participate in the martial arts examination as a recommended student of the dojo. If he achieved good results, he could receive a bonus from the dojo. If the results were poor, the dojo would not hold Li Suifeng accountable. This contract was unusually disadvantageous for the first party. However, as the second party, Li Suifeng faced no risks, only benefits. This seemingly unfair contract aligned with the current social reality. There were many astonishingly talented geniuses, but they were all controlled by public schools. It was exceedingly difficult for private dojos to recruit talent from public schools. Without significant financial incentives, they wouldn't come. Although Li Suifeng had sought this opportunity himself, the talent he displayed was clearly not inferior to Tang Hu. Thus Zhang Daong was not stingy, granting him the same treatment as Tang Hu. After signing the contract, Zhang Daong handed Li Suifeng a card inscribed with the words Zhengqi Dojo. This served as the identification and examination admission certificate for the substitute students of the dojo. On the day of the martial arts examination, as long as Li Suifeng carried this item, he would be allowed to enter the examination venue. While Li Suifeng was playing with the identity card, Zhang Daong smiled and said, Before the martial arts examination arrives, I will trouble you, Li Xiaoyou, to withdraw from your current school. Since he had become a substitute student of the Zhengqi dojo, Li Suifeng could no longer represent the second high school in the exam. That was the rule. I understand. Li Suifeng had been aware of this principle for a long time, thus he nodded. After all, he was also in the liberal arts class at second high school and could not participate in the martial arts examination. Transferring to Zhengqi dojo to participate in the martial arts examination was his bold decision to take a different path. Li Xiaoyou, have you studied physical techniques at your school? Zhang Daong asked with a smile. I haven't had the chance to learn yet. Li Suifeng lied. In fact, he had not qualified to join the awakening class, which was why he hadn't learned physical techniques. That's alright, we still have over 20 days, which is enough time for you to grasp a physical technique at a basic level. Zhang Daong smiled and handed Li Suifeng a tablet. On it were covers of various books, each cover displaying the names of different physical techniques. 8 Wilderness Falling Leaf Kick, Spiritual Insight Wind and Rain Finger, Spirit Snake 9 Steps, Mountain Toppling Palm, Founder Long Fist. Some of these physical techniques were common knowledge taught in public schools, while others were the dojo's proprietary techniques. The technology in this world was quite advanced. Even physical technique manuals were in ebook format. Li Suifeng did not rush to make a choice and asked, Master, my blaze of glory can enhance my strength and agility for a certain period. Which physical technique do you think I should learn? To enhance both strength and speed. This nature-type talent had effects comparable to those of a superhuman-type talent. Quite unique and very strong, right? Zhang Daong felt a twinge of envy. Although he was the dojo master, he had only awakened a grade superhuman talent, which was nowhere near the effective blaze of glory. He too had worked hard and diligently to reach his current position. Compared to Li Suifeng, his starting point was indeed much lower. Given your talent, choosing a fist and foot technique would be the best option, Zhang Daong suggested. Li Suifeng nodded thoughtfully. With the college entrance examination around the corner, if he wanted to quickly boost his combat power, it was best to learn a type of physical technique that was easy to grasp. After all, punching and kicking had been human instincts since ancient times. Fist and foot skills were often the easiest to master. Li Suifeng made his decision and clicked on the cover of Founder Long Fist. Soon, the content of Founder Long Fist was presented in graphic and textual format on the tablet. Zhang Daong said, "Young man, let's add each other as friends. I will transmit the content of Founder Long Fist to you. However, the content is encrypted. You can only learn it yourself and cannot transmit it to others. I also hope Li Xiaoyu will not teach it to others." Understood. Li Suifeng nodded. This Founder Long Fist was the dojo's exclusive physical technique, which had such a rule. If it were a common physical technique available in public schools, there would be no need for such caution. After adding each other as friends, Zhang Daong promptly sent Li Suifeng the content of Founder Long Fist and casually asked for his bank card number to directly transfer him the 20,000 commission. When the large sum arrived, Li Suifeng was extremely excited, though he did not show it, pretending to be deeply engrossed in reading Founder Long Fist. It is not to fear a talented person who works hard. What one fears is a talented person who is lazy. Seeing this, Zhang Daong displayed a satisfied expression. If you need anything, I can provide you with an independent practice room. Training at home can be quite inconvenient. It would be better for you to come to the dojo for training in the future. He spoke at length, but Li Suifeng did not lift his head to respond, instead immersing himself in reading. Zhang Daong's admiration grew, and he did not disturb him further. Half an hour later, Li Suifeng finished reading through the content of Founder Long Fist, and was astonished to find some changes appearing on the panel. Li Suifeng's panel unexpectedly displayed the option of Taizu Longquan in the martial arts section with a plus sign behind it. Suddenly a thought struck Li Suifeng, and he instinctively whispered in his heart, "System Enhanced Taizu Long." In the next moment, the system text appeared. Consume 1 talent point. Taizu Longquan upgraded to beginner level. Physique 1. Is that all it takes to reach the beginner level? Li Suifeng rejoiced internally. According to the documentation, while Taizu Longquan was merely a basic martial art, it typically took an ordinary person about a week to reach the beginner level. Even those with higher comprehension typically needed around 3 days. He had just read the content, and he reached the beginner level with a single point allocation. Unbelievable. System, max out Taizu Longquan for me. Li Suifeng, now craving more, silently commanded once again. Consume 100 talent points. Taizu Longquan upgraded to proficient personal physique 5. The text flashed again, and suddenly a surge of power erupted within Li Suifeng, primarily concentrating in his arms. His arms, hidden under long sleeves, visibly thickened. Li Suifeng's panel now read: Li Suifeng Realm None Physique 7 Spirit 17 Talent Fierce Light, a grade martial art. Taizu Longquan proficient talent points 589. Taizu Longquan had indeed reached proficiency, and his physique had grown to 7 points, resulting in a transformative change. The enhancement of martial arts can increase physique. From now on, in addition to pursuing talent enhancement, I must not neglect the improvement of martial arts. Enhancing talent increases spirit, while enhancing martial arts increases physique. If this cycle continues, I will possess both divine physique and no weaknesses. Li Suifeng's gaze was bright, yet he still felt a tinge of regret. Taizu Longquan was a low-grade martial art meant for students to slightly strengthen their bodies and lay a solid foundation, with proficiency being its limit. Martial arts above the mortal level are often categorized into various ranks: mortal, spiritual, earth, and heaven, with subcategories of low, middle, high, and special levels within the same rank to differentiate their strength. Martial arts above the mortal level are typically divided into 6 realms: intra-level, minor achievement, proficiency, major achievement, perfection, and realm. The deeper the realm, the greater the power exhibited by the martial arts. Master Zhang, can I learn another martial art? Li Suifeng, tasting the sweetness of improvement, asked eagerly. Zhang Daong firmly refused, stating no. The training of martial arts is no trivial matter. It requires diligent study and practice to succeed. Right now you have yet to reach the beginner level in Taizu Longquan. Learning a second martial art would only distract you and leave you with nothing. With the imminent martial arts examination, your priority is to reach the beginner level in Taizu Longquan to enhance your close combat abilities. Only then will you have a chance to achieve good results in the exam. Li Suifeng wanted to showcase his proficiency in Taizu Longquan to persuade Zhang Daong, but he realized that having practiced this art to proficiency after just one reading was already beyond the realm of logic. If this got out, it would surely cause a global sensation and might even attract government investigation, exposing the secret of his special abilities. He'll just endure for now and wait for the right moment to display Taizu Longquan. By then, even if Zhang Daong is shocked, it won't matter if he sees me as a monster. Li Suifeng calmed his emotions and left the office under the pretense of going home for dinner. Watching Li Suifeng leave, Zhang Daong felt a twinge of suspicion. Oh, why did it seem that Li's stature had suddenly increased, or was it just an illusion? As night fell in the bedroom, amid the sound of the wind, Li Suifeng, clad only in a pair of boxers, was energetically practicing Taizu. The essence of this fist style was its grand and vigorous movements, striking swiftly and fiercely against enemies. With the memory of proficient Taizu Longquan, Li Suifeng perfected the execution of the fist technique. With a resounding bang, as he threw a punch, the lamp on the desk 3 meters away was blown down by the force of the punch, and the lampshade cracked upon impact. From outside, his mother's voice called, "Suifeng, what happened?" "It's nothing, Mom. I accidentally knocked the lamp down, but it's not broken." Li Suifeng picked up the lamp, feeling embarrassed as he replied, "Oh, then be careful." His mother murmured and fell silent afterward. Li Suifeng set the lamp back in place and looked out the window with determination. With proficient Taizu Longquan and my great talent of fierce light, I have already laid the foundation for self-protection, or I should be able to venture outside the city to grind some monsters. The next morning, after having breakfast made by his mother, Li Suifeng left home with a camouflage backpack. Unlike his usual routine, he did not head to the second high school, but went in the opposite direction. Passing through the bustling market, he stepped into a department store named Tianwu Pavilion. Tianwu Pavilion is one of the 6 major department store giants in the Dragon Kingdom, known for selling supplies needed by martial artists with branches in major cities across the country. Upon entering the building, a female sales assistant approached and asked, "What can I help you with, dear customer?" Li Suifeng took out his phone and read from a screenshot of his shopping list. "I need 5 portions of nutritional potions and energy pills. Additionally, 2 sticks of beast-repelling incense, 3 portions, each of compressed biscuits and compressed canned food." The sales assistant was surprised this young customer was buying so much. Was he preparing to leave the city? The sales assistant immediately smiled, saying, "Dear customer, please wait a moment during the rest period. I will be right back," and then left. 5 minutes later, the sales assistant returned, holding a military green suitcase. "Customer, everything you requested is in here. The total is 1800 yuan, and the military-style carrying case is a complimentary gift. Here's the price list, please take a look." 18,000 yuan had been spent just like that. Li Suifeng felt an inexplicable emptiness, thinking, this 1800 yuan should be enough for household expenses for at least half a year, right? And yet I squandered it all in one go. While the path to becoming a martial artist really costs money. After placing the suitcase in his camouflage bag, Li Suifeng exited the building, waving goodbye to the smiling sales assistant as he headed west towards Xingho City. Half an hour later, Li Suifeng arrived at the west gate of Xingho City. It was morning, and many people were leaving the city, mostly robust martial artists. Li Suifeng blended into the crowd and queued up. When it was his turn, the guard on duty stopped him and said, "Please show your proof of leaving the city." Outside the city was nothing but wilderness, teeming with monsters and fraught with danger. To prevent the weak from going out to send themselves to death, and to avoid treacherous foreign demons infiltrating human cities and causing havoc, the government had long issued a decree prohibiting random exits from the city. From high-ranking martial artists to ordinary citizens, anyone entering or exiting any city needed proof. Li Suifeng presented his identity card from Zhengxiang Martial Arts School. "I am a candidate from Zhengxiang Martial Arts School planning to go out for some training before the martial arts examination." The guard examined the ID card and revealed a look of surprise. "Student, are you alone? Where are your companions?" "They are waiting outside." Li Suifeng told a lie, mainly fearing that the guard would be too enthusiastic and prevent him from leaving the city alone. "Then be careful." The guard returned the ID card and allowed him to pass. Li Suifeng followed the path out of the city and soon saw a vast expanse of wilderness formed by intertwining plants. Various small monsters of different shapes lay hidden in the wilderness. Some humans were battling them, while powerful martial artists raced through the plains, delving deeper into the distance. Clearly unimpressed with these low-level monsters on the outskirts of the city. Just as the books say monsters abound outside the city, Li Suifeng gazed at the various monsters in the wilderness, pondering. If I can kill a slightly mutated insect, it'll gain 1 to 3 talent points. How much can I earn from killing a real monster? With so many monsters nearby, how many talent points can I accumulate by sweeping them all clean? Can I use this opportunity to score big? A gentle breeze rustled through the vegetation in the wilderness. Beneath a lush tree, a tunterlong, robust-bodied, long-limbed black golden hyena was gnawing on a pile of monster remains. Its ears perked up suddenly, and it lifted its head to look off into the distance. There, a boy with a camouflage backpack was approaching slowly. The black golden hyena opened its blood-stained mouth, revealing sharp teeth, and let out a low growl, its dark eyes greedily fixated on the boy. A human. A weak and young human. The flesh and blood of this human must be sweet and tender. The food in its mouth suddenly lost its allure. With a series of rapid steps, the excited black golden hyena spat out the flesh in its mouth and charged towards the boy. Its speed was so great that it whipped up gusts of wind in its wake. Faster than described online. Li Suifeng exclaimed in surprise, but as the black golden hyena drew near, he quickly regained his composure, a golden aura rising from his body. Talent fiery light. In that instant, Li Suifeng's aura surged to its peak. He unleashed a punch wrapped in golden energy, striking with the force of a cannonball, accurately hitting the hyena's jaw. Martial technique, Taizu long fist. Crack. The sound of breaking bones accompanied the black golden hyena, as it was sent flying, landing stiffly on the ground, motionless, with blood quietly oozing from its 7 orifices. Black golden hyena killed. Talent points 10. The system notification flashed, confirming that the fallen hyena had perished. Li Suifeng looked at his fist, a look of disbelief on his face. Although the black golden hyena is the lowest tier of wild beasts, it is still a monster and somewhat dangerous for non-martial artists. How did I kill it with one punch? My burst was even more intense than I imagined. Before he could fully process this, noises came from nearby. Li Suifeng looked up to see 3 black golden hyenas rising from their slumber in a depression behind the tree. Noticing the death of their companion, their faces twisted with rage, their dark eyes filled with intense murderous intent. Woo woo woo. They emitted low growls that resembled mourning. The 3 black golden hyenas quickly surrounded him, baring their teeth, but not attacking immediately. Li Suifeng maintained a stoic expression. After years of studying, he certainly had a wealth of knowledge about monsters in his mind. Monsters, like martial artists, are classified into levels: ordinary, elite, lord, king, with each level further divided into 9 ranks. Black golden hyenas are mostly first-tier ordinary level beasts, the most common monsters outside Starfire City, known for their speed and powerful bites, though they have relatively weak defenses. Their fur is jet black, reflecting light like black gold in the sun, which is how they got their name. Being relatively weak, black golden hyenas often attack in packs to survive in the wild, employing tactics of flanking and distracting their targets. With my looks and charm, why would the first thought of you 3 beasts not be to eat me, but to distract me? Damn! Li Suifeng cursed angrily and activated fiery light once more. As the golden glow flowed like fire around him, he shot towards one black golden hyena like an arrow delivering a punch. The hyena couldn't even react. With a crack, its head exploded like a watermelon, and its massive headless body thudded to the ground. Woo woo. The other 2 black golden hyenas screamed in shock at their companion's death, then turned to flee, frightened into abandoning their plans to attack Li Suifeng. Trying to escape. It's too late. Li Suifeng's expression turned cold as he dashed forward, moving like a gust of wind, quickly catching up to and attacking the 2 hyenas. Crack crack. With the crisp sounds of breaking bones, the 2 black golden hyenas fell to the ground dead on the spot. Black golden hyena killed. Talent points 10. Black golden hyena killed. Talent points 10. Black golden hyena killed. Talent points 10. Another 30 points of talent were credited, but Li Suifeng didn't even glance at the panel. He took out a small knife and began to dissect the black golden hyena corpses. The corpses of high-tier monsters are often treasures. However, lower-tier beasts are too numerous and found everywhere in the wild, thus they aren't worth much. Their flesh is priced similarly to that of pigs and cows. Li Suifeng was not interested in the flesh of these 4 hyenas. His main focus was on cutting their teeth. Due to their sturdy material, hyena teeth can be fused with iron to forge weapons, and they are not cheap, costing around 50 Dragon Kingdom coins per gram. After cutting off all 4 hyenas' teeth and storing them in his camouflage bag, Li Suifeng estimated that if sold, this batch of hyena teeth could be worth a few hundred coins, a small fortune. After processing the corpses, Li Suifeng felt a wave of dizziness and rubbed his temples. I'm feeling a bit dizzy. It seems I've overused fiery light, and my energy can't keep up. The duration of using natural talent is determined by mental energy. Li Suifeng had continuously used fiery light for nearly a full minute. His current energy level wasn't up to the standard of a martial artist, thus his energy quickly depleted with the use of his talent, leading to mental exhaustion. Fortunately, he had purchased energy recovery pills in advance. After taking one, the dizziness in his head faded within a minute, replaced by a refreshing sensation. This energy pill is surprisingly effective. No wonder it costs 1,500 coins each. Li Suifeng expressed his astonishment. Items related to martial artists often come with outrageous prices. This small energy pill is actually made from 36 expensive herbs, and its market price is generally around 1,500 coins each. Additionally, the nutritional potions he purchased also contain various vitality elements which not only restore strength, but also enhance nutrition and satiety, making them essential supplements for awakening martial apprentices. He heard that the rich kids in the awakening class drink this stuff every day. The brief battle with the 4 beasts not only depleted Li Suifeng's energy, but also left him with aches throughout his body and a distinct feeling of hunger. Without hesitation, Li Suifeng took out a vial of nutritional potion and drank it. Gulp, gulp. As the green liquid entered his stomach, a warm current swept through his body. The lost strength revived in every inch of his flesh. Li Suifeng quickly felt fully revitalized. There's no time to rest, let's keep hunting. Li Suifeng rubbed his hands together, eager to continue, and looked into the distance. There more ordinary level monsters of various kinds were clustered. Due to the high standards of awakened martial artists, they looked down on these beasts. Thus those monsters left behind naturally became experience points in Li Suifeng's eyes. Let's get started. Li Suifeng's face was flushed with excitement like a greedy wolf as he sneaked into the area dense with lower-tier monsters. The sun hung high in the sky. The intense sunlight draped the green fields outside in a golden veil. In the fields near Xingho City, dismembered beast corpses lay scattered across the ground. Most of them were black gold hyenas, but there were also bloodthirsty mountain cats and small beasts like golden mice. Their deaths were gruesome. Some had their skulls crushed, others had gaping wounds in their bellies, and some had even been skinned. Amidst the countless beast corpses, a golden mouse barely half a meter long squeaked and trembled as it burrowed into the ground. Suddenly a figure bathed in golden light rushed towards it, appearing before the golden mouse in the blink of an eye. With a bang, a fist wrapped in golden light crashed down like a cannonball. The poor golden mouse let out a whimper as its bones shattered, blood exploding forth, turning it into a puddle of flesh. The golden light dissipated, and Li Suifeng murmured to himself, the 36th one. He had been out of the city for 4 hours and had hunted a total of 36 beasts. Although they were all ordinary first-tier beasts like black gold hyenas, each could provide between 10 to 30 talent points. Adding it all up, he had accumulated an astonishing amount of talent points. Li Suifeng Realm None Physique 7 Spirit 17 Talent Fiery Light, a grade technique, None Martial Arts Mastery, Level Taizu Long Fist Common, can be deduced talent points 1889, is 1,700 talent points not enough for Fiery Light to upgrade. Li Suifeng felt a bit of a headache. He didn't know how many talent points were needed for the next upgrade of Fiery Light. He estimated the number must be astonishing. 2,000 or 3,000 might not even meet the requirement. Perhaps it needed over 5,000. What if it's 5,000 or 10,000? As long as there are so many beasts outside the city, if I keep killing, I will eventually accumulate enough talent points. Li Suifeng quickly regained his fighting spirit, his gaze falling upon the Taizu long fist behind him. System, what does can be deduced mean? Li Suifeng silently wondered. This was his first attempt to communicate with the system, and unexpectedly he received a response. Consume 1,500 talent points. Taizu long fist can be deduced into the superior common technique, Guangming long fist. Guangming long fist has a compatibility of 100 with the talent Fiery Light. Oh, the system has this function. Li Suifeng's eyes brightened. In this world, there were various types of talents, and martial arts were endlessly diverse. There was also the concept of compatibility between martial arts and talents. For instance, if Li Suifeng possessed a water-type talent primarily characterized by softness and tranquility, training in a set of aggressive martial arts would not be very suitable. The explosive power produced would be quite average. Currently, the Fiery Light he possessed and the Taizu long fist had similar styles, but their compatibility could not possibly be 100. It might be around 80 or 90, but not 100. At this moment, according to the system, as long as he consumed 1,500 talent points, Li Suifeng could deduce a new martial art, Guangming long fist. Its level would exceed the original martial art by 2 tiers, and its compatibility with the rule Fiery Light would be 100. Combined with Fiery Light, it would surely unleash Li Suifeng's full potential, dealing maximum damage. Should I deduce it? Opportunities lay before him, yet Li Suifeng felt a headache again. He had worked so hard to accumulate talent points to elevate the grade ability Fiery Light to grade. However, if he deduced a new martial art, now his talent points would be wiped clean. He probably wouldn't be able to upgrade Fiery Light in the short term. System, how many talent points do I need to elevate the grade talent to grade? Li Suifeng inquired internally again, but the system's text did not appear, clearly indicating it was not prepared to answer his question. With the college entrance exam approaching, I need to consider how to enhance my combat power as much as possible to achieve good results in the exam. An grade talent combined with a superior common technique should be enough for me to stand out in the martial arts exam. As for grade talent, I can continue to accumulate talent points to elevate it after I reach university. Li Suifeng thought deeply, soon clarifying his thoughts. System, deduce the Taizu long fist for me. Consume 1,500 talent points. Taizu long fist deduced into Tianguang long fist. As the system's text flashed, the martial arts section of the panel changed, with Taizu long fist transformed into Tianguang long fist. However, the realm of Tianguang long fist displayed that it had not yet been mastered. It was evident that the deduced Tianguang long fist belonged to a new martial art. To master it, he would need to spend talent points to upgrade. Is this going to drain my talent points? Li Suifeng complained and internally shouted, "System max out my Tianguang Long Fist." Consume 300 talent points. Tianguang Long Fist upgraded to mastery. Personal physique 6. System text flashed. A surge of memories related to Tianguang Long Fist flooded into Li Sufeng's mind, leaving him a bit dizzy. After a moment, once the memory was fully absorbed, Li Sufeng's mind cleared, and he instinctively threw a punch. With golden light enveloping his fingers, the punch he threw seemed no longer a mere fist. Instead, it resembled a golden cannonball. Whoosh! Bang! The intense wind noise subsided, replaced by the sound of air friction. Li Sufeng's expression was filled with joy. He could conclude that the power of the newly mastered Tianguang Long Fist was at least twice that of the mastery-level Taizu Long Fist. Although I have exhausted all my talent points, the output has at least doubled, which is still acceptable. Li Suifeng smiled widely, but he also felt puzzled. The upgrade of Taizu Long Fist to mastery brought 6 points of physique. Guangming Long Fist, being a higher-grade technique, should also yield more physique points upon reaching mastery, yet why did it only provide 6 points? Li Suifeng showed a contemplative expression. Recalling the martial arts concepts he had learned in class, he quickly arrived at an answer. Strength, agility, endurance, explosiveness, and vitality actually all belong to a part of physique. Enhancing these attributes can increase physique. Martial arts belong to the realm of martial studies, but also encompass techniques of physical training, effectively refining the body. Taizu Long Fist is a boxing technique which would have a refining effect on the upper limbs during learning. As his points increased, Li Sufeng's upper limbs were invisibly refined, becoming robust, and his upper limb strength also grew, thus increasing his physique. Before training in Taizu Long Fist, Li Suifeng was in a state of weakness, and with just a bit of exercise his improvement speed was naturally rapid. When enhancing Tianguang Long Fist, Li Sufeng's upper limbs already had a foundation, and even with continued training the growth rate would surely not compare to before. It is akin to a novice in the early stages of fitness where progress is astonishing. However, once a certain foundation is established, further fitness progress cannot compare to the early stages. My upper limb strength is nearing the physical limit. Any further training in other boxing techniques, palm techniques, and other refining martial arts would have minimal improvement, resulting in little corresponding increase in physique. Unless I practice leg techniques or core techniques, I can quickly increase my physique. Li Sufeng's understanding. In the early stages of growth for superhuman warriors, they refine their lower limbs, upper limbs, torso, and various body parts through training in leg techniques, boxing techniques, finger techniques, core techniques, and so forth until they reach their physical limits. After that, when a warrior's physique has reached an impressive level, they can then train in techniques that enhance vitality, further refining the flesh, breaking through limits, and continuing to enhance their physique. If the increase in physique is less, then so be it. As long as there is progress, that's enough. Let's check the panel first. Li Suifeng regained his calm and opened the panel. Li Suifeng Realm Awakening Level 0 Physique, 13 Spirit, 17 Talent Fiery Light, a Grade Technique, None Martial Arts, Tianguang Long Fist Mastery Talent Points, 89. On the panel, the arrival of the new martial art brought his physique to 13 points, gradually catching up with the rapidly growing spiritual power. Behind Tianguang Long Fist, there was still a plus sign indicating that it could still be upgraded. However, due to the depletion of talent points, he couldn't continue to elevate it for now. I have become a preliminary warrior. Li Sufeng's eyes shone brightly. After breaking through 13 points in physique along with his original 17 points of spiritual power, Li Sufeng's vitality had surpassed the threshold of 30. Thus, he met the standards set, officially qualifying as a competent preliminary warrior. In just a few days, I have turned from a useless person into a preliminary warrior. This transformation is simply too great. No, being a preliminary warrior is just the beginning of my glorious path. I must not become complacent. I must continue to work hard. After a moment of excitement, Li Suifeng endeavored to calm himself and looked greedily towards the beasts in the distance. Let's keep going. Sister Rue, can we really kill that saber-toothed tiger? Outside Xingho City, a chubby boy wearing a camouflage hat and 2 short axes hanging from his waist looked around with a wary expression. Beside the chubby boy were 3 companions, 2 boys and 1 girl, all appearing to be high school students. Among them, 2 boys had strikingly similar features, being twins. They appeared calm, but the sweat beading on their foreheads betrayed their nervousness. The only girl stood at 1.75 meters tall, wearing military-style short boots. Her robust figure was tightly wrapped in a fitted combat suit. She took out binoculars to gaze into the distance, saying, "Last time, we almost took down the saber-toothed tiger despite being underprepared. Now that we have learned from that experience and come prepared, it shouldn't be too difficult to take down that saber-toothed tiger. Sister Rue, let's not deceive ourselves. That saber-toothed tiger is a second-tier demon beast. Last time we couldn't even scratch it, and even with the Zhang brothers' help this time it will be hard to defeat it. At this point, the chubby boy nervously patted his chest, saying, I don't know what the teacher is thinking, making killing the saber-toothed tiger our graduation exam to make it difficult for us. With the college entrance examination approaching, we shouldn't have to bear such pressure. It's truly outrageous. Alright Wang Jun, just say less. We all have smart watches, and if we really encounter a life-and-death crisis, the guards in the city will definitely rescue us. The twin brother Zhang Shuyi spoke up. Yeah, Wang Jun, if you keep shouting, what if you attract a pack of beasts? Don't forget, even though we're close to the city, there are still many demon beasts active here. Our target is the saber-toothed tiger. We shouldn't waste energy on other beasts. As Zhang Shoren was speaking, the girl pressed her hand down to signal calmness, and then hesitantly asked, do you smell blood? Blood? It does seem like there's something. Wang Jun's nose twitched as he pointed in a direction, saying, is it coming from there? Let's go check it out. Sister Rue put down the binoculars and led the team toward the source of the smell of blood. A few minutes later, their view suddenly opened up. They saw that the tall grass had all been trampled down. Lying among the roots were the corpses of demon beasts, skinned, dismembered, and gutted. At the foot of a tree, a boy in camouflage was crouched down, prying the teeth from a black gold hyena with a small knife. His skillful movements resembled that of a butcher carving meat. What? This scene left Sister Rue momentarily stunned. Were there enough demon beasts here to form a small pack? And yet they were all dead. Was this the boy's doing? Did he single-handedly kill so many demon beasts? Is this for real? Damn. Wang Jun beside him was even more shocked, cursing under his breath. Who are you? The boy under the tree, Li Suifeng, had just removed the last tooth from the black gold hyena when he suddenly heard the noise, stood up abruptly, and revealed a stern expression. In an instant, a murderous aura flowed from him, making the atmosphere in the area feel as though it had solidified. This person's aura is so strong. It makes me feel very tense. Zhang Shuyi whispered in alarm. Wang Jun instinctively raised his hands and shouted, bro, we're just passing by. Please stay calm, don't kill me. Li Suifeng looked at him speechless. Did he seem that vicious? But he could see that Wang Jun and the others were most likely students like himself. Since you're just passing by, then go on. Li Suifeng waved his hand to dismiss them, showing no interest in conversing with them. Wang Jun breathed a sigh of relief and made a gesture to Sister Rue, signaling her to hurry up and leave. However, Sister Rue showed a look of great interest, saying, this friend, my name is Tian Rue, and I'm a senior at Xingho City No. 4 High School. You look like a student too. May I ask which school you're from? No. 2 High School. Li Suifeng replied casually. Could you be Su Kai? Tian Rue's, no. Li Suifeng shook his head. Su Kai was one of the 2 students at No. 2 High School who had awakened in grade talent and was currently studying under the principal alongside Lan Aoxue. The awakened talent was extraordinarily powerful, making him the undisputed top fighting force at No. 2 High School and a strong contender for the future martial arts examination champion. Aside from Su Kai, does No. 2 High School have any other experts like you? Expert bro, what's your name? Wang Jun exclaimed in surprise. This sincere compliment made Li Suifeng feel quite pleased. He softened his tone, saying, Li Suifeng. Li Suifeng. What a nice name. Wang Jun clapped his hands repeatedly, excitedly whispering to Tian Rue, Sister Rue, our team is 1 short. That saber-toothed tiger is too fierce. If we have an expert like him join us, our chances of killing it will definitely soar. Tian Rui's eyes lit up. Although she said it wouldn't be a problem to kill the saber-toothed tiger, she was actually feeling very uncertain. As Wang Jun said, Li Suifeng's ability to kill so many demon beasts undoubtedly made him one of the top candidates among the new students. With his help, the chances of killing the saber-toothed tiger would be much higher. Classmate Li, the 4 of us are preparing to hunt the second-tier demon beast, the saber-toothed tiger. Would you be interested in joining us? Tian Rue displayed a sweet smile and extended the invitation. Second-tier demon beast. Li Suifeng's eyes brightened. Since becoming a preparatory martial artist, his talent points were running low and he urgently needed to hunt monsters. I wonder how many talent points I could gain from killing this second-tier demon beast. I can join you, but how will the corpse of the demon beast be divided after it dies? Second-tier demon beasts are not like black gold hyenas, which are common. They are relatively rare, and their meat is starting to become valuable. Li Suifeng didn't want to kill the second-tier demon beast only to end up in a dispute over benefits with the 4 of them. The corpse of the saber-toothed tiger is our assignment. We must submit it to the teacher and cannot give it to you. However, classmate Li, we can offer you a sum of money to assist us. How does that sound? Tian Rue maintained her smile. Li Suifeng was more interested in the talent points from the second-tier demon beast rather than the corpse. If the other party offered enough benefits, he wouldn't mind sharing. 20,000. Li Suifeng raised his hand, giving a number ready to negotiate. To his surprise, Tian Rue smiled and nodded deal. Li Suifeng. Are these guys rich second-generation kids? They take out 20,000 without a second thought. Damn, I asked for too little. Li Suifeng felt a mix of resentment inside. Tian Rue smiled as she approached, fiddling with her smartwatch, asking classmate Li, what's your contact information? After adding each other as friends in less than 3 seconds, Tian Rui directly transferred 20,000 to Li Suifeng. What a generous sum. Li Suifeng pretended to remain calm while accepting the transfer, but inside, he felt even more resentment for the amount being so low. Alright, classmate Li, the saber-toothed tiger might be in the nearby area. Do you want to rest a bit, or will you join us directly in action? Tian Rui asked with a smile. Li Suifeng took out a vial of nutritional potion and drank it all, replying, the sooner we finish, the sooner we go home. Then let's go. Tian Rui smiled and nodded, leading the way deeper into the wilderness, while keeping an eye on the precise map on her smartwatch. After a while, the grass ahead grew increasingly thick, further obstructing their vision. Even so, Tian Rui still noticed traces and crouched down to examine the ground, her face turning serious, as she said, these are the footprints of the saber-toothed tiger, indicating it is very close to us. Be ready for battle at any time. Just as her voice fell, ow! A roar like a roaring engine exploded. Within 10 meters of the grass, a massive shadow leaped up from the ground, pouncing toward the group with a ferocious momentum. Watch out, it's a saber-toothed tiger. A sudden commotion sent Tian Rui into an alarmed cry. Though she appeared delicate and refined, she was in truth a decisive, formidable woman. With hands clasped before her chest, she intoned, Wall of Vines. Wall of Vines, a grade B with affinity talent, summons the essence of flora across heaven and earth, weaving living vines into an impregnable barrier. Boom. A massive shadow slammed into the wall of vines, sending violent tremors through the air. At the instant the wall shattered, the shadow landed with a heavy thud, low growls rumbling from its throat as its true form emerged. It stood 5 meters long, a colossal tiger with thick muscular limbs and thick fur striped in tawny gold and jet black. Its slanted tiger-like eyes blazed with ferocity, its jaws gaped wide, revealing fangs half a meter long, sharp as swords gleaming like forged steel. This was precisely the target of Tian Rui's team, the level 2 demonic beast, the saber-toothed tiger. Damn it. Not only did it spot us first, but it launched a surprise assault. How underhanded and cunning. Thank goodness Sister Rui reacted swiftly. Her wall of vines shielded us just in time. Otherwise the consequences would have been catastrophic. But Sister Rui, your wooden wall is broken. We've lost our defensive safeguard. Xiaopanzi Wang Jun cried out repeatedly in panic. Zhang Shui and his younger brother Zhang Shoren wore expressions tinged with alarm, yet having accepted the invitation, they had come thoroughly prepared. Steadying his breath, elder brother Zhang Shui's body swelled outward. His once slender frame ballooned into that of a hulking 300-gen muscle titan, straining seams of clothing to their limit. Grade B superhuman affinity. Bodily expansion inflates the physical form like a top balloon, amplifying raw strength and explosive power simultaneously. Boom. As a mountain of muscle, Zhang Shui charged forward like a bulldozer, his enormous fist hurtling toward the saber-toothed tiger's face, a meteoric strike descending from the heavens. Clearly, he had activated a martial technique. Meanwhile, younger brother Zhang Shoren brandished his arms. Sliver-thin wind blades shaped like willow leaves coalesced midair and surged ahead, striking the tiger's body before Zhang Shui even closed the distance. Grade B wind affinity, wind manipulation. Tink, tink, tink. Though flesh and blood, the saber-toothed tiger's pelt possessed the resilience of supple armor. Thus repeated strikes from the wind blades failed to pierce its hide. Using the wind blades to distract and draw the tiger's attention, Zhang Shui closed in, his fist crashing down upon the beast's skull. Boom. A dull, heavy impact echoed as the tiger's head snapped downward. Nice. Wang Jun leapt high in exhilaration, only for his expression to freeze in horror the next instant. Forced to bow its head, the saber-toothed tiger lifted its proud, regal skull once more, its slanted tiger eyes now burning with fury and savagery. Then with terrifying speed, its massive claw lashed out, slamming squarely into Zhang Shui's chest. A sickening crack resounded. Zhang Shui flew backward, landing hard, both forearms torn open, deep gashes scoring his flesh. One forearm bent at an unnatural angle, shattered beyond repair. Had he not instinctively raised his arms to block, that single blow to his chest would have inflicted far graver wounds. My brother's arm is fractured. He can no longer lead the assault. Zhang Shoren stared at the scene, his face tightening with urgency, as he turned pleadingly toward Tian Rui. As Wang Jun helped Zhang Shui to his feet, Tian Rui's complexion paled slightly. I can switch to my secondary affinity for frontline offense, but doing so will drain my mental reserves severely, leaving me unable to summon the wall of vines again for defense. She then turned to Li Suifeng. Li, classmate, what is your affinity? Can you assume the role of our shield against the saber-toothed tiger? By this point the situation had reached a critical juncture. Li Suifeng observed clearly these 4 companions were not exceptionally powerful, but their execution and coordination were commendable. Zhang Shui's earlier strike on the tiger bore testament to that. In truth, had the tiger's defenses been weaker, or Zhang Shui's explosive power even marginally greater, the tide of battle might well have turned. I have no interest in playing tank. I'll take the lead in offense. Meeting Tian Rui's gaze, Li Sui Feng spoke plainly and sprinted straight toward the saber-toothed tiger. Li classmate you. Tian Rui froze in disbelief. After Zhang Shi's grievous injury, how dared Li Sui Feng charge headlong into confrontation? Was he not recklessly bold, dangerously impetuous? If he too fell wounded, 2 injured teammates would leave the group crippled, not merely unable to slay the tiger, but perhaps even incapable of retreating intact. Li classmate, wait. Tian Rui cried out in desperation, hoping to halt his advance. Yet Li Sui Feng moved as Jing Ku once did, marching toward Qin's court with no thought of turning back. Zhang Shoren, you flank it from the side, harass the tiger, and create an opening for Li classmate. With no other recourse, Tian Rui turned to Zhang Shoren. He nodded dumbfoundedly, raising his hands to conjure wind blades, when suddenly golden radiance erupted from Li Sui Feng's body, mid-sprint, blazing like sacred flame. Instantly his velocity surged, blurring into a streak of afterimage before colliding with the tiger. So swift was his motion that neither Tian Rui nor Zhang Shoren could react. Crack! Crack! Only when the sound of splintering bone pierced the air did Tian Rui and Zhang Shoren register what had occurred, then watched stunned as the ferocious saber-toothed tiger collapsed face down onto the ground with a thunderous crash. What in the world? Tian Rui and the others stood utterly dumbfounded. The saber-toothed tiger, down. What had just transpired? What are you all waiting for? Come help loot the corpse. Or don't blame me if I claim everything first and break our agreement. Golden radiance fading from his frame, Li Sui Feng stood over the fallen beast and called out. Tian Rui instinctively stepped forward, cautiously approaching, only to behold the colossal tiger lying prone, eyes milky white, razor-sharp fangs embedded deep into the earth, and a deep bloody crater at its crown oozing crimson and cerebrum. It lay utterly still, beyond death itself. How did you do it? Glancing between the tiger's corpse and Li Sui Feng, who stood calm, unruffled, Tian Rui's voice trembled. The saber-toothed tiger was dead, struck down by a single punch from Li Sui Feng. Close in, then punch its head. That's all there was to it. Li Sui Feng mimed the motion, savoring the memory. Still, a level 2 demonic beast possesses far greater resilience than a level 1. Killing one feels entirely different. Exhilarating. Tian Rui's lips twitched. This very tiger had pushed them to their limits. Yet he'd ended it with one blow, and called it simple. Are you a student? Or a certified martial cultivator? While Tian Rui silently seethed, Wang Jun dashed forward and dropped to his knees, gripping Li Sui Feng's thigh. Senior brother, after surviving this life-or-death trial together, we're brothers bound by blood. From now on, hardship shared. We bear it together, a fortune earned. We share it alike. A full-throated attempt to latch onto greatness. Li Sui Feng shook his leg free. Wang classmate, speak plainly, no need to kneel. Senior brother saved our entire team. Kneeling is only right. Senior brother, shall we be ironclad brothers henceforth? If I'm ever beaten, will you come settle things for me? Wang Jun rose, cheeks unflushed, pulse unruffled. Li Sui Feng rolled his eyes inwardly. Go cool off somewhere else. His gaze shifted to Zhang Shiyi, leaning heavily on Zhang Shoren's shoulder. Are you alright? Nothing serious. Senior brother, you saved us. Thank you. Zhang Shiyi's face was ashen, yet his eyes shone with awe and reverence. Both had charged without hesitation. Yet his own punch dealt mere glancing damage, while Li Sui Feng's shattered the tiger's skull outright. Clearly his strength and speed fell far short of Li Sui Feng's, thus earning his profound respect and solemn admiration. Good. Then it's settled. Li Sui Feng nodded, then addressed Tian Rui. Since the prey is slain, our agreement stands fulfilled. I'll take my leave now. May fate grant us another meeting. He turned and strode away, opposite the group's direction. Hey, senior brother. Wang Jun called out, reluctant to let him go. Tian Rui rose slowly, watching Li Sui Feng's receding figure with a complex expression. Did any of you recognize the affinity he used just now? Not quite certain, but possibly a height-ear light affinity. Zhang Shoren ventured cautiously. Zhang Shi nodded firmly. Beyond affinity, he employed an extraordinary martial art, one that amplified instantaneous explosive force. Without it, he could never have killed the tiger with a single blow. Who would have thought second middle school harbored such a prodigy? Besides Su Kai, this year's martial examination may well mark second middle's rise to prominence. Wang Jun sighed wistfully, then smacked his forehead in sudden frustration. I forgot to ask senior brother for his contact details. Damn it. After a day of monster hunting, Li Sui Feng returned home feeling physically and mentally exhausted. His mother had just finished cooking and was waiting for him in the dining room. His younger sister Li Jiayue was engrossed in watching television. Hearing the noise, she turned off the TV and hurriedly ran to hug Li Sufeng's thigh, exclaiming, Brother, you're home so punctually today. I got off school on time today. Li Sui Feng smiled as he patted Ye's head and led her to the dining table. After dinner, Li Suifeng returned to his bedroom, locked the door tightly, and a line of text appeared before his eyes. Kill the saber-toothed tiger. Personal talent value, 200. Obtained level talent resilient skin. Personal physique 1. Resilient skin, a superhuman talent. The skin gains toughness, greatly enhancing physical defense. The moment he killed the saber-toothed tiger, the system notification appeared. However, there were many people around at the time, so Li Suifeng didn't dare to delve deeper. Now back in his bedroom, he dared to explore. After killing the saber-toothed tiger, I actually gained a new... Could it be that this saber-toothed tiger was equivalent to a boss for me at this moment, and I only received better rewards for defeating a boss? If that's the case, as long as I continue to defeat more bosses in the future, I can gain more talents. With this thought, excitement filled Li Suifeng's face. It seemed he had underestimated the power of the system. Killing monsters not only grants talent points, but also directly provides talents. This equates to an infinite possibility of gaining talents. Noticing a plus sign next to the new talent, Li Suifeng exclaimed, without hesitation, system, upgrade me. Consume 200 talent points. Level talent resilient skin upgraded to level talent golden jade skin. Personal physique 5. Golden jade skin, a superhuman talent. The skin possesses extraordinary toughness, able to withstand blunt and sharp attacks, without breaking, significantly increasing physical defense. It's actually a defensive talent. Let's try out its effects. Li Suifeng picked up a fruit knife from his desk and slashed at his left forearm. As he focused his intent, the skin on his forearm became extremely taut, resembling tough leather. The knife's tip fell, but the skin on his forearm was not pierced. With a forceful slash, a faint white mark appeared on his forearm, yet there was still no break in the skin. This is something. Li Suifeng's eyes lit up as he wildly slashed at his forearm with the fruit knife. After a frenzied bout of self-harm, numerous white marks appeared on his forearm, but it still had not broken skin. This golden jade skin seems a bit fierce. Li Suifeng was overjoyed. As a natural system martial artist, pursuing the path of refining the spirit, close combat and defense were often his weaknesses. Such martial artists typically bought various protective gear to shield their bodies from harm. Clearly, Li Suifeng would not have this worry in the future. With golden jade skin, even without defensive gear, his body would be extraordinarily sturdy. Considering that golden jade skin was merely a level talent, as long as he had enough talent points, this talent could continue to grow. Perhaps it won't be long. With his defense skyrocketing, could he resist spiritual weapons, magical weapons, or even Dao weapons with his flesh and blood? Wow, just thinking about it is exciting. Li Suifeng grinned, not forgetting to check his panel. Li Suifeng Realm Awakening Stage 0 Physique 19 Spirit 17 Talents Fierce Light, a level golden jade skin. Level Techniques None. Martial Arts Heavenly Light Long Fist. Proficient Talent Points 310. With the appearance of the talent golden jade skin, his physique also increased to 19 points, finally surpassing his spiritual power. After deducting the talent points, 310 points remained, which was not enough to upgrade golden jade skin, but it was sufficient to enhance the realm of Heavenly Light Long Fist. However, Li Suifeng did not intend to use up all his talent points. The proficient level of Heavenly Light Long Fist was already enough to instantly kill a saber-toothed tiger. At this stage, it was clearly adequate. It would be better to continue accumulating talent points and upgrade golden jade skin to a level to further enhance defense. Unmoved as a mountain, integrating offense and defense. This was the path Li Suifeng pursued in martial arts. Time flew by, and a week passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, there were less than 3 days until the martial arts examination. On this day, within the Zhengxi dojo, Li Suifeng had just walked out of a private practice room. A pair of eyes in the hall turned towards him. They belonged to senior students from various schools, many of whom had only recently joined the dojo. Young people are inherently competitive, and the students present were no exception. Their gazes towards Li Suifeng were filled with curiosity and a fighting spirit. What kind of strength does this boy named Li Suifeng possess to be chosen as a candidate by Zhengxi dojo? Creak. At this moment, the door to another private practice room opened. A towering figure, Tang, who stood at nearly 2 meters tall, walked out, accompanied by his lackey Yin Hao. Li Suifeng, the martial arts examination is approaching. Do you want to spar with senior brother Tang to test your strength? Yin Hao shouted loudly, causing Li Suifeng, who was about to leave the hall, to stop and turn around to ask, why should I have such an idea? Yin Hao continued, as fellow candidates, don't you want to know who is stronger between you and senior brother Tang? Such a thing is obvious. Without fighting you, of course I am stronger. Li Suifeng replied confidently, while Tang, who frowned and snorted in dissatisfaction. Yin Hao immediately said, what a coincidence. I personally think senior brother Tang is stronger. Do you dare to spar with him, and let me verify my guess? As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding students began to cheer. They were already curious about the two of them. Now that there was an opportunity to witness their true strength, they naturally did not want to miss it. Li Suifeng, however, said lightly, who do you think you are? Why should I satisfy you? In recent days, the dojo had been filled with discussions about who is stronger, Li Suifeng or Tang, who. Every time Yin Hao heard this, he would assert that Tang, who is stronger, and that Li Suifeng was not impressive. Little did he know that such slander had long reached Li Suifeng's ears. He naturally had no good feelings towards the lackey Yin Hao. Yin Hao's face turned red, wanting to retort, but due to Li Suifeng's status as a candidate, he did not dare to speak. Tang Hu, if you want to fight me, why can't you speak for yourself? At this moment Li Suifeng turned to look at Tang Hu. Tang Hu pointed at Li Suifeng, his face revealing a fierce expression. You mean let's spar? Does it take so much time to say a single sentence? This Tang Hu is quite pretentious. Li Suifeng scoffed inwardly. Though he and Tang Hu were both candidates, they had rarely interacted, completely avoiding each other. In fact, this was also his first conversation with Tang Hu. If you want to fight, then let's do it. Li Suifeng strode towards Tang Hu. Yin Hao, feeling the pressure from Li Suifeng's aura, stepped back and shouted, Li Suifeng, according to dojo rules, formal sparring requires going to the arena. Before he finished speaking, Li Suifeng suddenly accelerated each step on the floor, sounding thud thud thud. When he got close, his fist was already like a cannonball smashing towards Tang Hu's face. A gust of wind howled and Tang Hu's breathing became increasingly rapid, yet his eyes were exceptionally bright. There was a burning fighting spirit within them. Come! Tang Hu roared, earth yellow energy swirling around his body. As he raised his arms to block, the earth yellow energy coalesced before him into a sturdy shield, stopping Li Suifeng's fist dead in its tracks. Boom! At the moment of impact, the earth yellow shield remained utterly unscathed, while Li Suifeng staggered backward 3 steps under the shockwave. So this is Tang Hu's Class A talent. Earth element condensation. His defense seems astonishing, nearly on par with ordinary spirit-armored shields. If I possessed such a talent, it would be nearly impossible to score poorly on the martial examination. A single exchange between the two had already drawn murmurs from the surrounding students. Near a quiet office door far from the crowd, Master Zhang Daong stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Beside him stood his slender assistant. Master, it appears Tang Hu holds the upper hand, whispered the assistant. Young Master Li has yet to activate his innate talent. Judging superiority now is premature. Still, that boxing style he employed resembles the Taizu long fist, but not quite. What could explain this? Master Zhang was still pondering when in the arena Li Suifeng burst into hearty laughter. Tang Hu, you truly possess skill. Let us see how long you can endure my onslaught. He lunged forward once more, his arms flashing like accelerated machinery, furious, relentless, and impossibly swift. Each strike reverberated violently against Tang Hu's earth element shield. To the onlooking students, though Li Suifeng's punches were fierce and forceful, Tang Hu effortlessly repelled them with his elemental barrier, clearly dominating the bout. They marveled at Tang Hu's strength, convinced he had already seized victory. Yet Master Zhang Daong, standing at the rear, held the opposite view, his eyes wide with astonishment as he stared at Li Suifeng. This boxing art possesses extraordinary intensity. It is certainly not the Taizu long fist. When did young Master Li master such a formidable technique? The assistant looked genuinely surprised. Master, is Li Suifeng's boxing truly that exceptional? Yet to me his blows seem no more than gentle scratches upon Tang Hu, utterly incapable of breaching that defense. How then does he intend to win this match? You seem to have forgotten one crucial fact. Young Master Li has not yet unleashed his innate talent. The assistant smacked his forehead. Indeed, throughout the entire ferocious assault, Li Suifeng had fought without invoking his light elemental talent. Should he unleash it, his offensive power would surge exponentially. Could Tang Hu possibly withstand it? In the arena, Tang Hu seethed, inwardly humiliated by Li Suifeng's relentless barrage. His face contorted in fury as he roared, preparing to abandon defense and launch a counteroffensive. Just as Li Suifeng's body erupted with blinding golden radiance, exuding an indescribable aura of peril. Whoosh! With his next punch, golden light blazed across the arena, dazzling all who watched. His talent, fervent radiance. Crack! A thunderous explosion shattered the earthen shield before him like fragile glass. Tang Hu flew backward like a severed puppet, slamming hard into the wall before slumping lifelessly onto the floor. Ugh! Kneeling on one hand, Tang Hu tried to rise, but agony pierced his chest, forcing a spurt of crimson blood from his lips. Glancing down, he saw a shallow indentation. 3 ribs snapped clean through. I have lost. His pupils contracted sharply, of disbelief and shock flooded his features. Driven by his competitive nature ever since Li Suifeng joined the martial hall, Tang Hu had trained obsessively, preparing solely for this very confrontation. He had envisioned triumph, yet instead met utter, unambiguous defeat. Had he even mustered the strength to retaliate? What a... Outside the ring, numerous students who had backed Tang Hu stood stunned. Hadn't he just deflected Li Suifeng's assault with effortless grace moments before? How then had he been breached and wounded in an instant? Was Tang Hu truly weak, or was Li Suifeng simply overwhelming? Enough, you both fought splendidly, but this remains a friendly sparring session. Amid the collective, Master Zhang Daong strode swiftly into the arena, gently lifting Tang Hu and handing him a vial of nutrient serum plus a pill to heal internal injuries. After all, Tang Hu was the Martial Hall's designated candidate for the National Martial Examination, and with the test imminent, he absolutely could not compete injured. Tang Hu's expression remained vacant, still reeling from his crushing loss. Young Masterly, victory belongs to you today. Yet the examination draws near. I hear you've yet to formally withdraw from school. Master Zhang entrusted Tang Hu to his assistant and smiled warmly as he asked. Li Suifeng replied, I've been occupied these past days. I'll process my withdrawal tomorrow. Excellent. Should you require anything further, feel free to seek me out directly. Beneath Master Zhang's affable exterior beat a heart racing with excitement. In his estimation, Tang Hu's caliber guaranteed admission to a top-tier university. Yet Li Suifeng had crushed him, effortlessly surpassing elite university standards. Such prowess was beyond comprehension. He clearly stood a strong chance of entering one of the 8 great academies, and the Martial Hall stood to profit immensely. Master, should I need anything, I'll reach out. Li Suifeng nodded, then turned and walked calmly out of the hall. No sooner had he departed than the arena erupted in clamorous chatter. Excited students buzzed about the duel. Master, I'm fine now. Tang Hu regained his composure, swallowed the nutrient serum and healing pill, and murmured softly. Young Master Tang, shall I escort you home? Master Zhang asked. No need. Tang Hu declined, lowered his head, and hurried away from the hall. Night deepened. Having completed her extra training, Lan Aoshua passed through the gated entrance of the villa district and approached a luxurious mansion, only to find a broad-shouldered, thick-set youth standing motionless before its gates. The youth appeared deeply troubled, his expression restless and uneasy. Xiaohu, what are you doing here? Lan Aoshua asked, puzzled. Sister Shuier, you're back. Hearing her voice, he lifted his head, his face etched with anguish. I lost to him. Lost to whom? Another designated candidate from your Martial Hall. Lan Aoshua stepped closer, brushed dust from his shoulders, and spoke with genuine concern. The broad-shouldered youth was Tang Hu, her neighbor, her cousin, and childhood companion. They shared everything, her joys, her worries, and likewise his. Yes, it's him. Tang Hu spoke slowly, haltingly, a congenital speech impediment that made him appear aloof and silent at the Martial Hall. Losing is losing. Simply win next time. The martial examination looms in mere days. Don't let this weigh you down. Rest while steady your mind and body, and aim for excellence. The path of martial cultivation resembles ascending heaven mountain. No shortcuts exist, no ease awaits. Falling short at the mountain's base does not preclude standing triumphant atop its summit. Lan Aoshua's words eased Tang Hu's countenance. Thank you, Sister Shui. Then go home and rest properly. She pinched his cheek playfully, making his face flush crimson, before he ducked his head and hurried toward the neighboring mansion. Oh, Xiaohu, what's the victor's name? Lan Aoshua suddenly asked. Given Tang Hu's innate physical prowess and Class A talent, he stood a real chance of ranking among the city's top 20 examinees. That someone had bested him might well secure a spot within the top 10, a figure worthy of attention. Li Suifeng. Tang Hu stammered. Li Suifeng. Is that true? Lan Aoshua's eyes widened. It's true. He is Li Suifeng, and he attends Hai. After finishing haltingly, Tang Hu noticed Lan Aoshua's eyes bulging, her expression frozen in disbelief. What is it, Sister Shui? I know a classmate named Li Suifeng too. Lan Aoshua sighed wryly. He awakened an E-class talent and remains in the standard track, surely just a namesake. Still, it's curious that tiny Zhong hosts 2 Li Suifengs, both senior year examinees. Tang Hu chose not to dwell further on the coincidence. The Li Suifeng who defeated him wielded not only a Class A talent, but also executed a martial art both fluid and devastating, so terrifying it still haunted him. Such a prodigy could never be the inept deskmate Lan Aoshua described. They merely shared a name, nothing more. Morning. Inside the teaching office of No. 2 High School, the teachers are diligently working. Suddenly the door swings open and a teenager dressed in casual clothes walks in. Excuse me, is Director's son here? With reading glasses perched on his nose, Director's son squints. Student, what do you need from me? Hello, Director's son, my name is Li Suifeng, and I am a student from Class 222 of the senior year. I am here to process my withdrawal. Li Suifeng steps closer, and Director's son can't help but widen his eyes. Li, are you sure you're not joking? The other teachers also stop their work, staring in disbelief. With only 2 days left until the college entrance examination, all the senior students in the city are intensely training and studying. Yet here is Li Suifeng with the leisure to withdraw. Have you gone mad? Director's son, am not joking. Look. Li Suifeng takes out a card. Director's son takes it, adjusts his reading glasses, and his eyes widen further. This is the identity card for students taking the exam on behalf of Xinxiang Academy. It is essentially the admission ticket for the college entrance examination. But isn't Class 222 in the senior year an ordinary academic class? Why is Li Suifeng from that class able to be a substitute examinee for Xingxiang Academy? Despite his lingering doubts, Director Sun says nothing and returns the card to Li Suifeng saying, Li, I wish you success in the entrance exam. Thank you, Director Sun. Here is my withdrawal letter. Director Sun takes out a seal and firmly stamps the letter. Noon. Kai Su, drenched in sweat and panting, walks out of the physical training hall. He unexpectedly spots a familiar figure standing at the bottom of the stairs. Oldly, are you waiting for me? Kai Su instantly gets a surge of energy, quickening his pace with a smile. I haven't seen you in the grove lately. Looks like you've been studying hard. Yes, I've been studying all along, Brother Ji. I'm here to say goodbye today. Li Suifeng throws an arm around Kai Su's shoulder, not minding the smell of sweat. Goodbye. In 2 days I will represent Xingxiang Academy in the college entrance examination, so I might not be able to meet you at school anymore. Upon hearing this, Kai Su nods. Oh, then I wish you success in the entrance exam. Before he finishes, his eyes widen in shock. Wait, Oldly, did you just say you are going to represent Xingxiang Academy in the college entrance exam? Yes. Li Suifeng holds up the identity card for Xingxiang Academy. Kai Su snatches it, scrutinizing it carefully, then takes out his phone to search for information, ultimately confirming that it is indeed an identity card from Xingxiang Academy. Doesn't his buddy only have an A-level talent? How did he become a substitute examinee for Xingxiang Academy? Aren't those academies very selective with their substitute examinees? Oldly, what on earth is going on? Kai Su asks, looking bewildered. Li Suifeng smiles. There might have been a mistake during the awakening ceremony last time. My awakened talent is actually not a level, but a level. Later, people from Xingxiang Academy discovered me and made me a substitute examinee. Wow. Is that really true? Kai Su is dumbfounded for 5 seconds, then bursts into laughter. Ha ha ha. I knew my genius buddy Kai Su couldn't possibly be a slacker. Oldly, I knew I was right about you. While fearing for his friend's hardships, he also hopes his friend drives a luxurious car. This is the most genuine thought in many people's hearts. But Kai Su is not like that. He sincerely hopes his buddy can escape hardship and drive a luxury car. Upon learning that his buddy awakened an A-level talent, he is happier than anyone else. Oldly, what's this A-level talent of yours? With a beaming smile, Kai Su puts his arm around Li Suifeng's shoulder. Brother Ji, if you want to know, I can demonstrate it for you in the physical training hall. Do you have the authority for that? Li Suifeng gestures ahead. Sure, let's go. Kai Su readily agrees, wrapping an arm around Li Suifeng as they head towards the entrance of the physical training hall. He takes out his student ID and taps it against the scanner at the entrance. The barrier opens, revealing a passage. Kai Su lets Li Suifeng go first, then quickly follows, smoothly entering the hall. The interior of the physical training hall is vast. Even a single room is larger than Xingxiang Academy. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to accommodate over 2,000 senior students training simultaneously. In the most prominent area of the hall, the familiar punching power testing machine is set up. Li Suifeng points to the machine. Brother Ji, what's your current punching power? My base punching power is over 700 kilograms, and with my talent and techniques, my best recorded punching power so far is 2,300 kilograms. I've been working hard lately, and with such results I rank among the top 10 in this year's superhuman class. Kai Su displays a proud smile, but then curiously asks, Old Chu, you asked me about my punching power. Is your awakened A-level talent from the superhuman class? It's from the natural class, but it can enhance my explosive power. Li Suifeng replies, taking off his coat as he approaches the punching power testing machine. At this moment, there are still some students in the hall. Seeing Li Suifeng walk towards the punching power testing machine, they all look on with curiosity. Natural class, and it can enhance explosive power. This talent is quite unique. As Kai Su mumbles to himself, he suddenly realizes that his buddy has already reached the testing machine, his muscles taut and bulging. He immediately widens his eyes, wondering when his buddy became so strong. Is he even more muscular than me? Just then, Li Suifeng's punch lands with a loud bang on the sandbag. A dent forms, leaving a fist mark. The display screen flashes the number 2,469 kilograms. What? Kai Su's mouth drops open, his eyes reflecting intense shock. Who is this person? So powerful. The other students peering in also display expressions of disbelief. Nearly 2,500 kilograms of punching power. This score ranks 6th among the seniors in the superhuman class of No. 2 high school. Yet the student ranked 6th is Yin Jiqiang, who is short and dark-skinned, clearly not the student before them. Only did you take something? You surpassed my maximum score with just one punch. At this moment, Kai Su rushes over, looking at Li Suifeng as if he has seen a ghost. Suddenly, he remembers something and asks urgently, Oldly, you didn't have any elemental fluctuations just now. You haven't used your A-level talent yet, have you? Not yet used. This was just a punch combining my basic strength and techniques. Li Suifeng slightly nods. He came this time to test his latest strength. Without using the Radiance of Fury, just the basic strength combined with the Radiant Fist, he has already achieved 2,000 kilograms of force. What about when he adds the power boost from Radiance of Fury? Li Suifeng's heart begins to race. He is already thrilled by that terrifying number. Old Li, why not use your talent and test once more? As Kai Su finishes speaking, he instinctively holds his breath. Li Suifeng raises his arm once more, the same motion, but this time a golden aura flows around him like flames. As his fist strikes, dazzling golden light fills the gaps between his fingers, accompanied by the fist landing on the sandbag. Crack! The sandbag, which has endured countless punches from students without breaking, explodes suddenly. The flying sand causes Kai Su to retreat frantically, his skin stinging. When he steadies himself and comes back to his senses, looking at the display, he is instantly dumbfounded. The display showed not numbers, but 3 question marks. This indicated that Li Suifeng's punch exceeded the weight limit of the instrument, resulting in this situation. Did this strongman just explode the testing sandbag with 1 punch? I heard the sandbag's maximum limit is 20,000 kilograms. Did this guy just punch with more than 20,000 kilograms of force? What the hell? Is this even human? The students in the distance couldn't help but exclaim. This sound startled Kai Su, who looked at Li Suifeng as if he had seen a ghost, his voice trembling. Old Li. You. The words were left unfinished. Li Suifeng stepped back awkwardly, saying, Brother G, I think I broke the machine. I shouldn't have to pay for it. Is it even about paying now? Old Li, your punch exploded the sandbag and caused a bug in the machine. Clearly it exceeded 20,000 kilograms. When did you become this powerful? A full minute passed. Kai Su finally swallowed hard, barely calming down. Old Li, you suddenly became this strong and kept it from me for so long. You're simply not human. Li Suifeng shrugged and said, Brother G, when did I hide anything from you? Didn't I tell you back then? Kai Su suddenly remembered that many days ago he had asked Li Suifeng about the mysterious student who left a record of 1,000 kilograms on this machine. Li Suifeng had said that the student was him. He thought Old Li was joking, but it turned out to be true. Was the one who left the record really Old Li? Hiss! Kai Su gasped, giving Li Suifeng a thumbs up. Old Li, you are truly impressive. Brother G, do I need to compensate for the machine? Compensate for what? Our school isn't that stingy. If they really ask for compensation, it'll pay for you. Old Li, you suddenly became this strong and destroyed my Dao heart. Kai Su shouted bitterly. These past few days he had worked harder than ever, even considered the top contender. Despite his efforts, the gap in strength between him and Li Suifeng was more than 10 times. This was simply too demoralizing. Damn it, Old Li, you ruined my mindset. You must treat me to lunch today. Kai Su unceremoniously hooked his arm around Li Suifeng's shoulder. Heading out of the physical training center, I'm going to a GS spicy hot pot and ordering a $100 set meal. You can't refuse. Okay, Brother G, no problem. Kai's friend Li seems a bit familiar. Is he called Li Suifeng? Yes, it seems to be this Li Suifeng. Isn't Li Suifeng the bug exterminator from the Little Woods, that useless guy from the ordinary class? How did he become so powerful? What on earth is going on? As Li Suifeng and the others left, the few students on site gradually came out of their shock, but they still had some confusion in their hearts. While they were discussing, a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and looking refined walked out of an office. Seeing the yellow sand scattered all over the ground and the display showing 3 question marks, the man was taken aback and looked at the students. What happened here? Hello, Director Zhang. The students all greeted respectfully, and one person exaggeratedly described the situation that just occurred. You didn't see it wrong. After hearing the entire process, Director Zhang's expression was one of shock. The incident of a student exploding a sandbag had only happened once in the history of the second school. The strongman who exploded the sandbag back then had become a famous martial artist in Longhua. Not long ago, he had killed a king-level monster in the extreme cold ice field, shocking the world. Now someone had replicated this miracle. Director Zhang, seeing is believing. This is evidence. A student took out his phone, revealing that he had recorded a video just before Li Suifeng attacked the sandbag, seeing Li Suifeng in the video glowing with golden light as he punched and exploded the sandbag. Director Zhang's blood was boiling, unable to contain his excitement. It's real. Just now a super genius named Li Suifeng exploded the sandbag with a punch exceeding 20,000 kilograms, creating an unbelievable miracle. You guys shouldn't linger at school. Go eat and rest and prepare for the afternoon classes. After reminding the students, Director Zhang rushed out of the physical training center toward the nearby archives building. Old Zhang, what's wrong? The teacher in charge of the archives was about to get off work when he saw the hurried Director Zhang, looking quite puzzled. Old Su, help me check on a student quickly. Director Zhang shouted excitedly. He had a vague realization that this student named Li Suifeng was likely the one who left a record of 1,000 kilograms on the instrument the day after the awakening ceremony. He was precisely the genius he had been searching for. To discover such a good talent so close to the college entrance examination is truly a pity. However, without my special training, his growth speed is already astonishing. Such talent is truly a rarity. In this year's college entrance examination, he will definitely achieve remarkable results, perhaps even being able to enter the 8 great universities. As Director Zhang was lost in thought, Old Su handed him a tablet with Li Sufing's detailed information on it. What the hell? After reading Li Sufing's information, Director Zhang was stunned. The records showed that Li Suifeng had awakened an A-level talent and was actually assigned to the ordinary class, wasting his time. If it weren't for the fact that Li Sufing's photo on the file matched the appearance of the boy in the video, Director Zhang would have suspected that old Su had checked the wrong person. Could it be a second awakening? Director Zhang came back to his senses. The accuracy rate of the awakening ceremony's assessment is actually around 90, not 100. A few individuals may be misjudged during the awakening ceremony. There are also some who can complete a second awakening after the ceremony. Especially the latter group is extremely rare, but they are all geniuses. It seems that Li Suifeng is very likely to be one of the latter. If nothing unexpected happens, Li Sufing's talent should be around a level, but his physical condition and martial arts skills are incredibly impressive. His overall strength might not be inferior to Su Kai. He might even hope to compete for a spot in the top 3 of the entire city alongside Su Kai. I didn't expect that in our second school aside from Su Kai there would be such a super genius as Li Suifeng. What great luck! Just as Director Zhang was feeling pleased, old Su took the tablet, fiddled with it for a while, and said with confusion, "The student you wanted to check on, Li Suifeng, has already dropped out." Dropped out? Are you kidding me? Director Zhang's face froze in shock, gripping old Zu's arm tightly, his expression extremely grim. "Oh dear, old Zhang, what are you doing? My arm is going to break." Old Su cried out in pain, and only then did Director Zhang release him, exclaiming, "Old Su, did Li Suifeng really drop out?" "Yes, it was just this morning." "What happened to this student?" "You investigated him just because of me, and now he dares to drop out so close to the college entrance examination." Old Su inquired with increasing confusion, and Director Zhang rushed out of the archives room with a swish. "Old Zhang, where are you going?" "Finding Li Suifeng. Make him come back to school." In a crowded spicy hot pot restaurant opposite Zhong Kai, Su held a bowl filled with rice noodles, shrimp paste, meat slices, boiled eggs, and various other ingredients. He set it on a table in the corner and smiled, saying, "Old Li, you are quite generous." Li Suifeng was devouring the spicy hot pot with great delight, occasionally sipping on a Coke. "Brother G, after mooching off your meals for so many years, I finally treat you to a meal, and this is all you ordered. 3 portions of rice noodles, 5 portions of shrimp paste, 10 portions of beef slices, 20 eggs. Is this not enough?" "Old Li, I'm a human, not a hippopotamus." Kai Su savored the spicy hot pot for a while, then squinted toward the outside of the restaurant and exclaimed, "Isn't that Director Zhang, the one in charge of the physical training hall?" Li Suifeng turned to glance, then immediately buried his head in the hot pot, muttering, "He isn't here to ask me for compensation, is he? Is it not a concern?" As Kai Su was mumbling, Director Zhang entered the restaurant and called out, "Are Li Suifeng and Kai Su here?" The previously noisy atmosphere suddenly fell silent. The students displayed puzzled expressions. Why was Director Zhang looking for Kai Su and Li Suifeng? In the corner, Li Suifeng buried his head lower, while Kai Su wore an awkward expression, contemplating whether to respond to Director Zhang. What if he really came to ask old Li for compensation? "Kai Su, Director Zhang is looking for you. Why aren't you responding?" Coincidentally, a student at a nearby table recognized Kai Su and shouted. Whoosh! Director Zhang's gaze swept toward the corner table like a laser, glancing at Kai Zu's face, then swiftly moving to the youth across the table. The casual outfit worn by that youth perfectly matched the one in the videos of Li Suifeng. "Found him." Director Zhang's eyes lit up as he strode over. "Oh no, if Director Zhang really is here to demand compensation. I don't have enough money at the moment, how can I pay? This is embarrassing." Kai Zu's expression was tense as he felt anxious. Director Zhang stopped in front of the table, coughed twice, and smiled. "Hello, Li Suifeng." Unable to play dead any longer, Li Suifeng had to lift his head and force a smile. "Hello, Director Zhang. Li, can you tell me why you dropped out of Zhong?" He wasn't here to ask for compensation for the equipment, but about the dropout. With Director Zhang's question, Li Sufing's anxious heart relaxed, and he replied, "Because I joined the Zhengxi Dojo." Zhengxi Dojo. Director Zhang suddenly realized that Li Suifeng was not giving up on college entrance exams. He merely intended to represent the Zhengxi Dojo in the exams. "Li, as long as you return to school, I can offer you conditions that surpass the Zhengxi Dojo by 10 times. Director Zhang's bold declaration left the surrounding students somewhat bewildered. It had always been the dojo that poached from public schools. How did the tables turn today? Moreover, the head of the physical training hall personally came to poach a student. What kind of charm does Li Suifeng possess? "Director Zhang, I sincerely appreciate your consideration, but I have already signed a contract with Zhengxi Dojo, so I cannot return to school." Li Suifeng felt a tinge of regret. Had he known that Zhang Jingyi valued him so highly, he shouldn't have signed a contract with Zhengxi Dojo, but should have approached him directly. 200,000 Longhua by coins. This would be enough to purchase a 3-bedroom apartment in Xingho City. What a pity. Everything was too late. "Indeed, you signed a contract." Director Zhang's expression was deeply disappointed. This was a genius capable of shattering sandbags qualified to compete for the top 3 in this year's college entrance exams alongside Sukai. Now he could only watch helplessly as he joined another dojo. The loss for Zhong was enormous. Alas, there's nothing we can do now, but let's exchange contact information. If you ever need anything in the future, feel free to contact me. Filled with regrets, Director Zhang took out his phone. Li Suifeng nodded and scanned the QR code to add him. When Director Zhang left, he appeared dazed. Once he was gone, a commotion erupted in the spicy hot pot restaurant. All the students looked at Li Suifeng as if they had seen a ghost whispering about what had just happened. Without the need to compensate for the sandbags, Li Suifeng was no longer anxious. He finished his spicy hot pot in an orderly manner before leaving with Kai Su. The students' curiosity about the gossip was stronger than expected. In the following time, Li Suifeng's name quickly spread throughout Zhong. Discussions about Li Suifeng's exploits surged within the school. It was the afternoon after school. With a tired expression, Lan Aoshue walked alongside a slender boy in a white tank top. Lan Aoshue, you have been admitted to Tianhuan University through special circumstances. Why do you still insist on taking the college entrance exam? The slender boy asked, puzzled. Lan Aoshue replied calmly, Sukai people say that the talent for illusionists is weakest in the early stages. I want to prove to the world that they are wrong. Moreover, if I can enroll in the top 8 universities openly, why should I rely on backdoor methods? Lan Aoshue, I didn't expect the quiet you to have such a wild heart. It seems that we will be competing for the top spot in this martial arts exam. Sukai said with respect, his gaze. Lan Aoshue said nothing, but Sukai suddenly chuckled. By the way, this afternoon a rumor spread around campus. There's a student named Li Suifeng who also has the potential to compete for the top spot. Li Suifeng. Lan Aosh's eyes widened. Sukai continued to speak to himself. I heard this person shattered the sandbag on the power test because he is representing a dojo as an exam candidate, and director of the physical training hall personally sought him out, requesting him to return to school. Coincidentally, it seems that this person was in the same class as you. Buzz. Nearby, after listening to Sukai's narrative, Lan Aoshue felt as though there were buzzing flies in her ears constantly ringing. Her mind went blank in an instant. The Li Suifeng Sukai mentioned was indeed her former deskmate. But her deskmate Li Suifeng only had a grade talent. Why did he suddenly turn into a genius capable of shattering sandbags and competing for the top spot? Wait a minute. Could the Li Suifeng Kai Su mentioned be the same one who defeated Tang Hu? Lan Aoshue snapped back to reality and quickly took out her phone, sending a message to her childhood friend Tang. Tang, who are you at Jingxi Dojo? Please send me a picture of Li Suifeng. Moments later, Tang Hu sent a photo. Upon seeing the youth in the picture, Lan Aoshue's pupils dilated. Indeed, the Li Suifeng who defeated Tang Hu was her former deskmate. Was he the competitor for the top spot that Sukai mentioned? What on earth happened? Lan Aoshue was lost in thought, unable to piece together the events. How did her underperforming deskmate suddenly transform into a super genius? At Jingxi Dojo, Li Suifeng had just exited the independent training room when a flash of light flickered nearby. Tang Hu, if you're going to take a candid shot of me, at least don't use the flash. What do you mean? Li Suifeng glared at the corner. Tang Hu stuffed his phone into his pocket, looking panicked, wanting to say something, but afraid of exposing his stuttering flaw. Yuan Hao beside him forced a smile, while trembling Li Xiao, brother, who just thought you looked incredibly cool and wanted a photo of you as his screensaver. Next time, just ask to take a photo, we'll pose for you. Li Suifeng waved his hand with arrogance, causing Tang Hu's face to flush with embarrassment. I don't think you're cool. If it wasn't for Sister Xuen needing your photo, I wouldn't have taken it. Ignoring the embarrassed Tang Hu, Li Suifeng approached the dojo master's office, knocked on the door, and called out, Master Zhang, I need to talk to you about something. Please come in, Li Xiaoyu. Zhang Daong opened the door, personally welcoming Li Suifeng inside, and poured him a cup of tea. What brings you here, Li Xiaoyu? Master, I have mastered the Taizu Longquan, and wish to learn a new martial art to enhance my strength, hoping to achieve good results in the martial arts examination. Li Suifeng got straight to the point. Zhang Daong was not surprised by this. During Li Suifeng's battle with Tang Hu, he showcased a remarkably exquisite boxing technique. At that moment, he felt a sense of enlightenment. Li Xiaoyu, the boxing technique you displayed before was more refined than the Taizu Longquan, and it harmonized beautifully with your talent. May I ask what this boxing technique is? Zhang Daong asked with a smile. After mastering the Taizu Longquan, I began to experiment, trying to merge my boxing with my talent, unleashing greater combat power. To my surprise, I achieved some minor success. Li Suifeng spoke the lie he had long prepared. Zhang Daong's eyes lit up. The reason why the low-level martial arts in this world only have 2 realms is that the government intentionally curtailed them. The purpose of this is to stimulate students' desire to win and thirst for knowledge with limited martial arts content, encouraging them to deduce and create follow-up directions for martial arts. Low-level martial arts are straightforward and easy to understand. Unlike advanced martial arts, the difficulty of simple modifications and deductions is not as high as imagined. Every year, some students possess the ability to deduce low-level martial arts. Such individuals often have high martial wisdom. They are also one of the talents the country needs. I didn't expect Li Xiaoyo that in addition to your astonishing talent, your martial comprehension is also top-notch. In the future, you will undoubtedly become a pillar of our dragon country. Zhang Daong revealed a genuine smile. I can now confidently say that your chances of being admitted to the 8 major academies are at least 70%. Only that much. I believe it is 100%. Li Suifeng thought to himself, but asked aloud, what about the new martial art? Of course there's no problem. Although the exam is in just 2 days, with Li Xiaoyo's martial comprehension, you might just manage to learn a new martial art and enhance your strength somewhat. Zhang Daong took out a tablet. Li Suifeng browsed through it, his gaze landing on a martial art called Iron. Iron Post Technique is a defensive martial art that once learned can stabilize one's stance like a post, immovable as a mountain. Once mastered, its ability to withstand attacks can further improve. Isn't this a technique for horizontal practice? Li Sufeng's eyes brightened. Because of the compatibility issue between martial arts and talent, he could not select martial arts too carelessly. He had to consider whether these two could complement each other. Coincidentally, his new talent Golden Skin enhances skin resistance, allowing him to withstand simple weapon attacks. If paired with this defense-oriented Iron Post Technique, wouldn't his resistance increase, maybe even making him impervious to blades and spears? Li Suifeng immediately said, Master, I would like to choose the Iron Post Technique. That's fine. Zhang Daong nodded. After achieving some success in boxing, Li Sufeng's best choice would be to master a leg technique as well, to maintain balance and develop evenly. Although the Iron Post Technique is a defensive martial art, it also requires training the lower body strength to achieve full body protection. It is quite suitable for Li Suifeng. Transmitting the encrypted Iron Post Technique to Li Suifeng, Zhang Daong said, if you can grasp the Iron Post Technique in 2 days, that would be excellent. However, if you cannot, Li Xiao, you need not worry. With your current abilities, you are guaranteed to be in the top 5 in this examination. I can assure you of that. A great talent. Top-notch martial comprehension. In fact, based on the past 3 examinations, the guarantee would be a top 3 finish. Zhang Daong conservatively estimated this, because this year's examination has many exceptional candidates. Thank you for your kind words, Master. I will work hard. Li Suifeng thanked him and left. Because it was getting late, he did not return to the independent practice room, but went straight home. After eating the large pig trotter cooked by his mother, he returned to his bedroom and began to read the Iron Post Technique. Half an hour later, he had memorized the basic content of the Iron Post Technique and decisively opened the panel. Li Suifeng Realm Awakening Level 0 Physique, 21 Spirit, 17 Talent Fierce Light, a Grade Golden Skin, Grade Martial Arts, None Martial Techniques, Tianguang Longquan Major Achievement, Iron Post Technique, Unlearned Talent Points, 2360. During these past few days, aside from staying at the dojo, Li Suifeng had been going outside the city to hunt monsters whenever he had the chance. His talent points reached a new high, accumulating to 2,400 points, and this was still on the premise that he had spent talent points to upgrade the Tianguang Longquan to Major Achievement. If he hadn't upgraded Tianguang Longquan, his talent points would have approached 3,000. And because Tianguang Longquan had reached Major Achievement coupled with his natural improvements, his physique also reached 21 points, completely exceeding his spiritual power. System: how many talent points are needed to upgrade Iron Post Technique to Mastery? Li Suifeng silently inquired. The system replied, it requires 200 talent points. 200. That's not too much, let's upgrade it. Li Suifeng decisively murmured. Consuming 200 talent points, Iron Post Technique upgraded to Mastery. Physique 6. As the system's text flashed by, Li Sufeng's lower body visibly swelled, and the athletic pants that were somewhat loose a second ago now looked a bit like tight pants. My physique increased so much. I must have chosen the right technique with Iron Post Technique. Li Sufeng's eyes brightened, but he fell into a dilemma. Should I upgrade Golden Skin first? Once his talent points reached 1,000, Golden Skin would already qualify for an upgrade. Li Suifeng had been holding off on the upgrade, still somewhat reluctant. He wanted to upgrade his Grade Talent Fierce Light to Grade before considering anything else. But currently it seems that even if the talent points really accumulate to 3,000, it would not be enough to upgrade Fierce Light. I heard that the practical assessment of the martial arts examination is to hunt monsters in the trial grounds. At that time, I can completely accumulate talent points while taking the exam. Perhaps I'll have a chance to accumulate to 5,000 points. I guess I should hold off for now. Li Sufeng's thoughts were clear as he abandoned the idea of upgrading Golden Skin. After taking another look at with a physique of 27 and spirit of 17, my total life force is 44 points, which far exceeds the requirements for a preliminary martial artist. Once my total life force exceeds 70, I will meet the requirements for a formal martial artist, qualifying as a first-tier martial artist. At that time, I will be able to receive the martial artist subsidy from the government every month, right? Li Sufeng's expression was filled with anticipation. The martial artist subsidy is a fund regularly distributed by the government to reward martial artists. A first-tier martial artist can receive 5,000 yuan every month. While it's not a large amount, it is stable. As long as Li Suifeng is alive, this money will continue to be issued. This money may not be of much use to Li Suifeng. However, if given to his mother, it could greatly improve their family's living conditions. He had been relying on her for so long. Li Suifeng also wished to repay his parents quickly and help the family. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, 2 days have passed. The highly anticipated day of the college entrance examination has finally arrived. In the early morning, Li Suifeng stepped out of his bedroom and discovered that his mother had prepared a feast. His father, with graying hair and dressed in work clothes unusually, did not go to work, but sat at the dining table waiting. Xiaofeng, today is the college entrance exam. Why are you waking up so late? Is the pressure too much? Li Jiaming asked with a stern expression. It's just a liberal arts exam. What pressure could there be? Li Suifeng shrugged and took a seat at the table. At this time it was still early. His younger sister Li Jiayue was leaning back in her chair, still dozing off. Seeing Li Suifeng arrive, she rubbed her eyes and, looking dazed, asked, "Brother, is it time to eat?" "It's time to eat, little girl." Li Suifeng smiled and gave her a playful poke on the tip of her nose. Wang Wen got up to serve rice from the kitchen, filling a bowl to the brim for Li Suifeng. "Son, don't feel pressured. Just do your best in the exam. Even if we can't get into Wuke University, it's okay. After you graduate, you can work in your father's factory, where you'll earn over 3,000 a month, enough to support the family." Wang Wen reassured as she served him vegetables. His parents obviously still did not know about his changes and continued to see him as a mediocre student with only an A-level talent. Li Suifeng smiled, but did not explain. He was already prepared. On the day of the Wuke live broadcast, he would definitely surprise his parents. After breakfast, the family of 4 went downstairs together. His father unlocked the electric scooter and patted the back seat, saying, "Xiaofeng, I took leave from the team leader today. We can be late by an hour. Let me take you to the exam site first." Li Suifeng did not refuse and sat on the back seat of the scooter after a long time. "Brother, good luck." Li Jiayue waved her little fist, looking exceedingly cute. Wang Wen smiled, but said nothing, though her fists were clenched tightly, clearly anxious. "Child, are you sure you don't want me to wait for you outside the exam site?" "Mom, it's just a small exam. What's there to wait for? You can stay at home with Yaya." Li Suifeng encouraged his mother with a confident smile. Wang Wen nodded, not saying anything further, mostly worried that if she spoke too much her son would get annoyed and it might affect his exam results. The electric scooter sped away, and half an hour later they arrived at the entrance of the 3rd high school. After getting off the scooter, Li Suifeng found it was still early with some time left before the exam site closed, so he asked, "Dad, if I had 200,000, what kind of house could I buy in Xingho City?" Li Jiaming widened his eyes and asked, "Child, why are you asking this?" "Oh, just casually asking." "Well, with 200,000 you could buy a second-hand 2-bedroom apartment in the old town without any problem. So a new 3-bedroom apartment in the new district would probably start at 50 or 60,000, huh?" Li Suifeng gained a clear understanding of the housing prices in this world and nodded, saying, "Dad, once the college entrance exam is over, I'll work hard to help our family move to a bigger house." "What are you talking about, child? Right now you should focus on your studies. With your mother and I here, you shouldn't be worrying about family matters." Li Jiaming's tone grew heavier, but he was deeply moved inside. His son, still in his final year of high school, was already thinking about family matters. He could only blame himself for being an ordinary worker, not being able to provide his son with a better life, which led to such maturity at a young age. "Okay, Dad, I'll listen to you." Li Suifeng grinned, chatted about random topics with his father for a while, and then walked into the exam hall. Watching his son leave, Li Jiaming wiped his slightly moistened eyes and rode off on the electric scooter towards the factory. Student ID. From the crowd full of parents, a path was squeezed through as Li Suifeng was stopped by the security guard. He showed his identity card from the Zhengxi dojo, and the guard looked at him in surprise. Students selected by the dojo may not be super geniuses, but they are definitely not weak. After all, the various dojos are not fools. They wouldn't allocate limited college entrance exam slots to mediocre individuals. They also hope that the candidates can achieve good results, serving as a strong advertisement for them. "Go on in." The guard let him pass, and Li Suifeng entered the school, arriving at the exam hall. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the exam officially began. Similar to the college entrance examination in Blue Star, the liberal arts exam consists of 6 subjects: Chinese, mathematics, foreign language, cultural studies, and physics. However, in this world, martial arts are emphasized over literature. The liberal arts exam does not span 2 days, but is conducted in 1 day. The total score for the liberal arts is 750 points, and students must score over 500 to be admitted to a liberal arts university. However, for students in the martial arts class, scoring 0 in liberal arts will not affect their future, because the liberal arts score accounts for less than 10 of the total score for the martial arts exam. Assuming one scores full marks in all 6 liberal arts subjects, it would only translate to a score of 75 when converted to the martial arts exam. The morning exam included Chinese, mathematics, and foreign language. Li Suifeng, who had never reviewed, had little knowledge in his head. He relied on instinct for fill-in-the-blank and multiple-choice questions. He simply skipped the questions he didn't understand. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the first day of the liberal arts examination officially concluded. Li Suifeng walked out of the exam hall with a relaxed expression. Some students like him were lighthearted and indifferent to the exam results. These were students from the martial arts class focused primarily on martial arts. Some other students were either anxious or frustrated. These were ordinary class students who had not awakened their talents or had poor talents relying solely on the liberal arts exam for their future. Returning home, Wang Wen stood up from the sofa and asked anxiously, "Son, how did you do on the exam?" "Pretty good." To ease his mother's worries, Li Suifeng fabricated a response. In reality, he was certain that he wouldn't score over 500 on the liberal arts exam. "That's good." Wang Wen smiled with relief. "Your dad has to work overtime today and won't be back until 9. I'll go make dinner." She hurriedly walked into the kitchen to get busy. After dinner, Li Suifeng returned to his room, still feeling hungry. His physical condition was continuously improving. Li Suifeng's body had become stronger, and his demand for food was increasing. His mother did not notice anything unusual and prepared the same amount of food as usual. Little did she know that this amount of food was barely enough to fill Li Suifeng's gaps. Gurgle gurgle. Li Suifeng took out the only tube of nutritional potion from the drawer and drank it in large gulps, feeling full afterward. Physical condition 1. System text flashed before his eyes, and Li Suifeng was not surprised. The nutritional potion contained potent energy that not only filled the stomach, but also enhanced the user's physical attributes. Having consumed the nutritional potion, these days Li Suifeng occasionally gained a point in physical condition. This was also why his physical condition exceeded his mental state so quickly. No wonder the rich kids are all strong and powerful. They have plenty of nutritional potions every day, making it hard for their bodies to be weak. Li Suifeng grinned. Not being a rich kid had to rely on himself to buy nutritional potions. After killing demon beasts in the wild, he would take valuable parts back to the city to sell, and combined with the reward from Zhengqi Dojo, he could afford to consume nutritional potions daily. The nutritional potion he just drank was his last tube of stock. At present, he only had a little over 1,000 Longhua coins left in his account. "Once I achieve good results in this college entrance exam, Zhang Daong will give me a bonus of 200,000. I'll find some ways to earn money so I can strive to buy a bigger house for my family before heading to university." Li Suifeng's eyes sparkled as he silently vowed. The next morning, while preparing breakfast, Wang Wen heard some noise and walked to the kitchen, where she saw Li Suifeng leisurely walking out of his bedroom. "Son, why are you up so early?" Wang Wen asked in confusion. As an ordinary class student, her son only needed to participate in the written examination. Therefore, with yesterday's completion, his college entrance examination was considered over. Logically, he should be resting well, right? Why is he still up so early? "Mom, there's only an hour left until the exam." "Is this early?" Li Suifeng grinned and leaned his head into the kitchen. "Did you slack off this morning? Breakfast isn't ready yet." "It's almost done." Wang Wen entered the kitchen and soon came out holding a bowl of egg noodles. As Li Suifeng ate, Wang Wen sighed. She believed her son was up so early to cheer for Kai Su at the exam. Despite being a rich kid, Kai Su had none of the typical wealthy second-generation flaws and had a very close relationship with her son. As a liberal arts student, her son wasn't qualified to take the martial arts exam, but it was only right for him to cheer for his buddy. "Mom, are you free tonight?" Li Suifeng asked while slurping his noodles. "Nothing much, why do you ask?" Wang Wen was puzzled. Li Suifeng revealed a mysterious smile. "If that's the case, remember to turn on the Xingho Education channel in the afternoon to watch the martial arts exam live. There will be a surprise then." "Surprise?" Wang Wen showed a look of suspicion as Li Suifeng put down his bowl and said, "I'm full, Mom. I'm heading to the exam now." What could this surprise be? Watching Li Suifeng leave home, Wang Wen still felt a bit dazed. There was no little electric scooter from Dad to send him off. Li Suifeng quickly arrived at the exam venue of the 3rd high school. After verifying his identity card, he followed the crowd to the physical training hall of the 3rd high school. The physical training hall was divided into multiple areas: the comprehension exam area, the physical fitness exam area, and the mental exam area. Li Suifeng quickly arrived at the comprehension exam area by following the directional signs. There were many students queuing in this area. Li Suifeng was positioned toward the back of the line. After half an hour, he reached the front. Before him stood a temporarily constructed warehouse divided into multiple rooms, each guarded by several examiners. Li Suifeng approached the nearest passageway, number 3, took out his identity card, and verified his identity in front of the machine's camera. Only then did the examiner allow him to pass. Following the passage, Li Suifeng entered a room in the warehouse. Inside there was a long table, a wooden bench, and a helmet placed on the table. "This is the virtual reality helmet. Candidates, please wear it," said an elderly man with white hair sitting across from the long table, speaking sternly. Li Suifeng sat on the wooden bench and put on the virtual helmet. The helmet allowed the wearer's consciousness to enter the vast network space, making the virtual world closely resemble reality. It was one of the greatest inventions of the Kanglan realm. In the next moment, Li Sufing's consciousness arrived in a space resembling an art studio. This was the virtual examination venue for martial arts comprehension. Inside, there was a special magnetic field that could interfere with and pressure the candidates' minds. Suddenly, a huge blackboard appeared before him. On the blackboard was a painting depicting a man of indescribable grandeur, standing on a mountain peak, facing the brilliant starry sky, leaving Li Suifeng with an awe-inspiring silhouette. Starry Sky Martial God Zhan Wuge. Li Sufing's eyes sparkled with fervor. Zhan Wuge was the first supreme powerhouse in human history. He was also among the first martial artists to awaken his talents after being cleansed by the world's spiritual energy. He pioneered the martial arts cultivation of this realm, allowing countless awakened successors to step onto the martial path. Moreover, he defeated the demon emperor, establishing a free kingdom for humanity that continues to this day. His magnificent deeds are recorded in textbooks of students from various countries, taking 7 days and nights to recount fully. Li Suifeng himself was an ardent admirer of Zhan Wuge. Candidate Li Suifeng, in 1 minute the martial god silhouette will disappear from your sight. You must use your mind as a pen to replicate the martial god silhouette on the blackboard. The system will score your martial arts comprehension based on the completion of your replication. The voice of the elderly examiner echoed in his ears. Then a 60-second countdown appeared before him. Li Suifeng widened his eyes, staring intently at the martial god silhouette, trying to imprint every detail of the painting into his mind. A minute passed. The painting on the blackboard indeed disappeared. The exam begins with 30 minutes allotted. Please quickly replicate the martial god silhouette. As the examiner's cold voice faded, the 30-minute countdown began. Has it already been a minute? I feel like I haven't completely memorized the details of the martial god picture. Although Li Suifeng felt a bit unsure, he began to replicate the martial god picture on the blackboard, using his mind as a pen. As the lines were drawn, the majestic silhouette of the martial god slowly took shape on the blackboard. 10 minutes later, the martial god image on the blackboard became three-dimensional. However, it still lacked color and some details in the attire compared to the original. The replication degree displayed above the blackboard was 70. This meant that Li Suifeng could at least score 70% in martial arts comprehension. This little score is insufficient. Li Suifeng continued to replicate with his mind, but was astonished to find that his speed began to slow down dramatically. Moreover, his head started to throb, and his eyes felt a sharp pain. The later the replication goes, the harder it becomes, increasingly testing a person's comprehension. Although 70 replication indicates that my comprehension is above average as a chosen one, this score is far from enough. Li Suifeng gritted his teeth, enduring the discomfort in his head and eyes, forcing himself to continue. Time continued to pass. The martial god picture on the blackboard had been replicated to 85. At this point, Li Sufing's memory became extremely chaotic, and he even started to forget the appearance of the martial god. His eyes began to bleed, and his head felt like it was being stabbed by needles. I will give it my all. If it were someone else, they might have given up on replication due to the pain. But Li Sufing's face showed ferocity as he let out a scream in his heart. Then details like stars, the moon, and clouds appeared in the martial god picture. The replication degree also rose to 90. If Li Suifeng gave up now, he would still score 180 in comprehension. This score would be outstanding in any previous years. After all, those who could achieve 150 points were considered to have decent comprehension talent. This 180 points certainly belonged to an exceptional level. Not enough. Still not enough. Keep going. Li Suifeng stared with bloodshot eyes fixated on the black and white, using his mind as a pen and drawing frantically. Gradually, blood stained his eyes, making his vision blurry. He could no longer see the martial god picture on the black and white. Just then the examiner's voice abruptly sounded. Time's up. The comprehension exam has concluded. Candidate Li Suifeng achieved a replication degree of 96, scoring 192 points. Now please remove the helmet. This is it. The blackboard and the martial god picture suddenly vanished. The pain in his head and eyes dissipated without a trace. Li Suifeng took off the helmet and discovered that his entire body was soaked in cold sweat. He felt weaker than after fighting 100 wild beasts. Across the table, the examiner's face showed a hint of admiration. Young man, being able to replicate the martial god picture to 96 in a high-pressure and chaotic virtual world, your comprehension is already on par with the top scorer in the previous entrance exam. Very impressive. As an examiner, he had no reason to converse with students. However, having witnessed the birth of a genius, he couldn't help but express his emotions. If I can hold on for a little longer, perhaps I can reach a 97 or 98 in mimicry. Unfortunately, the examiner was quite satisfied with Li Sufing's performance. However, Li Suifeng himself felt somewhat The examiner handed Li Suifeng a vial of red potion. This is a recovery potion. It can quickly restore your energy. After taking it, head to the next exam room. By the way, you are a natural element candidate. Yes, teacher. Li Suifeng took the potion and drank it, feeling his energy rapidly returning. Then you will be going to the mental exam next. After exiting, turn left. For a genius like Li Suifeng, the usually aloof examiner spoke more than usual. Thank you, teacher. Li Suifeng expressed his gratitude and left the examination room, returning to the hall through the back door. The comprehension of martial arts seems to have no direct correlation with mental strength. It tests more of one's creativity. On the way to the next exam room, Li Suifeng reflected on what had just happened. The latter part of the comprehension test. He could hardly remember the appearance of the martial god diagram. All mimicry relies on instinct. According to the examiner, my martial arts comprehension is exceptional, yet there's no option for comprehension value on the panel. I haven't enhanced my comprehension through the system, so my comprehension is purely natural. Though my talent is poor, my martial arts comprehension is quite astonishing. I feel somewhat satisfied. With a hint of satisfaction, Li Suifeng arrived at the mental exam area. The second phase of the martial arts exam differs for natural and superhuman candidates. The superhuman exam tests physical fitness, assessing strength, endurance, agility. To determine scores. The natural element exam only tests mental strength for scoring. After a period of waiting, Li Suifeng verified his identity card and entered the mental exam room. This is a closed room. There are no examiners present. However, 10 cameras are installed in every corner, fully tracking Li Suifeng. At the top of the room, there is a half-meter diameter cyberpunk-style mental sensing orb. Candidate Li Suifeng, the countdown will begin in 30 seconds. You need to showcase your talent without reservation. A voice from the sound system belonged to an examiner, followed by the countdown sound. Waiting for the countdown to Li Suifeng, who was already prepared, had a fierce look on his face, with his muscles tensed and rippling, and golden light, like flames, spreading across his skin. Talent, the blazing light. At the moment the talent was displayed, Li Suifeng's energy began to drain rapidly. The sensing orb above also flickered with a cold glimmer. 30 seconds later, the golden light on his body could not be contained and began to vanish. Li Suifeng's face showed shock. Concentrating entirely and showcasing my talent without reservation, can I only maintain it for 30 seconds with my energy? On regular days, when Li Suifeng fought, he would also use his talent. However, he wouldn't use it so indiscriminately. Thus, the speed of energy consumption would slow down and the state of the blazing light could be extended, typically lasting around 2 to 3 minutes. Once his energy was exhausted, Li Suifeng would have to forcefully cancel his talent. However, with recovery potions and other supplements, he could quickly restore his energy and use his talent again. When hunting monsters in the wild, he often used this approach. Exam complete. Candidate Li Suifeng's mental strength is 17.6, scoring 176 points. You may now exit the exam room. The cold voice resonated again, and Li Suifeng nodded slightly. This mental sensing orb was surprisingly more precise than the system's evaluation. It even assessed his mental strength to a decimal point. Impressive. After leaving the mental exam room, Li Suifeng felt quite good. The total score for the martial arts exam is 1,000 points. Among these, basic cultural scores account for 75 points, comprehension scores for 200 points, and both mental and physical qualities also account for 200 points. The remaining 525 points must be obtained through practical assessments. So far, without counting the cultural scores, Li Suifeng's total comprehension and mental scores have reached 368 points. This score is close to the cutoff for a second-tier martial arts university, around 400. And the practical assessment is an area where Li Suifeng can easily score. Why? Quite simply. In recent days, aside from staying at the dojo, Li Suifeng has been hunting monsters outside the city. The combat experience he has accumulated is richer than any other student. He knows the strengths and weaknesses of various monsters, and he is fully aware of which monsters are tough, and which. Given this, it seems the 8 major universities are basically secured. What I need to consider now is which university to attend. While other candidates are still nervously anxious about their performances in the current exam, Li Suifeng is already looking ahead, popping the champagne early. Li Suifeng is not afraid to set a flag. To forge iron, one must be strong enough. As long as his strength is solid, what is there to fear? At noon, not wanting to trouble his mother, Li Suifeng resolved to have lunch at a nearby street stall. He ordered a supersized pork chop rice, eating while taking out his phone. Oldly, how did your exam go today? I only got 100 points for comprehension and 150 points for physical fitness. My performance was just average. Damn. I heard that monster Su Kai scored 157 in comprehension and a perfect score in physical fitness, also one of the only 2 perfect scores at our school. Oldly, you must be wondering why Su Kai is one of the only 2 perfect scores. It's simple, because Lan Aoshua also took the college entrance exam. Not only did she score 180 in comprehension, but she also achieved a perfect score in mental strength. This girl is unbelievable. Even though she has already been exempted from the entrance exam by Tianhuan University, she still came to take the college entrance exam, aiming to overshadow us little geniuses, leaving us with no way out. Kai-Su had finished his 2 subjects long ago and sent messages every so often. Li Suifeng was quite surprised. Su Kai's physical fitness is indeed extraordinary, but his comprehension is average, so his total score is still below Li Suifeng's. But what about that girl Lan Aoshua? It's one thing to achieve a perfect score in mental strength, but her comprehension score is not that far from his. Currently, she leads him by 12 points. Her mental strength has already exceeded 20. Lan Aoshua is truly a monster deserving of special admission. Li Suifeng sighed, gradually regaining his composure. If his talent value is sufficient to elevate the blazing light to his class talent, his mental strength would likely also exceed 20 enough to obtain a perfect score. Unfortunately, his talent value is still a bit lacking, making it temporarily impossible to upgrade this talent. However, as long as he continues to accumulate, raising his talent to class is just a matter of time. Before long, he will be able to catch up with Lan Aokshu's mental strength. Old Li, how many points did you score? At this moment, Kai-Su sent another message inquiring. Li Suifeng replied directly. I don't know about the cultural score, but I got 192 in comprehension and 176 in mental strength. What? You actually surpassed Su Kai. Damn, doesn't that make you the current 2nd place at our school? Just behind Lan Aoshua. Old Li, what on earth have you been doing all this time? Are you eating brain tonic every day? This was too insane. Kai-Su was shocked by Li Suifeng's score. Li Suifeng, however, remained calm. Brother G, it's just basic operations, nothing special. 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The entrance of the first middle school is crowded with people. Why are there so many people? Damn, Ministry of Education, I'm going to be crushed. Are you trying to cause a stampede? Why can't they set up 2 more examination rooms? Stop complaining. The teleportation array is too expensive. Aside from the first middle school, no other school has it. Just bear with it for now. When Li Suifeng arrived, he was surrounded by constant complaints. Ignoring the chaos around him, he raised a hand. Brother G. Nearby, Kai-Su, who was facing off against a towering 2-meter-tall student, let out a long sigh of relief. Kid, it's not that I can't push past you, but my brother is coming, and I don't want to deal with you. Consider yourself lucky. After saying this, Kai-Su quickly made his way to Li Suifeng. Old Li, when we get to the trial secret realm, I'll hold off the monsters, and you just need to cheer me on from the back. Kai-Su had a confident look on his face. Alright, let's get into the examination room first. There are too many people here, I'm running out of oxygen. Li Suifeng patted Kai-Su on the shoulder, causing the latter's muscles to tense up, veins bulging like twisted earthworms as he pushed through the crowd toward the entrance of the first middle school. Old Li, I've activated my talent giant strength. We're short on time. Hurry up and keep up. Without needing Kai-Su to remind him, Li Suifeng immediately stuck close behind and followed him to the entrance. Are you crazy? Activating your talent before even entering the examination room. Where did this lunatic come from? You must have a lot of strength, right? Aren't you afraid of failing the exam? Kai's arrogant behavior drew a lot of curses from other students. Once they passed the inspection and entered the campus, he popped a returning pill into his mouth, chewing it like a bean, grunting, I've got strength and money. If you don't believe it, activate your talent too. The crowd was speechless, and some continued to curse. Damn fatso, when we get to the trial secret realm, I'm going to beat you up. Count me in, that fat guy is too infuriating, I have to take him down. Kai-Su was ready to retort, but Li Suifeng immediately pulled him back. Forget it, Brother G. According to the rules of the practical assessment, students are allowed to battle each other. The more hatred you draw, the more pressure we'll face in the examination room. Oldly, that seems to be the case, but why didn't you say so earlier? Kai's expression changed. The last part of the martial arts exam is a real battle where all the candidates from the city are teleported to the trial secret realm. Within the trial secret realm, countless monsters bred by the government await. Candidates enter to hunt these monsters and earn exam points. This is the main theme. However, the Ministry of Education has not explicitly prohibited candidates from battling each other within the secret realm. Thus, some students will actively attack others during the exam. Some do it for revenge, while others aim to reduce competition, ensuring they earn more points for themselves. Right now, before the exam has even started, drawing the ire of the masses is definitely unwise. Kai-Su instantly shrank back and put on a mask. Damn fatso, now you know to be afraid. I've already memorized your face. You're definitely going to suffer later. Huh. This is what you get for showing off earlier. Some began to mock, causing Kai's face to turn red with anger as he pulled Li Suifeng toward the teleportation site. Soon Li Suifeng and Kai-Su arrived outside the playground of the first middle school. The ground of the playground was entirely paved with expensive spirit energy stones. At the center and along the edges there were 8 valuable spatial spirit energy stones, forming a massive teleportation array encompassing the entire playground. Surrounding the teleportation array were examiners and security personnel. After Li Suifeng and Kai-Su verified their identities and put on the scoring wristbands handed to them by the examiners, they finally entered. As time passed, it unknowingly approached 2 o'clock in the afternoon. At this moment, a middle-aged man wearing a Zhongshan suit with graying temples and thick fingers, the Minister of Education, stepped forward to the crowd. His hawk-like eyes scanned the audience. After nodding solemnly, he spoke loudly, "Students, the practical exam is about to begin. You will soon be teleported to the trial secret realm. The exam duration is 1 day, meaning you will spend both day and night. A full 24 hours in the trial secret realm. There are countless monsters within the secret realm, each possessing varying exam points. You may hunt them individually or in teams to earn your exam points. The total score for this practical assessment is 525 points. Best of luck to all of you." With that, the Minister of Education strode away, and the teleportation array erupted in dazzling white light, engulfing all students. When the white light faded, all the students had vanished from their original spots. Meanwhile, after experiencing a dizzying sensation and weightlessness, Li Suifeng opened his eyes to find himself no longer on the playground of the first middle school, but on a vast plain. To the south, there was a dense and expansive forest. To the north were snow-capped mountains. To the west lay endless yellow sand under a scorching sun. Including the plain where he currently stood, the secret realm featured 4 different environments coexisting, which was very peculiar. Is this the legendary secret realm? It is indeed unique. Li Suifeng nodded to himself and looked up at the sky. High above, drones flew by like flocks of birds, their high-definition cameras constantly spinning. Every corner of the secret realm is filled with drones. Under their surveillance, this exam will be broadcast live. If my mom turns on the Starfire platform, she might just see me. Hee, it's my first time on live broadcast. I must put on a big show for my mom. Li Suifeng waved his fists and glanced at the red wristband on his arm. This wristband has functions such as location tracking, score calculation, and monitoring physical condition. If someone gets injured, the wristband will promptly provide a health assessment to see if they can continue the exam. If the assessment indicates a risk of death, the examinee will be taken away by the staff who teleported them. This is also to prevent deaths during the examination. Fighting monsters is no joke. In fact, every year during the college entrance examination, even with adequate security measures, there will always be 1 or 2 fatalities. Injuries are also something many students cannot avoid. In such a dangerous situation, the Ministry of Education has never changed the practical rules, and the reason is quite simple. In this world, monsters run rampant, heavenly demons wreak havoc, and alien races are worthy of extermination. Ordinary humans are like ants before them. Only warriors with formidable strength can fight against them. Thus, warriors must shoulder greater social responsibilities and bear the duty of protecting the nation and the world. Especially powerful warriors who will inevitably have to confront these monsters in the future. Practical exams may indeed increase the mortality rate among students, but they also hone their willpower, accumulating experience in battling monsters. Only by doing so can students have a higher survival rate in life and death struggles with monsters once they become true warriors. The path of martial arts is not easy. Reflecting on these matters, Li Suifeng sighed. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang in his ears. "Brother, what level of talent do you have? Are you interested in forming a team?" Li Suifeng turned his head and saw a tall youth in a naughty combat suit approaching with a confident smile. Beside him was a petite girl dressed in a Xiangqi combat suit. "Is Chicken Brother not by my side? Looks like he got teleported away." Li Suifeng glanced around, but couldn't find Kai Zu's figure. To prevent candidates from grouping up beforehand, the teleportation array scatters their teleportation locations. Chicken Brother might have been sent to some corner. Finding him in this vast secret realm is not easy. However, even if he can't team up with Chicken Brother, Li Suifeng was uninterested in teaming with others. "I'm not interested in forming a team." Saying this, he turned to leave. The smile on the youth's face froze. He glanced at the girl beside him, feeling humiliated, and shouted, "Brat, stop right there." Li Suifeng turned back, asking, "What else do you want?" "Daring to reject me, Tung Yunlong, which school are you from?" The youth suppressed his anger, his face flushed as he growled. Li Suifeng coldly replied, "It doesn't matter which school I'm from. What's important is that if you delay me from hunting monsters, I will turn you into a Tingyun insect. You're looking for death." Tung Yunlong roared in fury, flames igniting on his body, muscles taut and rippling, giving off an extremely ferocious aura. Swish! A shadow leaped from the nearby grass, darting towards Li Suifeng's arm before Tung Yunlong could. "It's a green vine snake. It's venomous." The petite girl screamed, hiding behind Tung Yunlong. "I'm terrified of snakes. This brat got bitten by a green vine snake right at the start. He's going to be eliminated." "Ha ha, serves him right." Tung Yunlong released his fire talent, the anger on his face turning into glee. The green vine snake, a first-tier demon beast though small in size, contains potent venom. If bitten, the toxin spreads throughout the body within 10 minutes, and without timely treatment, death is inevitable. In every previous assessment, any student bitten by a green vine snake was basically doomed. The snake's venom is too difficult to deal with unless the student possesses detoxification talent. But such talents are exceedingly rare, a 1 in 1,000 chance. Brat daring to act tough in front of me, Tung Yunlong, this is your fate. Tung Yunlong sneered mockingly. Little did he know in the next moment a large hand struck the green vine snake on its forehead. With a crack its head exploded, blood and venom splattering as the corpse fell to the ground. Li Suifeng shook his hand, and apart from 2 faint bite marks on his arm there were no other injuries. Not to mention any signs of the toxin darkening his skin. The fangs of the green vine snake didn't even break his arm. How is this possible? The petite girl covered her mouth, very surprised. You're not poisoned. Tung Yunlong's expression slightly changed. Li Suifeng coldly said, if you don't want to taste my iron fist, then get lost. You. Tung Yunlong gritted his teeth in anger, but Li Suifeng had already turned to leave. He wanted to chase, but thinking of Li Suifeng slapping the green vine snake to death, he felt an inexplicable sense of dread. Tung classmate, if he doesn't want to form a team, then let it go. The petite girl tugged at Tung Yunlong's sleeve. Chow, I'll give you face and won't argue with this guy. However, the direction this guy went has a lot of movement, indicating there are quite a few demon beasts. Let's go check it out first. Tung Yunlong descended the steps, and then followed after Li Suifeng. Kill the green vine snake, talent points 10. On the other side, as Li Suifeng walked quickly across the plain, he looked at the system message in front of him and nodded with satisfaction. Sure enough, the demon beasts in the trial secret realm, although specially raised by the government, are not as wild or powerful as wild demon beasts, but they can still bring me talent points. This trial secret realm is no different from a large monster hunting ground. I'm going to get rich. Li Suifeng shouted wildly in his heart, and looked at the ring on his wrist. A number 5 appeared on it, indicating that this dead green vine snake granted him 5 points in the exam. If a first-tier demon beast is worth 5 exam points, then if I kill another 105 first-tier demon beasts, wouldn't I get a perfect score? This exam is way too easy. Li Suifeng shook his head, slightly feeling a bit disinterested. He had killed far more demon beasts in the wild over these days. Killing 105 demon beasts is too easy for him, lacking any challenge. A new discovery. Li Suifeng continued walking and saw 5 large toads, each over a meter wide with thick limbs and covered in fleshy bumps lying in the grass ahead. Black mist toads, first-tier demon beasts, can release toxic black mist from the bumps on their backs, which not only contains traces of paralyzing toxin, but also obscures vision. Basic knowledge about black mist toads popped into his mind. Li Suifeng did not rush to act, but crouched down and slowly approached the 5 black mist toads. He dares to approach so many black mist toads. He's quite bold. Not far away, Chow showed a nervous expression. To put it nicely, he's bold. To put it harshly, he's reckless. Chow watched closely. This brat is about to suffer. Tung Yunlong had a disdainful expression, but before he could finish his sentence, in the distance, swish. A layer of golden light spread over Li Suifeng's body. He no longer crouched, but charged forward in large strides. The 10-meter distance was crossed in an instant. His fist wrapped in golden light smashed into the forehead of a black mist toad. Bang! Before that black mist toad could make any move, its forehead caved in, blood bursting from its eyes and ears. Quack, quack, quack. The remaining 4 black mist toads cried out in anger, while the bumps on their backs opened like flower buds. Rustle. Black mist erupted from their poison sacs, spreading into the air. Bang bang. Li Suifeng jumped into the mist, his fists hammering down. Once again, 2 black mist toads crashed to the ground. The remaining 2, croaking in panic, didn't have time to attack Li Suifeng, and kicked their legs, wildly jumping away. They were scared off. What? Tung Yunlong's pupils shrank, his jaw dropped in shock, unable to close it for a long time. 5 black mist toads in just one encounter, 3 dead, and 2 escaped. Is this brat a monster? The petite girl beside him had stars in her eyes. Is this student really that strong? Is he Sukai from 2nd High? Or Sun Yu from 6th High? Tung Yunlong's face turned red, feeling hot all over. Just a second ago, he had said Li Suifeng was doomed. Little did he know the next second, he would show his power. This slap to the face was quicker than a whirlwind. The talent points I've earned, how could I let them slip away? In the mist, Li Suifeng glared at the 2 escaping black mist toads, wanting to chase after them. But he was surprised to find that the black mist brought a chilling sensation, causing his limbs to stiffen. The traces of paralyzing toxin in the mist are invading my body. I need to leave this area first. Li Suifeng jumped out of the black mist, and the stiffness in his limbs slowly disappeared. When he raised his head, the 2 toads had already been swallowed by the weeds, disappearing from sight. Li Suifeng stomped his foot in anger and turned to glare at Tung Yunlong. Hey. With just a glance, Tung Yunlong's heart nearly stopped, and he retreated repeatedly. Li Suifeng cursed. You jinx, you made me miss 2 monsters. Damn. Tung Yunlong looked aggrieved. You can pin this on me. You're too unreasonable. However, having witnessed Li Suifeng's terrifying strength, he dared not retort, and meekly looked at the girl. Chow, there are too few demon beasts here, we should change places. Suddenly a fragrance wafted by. The girl named Chow walked past Tung Yunlong with enthusiasm, and approached Li Suifeng saying, classmate, you're so strong. I'm Zhong Xiao from 7th High, who can we team up? Hey. Tung Yunlong nearly coughed up blood in anger. Had he just been bullheaded in front of everyone? At a moment of deep humiliation, Tung Yunlong was struck by disgrace, while Zhong Xiao gazed at Li Suifeng with adoration, waiting for a response. She believed her charm was unparalleled, capable of making any student bow at her feet. However, to her surprise, Li Suifeng replied indifferently, "Women only hinder my draw of the sword. I have no interest in women, especially those who abandon their lovers." Abandon? I didn't. I just met him recently. Zhong Qiaoqiu's expression turned aggrieved. Li Suifeng chose to ignore her, dismissing this scheming girl with a glance that said, "Don't follow me," and headed deeper into the plane. "Did you really abandon me? You must be gay." Zhong Xiao, taken aback by Li Suifeng's disregard, stomped her feet in anger and cursed. After a bout of insults, she approached Tung Yunlong without a hint of shame, saying, "Classmate Tung, I think we have better chemistry together. How about we continue teaming up?" Get lost. The practical exam was in full swing. Many citizens of Xingho City turned on their televisions, tuning into the Xingho Education Channel to watch this exam that would determine the fates of many students. From the aerial view provided by drones, the television screen constantly switched angles, showcasing the heroic figures of numerous young boys and girls. In a dated living room that exuded a sense of nostalgia, Li Jiayue, on break from her college entrance exam, was licking a lollipop while watching television. "Mom, why hasn't my brother appeared yet?" After waiting for some time, without seeing Li Suifeng on screen, Li Jiayue turned to Wang Wen beside her. The little girl didn't understand the rules, as she only knew that today was the college entrance exam and her brother was a candidate who should also appear on television. "Yeah, your brother isn't well and won't be participating in this exam, so he won't appear on the television." Wang Wen sighed with a wry smile as she caressed her daughter's forehead. Unexpectedly, Li Jiayue pointed at the television and exclaimed, "Mom, you're lying. Isn't that my brother?" Wang Wen instinctively looked at the screen and saw a familiar figure. Although the figure only lasted for 3 seconds, Wang Wen was certain it was her son. Is that really Xiaofeng? Wasn't he unable to participate in the martial arts exam? How could he appear in the trial's secret realm? Wang Wen was stunned, her thoughts as chaotic as cotton balls. Quickly regaining her senses, she recalled Li Suifeng's remarks from that morning. Clenching her fists, her face was a mix of excitement and anxiety. "Xiaofeng, is this the surprise you prepared for your mother? But this practical exam is fraught with danger. You must be careful." In the trial's secret realm in the western area of the plane, boom, the ground shook as more than 30 demon beasts gathered in a frenzy, rampaging about. In the direction they charged, 2 figures were desperately fleeing. One of them was slightly plump with thick eyebrows and big eyes exuding cuteness. He shouted in panic, "Sister Rui, aren't the demon beasts in this trial's secret realm supposed to be scattered? Why are we so unlucky encountering a beast tied right from the start?" Tian Rui's face was pained as she replied, "Wang Jun, I also want to know why we are so unlucky. Is it because you've been so unlucky lately that you've infected me yet?" "I haven't, Sister Rui. I've been praying and worshipping for good fortune. This bad luck has nothing to do with me. So are you blaming me for being unlucky then?" "That's not what I meant, Sister Rui." Wang Jun, with a mournful expression, suddenly noticed movement in the grass ahead, revealing a snarling, menacing white giant wolf. "Sister Rui, it looks like we're done for." Wang Jun came to a sudden stop, his face filled with despair. Bang, bang, bang. Tian Rui's expression turned cold. As she and Wang Jun halted, she crossed her arms, causing the ground to ripple as vines suddenly shot up firmly, ensnaring the wind spirit wolf. "Hello." The wind spirit wolf howled in defiance. As Tian Rui concentrated her thoughts, another vine shot up, snapping like a whip against the wolf's belly. Smack! A jagged blood mark appeared on the wolf's abdomen. The wind spirit wolf did not cry out in pain, but instead gazed at Tian Rui and Wang Jun with a cruel, taunting glare. "Oh no, the beast horde is behind us." At Wang Jun's shrill scream, Tian Rui's countenance turned pale as she realized the wind spirit wolf's intention was not to kill them. Rather, it was to buy time and allow the beast horde to close in. This secret realm's demon beasts can actually employ delay tactics. They've become intelligent. Wang Jun lamented loudly, while Tian Rui felt despair deep within, knowing that as the beast horde approached, their escape was impossible and they would likely be eliminated from the practical exam. In the midst of her utter despair, suddenly, whoosh! A flash of golden light shimmered from the side, dazzling like the blazing sun. Tian Rui turned to look, her face filled with disbelief. She saw a boy dressed in ordinary sportswear, radiating a brilliant golden glow, fiercely charging into the beast horde. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. The boy swung his arms, continuously throwing punches. With each golden fist strike, a demon beast was sent soaring from the force, crashing to the ground and dying instantly. In less than a moment, 5 demon beasts were struck down. Roar! The demon beasts initially ignored the boy, focusing only on Wang Jun and Tian Rui. But as their fallen companions increased, they charged toward the boy in fury. Pat 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 pat. Pat pat pat. The fierce assault of the demon beasts rained down upon him. However, the boy stood his ground, his hands blocking the attacks, without a single visible wound, unyielding against the sharp claws of the demon beasts. Instead, he suddenly swung his arms, repelling a bear-like demon beast, then sank his stance, and delivered a powerful punch to the bear demon's chest. Bang! Crack! The thick fat and fur did not protect the bear demon's body. Its towering 3-meter frame collapsed, crushing a slightly smaller wolf demon beneath it. With a whimper, the wolf demon was crushed to death. The boy followed up with another punch to the giant bear's chest. The giant bear's rib cage shattered, blood spewed forth, its eyes rolled back, and it perished instantly. Such a bloody scene caused the remaining demon beasts to freeze, their eyes filled with intense fear as they stared at the boy. It turned out that the giant bear the boy killed, although merely a first-tier mutated beast, was nonetheless the strongest among the horde, comparable to a leader. By swiftly eliminating the giant bear, the boy had undoubtedly captured the king to intimidate the rest. Haha, what a thrill. The boy laughed heartily, taking advantage of the golden light still surrounding him to charge once more into the beast horde, his fists like cannons mercilessly slaughtering. Heavens! Not far away, Wang Jun and Tian Rui were completely stunned. This fierce boy, akin to a demon, was the same skilled brother they had encountered outside Xingho City. But how much time has passed? It seemed that the skilled brother had become even stronger. Not only could he withstand the demon beast's bites and claws without breaking through his defenses, but his casual punches could also kill demon beasts instantly. This terrifying power, capable of both offense and defense, really belonged to a fellow examinee. Surely, he wasn't a formal warrior parachuted in from one of the 8 great academies. On the other side, under Li Sufeng's rampage, demon beasts fell dead one after another, with only 6 remaining. The survival of these 6 demon beasts was not due to luck, but because they were clever enough to instinctively maintain their distance from Li Suifeng. They did not blindly become cannon fodder. Owl! A wind spirit wolf yelped as it tucked its tail and quickly disappeared into the depths of the grassland, ignoring the corpses strewn about. The other 5 demon beasts, seeing this, naturally made their escape as well. How long are you two going to be in a daze? Quickly stop those few demon beasts. Suddenly, Li Sufeng's voice rang out as Tian Rui and Wang Jun were still in shock. Tian Rui quickly snapped back to attention, forming hand seal. Stop for me. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Vines surged up from beneath the 5 fleeing demon beasts, binding their waists and limbs like ropes. Caught off guard, the demon beasts were all tripped and fell to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Li Suifeng arrived just in time, his fist striking down as he killed them all. What a pity one still got away. After the slaughter, Li Suifeng gazed into the distance, still feeling regret. Tian Rui couldn't help but twitch her mouth. He had killed 99% of the beast group, yet he was lamenting the one that escaped. You are simply a butcher of demon beasts. On the top floor of a grand office building at No. 1 high school, over 100 people had gathered, all prominent figures in Xingho City. The elder seated at the head of the table wore a traditional Tang suit with deep wrinkles on his face like they had been carved by a knife, and a scar running from his eye to his chin, making him look terrifying. It was none other than the top figure of Xingho City, the city lord Su Sifeng. Su Sifeng stared at the LCD screen at the end of the conference hall, nodding repeatedly. In this college entrance examination, our Xingho City truly has an abundance of talent. The gigantic LCD screen, over 200 inches wide, displayed 4 split screens. In one screen, the fair-skinned Lan Aoxue was walking leisurely beneath an ice mountain, while a group of demon beasts, their eyes glowing with an eerie blue light, killed each other under her command. In another screen, the top student Su Kai from No. 2 high school was covered in scales, his nails sharp, like short knives, dodging among a group of demon beasts. In no time, a group of demon beasts was sliced into pieces. The other 2 split screens also featured geniuses slaughtering demon beasts in different ways. In the upper right corner of the LCD TV, there was a ranking. First, Su Kai killed 34 demon beasts, exam score 198. Second, Sun Yu killed 31 demon beasts, exam score 184. Third, Lan Aoxue killed 25 demon beasts, exam score 172. Fourth, Zhuang Tianxiang killed 21 demon beasts, exam score 156. The top 4 competitors had all made their names before the exam and were hot favorites for the top scholar. Such results were indeed not surprising. If this trend continues, we might have someone from Xingho City competing for the provincial top scholar this time. The Minister of Education looked quite expectant. The provincial top scholar. That's very difficult, but it seems Su Kai still has a chance. City Lord Su Sifeng nodded with a smile. Suddenly, the ranking in the upper right corner of the screen changed. First, Li Suifeng killed 46 demon beasts, exam score 230. Such a sudden change left both the City Lord and the Minister of Education stunned. The other high-profile figures present were equally wide-eyed in shock. Wasn't the first place Su Kai? Why did it suddenly change to Li Suifeng? Who is Li Suifeng? Director, what's going on? Why haven't you switched to Li Suifeng's perspective? In the hall, the principal of No. 1 high school stood up and roared. The LCD TV displayed a fifth split screen, revealing a young man in a Pudong sports outfit. Surrounded by corpses, the young man was sitting on the ground resting. Did all these demon beasts get killed by this Li Suifeng? Why didn't the director track his perspective in time? The Minister of Education frowned, feeling dissatisfied. The principal of No. 1 high school was sweating coldly. To save the situation, he decisively shouted, "Replay Li Suifeng's perspective." Soon, time reversed. The screen displayed the scene of Li Suifeng hunting the beast group. He was bathed in golden light, remaining calm amid the attacks of the beasts, each punch striking down to precisely kill a demon beast. Such a killing process left the big shots present wide-eyed. Not to mention his talent and strength isn't his operation, while killing demon beasts a bit too smooth. Indeed, every punch he throws can accurately hit the soft spots of the demon beasts, clearly indicating he has very rich experience in demon slaying. Also, the golden glow enveloping his body seems to suggest a natural talent. Could it be in a grade? But he isn't getting hurt while resisting the demon beast's attacks, so it shouldn't be solely relying on this talent. It seems he possesses two talents, one for offense and one for defense. The big shots analyzed for a while, quickly seeing the hints and exchanged glances. Having dual talents is one thing, but mastering physical techniques and demon-slaying skills to such a high level is exceptional. Such a person, why has he remained obscure in the past? Give me the information on this Li Suifeng. The Minister of Education shouted. A staff member swiftly brought over a tablet. After reviewing it, the Minister of Education glanced at the principal of No. 2 high school. Old Yang, your school produced such a dark horse, and you didn't say a word. That's not fair. Everyone turned to look at the principal of No. 2 high school, their eyes filled with envy and jealousy. So this dark horse genius named Li Suifeng is from No. 2 high school. Doesn't No. 2 already have Sukai? Now another Li Suifeng has emerged. What a flourishing talent pool. The principal of No. 2 high school was a bit dazed. It was his first time hearing Li Suifeng's name, and no one had reported it to him before. Wait, the data shows that Li Suifeng dropped out of No. 2 and is participating in the exam for Jingqi Dojo. Old Yang, what's going on? The Minister of Education looked at the tablet again, his expression becoming strange. Dropped out. That's impossible. The principal of No. 2 high school stood up, agitated. Although he hadn't heard of Li Suifeng, such a person must be a treasure for the school. There's no reason to let him drop out. You see for yourself. The Minister of Education handed the tablet to the principal of No. 2 high school. After seeing the last entry of Li Suifeng's data, which showed dropped out of No. 2 substitute candidate for Jingqi Dojo, the principal of No. 2 high school's vision darkened, nearly fainting on the spot. Who the hell allowed this Li Suifeng to drop out? I'll take care of him. In the trial examination arena, after a battle, Li Suifeng, who had long used his talent, suffered significant energy depletion and was resting on the ground. Killed 46 demon beasts. Exam score 230. Glancing at his wristband, Li Suifeng felt fairly satisfied. Only an hour had passed since the exam began. He had already achieved half of the full score. This was a good start. Looking again at his personal panel, his talent value had accumulated to 2,700 points. He was very close to the 3,000 mark. Master, here, have a nutritional potion. The sycophant Wang Jun handed him a nutritional potion with a flattering expression. Li Suifeng was not polite, taking the nutritional potion and downing it. Because this exam lasts for 24 hours. The Ministry of Education did not prohibit candidates from bringing nutritional potions, energy pills, and other recovery items. Taking nutritional supplements is allowed within the rules. Master, encountering you in the examination room is truly a stroke of fate. Why don't we team up? Wang Jun displayed an expectant expression. Li Suifeng shook his head. If I team up with you guys, my exam score will be split, but it's not worth it. Assuming one demon beast is worth 5 exam points. If he teams up with one person to kill a demon beast, Li Suifeng would only get 5 points. Adding another teammate would reduce the score by a third. Teaming up can indeed increase efficiency in hunting, but correspondingly exam points would be shared. With Li Suifeng's ability, he had no pressure soloing the beast group. Besides his close friend Kai Su, he had no interest in teaming up with anyone else. Master, please don't. My awakening is an auxiliary type talent, and my combat power is not very high. It's really too difficult for just Sister Rui to lead me. Could you do me a favor and guide me? Wang Jun pleaded with a sorrowful face. Li Suifeng asked curiously, what is your talent? Last time in the wild, the Zhang brothers had helped a bit. Wang Jun was essentially coasting through the whole process. Li Suifeng was also unaware of what his talent was. My talent is the same as yours, Master, also light-based, but it's subclass revival light. As Wang Jun spoke, he raised his hand with a light sphere the size of a walnut floating above his 5 fingers. It looked quite similar to Li Suifeng's initial skill light stream. However, it was filled with a sacred aura. Master, if you are injured, the revival light I release can quickly stop your bleeding and heal your wounds. Wang Jun showed a bitter smile. Li Suifeng was secretly astonished. Auxiliary-type talents are actually quite rare. Although they do not possess any combat power, they can be used to assist other warriors. On the frontline battlefield, such talents may seem of little use. In reality, however, no logistics team in any country is complete without warriors possessing these talents. These warriors are also known as auxiliary-type warriors, and their role in a team is similar to that of a healer. I didn't expect you little fatty to actually be an auxiliary-type warrior. That's quite rare. Li Suifeng sighed, and Wang Jun eagerly smiled. My talent is not only auxiliary, but it also belongs to the light attribute, which is akin to yours, master. Given the peculiarity of our fates, could you please guide me? Before he could finish his sentence, Li Suifeng immediately shook his head. I refuse. Master, please don't. Wang Jun with Tian Rui glanced around and lowered her voice, saying, Master, if we offer you a commission like last time, would you be willing to assist us? My. Li Suifeng's expression softened a bit as he casually asked, what's the price? Tian Rui held up a number. Only 50,000. Li Suifeng immediately shook his head. This was a life-altering exam. With his help, the two of them might score full marks. Only 50,000, and you want to change your fate? No way. No. Master, we understand that the practical assessment is very important. It might change our fate. Of course we wouldn't only offer such a small amount. Tian Rui shook her head repeatedly and added, the price we can offer you is 500,000. Nanny. Li Suifeng's eyes widened. It seemed he had underestimated these rich second-generation kids. They could easily take out 500,000 to bribe him without needing parental consent. Truly extravagant. Li Suifeng glanced at the drones floating in the sky, chose not to haggle, and said, Thank you, master. Wang Jun beamed while Tian Rui whispered, although our actions could be considered cheating, they are also protected by law. After it's over, I'll transfer the money to you. You can record our conversation. She thought this through very carefully to establish deep trust. I've already recorded it. Li Suifeng casually replied. That works. Tian Rui nodded, then tapped her wristband repeatedly. Tick-tock. Li Suifeng's wristband received a team information alert. He clicked to confirm, and the notification indicated team formation success. Thus Li Suifeng, Tian Rui, and Wang Jun became teammates in the trial's secret realm. From now on, the exam points gained from killing monsters as a team would be shared equally among the three. Let's go continue hunting monsters, Li Suifeng waved. Master, from now on you are our leader. If you say we should go east, we absolutely won't go west. If you tell me to eat shit, we absolutely won't drink urine. Wang Jun transformed back into a sycophant and began to flatter profusely. Li Suifeng was left speechless, thinking this kid truly lacks ambition. However, upon further thought, the Ministry of Education allows students to team up for practical exams. It must be to accommodate auxiliary-type warriors like Wang Jun. Because of their low combat power, due to their talent, people like Wang Jun find it very difficult to achieve the same monster hunting efficiency as those with other talents. Their participation in the practical assessment is equivalent to a natural disadvantage which can only be mitigated by forming a team. Time flowed like water. In the blink of an eye, it was dusk. At this time, 4 hours had passed since the practical exam began. In the western part of the desert, a number of jet-black scorpions resembling steel in their forging, each about half a meter in size, crawled across the area. From a high altitude, this swarm of black scorpions, due to their sheer numbers, gathered together and formed a massive black cloud, which looked extremely eerie. When Li Suifeng and the others arrived near the scorpion swarm, Wang Jun's face turned pale. Master, these rattlesnake black scorpions' toxicity is incomparable to that of the green vine snake, but their tails can shed like a bee's stinger and can transform into flying needles for ranged attacks. What's even more terrifying is that there might be a second-tier scorpion queen among them. Second-tier scorpion. Li Suifeng's eyes lit up. After killing the second-tier beast, the saber-toothed tiger, last time, he received an additional talent reward, and he was still yearning for more. If he killed this second-tier scorpion queen as well, would he gain another new talent? Wang Jun, if I get injured and poisoned, can you use the revival light to help me? Li Suifeng asked seriously. Wang Jun scratched his head, a bit unconfident. Generally, external injuries are not a problem, and I can also dispel ordinary toxins, but I might not be able to handle 2 strong toxins. That's enough. He'll go hunt the scorpions. You throw me healing when necessary, and Tian Rui, you create vines to control for me. Li Suifeng was a fan of online games in Blue Star and had considerable knowledge about monster hunting and team allocation. Master, rest assured I will be your man behind you. Wang Jun excitedly rubbed his hands. A man behind? That sounded a bit strange. Li Suifeng muttered, and with a whoosh charged toward the scorpion swarm. The scorpions, who were originally climbing, turned around upon hearing the noise, staring with their pitch-black, cold, lifeless eyes. With their tails raised like whips adorned with silver poisonous needles, they shook and made a hissing sound like that of boom. When Li Suifeng got close to the swarm, a layer of golden light suddenly erupted from his body, and with the support of his powerful talent his speed dramatically increased. With a whoosh he landed in the midst of the scorpions. The swarm stirred, and one by one the rattlesnake black scorpions stung at Li Suifeng. While using the ferocious light, he did not forget to activate the golden skin. His skin tightened hard as leather armor. Amidst the sounds of thuds he managed to block the majority of the poisonous scorpion's attacks, with only some fine white spots appearing on his skin, and he was not pierced. Bang! 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 Like before when hunting the beast horde, Li Suifeng unleashed the heavenly light fist, each punch carrying immense force akin to falling meteors, effortlessly smashing a rattlesnake black scorpion flat. Blood and venom splattered everywhere. More than 10 scorpion corpses lay on the ground. Just then, with a hissing sound, Li Suifeng looked down and found a 10-centimeter poisonous needle embedded in his shoulder blade. It turned out that it was a rattlesnake black scorpion nearby that had used a remote needle to break through Li Suifeng's. The flying stinger of this Xiangwei Haixi actually pierced my Jinyu Jifu. Li Suifeng stared in disbelief as his shoulders suddenly went rigid, scorpion venom spreading through his body beginning to take hold. Senior brother, they'll help you. Wang Jun flung up his hand and cast a strand of reviving light, which landed precisely on the wound in Li Suifeng's shoulder. Ding! The projectile fell away, the blood hole sealed, and the numbness in Li Suifeng's shoulder gradually returned to sensation. Is this Wang Jun's supportive talent? A little miraculous. Li Suifeng nodded, inwardly abandoned any thought of retreat, and plunged back into the swarm, bulldozing through them. In the following moments, one Xiangwei Haixi after another died by his hand. Yet the victory came at a price. More than a dozen stingers were embedded across his body, and under the venom's influence his limbs had grown stiff and sluggish. Fortunately, Wang Jun proved reliable from time to time, administering his healing light. Not only did he close wounds and purge toxins, he kept Li Suifeng's condition within a relatively stable range. Senior brother, I'm running out of energy. The respite was brief. After prolonged use of his gift, Wang Jun's face paled, every movement heavy with weakness. Such short endurance. Li Suifeng frowned. The scorpion swarm had not even been reduced by a third. Without Wang Jun's support, wiping them out by brute force seemed unrealistic. You cannot rely on outsiders, you must rely on yourself. Li Suifeng's gaze hardened as he looked to the panels. Jinyu Jifu. System upgrade my Jinyu Jifu. Unnoticed, his talent points had accumulated to over 3,500, yet the upgrade plus sign never appeared after the talent Quanglia Zhiguan. Li Suifeng had no choice but to abandon his original plan and temporarily raise Jinyu Jifu. Consume 1000 talent points. Rank talent Jinyu Jifu upgraded to a rank talent Quanglia Ji Pai. Personal Constitution 5. Quanglia Ji Pai is superhuman type talent. The skin becomes like that of a feral croc, exceptionally tough with great resistance to sharp weapons and possessing a degree of fire and cold resistance. Not bad. As the system prompt flashed, Li Suifeng's eyes brightened with a hard, eager light. The rank talent Quanglia Ji Pai not only increased the skin's toughness and defense, it granted a measure of resistance to fire and cold. This would carry him further along the path to near invulnerability. Let's see how it performs. Without hesitation, he focused his attention inward, making his skin naturally tense. Data. The scorpion swarm writhed, and a barrage of needle-like stingers struck Li Suifeng's flesh. This time, however, his skin did not give way. Instead, those needles like iron nails hit his skin and then bent, dropping to the ground. This rank defensive talent truly withstands the Xiangwei Haixi's flying stingers. A wild thrill seized Li Suifeng. Without thinking, he cried, "System continue, and upgrade Tianguang Changquan." Consume 500 talent points. Tianguang Changquan elevated to perfection. Personal Constitution 1. Riding the high of success, Li Suifeng was eager to finish the swarm and paid little heed to conserving points, pouring talent into perfecting Tianguang Changquan. Since Tianguang Changquan was not a spirit-tier body art, its ceiling was perfection. A deeper, more profound memory of the technique rushed into his mind. Li Suifeng's mind sharpened, and his hands moved instinctively to punch. Huff, huff, huff. Boom, boom, boom. With his attack fully enhanced, his fists moved faster and struck with savage force. The speed at which the scorpions were slaughtered visibly surged. At last, under Li Suifeng's frenzied onslaught, their numbers dwindled to a quarter of what they had been. The remaining Xiangwei Haixis, terrified by the carnage of their kin, now recoiled instinctively. From high on adrenaline, Li Suifeng strode after the stragglers. The sand buzzed with zhi 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 as scorpion tails drilled into the earth, and their bodies vanished underground. They were fleeing. Damn it, don't run. Li Suifeng roared in frustration. Upgrades and body art had already cost him 1,500 talent points. Those remaining Xiangwei Haixis were not only exam points, but also sources of valuable talent points. Li Suifeng intended to leave none alive. Senior brother, watch your feet. Wang Jun's warning rang out from behind, as Li Suifeng gave. Instinctively, Li Suifeng glanced down and saw the sand split open. A whip-like black scorpion tail burst from the earth, lashing for one of his eyes. Damn, what is that? His pupils contracted, and every hair on his body rose. Driven by pure survival instinct, he leapt back as his body recoiled like a startled bird, barely evading the massive tail. Thud. After landing, Li Suifeng stared, face still pale, with fright at the spot where the tail had emerged. He gasped, the Scorpion Queen. Then he saw on the windswept sand a Xiangwei Haixi, over 2 meters long. Her tail was as thick as a baby's arm, and nearly a meter in length. The stinger at its tip was razor-sharp, more like a short dagger than a needle. Her enormous eyes were dead black and hollow, devoid of any warmth as they coldly fixed upon Li Suifeng. Zhi. As the great tail trembled, the queen opened her maw and spat a fist-sized globule of dark green ichor. Whoosh! Li Suifeng pivoted and dodged the spray. The ichor struck the sand with a sizzling hiss, steaming as it melted grains into molten droplets. The Scorpion Queen's saliva is downright venomous. That's perverse. Wang Jun cried out in dismay from a short distance away. Tian Rue shouted, "Senior brother, this Scorpion Queen is a second-rank beast. Engaging it is extremely dangerous. Perhaps we should lay low." Li Sufeng's afternoon of monster farming had pushed Tian Rue and Wang Jun's exam points past 200. At this rate, if they kept clearing first-rank beasts full marks before the exam ended, did not seem impossible. Tangling with a second-rank beast could yield far greater points in one fell swoop, but the risk of elimination would rise accordingly. Tian Rue argued that since this was an exam, they should prioritize seizing points rather than courting disaster with powerful beasts. Lay low. Tian Rue, do you know how long we've been waiting for this Scorpion Queen? Li Sufeng's face twisted into a predatory smile, his eyes burned with feverish intent as he fixed them on the queen, as if she had transformed from a monster into a naked, alluring beauty. "Senior brother, you." Tian Rue began in astonishment, but before she finished, Li Suifeng flickered with Quangli Zhiguang a streak of golden light and lunged toward the Scorpion Queen. By the time she recovered, there was a resounding impact as Li Sufeng's fist, wreathed in a golden sheen, smashed cruelly into the Scorpion Queen's body. Bang! The force behind Li Sufeng's punch was enormous. An ordinary rat-tail black scorpion would have been crushed to pulp and died on the spot. The blow landed on the Scorpion Queen's back, but only left a deep dent. The queen did not perish, instead her long tail lashed out and stung Li Suifeng in the chest. Ding! Shielded by hide akin to a savage croc, Li Sufeng's skin was already as tough as soft armor. Though the Scorpion Queen's tail possessed many times the force and penetration of an ordinary scorpion, it could not pierce his flesh. The tremendous impact still forced Li Suifeng to stagger backwards several steps before he regained his stance. Where the sting had struck, a purple bruise had already bloomed. This Scorpion Queen not only boasts exceptional defense, her offense is ferocious as well. Li Suifeng clicked his tongue in admiration, but showed no sign of panic. He called to Tian Rue, behind him. "Tian Rue, bind the queen with your vines, and give me an opening. I will smash out her eyes." "All right, Ace." Tian Rue took a deep breath and formed hand seals. From the ground where the Scorpion Queen stood, wood element energy condensed into 4 vines that wrapped around and restrained its body. Hiss! The Scorpion Queen fumed, its tail trembling with fury. Just as Li Suifeng prepared to press the advantage, a hum sounded from not far away. A figure slid forward like a specter, his arm descending like a blade onto one of the queen's eyes. The Scorpion Queen's eye was cleaved open, blood sprayed as it let out a piercing screech. Breaking free from the vines, its tail lashed angrily at the sudden assailant. The figure reacted with uncanny speed, stepping back to evade the tail. When he halted, he revealed himself as a youth clad in silver armor. He was short in stature, but markedly long-limbed, his body wrapped in an azure wind aura formed from qi. "The head of that Scorpion Queen belongs to me. Sun Yu. You 3 should leave at once," the silver-clad youth barked as he turned toward Li Suifeng. Wang Jun's expression shifted. "Sun Yu? The number 1 of the 6th Academy." Tian Rui's face soured. "They say he has defeated every rival in the senior class. He awakened an class talent called Jifeng, Ji Nu Gale's Wrath. It not only accelerates him through wind qi, but can also summon wind blades and shape wind into swords and other weapons. Extremely powerful." She turned and realized Li Sufeng's expression had gone as cold and implacable as ancient ice. "Ace." Tian Rue began to soothe, but at that moment gold light flared from Li Suifeng. A fierce radiance burst forth, and he became like a blazing sun as he charged straight towards Sun Yu. "You?" Sun Yu was startled and raised his arm instinctively. Wind qi gathered before him and took on the substance of a shield. Boom! The impact shattered the wind shield. Sun Yu staggered backward, and his arms throbbed as if struck by iron hammers. Sun Yu's eyes widened in alarm. Li Suifeng did not pause after breaking the wind shield. He continued his onslaught, his fists pounding like relentless shells. Each punch sliced through the air, whipping up gale force winds. Sun Ye's face changed, wrapping wind chi around himself. He accelerated and fell into continuous retreat. Wind-type talents often manifest as sharpness and speed. The stronger the talent, the more pronounced those traits. Sun Yu had dominated the 6th Academy, thanks to the swiftness granted by Jifeng Ji Nu Gale's wrath. Yet now Sun Yu found to his shock that the youth, bathed in golden light, moved nearly as fast as he did. Worse still, every blow the youth unleashed came down like a falling meteor, leaving him gasping for breath. The boy pursued relentlessly as Sun Yu fled desperately, but could not shake off the unyielding assault. Bang! Finally Li Sufeng's fist struck Sun Ye's shoulder. With a sickening crack, Sun Ye's shoulder dislocated, and he was hurled into the air. He traced an arc through the sky and crashed onto the sandy ground. Are you insane? Sun Yu crawled up through the pain, staring at Li Suifeng in horror. You dare steal my wild monster. You should be ready to be beaten to death. Li Suifeng roared and advanced. Stop. I won't fight you. Take the Scorpion Queen. Sun Yu cried, retreating step by step. By temperament he should not have cowered like this. It was Li Sufeng's terrifying presence, like a madman escaped from an asylum, that left him at a loss. He silently cursed himself for provoking him. Finish showing off and want to run. Too late. Li Suifeng snarled. Li Sufeng's face twisted and he lunged forward. You madman. They'll fight you to the death. Sun Yu exploded with anger, as in class talent genius his patience had run out. Seizing the moment, Sun Yu enveloped himself in a great sweep of wind chi as he prepared to strike back. But Li Sufeng's speed was terrifying. Before Sun Ye's counter could land, a fist smashed into his face. Crack. Bones broke. Sun Yu collapsed like a broken kite, and did not get up. This time his eyes rolled white, his body convulsed, and he passed out cold. Not far off, Wang Jun and Tian Rue stared in stunned disbelief at Sun Ye's bloodied, swollen pig-like face. They could hardly believe their eyes. The ace had knocked Sun Yu unconscious with a single punch. Curses erupted nearby as Li Suifeng strode up to Sun Yu and lifted his arm as if to deliver another blow. Were the ace intending to finish Sun Yu off? That was too ruthless. Wang Jun and Tian Rue both twitched at the thought. At that moment Sun Ye's wristband flashed red. A voice came through. Candidate Sun Yu has fallen into unconsciousness and is judged eliminated. Candidate Li Suifeng, remain calm. Do not continue to attack Sun Yu, or you will be deemed in violation and expelled from the examination area. Li Sufeng's fist froze mid-swing. His face turned ashen. The authorities above were forbidding him from administering any further education to Sun Yu. How infuriating. A flash of white light, and an examiner in uniform appeared. He lifted Sun Yu, cast a long look at Li Suifeng, then gripped a jade token. In a blink the examiner and Sun Yu vanished from the spot. If not for that examiner, I would have beaten Sun Yu to death. Li Suifeng snarled, still cursing in displeasure. Ace, you just beat Sun Yu, the number 1 of 6th Academy, and one of the favorites for the top of this exam. You are unbelievably fierce. Wang Jun rushed over, nearly overcome with excitement, and ready to prostrate himself. Tian Rui's expression shifted. The Scorpion Queen seems to be trying to flee. Li Suifeng turned and saw that during his fight with Sun Yu, the cunning Scorpion Queen, its eyes shattered and sensing danger, was attempting to burrow into the ground to escape. Tian Rue. Li Suifeng roared. Tian Rue reacted instantly and formed hand seals. Vines erupted from the earth and entwined the Scorpion Queen, binding it fast. Before it could vanish beneath the soil, Li Suifeng flashed across the ground. He rained a series of brutal blows down upon the Scorpion's skull. After a ferocious barrage, the Scorpion Queen's head was finally smashed to pieces. It lay motionless on the ground, clearly dead. A system prompt blinked, slain the rat-tail black Scorpion Queen. Personal talent points, 500. Li Sufeng's face showed no joy. He frowned. Why didn't I gain any talent? Is this queen too weak for my current level? Or are these talent drops just a matter of chance? Disappointed, Li Suifeng stared at the spot where Sun Yu had fallen and grumbled, must be this bastard's bad luck rubbed off on me. Damn him. He went on to curse Sun Ye's entire family in a string of invectives. Thus he let loose a volley of curses aimed at Sun Yu and all his kin. In the conference room, due to Li Sufeng's sudden emergence, a 5th split screen was added to the massive LCD display, with Li Suifeng as the central figure. Upon seeing Li Suifeng and Tian Rue teaming up, the Minister of Education furrowed his brow and said, doesn't Li Suifeng realize that he is currently ranked 1st in the practical exam? Teaming up with others will reduce the exam scores he gains. Isn't he harming his own interests? The city lord Su Sifang chuckled. Perhaps he has his own considerations. The scene shifted. Li Suifeng had already charged into the scorpion horde, battling numerous rattlesnake black scorpions, as the image showed one rattlesnake black scorpion being crushed by Li Suifeng. The eyes of many prominent figures brightened. Someone exclaimed, I can confidently say that Li Suifeng must have hunted demon beasts in the wild. Indeed, his combat skills are highly refined. Every punch he throws accurately strikes the soft spots of the rattlesnake black scorpions, achieving instant kills. He must have trained extensively. This young man's combat experience is truly remarkable. While the big shots were discussing, an assistant handed a report to City Lord Su Sifang for review. This child's talent is rated at a level with a mental strength of 17.6, but his comprehension score is an astonishing 192, the highest in the Gaokao at Xingho City this year. As Su Sifang expressed his astonishment, the others were even more shocked. His combat skills were outstanding. His mental power was also quite good. Although his talent was slightly lower, his martial arts comprehension was exceptionally remarkable. Taken together, Li Suifeng was undoubtedly a true genius. Why would such a talent drop out of the know? To high school and join the Jingqi dojo. Buzz buzz buzz. As gazes converged, the principal of No. To high school turned crimson and nearly fainted from anger. He could sense the unusual eyes of his peers. It was clear they were mocking him for letting go of a genius like Li Suifeng. The principal of No. To high school, suppressing his heartache, took out his phone and kept messaging his subordinates. He also learned the entire process from his subordinates' reports. The homeroom teacher of class 222 is truly an idiot. How could he let a super genius like Li Suifeng slip away? I must punish him afterwards. The principal of No. To high school silently vowed, his heart aching. So the scene shifted again. The Scorpion Queen appeared, and Li Suifeng engaged in a fierce battle with her, but was at a disadvantage. It was at this moment that another genius on the split screen unexpectedly spotted the Scorpion Queen. It's Sun Yu from No. 6 High School. He is currently ranked 3rd in the practical standings. Who would have thought he would run into Li Suifeng? Will the two of them spark a confrontation? As the big shots watched eagerly, Li Suifeng indeed began to fight Sun Yu. When they saw Sun Yu being thoroughly beaten by Li Suifeng and unable to retaliate, the big shots were stunned. This level genius Sun Yu was actually being suppressed by Li Suifeng, who was merely a level, to the point of gasping for breath. How could there be such a huge gap between the two? In the end, when Sun Yu was completely knocked to the ground and eliminated early, the expressions of the big shots seemed calm, but their hearts were already in turmoil. The top candidate Sun Yu was unexpectedly defeated by the dark horse Li Suifeng and was directly eliminated. This would undoubtedly affect Sun Yu's final exam score. It might even prevent him from being admitted to the 8 major academies. Smack! Suddenly, someone slammed their hand on the conference table. The big shots turned to see the principal of No. 6 High School standing up angrily. Li Suifeng is too arrogant and morally corrupt. He is a typical talented but unethical trash student. Such a person participating in this sacred examination is undoubtedly a disgrace to our education system. The expressions of the big shots turned somewhat speechless. Speaking so sanctimoniously and shamelessly isn't at all just because your school's Sun Yu was eliminated early. Previously, when Sun Yu was bullying other candidates in the secret realm, where were your words? Old Wang, calm down. It was Su Sifang, the city lord, who spoke, and his light remark made the principal of No. 6 High School's heart sink, quickly regaining his composure. His face flushed as he sat down, feeling as if he were being stabbed by needles. It was all because of this Li Suifeng. No. 6 High School had suffered heavy losses this time. It's only been a short time, and Li Suifeng's score is already close to 300. I'm curious what his final monster kill count will be, whether he can break the historical record, fulfill the requirements set by Senior Sun back then, and receive the special reward he left behind. Amidst the silence, Su Sifang smiled, his eyes filled with great anticipation. The Minister of Education remained calm. Breaking Senior Sun's record is indeed very difficult. Moreover, I still believe that this year's strongest in practical combat is Su Kai. If he encounters Su Kai, Li Suifeng's chances of winning are not very high. Speculations are just speculations. The true outcome will only be known after the fight. Perhaps Li Suifeng could defeat Su Kai. Su Sifang smiled slightly, and the Minister of Education did not say anything further. The crowd once again fixed their eager gazes on Li Suifeng. Time passed. The exam reached deep into the night. As the moon was obscured by clouds, darkness enveloped the world, limiting the candidates' visibility, prompting them to act cautiously. Some even sought refuge in caves or treetops to evade the attacks of demon beasts. But Li Suifeng was different. Missing the Scorpion Queen, his anger was nearly overflowing. Even in the dead of night, he tirelessly led Tian Rue and others in searching for and hunting demon. Bro, my exam score is already close to 400. If we casually hunt a bit more tomorrow morning, we should be able to achieve full marks. How about we take a break now? After hunting some more demon beasts, the exhausted Wang Jun wore a bitter smile. Tian Rue agreed wholeheartedly, bro, as Wang Jun said, should we rest for a bit? Li Suifeng paused at the words and glanced at his watch. Number of demons killed 127, exam score 460 points. He was just 65 points away from a perfect score. If nothing unexpected occurred, finding one more group of beasts to eliminate would essentially secure a perfect score. Li Suifeng was quite satisfied with this, and called out, "Let's set up camp here." "Hooray!" Wang Jun cheered excitedly, promptly lying down on the ground and gasping for air. Tian Rui took out a fire starter, igniting some dried grass she collected along the way, creating a small campfire. Leaning against the campfire, Tian Rui took out rations from her backpack to eat, not forgetting to offer some to Li Suifeng. Li Suifeng chewed on the rations while checking his personal panel. Li Suifeng Realm Awakening Level 0 Physique 33 Mentality 17 Talent Blazing Light a Level Crocodile Skin a Level Techniques None Martial Arts Heavenly Light Long Fist Perfect Iron Post Technique Proficient can be deduced Talent Points 3760. On the panel his physique had already exceeded 33 points. With the addition of Crocodile Skin the option to deduce appeared after the Iron Post technique. His talent points having accumulated again were nearing 3,800 points. Once this exam concludes, I should be able to accumulate 5,000 talent points. That should be enough to enhance Blazing Light, right? Li Suifeng's face revealed anticipation. Possessing only a level talent, he was already capable of overwhelming geniuses like Sun Yu. If his talent were to rise to this level, wouldn't he be able to take on several opponents like Sun Yu? Just thinking about it excites him. The night was deep. The campfire flickered softly. Li Suifeng and the others were sound asleep around the fire. Suddenly a voice cried out from afar. Wang Jun jolted awake, startled. "Is a beast coming?" Tian Rui rubbed her eyes in confusion. "That's not the roar of a beast, it's the voice of a human. Who is making such a fuss in the middle of the night?" Only Li Suifeng looked strange. "Ji Ge." The voice in the darkness sounded somewhat familiar, as if it belonged to Ji Ge. "What are you talking about, master?" Wang Jun was puzzled. "Let's go take a look." Li Suifeng didn't explain and dashed toward the source of the sound. Tian Rui exchanged glances with the others. Though confused, they didn't hesitate and decisively followed. In a forest less than half a mile from the camp, Kai Su leaned against a large tree, his expression filled with despair. In front of him stood over 10 students dressed in various combat uniforms, all furious. "You fat loser, before the exam you pushed me and made my hand numb. Now I'm here for revenge, is that not allowed? That fiery ostrich was almost killed by me, but you had to swoop in and steal my kill. Isn't that robbing me of— You fat loser, you're such a nuisance. Can we join forces to deal with you?" The pursuing students clearly held a grudge against Kai Su from their time in the secret realm. "Brothers, there are many people outside the school. I'm physically weak. Without talent, I can't even enter the examination arena. As for stealing kills, there are so many beasts in this secret realm, isn't it natural that the capable take them? My actions are legal and compliant, otherwise the education department would have eliminated me long ago," Kai Su explained loudly. A student cracked his knuckles and approached, saying, "Fat loser, no matter how many excuses you make, it won't help. This time if we don't make you cry, I'll change my surname from Hu if I don't." "Big brother, what does your happiness have to do with me?" Kai Su had a face full of misery as the student raged. "Damn. How dare you mock my accent? I'll kill you." With that he activated his talent, and one arm instantly turned black golden, striking towards Wang Jun's face. Bang! Kai Su raised his hand to block it. Although he dodged the fatal blow, he was soon overwhelmed by multiple attackers and fell to the ground. Bang 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 bang. The punches and kicks from all directions made Kai Su suffer intensely. "Stop!" Just as Kai Su was in despair, a sharp voice rang out. The students instinctively halted, turning around to see a tall young man striding out of the darkness. "Old!" Kai Su trembled, tears of joy streaming down his face. "If you had come a second later, I would have been beaten to death." "So this is the fat loser's friend." The students realized the identity of the newcomer, and one with a pale face said, "Lee, this fat loser was beaten by us. He brought this upon himself. If you dare intervene, don't blame us for being rude." Before he could finish, a swift sound interrupted the eerie forest, suddenly illuminated, as Li Suifeng charged into the crowd, bathed in golden light. "How dare you!" The students' faces changed, not expecting Li Suifeng to be so reckless, daring to act again. "Kill him!" someone roared, kicking at Li Suifeng's waist. Li Suifeng did not fall as expected. Instead, the attacker stumbled and fell to the ground. Before he could get up, a flash of golden light came and a fist landed heavily on his cheek. Bang! The student didn't even have time to scream, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. A voice rang out from the wristband on his candidate. "Lu Jin has lost consciousness and is eliminated." What? This sudden turn of events left the other candidates stunned. In just one encounter, this Li had eliminated one of them. Bang bang bang. As the sounds of impact echoed amid their astonishment, Li Suifeng struck, fiercely knocking multiple candidates to the ground. After only half a minute, among the 10 or so candidates chasing Kai Su, 7 were already lying on the ground, unable to rise. Only 5 remained standing, now devoid of the courage to fight, retreating in panic. "Classmates, let's talk this over. Please calm down." The originally unreasonable, whose surname student became understanding, panic evident as he tried to persuade. Li Suifeng did not pursue. He helped Kai Su up from the ground. "Ji Ge, are you alright?" "What?" "Oldly, I'm in pain." I'm hurt all over, it hurts so much. Kai-Su pointed at the candidates looking like a student reporting to a teacher. These bastards, just because they envy my talent and looks, teamed up to chase me down, making me suffer humiliation. Oldly, you must avenge me. The other candidates were so frustrated they almost coughed up blood. Fat loser, what talent and looks do you have? If you weren't such a nuisance, would we have teamed up to chase you? This is too shameless. Li Suifeng couldn't help but laugh at Ji's words. Ji Ge, when it comes to revenge, it's best to do it yourself for satisfaction. So go ahead and make your move, I'll be your support from behind. Kai-Su's face turned red as he realized Old Li was mocking his boastful words before the exam. Old Li, we're brothers. I want to share this thrill of torment with you. How about we attack together? Kai-Su asked weakly. At that moment, Wang Jun and Tian Rue arrived, realizing the situation. Master, this time's college entrance exam concerns the fate of many students. If we eliminate them all, it might upset the invigilators, which could lead to trouble. Tian Rue advised softly. Kai-Su glanced at her, wondering who this woman was. Why does it seem like she's so close to Old Li? A sense of crisis swept over Kai-Su. He wrapped his arm around Li Suifeng's shoulder, pretending to be powerful. As this lady said, I, Kai-Su, don't want to ruin anyone's future. However, since you humiliated me just now, I must slap you before you leave. Kai-Su, don't go too far. The whose surname student's face turned red with anger. Kai-Su waved. If you disagree, then let's fight. After all, my good brother is here, but it's either you die or we die. The other candidates twitched their mouths. If Kai-Su was alone, they would have pounced on him like a tiger and smashed him. But Li Suifeng was here. This student was as strong as a monster, definitely on the same level as Su Kai and Sun Yu. How could ordinary candidates compete? The candidates couldn't help but wonder. When did such a powerhouse emerge in Xingho City? And to think he was a close friend of the nuisance Kai-Su. A true man can bend and stretch. Everyone come over, and let's calm this big brother down. Wang Jun began mediating, actively pulling the whose surname student closer. Smack! Kai-Su slapped the whose surname student's face, unable to contain his excitement. That felt great. The whose surname student's eyes turned red as he was on the verge of tears. Smack, 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 smack. The four candidates were each slapped by Kai-Su, who trembled with excitement. The whose surname student looked at Li Suifeng with tears in his eyes. Can we leave now? Let's go. Li Suifeng waved, and the whose surname student helped the injured one stand up and quickly leave. Though it was night, the conference hall was still crowded. As true warriors, staying awake and basic fasting was a fundamental ability. Thus the city lord and others did not leave, but continued to monitor the exam. Who is this Kai-Su? He really knows how to stir up trouble, doesn't he? Fortunately, Li Suifeng is restrained, otherwise these candidates would have been beaten to elimination. Li Suifeng's combat power is truly outstanding. Has he become a prospective warrior already? Becoming a prospective warrior before the college entrance exam. What a pity that the 8 major academies don't know about this, otherwise surely one of them would extend an olive branch to Li Suifeng. Morning. The sunlight bathed the secret realm. Beside the extinguished campfire, Li Suifeng had just risen and discovered Wang Jun and Kai-Su snuggling together fast asleep. Tian Rue had already awoken and was staring into the distance with a serious expression. Hearing the movement from Li Suifeng, she immediately said, Brother expert, there are significant tremors deep in the desert. This cannot be caused by a lone beast. There might be a medium-sized beast tied over there. A medium-sized beast tied. Does that mean at least 500 beasts are gathered there? Li Suifeng's eyes lit up. A gathering of fewer than 100 beasts is called a beast group. When more than 300 beasts gather, it is called a beast tide. The scale of beast tides can be classified into small, medium, large, and extra large. A medium-sized beast tide consists of at least 500 beasts. Such a large-scale beast tide. How much talent value could it bring him? Full of anticipation, Li Suifeng shouted at the two who were still asleep. Chicken brother Wang Jun, wake up. What's wrong? Has the exam ended already? Kai-Su opened his eyes, confusion written on his face. Wang Jun jumped up saying, could it be that beasts are ambushing us? There seems to be a medium-sized beast tied over there. This is a great opportunity for us to level up. Hurry and prepare to head over. Li Suifeng urged. Wang Jun showed a look of shock. The textbooks say that even a low-level beast tide can threaten real warriors, and a medium or higher beast tide requires at least 10 official warriors to handle it. Kai-Su also looked worried. Yes, Laoli, even if the beasts in this secret realm have been weakened, they are still beasts. So many gathered together can be very dangerous. Li Suifeng remained unconcerned. If there are too few beasts, it's not fun to kill them. Only a medium beast tide can ignite my fighting spirit. Alright, you two, hurry up and follow me. With that, he headed towards the direction of the beast tide. Wang Jun looked at Kai-Su and cautiously asked, does your brother usually act this reckless? He dominated the kindergarten at 5, swept through elementary school at 7, was invincible in middle school by 12, and dared to compete with Huang for his sister. My brother has always been bold. Kai-Su boasted excitedly. If he dares to actively seek out the beast tide, he will definitely handle it. We just need to follow along to gain some points. Let's go. On the sandy ground 5 miles from the camp, numerous beasts gathered here, forming a dark beast tide that filled the entire horizon. By the time Li Suifeng and the others arrived, several hundred candidates had already gathered at the edge of the beast tide. For the candidates, although the beast tide was dangerous, it also came with opportunities. If luck was on their side, they could score several hundred points. Thus many candidates willingly took the risk to come. Isn't that Zhuang Tianxi from our 3rd school? Isn't that Fang Riyue from the 7th school? And Chen Feixiang from the 1st school? I didn't expect this beast tide to attract so many experts. Upon arrival, Wang Jun and Kai Su began to assess some of the candidates at the edge of the beast tide, discussing amongst themselves. Lan Aoxue and Su Kai are here too. Kai Su pointed at a pair of men and women standing side by side at the edge of the beast tide. The boy wore a black Taoist robe with a sturdy build that resembled a tower, exuding a fierce aura. The girl stood elegantly with fair skin and beautiful features resembling a blue lotus on a high mountain. Li Suifeng also noticed the two and exclaimed in surprise, the only 2 strength geniuses in the school are actually here. Is this small beast tide enough for us to share? He looked up, seeing the beast tide surging. At least 1,000 beasts were gathered, clearly exceeding Tian Rui's estimate, nearing a high-level beast tide. The number of beasts seemed plentiful, but with so many candidates present it appeared insufficient. Let's get started. Li Suifeng wasted no time, rolled up his sleeves and charged towards the beast tide. At this moment, many candidates at the edge of the beast tide had banded together to fight against the beasts. Suddenly a swift wind rushed by, startling many candidates. They turned to see a figure had already dashed into the beast tide. Who is this kid? So reckless. We dozens of us only dare to probe at the edge of the beast tide, and he actually dares to charge into the midst of it alone. Does he not know how to write the word death? What a madman. The candidates were astonished, but also felt that this student was already surrounded by beasts, and wouldn't hold on for long before facing life-threatening danger. To their surprise, roar, 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 clang, clang, clang. Amidst the roars of the beasts, a continuous sound of crashing echoed. Beasts pounced on the youth. Strangely, the youth did not perish under the beast's attack. Instead, his skin glimmered with a cold sheen, blocking all the beast's onslaught without a scratch. Huh. The youth roared, advancing despite the attacks from all directions, with each step unleashing a fist of brilliance. With a thunderous sound, a group of beasts retreated and fell under the impact of his fist. In just a few breaths, dozens of beasts had been slain by the youth. What? The candidates who had originally doubted were all dumbfounded. Su Kai and Lan Aoxue, as well as Zhuang Tianxi, Fang Riyue, and Chen Feixiang, all these top geniuses, were merely probing at the edge of the ferocious beast tide. Yet this youth charging alone into the beast tide not only survived, but also killed so many beasts. Is this person a monster? The beasts that gave us headaches are being slaughtered like dogs by him. Which school is he from? In just one encounter, these candidates were already awed by Li Suifeng and no longer dared to make any sarcastic remarks. Killed a Tianyue mouse, talent value 20. Killed a Kangmang leopard, talent value 20. Killed a snow mountain ferret, talent value 15. Within the beast tide system, messages flashed continuously before Li Suifeng's eyes, making him increasingly exhilarated. He had already lost count of how many beasts he had slain. He only knew that with each punch he threw, system messages flashed before him. The wonderful thing was that even though his exam scores would be divided among the 3 teammates in a team mode, the talent value would not. The talent value for any beast killed would belong solely to him. Thus, in just a few minutes, he visibly accumulated over 400 talent points. This feels incredible. He'll keep killing. By the time the beast tide is eradicated, my talent value will at least exceed 10,000. Li Suifeng roared in his heart, and also activated the talent Berserk Light. Without using the Berserk Light, relying solely on the crocodile skin and the heavenly fist, his lethality had already made the beasts suffer immensely. As the Berserk Light activated with a 20-fold increase in strength and speed, Li Suifeng moved like a beam of light darting through the beast tide. Wherever he went, beasts soared into the air, crashing down dead. Time passed. Because Li Suifeng was killing so fiercely, the number of beasts in the tide began to sharply decrease. The beast tide no longer acted solely in a dispersed manner. Many beasts, due to the deaths of their companions, started rushing towards Li Suifeng's area. This caused beasts in other directions to begin to retreat. Why are these beasts running away? I was just getting into the fight. Why are you running? In the northeast corner of the beast tide, Fang Riyue, who had twin ponytails and wore yoga pants, had just kicked a beast to death and noticed that the other beasts attacking her were now retreating. Nearby, Chen Feixiang, covered in blood, looked into the distance and saw that in the western area of the beast tide, beast heads were darting about, golden light flashing, and from time to time a beast would fly high into the air. The demon beasts seemed to be heading in that direction. Chun Feixiang pointed towards the dazzling golden light. They managed to lure the demon beasts away. A look of confusion filled Feng Riya's face. I don't know, let's go take a look first. With a whoosh, Chun Feixiang rushed towards the direction the beasts had gone. Hey, Chun Feixiang, wait for me. Feng Riya shouted, stretching her arm, but Chun Feixiang ignored her completely. Frustrated, she stamped her feet, and then she heard a noise behind her. Turning around, she saw Su Kai and Lan Ao Shui coming together. You two actually came as well. Feng Riya took a step back, her expression becoming wary. Feng Riya, I'm not interested in bullying someone weak like you, so there's no need to be nervous. Su Kai sneered, and Feng Riya's face flushed with anger. Su Kai, even if you were the top of class 2, I, Feng Riya, am also the top of class 7. What gives you the right to call me weak? Because I am stronger than you. Not convinced. Want to have a match? Su Kai grinned, exuding a ferocious aura. You? Feng Riya's face turned even redder, but she dared not accept the challenge. Su Kai's talent at this stage is very strong, perfectly aligned with physical techniques, and his combat power far surpasses Feng Riya's. If they were to engage in a forced confrontation, she would undoubtedly be defeated. Su Kai, say a little less. Lan Ao Shui interjected, glancing towards the direction the demon beasts were heading. No wonder the area we are in has fewer and fewer demon beasts. They have all gone to the west. What is in the west? She fell into deep thought. Whatever it is, we will know once we get there. Su Kai headed in the direction where Chun Feixiang had gone. Feng Riya, shall we go together? Lan Ao Shui extended an invitation. Given the scale of this beast tide, she did not believe that just a few people could eliminate it. They must join forces with other strong individuals. Lan Ao Shui, sure. Feng Riya took Lan Ao Shui's hand. Actually, I've heard about you for a long time, and I really like you. You are much more beautiful than in the photos online. Lan Ao Shui smiled. You are also very pretty. By the way, have you seen Sun Yu these days? Sun Yu? I saw him yesterday at 3 in the afternoon, but I don't know now. Feng Riya shook her head and asked, what do you want with Sun Yu? Su Kai wants to find him to have a unknown match and see who is stronger. Lan Ao Shui explained. Oh, so this narcissist wants to find Sun Yu. By the way, Lan Ao Shui, are you and this narcissist an item? He doesn't deserve you. Feng Riya said seriously. Lan Ao Shui rolled her eyes. You are overthinking it. Su Kai and I are actually distant relatives, and we just happen to be from the same school, that's why we're temporarily teaming up. That's fine then. A guy like him doesn't deserve a swan like you. Feng Riya stuck out her tongue. While the two girls were talking, the figures of Chun Feixiang and Su Kai appeared ahead. Both of them stood still, their faces showing surprise as if they had seen something extraordinary. What are you two dawdling? Feng Riya approached the two and clearly saw not far ahead, near the center of the beast tide, a figure standing proudly among the beasts, unyielding. Covered in radiance, the person seemed like a martial god continuously charging forward amidst the onslaught of the beast tide. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of explosions echoed. With every punch thrown by that figure, it carried an aura that shook the mountains and rivers, causing the beasts to fly and die. In an instant, Feng Riya was completely stunned. She never expected that the stirring of the beast tide was actually triggered by one person, Li Suifeng. Next to her, Lan Ao Shui's beautiful eyes widened in shock. This expert called Li Suifeng. Is he from your class too? Lan Ao Shui, do you know him? Feng Riya looked at Lan Ao Shui with curiosity. Lan Ao Shui's expression was incredibly complex. Although some news over the past few days had already proven that the awakening ceremony at their school was incorrect, and Li Suifeng was not a waste, but a genius. Yet now, seeing Li Suifeng rampaging through the beast tide, killing countless beasts without mercy, she still felt immense shock. Although she and Su Kai were both strength in the face of such a scale of beast tide, they had to be cautious, and did not dare to delve deep into the beast tide for fear of being eliminated by a sudden attack from the beasts. But Li Suifeng disregarded the threat of the demon beasts charging into the center of the beast tide and scathed amidst the attacks from the beasts, and could easily slaughter them. Such power was simply beyond imagination. How can this guy be so strong? At that moment, Su Kai also gradually awoke, his face showing embarrassment and unwillingness. His strength talent was the Dragon Clan gene, which was easier to develop in the early stages and better suited for physical techniques, resulting in fierce combat power. It was exactly because of this. He believed that at this stage no other strength genius in the city could compare to him. He was undoubtedly the best. But now Li Suifeng had emerged, slaughtering the beasts with such an astonishing display that even he felt tremendous. My Dragon Clan gene is unbeatable at this stage. I will only be stronger than Li Suifeng, I will prove myself. Su Kai's expression immediately turned resolute as he took off his battle suit, revealing his strong upper body. A layer of intricate scales began to grow on his skin, quickly covering his entire body. He looked as if he had donned a suit of dragon scale armor. Su Kai, what are you planning to do? Lan Ao Shui's expression changed slightly as she realized Su Kai might be getting carried away. Lan Ao Shui, the top scorer in the college entrance examination, is mine. You can't take it away. Chen Feixiang can't take it away. That Li Suifeng can't take it away either. Su Kai roared, leaping more than 30 meters into the air. Boom. Upon landing in the beast horde, his dragon-scaled legs crushed the bones of a demon beast. The impact of the landing made the surrounding demon beasts retreat in panic. I, Su Kai, am the top scorer. Glancing at Li Suifeng not far away, Su Kai's dragon-scaled hands sliced through the air, wildly swinging amidst the beast tide. Swish! Swish! One demon beast after another was sliced in half beneath his blade-like hands. In no time, Su Kai slaughtered dozens of demon beasts. In this case, Chen Feixiang can no longer remain low-key, or else the spotlight will be taken away by these two. How can I mix in later? With a face that shifted between gloom and brightness, Chen Feixiang felt his back twitch, bursting his battle suit, transforming into a pair of wings covered in green feathers. Whoosh! Chen Feixiang soared into the sky in an instant, flapping his wings as green feathers fell like blades piercing into the bodies of the demon beasts. Oh dear, is this because Li Suifeng is too strong that everyone is opening their abilities? Lan Ao Shui, should we also join in? Feng Ruya adjusted herself, her face filled with battle intent. Let's do it. Lan Ao Shui nodded, her pupils suddenly turning a deep blue. Immediately, several nearby demon beasts began to release eerie red light from their eyes, attacking the other demon beasts around them. Feng Ruya chuckled, waving her hand through the air. With a whoosh, the elemental energy of space transformed into a wave charging into the beast tide. I didn't expect Li Suifeng's valiant performance to ignite the fighting spirit of other talents. This examination is about to reach a climax. The dark horse Li Suifeng, the top candidate Su Kai, the only flying genius Chen Feixiang, and the special recruit Lan Aoshui, who will ultimately emerge victorious. What a gathering of stars in this year's college entrance examination. I am actually feeling a surge of excitement. In the spacious conference room, as the battle in the secret realm intensified, all the prominent figures wore radiant expressions, their faces filled with anticipation. Though they were far removed from the battlefield due to their high positions and age, their combat prowess diminished from former glory, they were still martial artists, and thus harbored the most basic competitive spirit. In this moment, their withered blood was completely ignited by the brilliance of the geniuses. Old one, whom do you think will claim the crown? At the long table, the city lord Su Sifeng smiled at the Minister of Education. The minister thought for a moment and replied, still Su Kai. Don't you think Li Suifeng can defeat him? Su Sifeng was surprised. Li Suifeng's strength, comprehension, and experience are all formidable, but his innate talent is still a bit lacking. The Minister of Education said calmly, Su Kai's Dragon Clan gene ranks in the top 5 amongst level talents, especially in the early stages. It is nearly unbeatable. His single talent surpasses Li Suifeng's by 2 levels, and as long as he performs normally, there's no reason he should lose to Li Suifeng. Old one, I didn't expect that after cooperating for so many years we would finally have a disagreement. Su Sifeng's words surprised the Minister of Education. City Lord, you favor Li Suifeng more. Of course. This child reminds me of Senior Sun, who claimed victory under circumstances where his talent was inferior to others, creating a globally renowned record. As Su Sifeng spoke, the Minister of Education shook his head directly. No, Senior Sun's comprehension and willpower are unparalleled in the world. Li Suifeng is an outstanding talent, but he cannot be compared to the elder. He cannot defeat Su Kai. Old one, since you are so confident, shall we make a bet? If Su Kai wins, I will fully support your next policy regardless of its merits. And if Li Suifeng wins, you must give me that treasure jar of demon blood wine you have kept. How about it? Su Sifeng's face was beaming with joy. The Minister of Education pondered for a moment and nodded. All right. In the trial's secret realm, in the land of beast tides, Li Suifeng was still engaged in continuous slaughter. However, as he continued to kill, he felt that the number of demonic beasts around him was decreasing. With such a large-scale beast tide, it shouldn't be cleared out so quickly. Why are the demonic beasts around me rapidly diminishing? In the midst of battle, Li Suifeng lifted his head and saw a group of boys and girls in the distance fiercely slaying demonic beasts. One of the boys, clad in scaled armor, was killing beasts with an efficiency comparable to his own. Su Kai and Lan Aoshui actually came, and they are stealing my kills. Damn, these are all my talent points. How can they be taken away by others? Li Suifeng was instantly furious, ignoring the surrounding demonic beasts as he charged toward the nearest person. What does this Li Suifeng want to do? In the air above the beast tide, Chen Feixiang, soaring with wings, noticed Li Suifeng approaching, his expression astonished. All the demonic beasts here are mine. You leave. Li Suifeng reached beneath Chen Feixiang, ignoring the roars of the beasts glaring at him. Are you crazy? All the demonic beasts in the secret realm are shared by those who see them. What right do you have to claim them for yourself? Chen Feixiang was almost enraged. Not to mention that such a large-scale beast tide could not be handled by a single person. Just saying that He Chen Feixiang was already a talented individual, why should he be threatened like this by Li Suifeng? What I rely on is my fist. If you want to try, I can accommodate you. Li Sufeng's gaze was sharp, exuding a captivating aura. Do you really think I would be afraid of you? Chen Feixiang's expression was furious. Li, do you really think you are something? Before he could finish speaking, a whoosh was heard. Suddenly a golden light appeared before him, as Li Suifeng suddenly materialized. What? Chen Feixiang's eyes widened. With the aid of his wings, he was flying at an altitude of 30. In other words, Li Suifeng just jumped to 30 meters high? Is this kind of jump even possible for a human? The fierce wind from his fist howled. Chen Feixiang quickly awakened and saw a fist coming toward him, smashing into his face. No. Chen Feixiang felt a surge of panic, flapping his wings, wanting to escape from this altitude. But it was too late. Bang! Like a rock, Li Sufeng's fist slammed into his face, causing him to fall from the beast tide to the ground, sliding for dozens of meters on his face, before coming to a stop. Then the wings behind Chen Feixiang disappeared, and he fainted. What? Some students, while grinding beasts, were also peeking at this battle. They didn't expect the conflict to end so quickly. Li Suifeng knocked Chen Feixiang out with a single punch. This is terrifying. Damn. Old Li, you are too fierce. Are you even human? We are all carbon-based life forms. Why are you the only one standing out so much? In the back of the beast group, Kai Su stared at his wristband, realizing that his exam score was nearing full marks, feeling extremely excited. Seeing his buddy knock out Chen Feixiang with one punch made him even happier. Wang Jun and Tian Rue exchanged glances. Although they had witnessed Li Sufeng's strength time and again, they had never expected that he could actually treat a top contender like a punching bag. This is truly ruthless. Too unbeatable. With a thud, Li Suifeng landed from the sky, creating a gust of wind that blew away the surrounding demonic beasts. Bang bang bang. He did not pause, pushing through, directly knocking away many demonic beasts in his path, heading towards Su Kai without even throwing a punch. Soon a girl with twin ponytails and yoga pants appeared before him. Li Suifeng found the girl familiar, suspecting she was likely a top student from some high school, and shouted, "Sister, all the demonic beasts here are mine. If you don't want to get hurt, just leave." He thought the girl would resist, but to his surprise her eyes sparkled as she said, "Li, you're so domineering. I'll listen to you, and leave now." Li Suifeng was taken aback, and the girl smiled brightly. "My name is Feng Ruyue from Qizhou. I have long been impressed by your feats. After this college entrance examination, can we exchange contact information? I admire strong individuals like you the most." Saying this, her eyes already sparkled with affection, as if she wanted to devour Li Suifeng. Li Suifeng was speechless, but nodded. "Sure, you can step back now." "All right, brother Suifeng." Feng Ruyue sweetly called out, crossing her long legs as she ran towards the edge of the beast tide. What a girl with self-awareness. Li Suifeng sighed, suddenly feeling a gust of wind coming from behind his head. He quickly turned around and saw a strange shadow approaching at an indescribable speed. Whoosh! The fist, wrapped in fine scales, smashed into Li Sufeng's chest. Pain. A profound pain. An unprecedented agony. Since awakening the skin of the mad crocodile, Li Suifeng had not felt such intense suffering for a long time. He was certain that the force behind the opponent's punch exceeded 20,000 kilograms. It was almost on par with his own explosive power. As he staggered backwards several steps, Li Suifeng steadied himself, and saw Su Kai enveloped in scales glaring at him with a fierce expression. "Li Suifeng, if you want me Su Kai to leave, you'll have to see if you can take a beating." Upon learning of Li Sufeng's intentions, he did not sit idly by, but instead took the initiative to strike. Li Suifeng laughed in rage. "I've seen many reckless beasts, but it's my first time encountering a reckless human. You are the reckless one." Su Kai roared, appearing like a ghost once more, his 5 fingers with nails as sharp as blades sliding toward Li Sufeng's face. Iron stake technique. Skin of the mad crocodile. Li Suifeng shouted in his heart, raising his arms to block. With a sizzle, 5 horrifying bloody marks suddenly appeared beneath his arms. Blood flowed, and Li Sufeng's expression darkened. Su Kai laughed, saying, "My nails can transform into dragon claws, shattering everything in the world. Do you think you can act recklessly in front of me with that rough boar hide? Dream on." Sizzle. He then launched a series of attacks, each finger sharp as a knife, leaving shallow blood marks on Li Sufeng's skin with every strike. Although the wounds were not fatal, they burned fiercely, igniting Li Sufeng's inner fury. Fiery light. With a fierce shout from his heart, a golden radiance enveloped his body. Li Sufeng's aura surged 20-fold, ignoring Su Kai's attacks, and he punched fiercely at Su Kai's chest. Sizzle. This time Li Sufeng's sportswear at his chest tore apart, adding 5 new wounds. But Su Kai was also not doing well. Although his dragon scales provided strong defense, surpassing the effectiveness of the skin of the mad crocodile, Li Sufeng's punch brought an impact that jostled his internal organs. "Li, if that's all you've got, you won't last long." Sukai endured the pain within, revealing a sinister smile. Then, without giving Li Suifeng a chance to catch his breath, he charged again. Boom, 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 boom. The two engaged in a fierce onslaught, unaware of the meaning of defense. After 30 seconds, the two retreated, Sukai covered in dense dragon scales, showing no signs of injury. Li Suifeng, however, was covered in alarming blood marks. In comparison, the outcome seemed clear. City Lord, it seems you are losing. The Minister of Education glanced at Su. Unexpectedly, the latter remained calm, smiling. The battle isn't over yet. It's too early to say who will win or lose. The Minister of Education shook his head with a smile, clearly confident of victory. In the trial's secret realm, his combat skills are on par with mine, and his physique is almost similar, but I cannot break through his defense. To put it plainly, his talent is simply too high. Is this the strength of its-level talent? Truly monstrous. Gasping for breath, Li Suifeng gazed at Sukai, but did not feel much anger within. His gaze fell upon his personal panel. Seeing the talent value section, the number exceeded 7,000. Behind the talent fiery light, a plus sign had appeared. Li Suifeng grinned widely, laughing inwardly. I was so immersed in monster grinding that I forgot my talent value had reached the standard. I can upgrade fiery light now. System, upgrade fiery light for me. In the next moment, the long-lost system text flashed by. Consumed 5,000 talent points, upgrade a level talent fiery light. To level talent, Great Sun Radiance. Personal Spirit 10. Great Sun Radiance, level light, attribute talent. Once activated, power and speed can surge by 30 times. It possesses a certain degree of physical recovery ability, and it can manipulate the ability to control light elements in battle. Various uses of talents instinctively entered his mind. In an instant, Li Suifeng's eyes widened, radiating brilliant golden light. His aura soared, as if the setting sun of dusk rose again, transforming into the hottest sun at noon. That unparalleled rising momentum made Sukai's heart tremble. What's going on? Why did this kid suddenly feel different to me? What is happening? Before he could understand what was happening, Li Suifeng suddenly threw a punch. They were clearly still 10 meters apart, but the fist's radiance shone and crossed that distance, landing squarely on Sukai's chest. Boom! With a loud bang, Sukai's body was sent flying, crashing to the ground, and spitting out a large mouthful of blood. He looked down, seeing the flesh on his chest turning blurry. Large patches of scales vanished, some even blasted off. How is this possible? Sukai's pupils contracted. Just moments ago, he had been battering Li Suifeng. But in the next second, Li Suifeng's single punch had actually wounded him severely. In the briefest of moments, what kind of transformation did Li Suifeng undergo? Whoosh! With a rush of wind by his ears, Sukai looked up to see Li Suifeng transformed into golden light, flashing close to him, his face unprecedentedly fierce, his arms raised high, as if wielding the hammer of a thunder god to judge the world. No! Sukai screamed internally, yet he could not stop what was about to happen. Li Suifeng's fist came down like a torrential storm upon him. Rat-a-tat. Sukai was enveloped in excruciating pain, curling up like a shrimp, trembling and spasming. The sound of bones cracking echoed continuously. One by one, Sukai's bones continued to fracture. In the end, he fell to the ground like a dead body, unconscious from the pain. On his wrist, a red light flickered and a tense voice came from the hand ring. Contestant Sukai has fallen into a coma, deemed eliminated. Contestant Li Suifeng, please cease your attack, or you will be disqualified and lose your examination results. At this point, Li Suifeng finally stopped, not even glancing at Sukai on the ground, but raised his head to survey the surroundings. Wherever his gaze fell, countless beasts were horrified. Beasts raised in the secret realm. Many possessed a bit of sentience. They could feel that the boy covered in dragon scales was now powerful like a demon. Yet this golden light boy could knock him out cold. The terror of his strength was evident. It made all the beasts instinctively fear him. Heavens! All around, countless contestants had fallen into a stupor due to the shock. Sukai, the top candidate recognized by over 80% of professionals, has been eliminated early. All because he could not withstand Li Suifeng's punch and was beaten to a pulp. How strong is Li Suifeng exactly? Sukai actually lost. On the side of the beast-tied Lan Aokshu's beautiful eyes widened. She and Sukai had been classmates for years, so she naturally understood Sukai's terrifying strength at this stage. She had thought that the top candidate from Xingho City was already in Sukai's grasp. He could even compete for the provincial top candidate. But unexpectedly, he was eliminated by Li Suifeng midway through the battle. Just a while ago, Li Suifeng could only defeat Tang Hu. Now he could beat Sukai brutally. How could this happen? In the vast conference hall, experts gathered, yet the atmosphere was eerily silent. All because the scene of Li Suifeng knocking out Sukai was too shocking, far beyond the imaginations of the prominent figures. Ha ha ha. Suddenly a burst of laughter rang out. It came from City Lord Su Sifeng. He abruptly stood up, joy radiating from his face. Wonderful. 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 I didn't expect that after so many years our Xingho City has produced another super genius. Truly heaven blesses our Xingho city. Heaven blesses our dragon country. This examination isn't over yet. But he could already ascertain that Li Suifeng had the strength to seize the top spot in Xingho city. Moreover, with a bit of good luck, it wouldn't be impossible for Li Suifeng to compete for the provincial top candidate either. Old one. Laughing heartily, Su Sifeng looked at the Minister of Education beside him. The Minister of Education looked somewhat dazed. He still couldn't believe that Su Kai lost to Li Suifeng. And lost so terribly. After a long time, the Minister of Education finally sighed. My judgment was mostly correct. Su Kai is still a dragon. The only mistake I made was not realizing that Li Suifeng is also a dragon. And a true dragon that is 1 in 10,000. Trial Secret Realm. As Chen Feixiang and Su Kai were eliminated, the two examiners swiftly descended upon the scene. Roar. A beast roared as it charged, intending to attack the two examiners. Back off. One of them raised an arm, unleashing a powerful aura that swept across the area. In an instant, all the beasts froze their eyes, shifting from cruelty to terror, trembling in place, too afraid to move. The two examiners picked up Su Kai and Chen Feixiang, casting a deep glance at Li Suifeng before vanishing in a flash of white light. Li Suifeng, by eliminating that narcissistic Su Kai, you have avenged me. I owe you a favor now. With the examiners gone, Feng Riyue rushed over her pretty face, filled with surprise. By the way, you are really strong. What talent did you awaken? What's your height and weight? What kind of girl do you like? How about me? She chattered on and on. Li Suifeng wore a speechless expression. Feng Riyue, we are still in the exam. Let's talk after it's over. Okay, brother Suifeng, I will listen to you. Feng Riyue sweetly responded, causing Wang Jun and Kai Su nearby to exchange glances. This Feng Riyue is indeed a proud daughter of heaven, yet in front of old Li, she has turned into a love-struck girl. My goodness. I, Kai Su, have never experienced such treatment in my life. Kai Su's face was filled with sourness. Wang Jun looked on with envy. When will I be as impressive as brother Suifeng, so that women will throw themselves at me? Brother Wang Jun, just work hard to improve yourself. When you become as tough as iron, women will naturally line up waiting for your favor. Kai Su tried to comfort Wang Jun, also a bit of self-encouragement. Enough, you two. I'm still here. Tian Rue scolded, stopping the two from continuing their nonsense. With the examiners gone, the nearby beasts returned to their fierce state. They roared and charged towards Li Suifeng, looking as if they were ready to fight to the death. All right, Feng Riyue, step back, Li Suifeng called out. Feng Riyue obediently retreated, raising her pink fists and sweetly cheering, go brother Suifeng. Li Suifeng felt speechless, but still shouted, gathering the power of light within his arm. Heavenly light, long fist. With his heart roaring, Li Suifeng punched from a distance, golden elemental force, transforming into fist light, striking into the pack of beasts. With a loud boom, the golden light exploded, devouring many beasts. As the golden light dissipated, one beast after another collapsed, unmistakably dead. Tisk tisk t. This is truly the power of strength talent. It not only enhances my physical strength, but also allows me to manipulate the hidden light elements of the world, condensing them into fist light to strike from afar. At this moment, I possess not only immense explosive power, but also a means for ranged attacks. Li Suifeng's eyes sparkled. Previously, in the heat of battle, he hadn't had the chance to savor the enhancement of his talent. Now, with a calm mind, he observed the power of his new ability. He confirmed that his combat power had at least tripled or quintupled from its original state, especially the ability to manipulate light elements to form fist light. This made his attack methods increasingly diverse. When facing strong foes, he could avoid close combat and create fist light for ranged annihilation. Boom, 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 boom. Li Suifeng, savoring the thrill, combined his heavenly light long fist with his talent of great sunlight, continuously bombarding with fist light. On one hand, he was frantically slaying beasts, and on the other testing the flight limits of his fist light. Hundreds of beasts perished under the fist light. After continuous testing, Li Suifeng determined that the attack limit of the fist light was about 15 meters. A distance of 10 meters was the optimal range for the lethality of the fist light. The explosive effect of the fist light was nearly equivalent to his most powerful punch. It could easily kill any first-tier beast. Killed a flamingo, talent points 10. Killed a hurricane crab, talent points 20. Killed. Time passed, and the originally grand beast tide had dwindled to less than a tenth of its size. The once ferocious beasts were now panicking due to the excessive deaths of their companions. They no longer cared about attacking the examinees and turned to flee deeper into the desert. Don't run. Li Suifeng wanted to give chase, but felt fatigued from the prolonged battle. Reluctantly, he had to stop, raising his wristwatch. Killed 866 beasts, exam score 525 points. Long ago, Li Suifeng had already achieved a perfect exam score. Thus, any additional beasts killed would no longer increase his exam score. However, the number of beasts killed was still accumulating, now reaching 866. This number of beasts killed should set a historical record for Starfire City, right? Not bad. Li Suifeng nodded in satisfaction and opened his personal panel. Li Suifeng Realm Awakening Level 0 Physique 33 Spirit 27 Talent Great Sunlight Shrank Crocodile Skin A Rank Technique None Martial Arts Heavenly Light Long Fist Perfect Iron Stake Skill Proficient Can be analyzed Talent Points 3920 on the panel. The rank talent of Fierce Light had long been replaced by the Shrank talent of Great Sunlight. After a corresponding increase of 10 points in Spirit, it reached 27 points, narrowing the gap with his physique. After further accumulation, his talent points remained close to 4,000. That should be enough. Li Suifeng nodded in satisfaction. Oh, such a significant amount of talent points was sufficient for him to learn new martial arts and techniques after the exam. The practical assessment that caused countless examinees headaches had instead become a great opportunity, allowing Li Suifeng to strike it rich. Unfortunately, each assessment only has one wave of the beast tide. That means there won't be any new beast tides forming next. But the end of the exam is already near, right? The time displayed on the wristband had unknowingly reached noon. Only 2 hours remained until the exam ended. Li Suifeng. A voice reached his ears. Li Suifeng turned to see Lan Aoshue approaching with a complex expression. She seemed to have something on her mind, biting her lip, wanting to say something, but unsure how to start. Lan Aoshue, did you get a perfect score? Li Suifeng asked directly. I did. Lan Aoshue replied. Then that means you topped the exam. Li Suifeng's expression turned regretful. Although he had hunted 866 beasts, the perfect score for the practical assessment was only 525 points. He could not break through this score limit, thus his total score would inevitably fall short of Lan Aoxue's. After all, her comprehension and spirit points were exceptionally high. She was a full 12 points higher than Li Suifeng. Of course, if Li Suifeng's academic score were 12 points higher than Lan Aoxue's, there would still be a chance to take the top spot in Starfire City. But that possibility was low. After all, Li Suifeng had merely guessed on the cultural exam questions, while the usually meticulous and clever Lan Aoxue would not likely score lower. Li Suifeng, how many beasts did you kill? Lan Aoxue suddenly asked. 866. You've really surpassed that record. What record? Li Suifeng asked, confused. I don't know the specifics, just heard my father mention it. When I came to participate in the entrance exam, one reason was to prove myself, and the other was to break that record, Lan Aoxue explained, breaking into a smile. But no matter what, Li Suifeng, I can congratulate you in advance on being accepted into the 8 major academies. Even though the 8 major academies place great importance on total scores, some exceptional examinees can be admitted through exceptional circumstances. With your monster-slaying talent, there is no one else like you in all of Starfire City. Even if his final score in the entrance exam is not good, he would definitely be recruited by the 8 major academies. Congratulations on entering Tianwan University. Oh, our lives are still long ahead. Let's meet again in a bigger city. Li Suifeng smiled. He still had a good impression of this former deskmate. At 1:50 in the afternoon, enormous spheres of light appeared above the 4 regions of the secret realm. Only then did the candidates realize that the practical examination had concluded. My exam score is only a little over 300, far from my expectations. I am worse off than you. My practical score is barely 230. I envy that, Li Suifeng. Not everyone possesses the ability to slay demonic beasts. Most candidates not only needed to collaborate with others, but also had to endure fierce battles to have any chance of killing a demonic beast. Moreover, when facing slightly stronger demonic beasts after a grueling battle, they might not even kill the beast, but would instead find themselves exhausted and forced to give up. Thus, the practical scores of most candidates were generally similar to those of previous years, only reaching 200 to 300 points. Achieving 400 points was already quite outstanding. Those who scored above 500 points were either geniuses with S-level talents or A-level talents with impressive physical skills. Should we leave now? Underneath the ice mountain, Li Suifeng gazed at the luminous barrier a mile away, feeling a sense of regret. After finishing his conversation with Lan Aoxue, he did not idle away, following Wang Jun and others to the icy region in pursuit of the beast tide. However, the beast tide had dispersed, and Li Suifeng no longer had the opportunity to reap points easily. He could only search for demonic beasts to kill individually, which was far less efficient than before. Even so, Li Suifeng's final count of slain demonic beasts reached 921. His talent score also rose to 4,860 points. He was just one step away from the 5,000 point threshold. The exam is about to end. All candidates must return through the barrier by 2 o'clock. Those who fail to return on time will be considered in violation of the rules and will have 100 exam points deducted. A voice from an examiner echoed throughout the trial's secret realm. The candidates, feeling the urgency, abandoned their pursuits of demonic beasts and hurried towards the luminous barrier for transport. Brother Suifeng, shouldn't we be leaving soon? A sweet voice called from behind. Li Suifeng turned around to see Feng Ruyue pouting adorably. Earlier upon learning that Li Suifeng had teamed up with Kai Su and the others, she had promptly requested to join their group. Li Suifeng thought that since he had already maximized his exam points, he agreed to let her in. However, to gain more talent points, Li Suifeng established a rule that Feng Riyue was not allowed to directly kill demonic beasts. At most, she could only injure or weaken them. The final blow to slay the beasts was entirely left to him, Li Suifeng. Feng Riyue had already achieved full marks, so she obediently injured several demonic beasts. Thus, Li Suifeng was able to effortlessly reap the rewards and acquire points more rapidly. The efficiency of Li Suifeng's subsequent examinations was greatly aided by this girl. Alright everyone, let's head to the barrier for transport now. Li Suifeng took out his ring communicator and sent a message to his teammates. He immediately led Feng Riyue towards the barrier. On the playground of the first high school, white light flashed continuously. One by one candidates appeared. Li Suifeng and his group also successfully materialized on the playground. The Minister of Education appeared on the high platform. Beside him gathered a series of prominent figures, including a kindly old man with a radiant smile. Is that the City Lord? Wow, it really is the City Lord. I didn't expect that this year's college entrance examination would attract the City Lord's attention. Many candidates recognized the identity of the old man and were instantly amazed. Li Suifeng's expression was peculiar. Is that City Lord watching me? Or is it just my imagination? It can't be just imagination. Brother Suifeng, you killed over 900 demonic beasts, setting a historical record. It would be hard for the City Lord not to pay attention to you. Feng Riyue praised sweetly. Brother Suifeng, after this battle, you will be famous in Xingho City. I hope that when you rise to greatness in the future you won't forget that in your lowest times Feng Riyue was there for you. What nonsense. Feng Riyue, stop talking nonsense. The ones who have followed the master are Wang Jun and Sister Ray. It's not you, the latecomer. Wang Jun shouted loudly. Feng Riyue with a sweet smile squeezed out a sentence. Wang Jun, if it weren't for Brother Suifeng being here, I would have to maintain my Leda-like image, and you might have already been slapped dead. Wang Jun hurriedly hid behind Kai Su. Brother Ji, save me. Kai Su. You've learned to call me Brother Ji from Old Li too. By the way, why does Old Li call me brother? Dear candidates, this practical assessment has successfully concluded. Your total scores for the college entrance examination will be announced tomorrow morning. You can log on to the Shuexin website to check at that time. At this moment, City Lord Su Sifeng delivered a speech on behalf of the Minister of Education declaring the end of the college entrance examination. Cheers erupted from the candidates on the playground. The college entrance examination officially ended. At the entrance of the first high school, countless parents gathered. When the school gate opened, students began to emerge and parents shouted loudly. When Li Suifeng and his teammates came out, he unexpectedly received a message from his mother. Son, your dad and I are waiting for you outside the first high school. Huh, Mom and Dad are here. Isn't Dad at work? Li Suifeng was surprised but said goodbye to Brother Ji and quickly headed to the location mentioned by his mother. After a while, Li Suifeng saw his parents standing amidst the surging crowd. Xiaofeng. Wang Wen rushed over and hugged him tightly, unable to speak due to her overwhelming excitement. Son, how could you participate in the martial arts examination? Why didn't you tell your mom and me about such an important matter? Li Jiaming asked, though without any anger. His eyes were red, his body trembled, and he was very excited. I didn't want you two old ladies to worry, so I kept it a surprise for you. Thankfully, the results were good. Li Suifeng grinned. Mom, Dad, your son is now also a top student at a martial arts university. Good, good, good. Li Suifeng was flushed with excitement. No man wishes for anything less than for his son to achieve greatness. Nor would any man refuse the glory of their descendants. Li Jiaming was no exception. Young man, you are Li Suifeng, right? You did very well in this practical assessment. Congratulations. A voice from the crowd revealed that a parent recognized Li Suifeng. Soon more and more parents brought their children over. Li Suifeng, you did great. At such a young age you can make those demonic beasts flee in fear. When you become a martial artist you will surely lead our people and suppress those damned demonic beasts. Our Dragon Kingdom will gain another pillar of support. You two have raised a good son. Because the practical assessment was live-streamed, countless parents watched on television and witnessed Li Suifeng's performance. Hearing the praises from the other parents, Wang Wen and Li Jian felt happy, but also somewhat guilty. Their son's growth was mainly due to his own efforts, not much related to them. Li Xiaoyu. At this moment, a familiar voice rang out. Li Suifeng turned and saw a luxurious black car parked on the street beyond the crowd, with Zhang Daong excitedly waving from inside. Li Suifeng immediately pulled his parents into the car. Once the door closed, Wang Wen and Li Jian were a bit dazed. They had never ridden in such a luxury car in their lives. They could tell that Zhang Daong must be an impressive figure. How could their son, just a student, know such a big shot? Mom, Dad, this is Master Zhang, head of the Zhongqiang Martial Arts Academy. Li Suifeng introduced, noticing his parents' bewildered expressions. Their faces paled further. The Zhongqiang Martial Arts Academy enjoyed considerable renown in the region, renowned for its exorbitant tuition and elite student body, drawn almost exclusively from affluent or influential families. I qualified for the martial examination thanks to Master Zhang, granting me provisional candidate status. Li Suifeng offered this brief explanation, and only then did his parents grasp the situation. Unbeknownst to them, their son had withdrawn from school, joined the Xinjiang Academy, and secured a place in the prestigious martial examination. Master Zhang, thank you sincerely for helping Xiaofeng, Li Jianming, and Wang Wen said with heartfelt gratitude. Rather, it is I who should thank you both for raising such an extraordinary son. Through Li Xiaoyou's performance in this examination, the Xinjiang Academy shall rise to national prominence. Master Zhang Dui beamed as he praised them, then turned to Li Suifeng. Xiaoyou, what are your insight score and spiritual resilience score? 192 and 176. Li Suifeng's reply settled Zhang Dui's lingering anxiety. A combined total of 368, plus a perfect 525 in practical combat. Excluding academic scores, your examination tally already stands at 893 points. That surpasses the admission thresholds of all 8 great academies. Excellent. Zhang Dui laughed heartily, so overwhelmed with elation that his martial aura surged outward, causing the entire vehicle to tremble. Seeing Wang Wen and Li Jianming recoil in alarm, Zhang Dui immediately offered a contrite smile. My apologies. I was simply too carried away and failed to rein in my emotions. No harm done. No harm done, Li Jianming chuckled, then asked hesitantly, Master Zhang, did you mean to say my son's score qualifies him for admission to one of the 8 great academies? Absolutely, without question, Zhang Dui affirmed with unwavering certainty. Li Jianming exchanged a glance with Wang Wen. Both eyes shimmered with unshed tears. The 8 great academies, the cradles of every martial master in Longhua. Graduates invariably ascended to elite positions across society. In other words, their son had accomplished the legendary leap of the carp over the dragon gate, his future assured among society's most distinguished ranks, bringing honor and glory to his ancestral line. As the couple trembled with emotion, Zhang Dui pulled out his phone and tapped swiftly. A soft chime sounded. Li Suifeng's phone notified him of a text message. He opened it to find a 30,000 yuan transfer confirmed. Master Zhang. Li Suifeng frowned, puzzled. Hadn't they agreed upon 20,000? Why 30? Xiaoyou, the additional 10,000 is my personal reward. Please accept it graciously. Zhang Dui spoke with radiant enthusiasm. Until now he had assumed Li Suifeng came from privilege, but observing the modest attire of his parents, he realized the young man hailed from humble origins. Under such circumstances, even prodigious talent often faded into obscurity. Yet Li Suifeng had risen relentlessly, outshining a cohort of privileged heirs born into martial dynasties. Such exceptional aptitude defied imagination, and his future achievements would surely know no bounds. Generosity, when timed wisely, amounted to strategic investment, an act of foresight that forged enduring bonds. Then many thanks, Master Zhang. Li Suifeng expressed sincere gratitude. He was desperately short on funds, and his outstanding performance would undoubtedly generate immense visibility for the Xinjiang Academy. Accepting the extra 10,000 brought no moral hesitation. Mom, Dad, we're financially secure now? Soon we'll upgrade to a spacious new home. With matters resolved, Li Suifeng no longer concealed the truth. He handed his phone to his parents. Stunned, speechless by the balance displayed on Li Suifeng's account, they could utter no word. Under Master Zhang Dui's escort, the family of 3 returned home safely. Wang Wen, brimming with exhilaration, seized her phone and began sending rapid messages, reporting her son's triumph to the extended family group. Though ordinarily reserved, the dream of nurturing a soaring dragon had always burned deep within their hearts. Now fulfilled, their son stood as their greatest pride. They would celebrate, boldly and unapologetically. Li Jianming, rarely extravagant, broke tradition by flooding his co-workers' chat group with generous red envelopes. Brother, you're amazing. Yaya dashed forward and clung tightly to Li Suifeng's leg. He lifted her up and showered her cheeks with enthusiastic kisses. Brother, you stink. Li Jiayue wrinkled her nose in mock disgust. Only then did Li Suifeng realize he'd sweated profusely through fierce combat and bore the pungent scent of demonic beast blood. He pinched his sister's nose playfully, then retreated to shower before returning to his bedroom. Scarcely had he picked up his phone when a new message appeared. Your bank account has received RMB 50000. Available balance RMB 801256. 77. Is this the commission from Wang Jun and Tian Rue? Those 2 wealthy youngsters certainly pay without hesitation, Li Suifeng mused quietly. According to his father, 80,000 yuan could secure a brand new 3-bedroom apartment in Starfire City's prime district. Now that the examination was concluded, he would soon take his parents house hunting, granting them the dignified life of the urban middle class. For Wang Wen and Li Jianming this night remained sleepless. Li Suifeng, however, slept soundly. At dawn the next day, he retrieved his phone and logged onto the academic credit network to check his results, finding precisely what he'd anticipated. Candidate Li Suifeng. Humanities, 45 points. Insight, 192 points. Spiritual resilience, 176 points. Practical combat, 525 points. Total examination score, 938 points. Rank first in Starfire City. What? I'm number 1. But shouldn't Lan Aoshua hold that title? Li Suifeng stared at his screen, disbelief lingering. Old Li, results are out. You're the top scholar. Congratulations, Grandmaster Brother. You've claimed the crown. Grandmaster Brother is eternal legend. Grandmaster Brother, we've already transferred your rewards. Congratulations on your victory. His phone chimed incessantly. Kai-Su Wang Jun and Tian Rue, flooding his inbox with jubilant messages. Li Suifeng didn't rush to reply. Instead, he navigated to Lan Aoshua's contact and sent a message. Lan Aoshua, what was your humanities score? Lan Aoshua replied instantly, I did not sit the humanities exam. Huh. Li Suifeng blinked in astonishment. No wonder his total score unexpectedly edged past hers to claim first place. So she hadn't taken the humanities exam at all. I merely wished to demonstrate my martial prowess, and perhaps break that senior cultivator's record of slaying 801 demonic beasts. Lan Aoshua explained, and Li Suifeng nodded comprehension dawning. Li Suifeng, congratulations on becoming Starfire City's top scholar. Though it seems you fell just short of provincial champion. Another message arrived from Lan Aoshua, evidently privy to provincial rankings through familial channels. Didn't make provincial champion? Li Suifeng felt a flicker of regret, but quickly dismissed it. When he sat the exam, his innate talent had not yet ascended to steer, leaving his spiritual capacity inherently inferior to true steer geniuses. Moreover, his humanities score suffered from insufficient preparation. Under these constraints, claiming first place in Starfire City remained an outstanding achievement. After brief exchanges with Lan Aoshua, and Jigo a knock sounded at his bedroom door. Xiaofeng, are you awake? Guests have come to see you. Guests? Li Suifeng opened the door and entered the living room, where 4 distinguished visitors sat poised upon the worn sofa. Under Wang Wen's hospitality, tea, fruits, and snacks were arranged on the coffee table. Li Suifeng quickly recognized the guests sitting on the sofa: City Lord Su Sifang, the Minister of Education, the Principal of No. 2 High School, and Zhang Jingyi, the head of the Physical Fitness Center. Su Sifang, who was sitting on the sofa, stood up and said hello studently. Li Suifeng was somewhat surprised. City Lord, am I really not dreaming? You came to my house. Huh. You're truly a humorous young friendly. Su Sifang laughed. The 3 others beside him also greeted Li Suifeng. Please, young friendly, take a seat, let's chat. Su Sifang waved warmly. After Li Suifeng sat down beside him, Wang Wen nervously retreated to the living room. Li Jianming took a leave today and did not go to work. He sat quietly in a corner of the living room, not daring to speak. City Lord Su Sifang, the true #1 figure in Xingho City, was also a high-level martial artist. With such a prominent figure, even their factory owner would have to bow and scrape at a single word. As a minor character, he was naturally intimidated by the others' presence and did not dare to speak up. Young friendly, it is like this: you have achieved the top score in the college entrance examination in Xingho City, and according to the rules, our government will grant you a scholarship of 100,000 yuan. Su Sifang said as he took out a bank card. This card has exactly 100,000 on it, and the password is 123,456. Li Suifeng decisively took the bank card without hesitation. Not only in Xingho City, but also in major cities across the province, there is a scholarship for top scorers. In addition to the reward, there is one more thing: the Demon Slayer General Sun Wanchong, one of the 8 generals of Long Country, hails from our Xingho City. Young friendly, do you know this? Su Sifang asked with a smile. Of course I know, Li Suifeng said with respect. The 8 great generals of Long Country are all extraordinary martial artists, not only possessing astounding strength, but also remarkable achievements. Every general has blood on their hands from at least 100,000 demons. They are truly the backbone of Long Country and the entire human race. Such individuals not only appear in textbooks, but are also well-known figures in Long Country. Su Sifang continued with a smile back. When Senior Sun participated in the college entrance examination, he also won the top score and set a record of slaying 801 demons during the practical assessment. To encourage future generations, he established an unwritten rule: if any junior can break this record, they will receive a gift he left behind. Li Suifeng suddenly understood. The record that Lan Aoshua mentioned was related to this. However, this General Sun, who could sweep across the province with unmatched power, was undoubtedly a remarkable figure. The gift he left behind for himself must be something extraordinary. Studently, this is the gift left by that, Su Sifang said as the Minister of Education handed over a square black box. Li Suifeng took it and instinctively asked what is inside. We have strictly followed Senior Sun's orders and have never opened it. Only you will know its contents, studently. Su Sifang smiled confidently, but it is certain that it will be something beneficial for your martial arts career. Is that so? Thank you all. Li Suifeng clasped his fists. In addition to these matters, young friend, Li, the Xingho city government would like to make a deal with you. At this point, the Minister of Education spoke up. What kind of deal? To better nurture you student Li, our government can offer you a contract. The contract states that after graduating you need to return to Xingho City to work for 2 years, and we will provide you with a 3 million yuan advance investment. The Minister of Education handed over the prepared contract. Li Suifeng glanced at it and said directly, I cannot accept this contract for now. The contract offered by the Xingho city government was indeed generous. A direct 3 million yuan cash payment could help him purchase various martial arts resources while attending university. However, correspondingly after graduation, he would have to return to Xingho City and serve the government for 2 years. This contract was akin to a temporary indenture. Although the benefits were substantial, Li Suifeng had little interest. After becoming a martial artist, there are many ways to make money. Li Suifeng was confident he could earn a few million by the time he graduates. Why sign an indentured contract? The Minister of Education said, Student Li, should you not show this to your parents? Why rush to refuse? Li Jianming quickly said, my son is already of age. I fully trust his independent decision. The Minister of Education and Su Sifang exchanged glances, not surprised by this. True geniuses with pride often seek to explore broader horizons, battling beasts, celestial demons, and other races after entering university. Few would fear the risks and return to serve their hometown government. By presenting this contract, they also aimed to lay the groundwork for the future of Xingho City. Su Sifang could not remain as city lord forever. He needed a successor. It was evident that Li Suifeng did not wish to be that successor. He wanted to fulfill his potential in a broader world. Su Sifang and the others felt regret, but had no objections. It's fine if Student Li does not accept. I wish you a bright future and great success in the days to come. Su Sifang smiled as he took back the contract. At this moment, the principal of No. 2 High School stood up, his face filled with sorrow, and said, Young friend Li, it is my fault for not discovering such talent in time, forcing you to drop out. I apologize. Zhang Jingyi also stood up, filled with regret and remorse. He was one of the first to discover Li Suifeng and had tried his best to retain him. But due to unforeseen circumstances, he was always a step behind, resulting in today's tragedy. Principal, you are being too polite. Without rules, nothing can be established. You at No. 2 High School also acted according to the rules and did not bully me. Li Suifeng was courteous. He held no resentment towards No. 2 High School. At that time, he indeed only awakened in a great talent. It was reasonable that they would not allow him into the martial. Student Li, you have a broad mind. I greatly admire that. The principal of No. 2 High School flattered him before getting back on topic. Student Li, you ultimately represented Zhengqi Martial Arts Center in the college entrance examination, but you also spent 5.5 years at No. 2 High School. I wonder if we might have the honor to promote you. Li Suifeng instantly understood the other's intentions. Every high school hopes to have someone achieve good results within their ranks. When a student passes the examination, it brings significant exposure to the school, and they cannot miss the chance for publicity. Hanging banners and displaying photos at the entrance are the basic essentials. Since he ultimately represented Zhengqi Martial Arts Center in the college entrance examination, the achievements he gained were thanks to Zhengqi Martial Arts Center and had nothing to do with No. 2 High School. If No. 2 High School were to use him for promotion, it would inevitably seem somewhat unjustified. It was normal for the principal to come and persuade him. Child, we must remember those who dug the well for us. You must agree to the principal's request. Li Jianming suddenly spoke up. Although he was honest and simple, he was not oblivious. He sensed the underlying circumstances and worried that Li Suifeng would refuse and offend someone, so he reminded him. Li Suifeng nodded, saying, as my father said, No. 2 High School is also my alma mater. If the principal can promote me, I would feel honored. Thank you for your understanding, Student Li. The principal of No. 2 High School breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Jingyi also gave Li Suifeng a grateful look. In the time that followed, Su Sifang and Li Suifeng chatted about future matters, mainly asking which university he wished to attend. In this world, the choices for universities are filled out after the examination. With Li Suifeng's results, no matter which university he applied to, he would surely be accepted. Nevertheless, Su Sifang still offered suggestions based on Li Suifeng's talents and comprehension, hoping he would apply to Xingkong Academy and Wuji Academy. Li Suifeng politely indicated that he would consider it carefully before proceeding. After some pleasantries, Su Sifang and the others took their leave. Once the four left, Li Jianming with a beaming face said, Xiao Feng, you've achieved success. Ordinary folk would often feel nervous and uneasy when facing someone like the city lord. But his son, on the other hand, chatted and laughed all the way, maintaining his composure. In the bedroom, Li Suifeng opened the black box left by the city lord and found a book lying quietly inside. The cover read, 8 Desolations, Infinite Skill. Li Suifeng's eyes lit up. The gift left by senior son is actually a martial art manual. With the advancement of the internet, many physical techniques, martial arts, and skills are mostly stored in the cloud. The number of manuals stored in the form of physical books is decreasing. Those that are presented in physical form are often exceptional techniques. I wonder what type of martial art this great general of a nation has left behind. Filled with anticipation, Li Suifeng opened the cover and saw a line of text on the first page of the ancient book. This skill was created by me in my youth, a terrestrial-level cultivation technique suitable for the awakening realm, specially left for Xingho City to encourage future generations. Sun Wanchong. This is actually a technique created by Senior Sun, and it's terrestrial level. Li Suifeng's face was filled with joy. Terrestrial-level cultivation methods belong to the advanced category, and there are very few in circulation. Only the 8 major academies have a relatively large number of techniques of this level, but even students there find it difficult to learn them. It is said that one must complete numerous university tasks and earn a certain contribution value to qualify for study. Moreover, it is rumored that there are no such techniques in the 2nd or 3rd tier universities. Even if there is at most one. Terrestrial-level techniques are like peerless divine arts. Even money cannot buy them. This Senior Sun is indeed generous in nurturing future generations. Li Suifeng's heart was ablaze as he browsed through the 8 Desolations Infinite skill. As time passed, it was soon approaching noon. After closing the 8 Desolations Infinite skill, Li Suifeng wore a pensive expression. Is this the cultivation technique of a formal martial artist? The content is truly profound and obscure. With my comprehension, I have only managed to understand half of it. Li Suifeng Realm Awakening Level 0 Physique 33 Spirit 27 Talent Great Sun Brightness Level Crocodile Skin A Level Technique 8 Desolations Infinite Skill Body Technique Heavenly Light Long Fist Perfect Iron Post Technique Proficient Can be deduced Talent Value 4860 Opening the panel, the 8 Desolations Infinite Skill appeared in the technique column, causing Li Suifeng to smile slightly. Fortunately, I have a system. No matter how profound the technique is, I can directly spend points to upgrade it. System enhanced the 8 Desolations Infinite Skill for me. With a thought, the system's text then appeared. Consume 3,000 talent points to elevate the 8 Desolations Infinite Skill to level 1. Personal Physique 20. An upgrade costs 3,000 points. Wow, that's too great a cost. Li Suifeng's face was filled with bitterness. He was only 140 points away from reaching 5,000 talent points. He was still thinking about upgrading his defensive talent Crocodile Skin to S level after reaching the required talent points. However, with the emergence of the 8 Desolations Infinite Skill, he had to postpone this plan. Fortunately, the 8 Desolations Infinite Skill, being a terrestrial-level martial art, greatly enhances the body. Just practicing it to the first level increased Li Suifeng's physique by 20 points. The 8 Desolations Infinite Skill left to me by Senior Sun is only the first volume, with a total of 9 levels corresponding to the 9 minor realms of a martial artist. Having already cultivated this skill to the first level, can I also be considered a martial artist of Awakening Level 1? Li Suifeng looked expectantly and checked the panel. Li Suifeng Realm Awakening Level 1 Physique 53 Spirit 27 Talent Great Sun Brightness S Level Crocodile Skin A Level Technique 8 Desolations Infinite Skill Level 1 Body Technique Heavenly Light Long Fist Perfect Iron Post Technique Proficient Can be deduced Talent Value 1860. As expected, with the 8 Desolations Infinite Skill reaching Level 1, Li Suifeng's physique soared, and his body underwent significant transformation, surpassing the category of a preparatory martial artist. He could be considered a formal martial artist now. Not bad, not bad. Li Suifeng felt elated and was no longer so distressed about the deducted talent points. However, thinking that this technique is divided into 9 levels, each level's difficulty of enhancement will inevitably increase, which means it will require more talent points. How many talent points will it take to cultivate this technique to the 9th level? He would have to work hard in the future to gain more talent points from hunting monsters. The road ahead is long. Li Suifeng's eyes sparkled with determination. At 2:30 in the afternoon, in the Martial Affairs Hall in the center of the city, when Li Suifeng entered the hall, he saw many men and women with outstanding temperament and strong physiques. Almost all of them were formal martial artists. According to the laws of Long Country, anyone who meets the requirements to become a martial artist only needs to register at the Martial Affairs Hall to receive a martial artist subsidy. The subsidy for a first-level martial artist is 5,000 Long Country coins per month. It seems not much, but one must know that in Xingho City the average salary of civilians is only around 2,000 Long Country coins. It can be seen that this 5,000 Long Country coins each month is quite a lot. Young man, what are you here for? At the registration window, the clerk asked with some confusion. Looking at Li Suifeng's appearance, she thought he was still a high school student. How could he come to a place gathering martial artists? Li Suifeng replied, I have already become a martial artist, and am here to register. The clerk's eyes widened as she looked Li Suifeng up and down, suddenly recalling something, and exclaimed, You are the college entrance examination champion, Li Suifeng. That's me. Li Suifeng smiled. The clerk's face flushed with excitement. Hello, Li, can you give me an autograph? After yesterday's practical assessment, Li Suifeng had amazed everyone, becoming famous throughout Xingho City. Now he was a hot topic in many communication groups and online forums in Xingho City. Li Suifeng had indeed become a celebrity in Xingho City. An autograph. Li Suifeng was surprised, but smiled of course. Taking the pen handed over by the clerk, he wrote his name on a blank piece of paper. The clerk was then satisfied and said enthusiastically, "You just finished the college entrance examination and have already become a formal martial artist. Truly a genius. Your cultivation speed cannot be measured by common standards." As she spoke, she took out a device that resembled a blood pressure monitor. "Li, you need to wrap this around your arm. This device will measure your vitality. If it exceeds 70, you will be considered a first-level martial artist and can receive the monthly subsidy from the Long Country martial artist system." Okay. Li Suifeng wrapped the band around his arm. As the device operated, a pressure tightened around his arm, causing his blood to almost freeze. When the band loosened, the number displayed on the device was 80. The clerk widened her beautiful eyes. "Your vitality is 10 points higher than the requirement for a first-level martial artist. My God, Li, how did you achieve this? Or were you already a first-level martial artist during the practical assessment? No wonder you could sweep those monsters." Li Suifeng just smiled shyly. The clerk continued to praise him warmly, fiddling with her computer, and handed him a green booklet. "This is your martial artist certificate, also your identification. Now you can leave your personal information and bank account number. Every month on the 1st, the government will deposit 5,000 Long Country coins into your account." Li Suifeng nodded and typed on the keyboard, leaving not his own bank account number, but his mother's. Now, after counting all the rewards, Li Suifeng's wealth exceeded 8,000. Even after buying a house for his family, he would still have some left over, which would be enough for the early years of university. As for the tuition fees in the later years, Li Suifeng did not plan to burden his family. He must earn it himself. Therefore, this martial artist subsidy was most suitable for supporting the household. This was also what Li Suifeng had planned beforehand. After completing the registration, Li Suifeng intended to leave the administrative hall when suddenly a person blocked his path, saying, "Fellow cultivator, would you be interested in visiting the fighting arena?" Li Suifeng turned to look. A man with an eagle-hook nose, narrow eyes, and a small mustache was grinning. From the aura emanating from him, he seemed to be more than just a first-tier warrior. Perhaps he was a second or even third tier. "What exactly is a fighting arena?" Li Suifeng asked. "I can't explain it well. You need to see it with your own eyes to understand," the warrior said, nodding towards the exit. "It's right across the street. Would you like to come play it? Let's take a look then. Please follow me." The warrior's expression brightened slightly as he led Li Suifeng out of the administrative hall and into a building across the street. Upon entering, the hall was bustling with people. The crowd was filled with warriors. The mingling auras of vitality, elemental power, and fierce energy permeated the air. The atmosphere in the hall felt almost tangible. For those who were not warriors, just moving about would feel like being burdened by shackles. Fortunately, since Li Suifeng was already a warrior, he could ignore the oppressive atmosphere and move with ease. The other was from the superhuman category with a well-developed physique. Even a single punch could cause the space to slightly distort. Boom. Amidst the explosion, the elemental warrior was ultimately defeated, falling to the ground unconscious. The other was from the superhuman category with a well-developed physique. Even a single punch could cause the space to slightly distort. Boom. Amidst the explosion, the elemental warrior was ultimately defeated, falling to the ground unconscious after being struck. The surrounding warriors erupted in cheers, some rejoicing, others angry, while others cursed loudly. It was then that Li Suifeng realized that this so-called fighting arena was in fact also a casino. Fellow cultivator, you can choose to step into the arena. Winning a match not only earns you a prize, but also the admiration of your peers. Additionally, you can also choose to bet like other guests to make some money. The man with the eagle-hook nose smiled. Li Suifeng's expression turned peculiar. "Is this legal?" "Absolutely legal," the man with the eagle-hook nose declared earnestly. "We warriors fight to protect the city, the nation, battling against beasts and foreign demons, risking our lives and bearing immense pressure. To compensate us, the government grants us certain privileges. For instance, this mixed martial arts arena may not be legal for civilians, but it is legal for warriors. Otherwise, would we dare set it up right across from the administrative hall?" Li Suifeng decisively took out his phone. "What are you doing?" the man asked. "Checking online to see if it's legal." The eagle-hook nose man twitched his mouth. Did he think I was searching on Baidu right in front of him? The young man was quite the character. After searching online, Li Suifeng discovered that the mixed martial arts arena was indeed legal. As the eagle-hook nose man said, warriors bear immense pressure, and the government provides privileges allowing them to vent in this manner. To avoid unnecessary casualties, there are actually many rules in the mixed martial arts arena, the most basic being that combat is allowed, but death is not permitted. Death cases are rarely seen in the mixed martial arts arena. Putting away his phone before Li Suifeng could speak, the eagle-hook nose warrior bitterly smiled. and said, "Fellow cultivator, now do you believe me?" "I do believe you." "Then would you be interested in placing a bet?" "Am not interested in betting. Can I step up and fight?" Li Suifeng cracked his knuckles, his expression growing increasingly excited. He had originally planned to register as a warrior and then go to Zhongqi Martial Arts Hall to test his strength. After all, he had already mastered the 8 desolations and infinite power, yet he still did not know the true extent of this power. He felt a bit restless. With a legitimate opportunity to fight laid before him, how could he let it pass? The eagle-hook-nosed man was taken aback. Seeing that Li Suifeng was so young, he guessed he was a newcomer who had just advanced to being a warrior. He had intended to bring him in as a gambler, but unexpectedly the other party wanted to step into the ring. "Are you sure, fellow cultivator? Even though the fighting arena does not concern itself with life and death, if the opponent does not hold back, you might end up bedridden for 10 days to half a month." The eagle-hook-nosed man widened his eyes. Li Suifeng grinned, saying, "I will take full responsibility for all consequences." The eagle-hook-nosed man felt a bit awkward. Most of the fighters here are at least second-tier, first-tier warriors are rare, and it may be difficult to match you with an opponent. Just as Li Suifeng was about to speak, a gambler suddenly recognized him and exclaimed, "Hey, you're that top scholar from the college entrance examination." The surrounding warriors looked over, their eyes lighting up. The representative student from Zhongqi Martial Arts Hall. The one called Li Suifeng. It really is him. What is he doing here at the fighting arena? Hearing the voices around him, the eagle-hook-nosed man smacked his forehead. "No wonder I felt you looked familiar. Turns out you're the top scholar. Now you notice." Li Suifeng had a speechless expression. "Li, if you were an unknown person, it would be difficult for me to match you with a first-tier warrior. But with the title of top scholar, matching you with a first-tier opponent should not be a problem." The eagle-hook-nosed man's expression turned excited as he took out his phone and began typing. Shortly after, a man in a suit with a very plump figure approached, looking delighted. "Xiaoying, are you sure this young scholar wants to step into the arena?" "Yes, Lei Gu. After the college entrance exam, Li Zhuan successfully broke through to become a first-tier warrior, so he wants to spar and improve his strength." Xiaoying fabricated a reason, eagerly asking, "Can you help him find an opponent?" "Of course. Having a top scholar like him here is an honor for our fighting arena." The man called Lei Gu laughed heartily and waved his hand. From the crowd, a man wearing fighting shorts, bare-chested, and with a headband approached. "He is known as the Skull Crusher, a substitute fighter for our arena," Lei Gu introduced with a smile. The Skull Crusher glared fiercely at Li Suifeng and made a slicing motion across his throat. Li Suifeng grinned, saying, "Let's start right away." As he spoke, he walked towards the arena. "Once you get on stage, just hold back a bit and let him suffer a little. There's no need to seriously injure him, otherwise it would be hard to explain later," Lei Gu whispered to the Skull Crusher. Since the top scholar Li Suifeng had become a hot topic in Xingho City, if he got injured, it would be difficult to account for with the city lord. Lei Gu agreed to let Li Suifeng compete because he wanted to leverage the influence of the scholar's identity to generate some traffic. "I will be as gentle as possible, only breaking one of his arms." The Skull Crusher revealed a sinister smile. Lei Gu's expression changed slightly, wanting to persuade him again, but it was too late. The Skull Crusher had already rushed onto the stage amidst cheers. "Ladies and gentlemen, the top scholar is about to battle the Skull Crusher, and bets are now open." Just at that moment, someone in the arena called out. The warriors present were highly interested and began placing bets. Even Xiaoying, who had brought Li Suifeng, chose to place a bet. However, his target was not Li Suifeng, but the Skull Crusher. Although Li Suifeng's performance in the college entrance examination was impressive, standing before him was a true warrior with considerable combat experience. In a situation where realms were equal, the side with more experience naturally had a higher chance of victory, even if Li Suifeng's potential far exceeded that of the Skull Crusher. But in terms of combat strength, he could not possibly surpass the opponent because he was too young. After most of the gamblers had placed their bets, a referee stepped onto the stage, announced the rules, and then shouted, "The top scholar versus the Skull Crusher now." As the referee's voice fell, Lei Gu in the audience felt anxious. If the Skull Crusher really broke Li Suifeng's arm, would he have trouble afterward? On the stage, the Skull Crusher did not attack directly, but showed a contemptuous smile to Li Suifeng, saying, "Little guy, out of respect for Lei Gu, I will only break one of your arms." Before he could finish speaking, a whooshing sound erupted in front of him. By the time the Skull Crusher reacted, he saw a fist coming at him with lightning speed, leaving him no time to dodge. Bang! When the Skull Crusher's face met the fist, his body flew through the air like a broken kite, tracing a parabolic arc before crashing to the ground. Afterward, the Skull Crusher did not rise again. His cheek was swollen and purple, his eyes glazed over. He had lost consciousness. The previously lively venue fell into a dead silence. All the onlooking warriors wore expressions of disbelief. That Lei Gu was even more wide-eyed, as if he had seen a ghost. The Skull Crusher was defeated in an instant. What is going on? What have I witnessed? The champion has effortlessly slain the Cranium Crusher. Even if the Cranium Crusher has never stepped onto the stage, he was at least a preparatory fighter, wasn't he? How could he be so vulnerable before the champion? Is the champion too powerful, or is the cranium crusher merely a facade of strength? Liege gradually regained his senses, his expression extremely complex. To have just broken through as a fighter, and yet to decisively defeat an opponent of the same realm. Is this the talent and strength of the city's champion? That cranium crusher who cost me over 200,000 Dragon Country coins to train performs so poorly. Such a low-level match could hardly pique their interest. The fighting arena signs some first-tier fighters in advance as preparatory fighters, investing initial resources to develop their combat abilities and crafting their personal styles and personas. The Cranium Crusher was one such preparatory fighter. It was thought that he would shine when he became a second-tier fighter, but unexpectedly his career was destroyed by a single punch from Li Suifeng today. His entrepreneurial journey had barely begun before it was abruptly cut short. "I'm finished. I'm done." Liege turned to the sound, realizing that the target of Xiao Ying's bet was the Cranium Crusher, and he was instantly speechless. "You brought Li Suifeng and yet you didn't bet on him for this fight." Xiao Ying lamented. "How was I to know that Li Suifeng had such monstrous strength? That Cranium Crusher was so weak." Like Xiao Ying, those who bet on the Cranium Crusher made up 90%. Only 1 in 10 placed a bet on Li Suifeng. It wasn't that they held him in high regard. Rather, it was that Li Suifeng's chances of winning seemed too low with high odds. It was the best choice for a gamble for a motorcycle from a bicycle. Is it over just like that? I'm not satisfied yet. Amidst the din, Li Suifeng waved his hand, revealing a look of unfulfilled desire. This champion is too arrogant. Liege, this is your venue, as shouldn't you make a statement since someone has challenged you? Continue the fight. Let us indulge ourselves. The fighters in the audience began to shout and cheer. Liege's expression was conflicted. Was Li Suifeng implying he wanted to fight continuously? Should they send more fighters to challenge him? Liege, the number of people entering is starting to increase. A subordinate whispered in his ear. Liege's expression changed slightly. To generate some excitement, he had already posted news online about the champion's arrival to fight. He didn't expect to attract more fighters to watch so quickly. Summon the giant bear. To seize this wave of attention, Liege made up his mind. Soon among the crowd, a muscular giant over 2.5 meters tall with a physique like an iron tower, a typical fat muscle build, pushed through the crowd and climbed onto the ring. Li Suifeng, that Cranium Crusher has always provoked me during training camp, but due to the camp's rules, we preparatory fighters are not allowed to fight privately. Otherwise, I would have snapped his neck long ago. Taking this guy out beforehand will be a way for me, the giant bear, to vent my anger, and because of that I will treat you well. The giant bear squeezed out a cruel smile. I will play with you, but I won't hurt you. Just as the words left his mouth, Li Suifeng looked at the referee beside him. Referee, can we start? The giant bear's face froze for a moment, then turned red. Li Suifeng ignored his words, completely disregarding him. This was intolerable. Absolutely intolerable. Let's begin. The reminded referee was also somewhat speechless. Having hosted so many matches, he had never seen such an eager fighter like Li Suifeng. With his loud call, the fight began once more. Many bettors in the audience who had not yet placed their bets began to curse and complain. On the stage, Li Suifeng's thoughts stirred as he activated the 8 Horizons Infinite technique. A surge of potent energy erupted within him, spreading throughout his body. He pushed off the ground, utilizing the boost from this power, and in the blink of an eye completed a 10-meter sprint, arriving in front of the giant bear. Kid, behold my ultimate move, mountain moving. The giant bear's arms glowed with a brown radiance as he reached for Li Suifeng's waist, attempting to lift him up and execute a power slam. However, Li Suifeng's gaze sharpened as he unleashed another burst of power, dodging the giant bear's arms at a crucial moment and swiftly moving to his side. A precise hook landed on the giant bear's abdomen. Bang! A muffled sound echoed. The hall fell silent as the giant bear looked at the fist on his waist, grinning widely. You think this soft fist can burst my liver? You must not think my defense is as weak as that waist, the Cranium Crusher. Before he could finish his words, Li Suifeng retracted his fist to strike again, landing yet another blow on the same spot. The smile on the giant bear's face froze, his pupils constricting in pain. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Little did he know this was just the beginning. In the following 2 seconds, Li Suifeng unleashed a series of hooks, all striking the same location. Eventually, the giant bear could no longer hold back, letting out a painful scream as saliva and blood gushed from his mouth. His eyes bulging, he raised his arms high, swinging them like giant axes towards Li Suifeng's shoulder. This time, Li Suifeng did not use his liver-bursting hook, but instead delivered a punch to the giant bear's chin. No matter how robust and powerful a human body may be, the jaw is always the most vulnerable spot. The giant bear was no exception. Crack! With a sound, his jaw broke, his front teeth fell out, his eyes glazed over, and his heavy body collapsed, shaking the entire ring. The arena first fell into silence, then erupted in cheers. Li Suifeng actually knocked down this giant. Without resting, he has won 2 consecutive matches. This little guy is a bit terrifying. I was so foolish. Why didn't I trust Li Suifeng? Why did I bet on the giant bear? I lost terribly. Ah. All the fighters were stunned by this scene, filled with awe and regret. Xiaoying wiped the sweat from his forehead, his face pale with fear. Fortunately, I hadn't placed my bet on the second match, or it would have been disastrous. Liege, however, was frozen in his breath. Even first-tier fighters and preparatory combatants have different levels. If the Cranium Crusher was just a level tier, then the Giant Bear would be a level. A fighter of a higher tier than the Cranium Crusher, yet still easily defeated by Li Suifeng. At only 18 years old, Li Suifeng possesses such ferocious combat power. Does this not mean he has already reached this level tier of fighters? And this is without professional training. If he were to undergo systematic training, then his strength. Hiss. Liege gasped, and in his gaze towards Li Suifeng there was now a hint of shock. Next contestant. On the arena platform, Li Suifeng remained impassive as staff dragged the fallen bear away, his voice ringing clear and commanding. Cheers surged across the venue louder than before. Lei Gu surveyed the surging sea of spectators, realizing that today's attendance at the fighting arena might shatter all previous records. Bill, you're up, Lei Gu called out. The martial artist named Bill paled visibly. Li Suifeng's victory over Skullcrusher might have been a fluke, or luck, but his triumph over the bear was no accident. Nas, a fellow aspirant fighter, Bill felt immense pressure. Following Lei Ji's instructions, he ascended the platform, deliberately slowly granting gamblers extra time to place their bets. Bets closed. Bets closed. Ladies and gentlemen, bets are now open. Owing to Li Suifeng's two astonishing upsets, the house had already claimed 90% of all wagers, profiting handsomely. Eager to recoup losses, the bookmakers shouted with fervent enthusiasm, luring more bettors in. I'm wagering 200,000 Longwa credits on Li Suifeng. Xiaoying, the young martial artist who'd lost heavily, immediately approached a bookmaker to place his stake. His initial bet on Skullcrusher had stemmed from incomplete understanding of Li Suifeng's true strength. Now fully aware of Li Suifeng's prowess, what hesitation remained? Blindly going Allen on Li Suifeng was the only rational choice. Many martial artists shared Xiaoying's conviction, so by the time the third match began, betting patterns had shifted dramatically from those of the first two rounds. Over half the bettors now backed Li Suifeng, narrowing the odds between the two fighters nearly to 50-50. Upon stepping onto the platform, Bill wisely abandoned bravado. Instead, he observed Li Suifeng's movements with cautious vigilance. At the referee's sharp command, begin, Li Suifeng launched forward like a coiled spring released, closing the distance in an instant. Though Bill had braced himself in advance, the moment he raised his arms, Li Suifeng's fist struck his chest with blinding speed. Thud. This time Bill fell identically to Skullcrusher, slamming hard against the edge of the platform, unable to rise again. Scholar Prince, you are divine. Ha ha ha. I've won. Finally I've won. Gamblers erupted as if they'd foreseen this outcome. Ecstasy overwhelming them completely. Xiaoying threw both arms skyward, shrieking wildly. Meanwhile, Lei Ji's expression grew grim. He trained very few aspirant fighters. With 3 already eliminated, only 2 remained, and both were barely on par with the bear. Could either truly stand against Li Suifeng. As patrons screamed at fever pitch, the arena's atmosphere peaked. With no alternative, Lei Gu gritted his teeth and sent forth another contestant. 5 minutes later, on the platform, thud, propelled by explosive internal power, Li Suifeng's fist crashed into the fifth fighter's chest. The moment the man's sternum caved inward and he collapsed, shattering the floor beneath him. Every martial artist raised their arms high. Ha ha ha. I've won again. Another win. Exhilarating. Absolutely exhilarating. Li Suifeng. You are my idol. Li Suifeng stood radiant, his spirit ablaze with battle fervor. Across 5 consecutive matches, he had fully activated the 8 Deserts limitless art. Each activation birthed within him a torrent of raw, surging power. This force bore no resemblance to the radiant elemental energy of the Sunlight sect. It was purer, more direct, more primal. When dormant, it coiled quietly within his dantian. Once unleashed, it flooded his limbs and meridians. So this is the martial artist's unique Kiblood essence. Li Suifeng grasped the truth. When a martial body reaches its zenith and seeks further evolution, transcending flesh and bone, mere physical cultivation techniques fall short. At such a juncture, one must cultivate Kiblood, harnessing its volatile, untamed nature to refine viscera, bones, acupoints, and blood, forging the body anew. Kiblood served not only to temper the flesh, but could also be summoned like elemental forces, channeling pure tangible strength directly into combat. The path of the superhuman martial artist lay in refining Everdenser Kiblood through cultivation arts, continually tempering and evolving the physical vessel. The richer the Kiblood, the deeper the realm attained, and the more harmoniously talent and cultivation fused, amplifying combat prowess exponentially. The 8 Deserts limitless art, a tier earth cultivation method, yielded far denser, more formidable Kiblood for Li Suifeng thanks to his point-based advancement. That explained his extraordinary combat efficacy. In General Sun, your 8 deserts limitless art has laid an unshakable foundation for me. And because of this art my strength rivals any peer at the same cultivation level. Unrivaled, unassailable. Li Suifeng's heart swelled with pride, filled with profound admiration and gratitude for General Sun, a man he had never even met. Yet his battle lust burned hotter still. Ni's gaze fierce and incandescent locked onto Lei Ge below. Lei Ge's pupils contracted, his breath hitched. First, Li Suifeng's stare radiated an unnerving, soul-piercing aura, one that tightened his nerves. Second, 5 aspirant fighters had already been crushed. The arena held no Tier 1 martial artists left. How could another bout proceed? Unless a Tier 2 martialist was deployed. Again. Spurred by Li Suifeng's dominance, the crowd chanted the words ecstatically. Lei Ge pressed his hand downward, silencing the roar, then spoke with bitter resignation. Scholar Prince, I have no Tier 1 fighters remaining. Li Suifeng remained unruffled, then send a Tier 2 fighter. And I will fight regardless. Gasp. A wave of stunned martial artists stared at Li Suifeng, as if gazing upon a mythical beast. Martial realms were absolute, each tier formed its own celestial sphere. This was universal consensus. Even at peak Tier 1 a martialist faced a Tier 2 opponent as helplessly as fish upon a chopping block, doomed to slaughter. Thus, though Li Suifeng's dominance over 5 Tier 1 fighters was staggering, Ni's claim to defeat a Tier 2 martialist defied reason and logic itself. Lei Ge concurred, offering a rueful smile. Scholar Prince, shall we call it a day? Tier 2 martialist's full power unleashed would not only crush Li Suifeng, it might cripple or even permanently disable him. Ni's modest arena could never shoulder such liability. A grand arena like yours cannot even satisfy my thirst for battle. Then why exist at all? Li Suifeng's face blazed with undimmed resolve. He refused to yield. His original intent had been merely to test his newly honed strength. Yet successive victories had kindled in him an intoxicating addiction to triumph. Victory over a Tier 2 martialist seemed improbable. Yet what of it? Winning would yield immeasurable gain. Losing, merely a taste of defeat, leaving honor and confidence utterly unscathed. Why not press onward? Excellent. Countless martial artists slammed their palms on tables in thunderous approval. The martial path mirrored scaling a mountain, fraught with peril and hardship. Without an unyielding will to prevail, no martialist could ascend step by step toward the summit. History's legendary godlike warriors, none reached apotheosis without confronting adversity heat-in, refusing surrender, defying fate. Now, facing the overwhelming might of a Tier 2 martialist, Li Suifeng stood unshaken, his will ironclad. Clearly, he possessed the rarest virtue of the ancients: fearless resolve, unwavering defiance. Rarer still than innate talent, this was true, priceless worth. What an extraordinary Scholar Prince. You've reawakened a long-dormant fire within me. Once I fled in terror before a monstrous beast, my legs trembling, my courage shattered. Had I possessed even a fraction of the Scholar Prince's fortitude, then perhaps I'd have slain it, and risen far higher than I stand today. After decades of operation, could this comprehensive fighting arena truly be disgraced by the Scholar Prince today? If you fail to meet his challenge today, then tomorrow, I shall never set foot in your arena again. The entire crowd stirred, moved, inspired, cheering Li Suifeng with thunderous acclaim. Lei Ge could only sigh bitterly. Since the Scholar Prince is so determined, then I, Yuan Murin, have no choice but to see this through. He turned toward a sallow-skinned youth beside him, gaunt as a bamboo stalk, eyes shadowed with cold malice. Snake Swallower, will you take this match? Snake Swallower bared a chilling grin, to duel the renowned Scholar Prince. I am most eager. With that he leapt, soaring over countless heads, before landing lightly upon the platform. It is actually the Devourer of Serpents. If I remember correctly, the Devourer of Serpents currently has a record of 3 wins and 1 loss. Among second-tier warriors, their strength is certainly not to be underestimated. The top scholar is in trouble. As the Devourer of Serpents took the stage, the surrounding warriors began to discuss animatedly, not forgetting to place their bets in time. Many people have reaped considerable profits from Li Suifeng's consecutive victories. However, their current betting target is almost entirely the Devourer of Serpents. To them, Li Suifeng's talent and combat power seem extraordinary, far from being a mere reputation. But the Devourer of Serpents is too strong. Many second-tier warriors believe they have little chance of winning against the Devourer of Serpents. Not to mention Li Suifeng, who is currently only a first-tier warrior. Oh no, what should I do? Noticing that 95% of the gamblers are betting on the Devourer of Serpents, Xiao Ying's expression is conflicted. He is of course wholeheartedly supporting Li Suifeng, but the gap in cultivation is like an insurmountable chasm. On paper, Li Suifeng's chances of winning are less than 10%. Wait, have you all noticed that so far the top scholar seems to have yet to use the talent that's shown in the trial arena? Amidst the noisy voices a warrior's analysis rang out. This statement shocked Xiaoying. Indeed, Li Suifeng seems to have yet to unleash that talent that shines with brilliance. In other words, he has been holding back and has not used all his strength so far. Perhaps in this battle, if he unleashes all his strength, he truly has a glimmer of hope to defeat the Devourer of Serpents. With this thought, Xiaoying's heart surged with excitement, and he immediately stopped hesitating. Although it may be throwing money away for this glimmer of hope, I must place my bet on the top scholar. Let it be a show of support for him. He took a third of his winnings and placed it on Li Suifeng. In the arena, from the moment the Devourer of Serpents took the stage, Li Suifeng felt a chill run down his spine. He could sense that there was not a trace of a warrior's masculinity about the Devourer of Serpents. His emaciated figure and cold feminine gaze resembled a snake hiding in a deep, coldly. This feeling made Li Suifeng quite uncomfortable. He looked directly at the judge. Can we start? The judge, standing across from you, is a second-tier warrior like a boss to you. Are you so eager to get hit? Truly a young calf is not afraid of tigers. Are you sure you don't want to rest? You've already fought 5 matches in a row. The judge, having taken a liking to Li Suifeng, kindly reminded him. No need, let's start right away, Li Suifeng replied firmly. The judge glanced at Lei Gu in the audience, received the latter's approval, and then announced loudly, the top scholar versus the Devourer of Serpents now beginning. As the words landed, this time it was not Li Suifeng who acted first. It was the Devourer of Serpents. After observing 5 matches, the Devourer of Serpents had gained a preliminary understanding of Li Suifeng's combat style. Li Suifeng's boxing technique is very strong, and his speed is very fast, belonging to the type that can attack, but never defend. To deal with such a person, the best strategy is to strike first, disrupting their attacking rhythm. Pull them into the most passive situation to achieve victory. In this battle, the Devourer of Serpents is 100% confident, but he desires not just victory, but a crushing victory to trample Li Suifeng. After all, as the challenger, Li Suifeng has consecutively defeated 5 preparatory fighters, making a name for himself in the arena. Only by decisively defeating Li Suifeng can he restore the arena's honor. Swish! The agile Devourer of Serpents slashed towards Li Suifeng's neck with a knife-like hand in the blink of an eye. Li Suifeng raised his hand to block, and with a clang, the impact from the opponent's arm forced him to retreat several. As he barely steadied himself, the Devourer of Serpents came again, his hands like knives continuously slashing, employing a body technique above the spirit level. Clang, clang, clang. Although Li Suifeng possesses the great defensive talent, the skin of the mad crocodile, the fundamental gap in cultivation is too obvious, thus every attack from the Devourer of Serpents is exceedingly difficult for him to withstand. After half a minute of continuous blocking, Li Suifeng's arms felt like they were about to break, and his entire body was aching and tingling, losing control. Hiss! At this moment, the eager Devourer of Serpents suddenly opened his mouth. A jet of black light surged from his wide mouth. A snake! Li Suifeng's eyes widened in disbelief. It turned out that what surged from the Devourer of Serpents' mouth was actually a black snake about 7 inches long and 2 fingers wide. The slender snake had a triangular head, sharp fangs, and lifeless eyes, almost identical to the gaze of the Devourer of Serpents. This black snake suddenly bit into Li Suifeng's shoulder. Despite having the mad crocodile skin to enhance his skin's toughness, the sharp snake fangs still penetrated the skin, leaving 2 small holes on Li Suifeng's shoulder. Sizzle! Corrupted black venom oozed from the puncture wounds. The triangular black snake clung tightly to Li Suifeng's shoulder, resembling a vicious dog with an unyielding tenacity. Li Suifeng felt a wave of coldness sweeping through his body, gradually becoming numb. If he did not resolve the battle quickly, he would inevitably fall under the snake's poison. Die! With this in mind, Li Suifeng's courage surged, and with a fierce expression, golden light instantly enveloped his entire body. At the same time, the blood and chi from his dantian surged into his right arm, and as he thrust it forward, his 5 fingers converged into a fist, ferociously smashing towards the Devourer of Serpents' face. Talent: Great Sun Radiance. Body technique: Celestial Light Long Fist. Technique: 8 Desolations Without Limits. Without any prior practice, Li Suifeng instinctively fused these 3 techniques together. The punch unleashed a shockwave that caused the air to explode, striking accurately at the bridge of the Devourer of Serpents' nose. Crack! Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed as the Devourer of Serpents swiftly retreated to the edge of the arena, crashing into the iron wire net before collapsing to the ground like a puddle of mud. Who's still biting me? You damned snake! Confirming that the Devourer of Serpents could no longer rise, Li Suifeng looked at his shoulder, where the black snake was still tightly clinging, refusing to let go. Die! Enraged, Li Suifeng used the last of his strength to strike the snake's head. Crack! The snake's head shattered, and its corpse fell to the ground, black blood seeping out. At the same moment, Li Suifeng trembled all over, and under the influence of the cold toxin, everything in front of him appeared doubled. Kill the triangular cold-blooded snake, talent points 30. The system's text flashed away and Li Suifeng finally could not hold on any longer, his consciousness fading into blankness as his body collapsed to the ground. Below the arena, thousands of warriors exchanged glances, shocked and in disbelief at the scene before them. The first to fall was the Devourer of Serpents. This means that in this battle Li Suifeng has won. As a mere first-tier warrior, he actually defeated the second-tier warrior, the Devourer of Serpents, achieving an incredible feat. This is outrageous. Antidote. Save him. Hurry. Amidst the shock, Lei Guest's voice echoed and several medical personnel rushed to the arena, and the scene erupted into chaos. Am I in a hospital? Li Suifeng awoke to find himself lying on a hospital bed surrounded by a group of people including doctors in white coats, Lei Gu, and some staff members. The little eagle was also present. Scholar, you're awake. Seeing Li Suifeng regain consciousness, Lei Gu felt a deep sense of relief and concern. He had been worried that something might happen to Li Suifeng, which would be hard to explain. Fortunately, Li Suifeng woke up without any issues. What happened? Due to the snake venom, Li Suifeng's brain nerves hadn't fully recovered, leaving his memory some. Here's the thing, you first knocked out the snake eater and then collapsed from the poison, so you technically won that fight. The little eagle was beaming with excitement. In that battle, Li Suifeng's odds were 1-8. He profited eightfold, enough to secure half a house in Xingho City. He regretted immensely not having gone all in on Li Suifeng from the start. Wouldn't that have afforded him the chance for financial freedom? Is that so? Then that's good. Li Suifeng climbed out of bed feeling a bit weak, but in excellent spirits. Lei Gu said with a complex expression, Scholar, you have truly shown this time. Now all the warriors in Xingho City know your name. Being a scholar allowed Li Suifeng to become well known among the citizens of the city. However, this achievement was insignificant compared to defeating a second-tier warrior. Only true warriors understand the immense difficulty of overcoming boundary-crossing opponents. It's not merely climbing to the heavens, it's at least on the level of crossing oceans. Li Suifeng had accomplished that. Therefore, his achievements today would undoubtedly continue to circulate within the warrior community of Xingho City. When the time was right, he would become a household name. Oh, can I leave now? Li Suifeng asked nonchalantly after getting out of bed. Of course, but Scholar, according to our fighting arena's rules, all fighters receive an appearance fee. Although you are a newcomer, your influence is substantial, bringing us considerable traffic. We must offer you a fair remuneration. Lei Gu waved his hand, and a staff member brought over a briefcase and opened it. Inside lay neatly stacked bundles of $100 bills. Li Suifeng's eyes lit up. This was quite a pleasant surprise. He recalled not discussing the appearance fee with Lei Gu before stepping onto the stage. He realized he had acted too naively. Next time he would strive not to make such mistakes. Scholar, here's one. 2 million, with 600 being the appearance fee for 6 matches, and the other 600 is your victory bonus. Lei Gu explained, adding, considering your victory over the snake eater and your rise to fame, if you fight again, next time your appearance fee will increase to at least 300. If you defeat your opponent again, you can earn an equivalent bonus. This was meant to entice Li Suifeng to stay. This time Li Suifeng's fight had surpassed historical records in terms of arena traffic. Lei Gu still hoped to create more glory. I'm going to college, let's talk about the fighting arena later. Li Suifeng took the briefcase and headed towards the door. The fighting arena isn't just in Xingho City. Every city in the country and the world has its own fighting arena, and the data is interconnected. When you arrive in a larger city, you can also participate in fights there. Lei Gu shouted from behind, but Li Suifeng did not respond. Lei Gu, I'm leaving now. The little eagle called out, and quickly dashed out, following Li Suifeng to the venue's exterior. Scholar, you've helped me immensely this time. I can not only pay off my gambling debts, but also have funds for cultivation. The little eagle followed Li Suifeng, flattering him all the way. Li Suifeng retorted, gambling is a one-way street. It's best to quit while you're ahead. Alright, Scholar, I'll heed your advice, but if you decide to continue participating in the fighting arena next time, please let me be your manager. I can negotiate a higher appearance fee and bonuses for you. The little eagle enthusiastically offered. Li Suifeng pondered. The battles in the fighting arena posed little life danger and helped hone his combat skills, making it a decent path for growth and earning money. If he ran low on funds or wanted to practice, returning for a few rounds wouldn't be a bad idea. So he exchanged contact information with the little eagle. Scholar, there's an ATM nearby, but do you want to deposit some money? The little eagle became even more enthusiastic. Li Suifeng nodded and under his guidance went to deposit money at the nearby ATM. Thus his bank balance soared to 2 million. Damn, I didn't realize that a 3-bedroom in the city center can no longer match my worth. I need to get a big flat. Looking at the numbers in his bank account, Li Suifeng's mind wandered. The little eagle was even more eager, introducing the situation of the snake eater while not forgetting to praise Li Suifeng. It turned out the snake eater possessed an grade talent known as immunity to all poisons. This talent lacks active abilities but can passively resist any toxin. Additionally, the snake eater being from the Tianzhu nation practiced a secret technique that expands the internal organs, allowing him to conceal poisonous beasts within his body and launch surprise attacks on enemies. Such strange tactics are incredibly hard to guard against. After hearing all this, Li Suifeng felt a chill of fear. Though he had won by a stroke of luck this time, if he were to face the snake eater in a life-or-death struggle, his chances of winning wouldn't be high. After all, the snake eater held back during their fight, not allowing the venomous snake in his mouth to bite his eyes or nostrils, which are vulnerable areas, but instead targeted his shoulder. And because the skin on his shoulder was thick and tough, it significantly slowed the spread of the toxin. This provided Li Suifeng enough time to defeat the snake eater. The path of martial arts is long and arduous. One cannot become arrogant or complacent. Continuous learning and reflection are essential for sustained growth. With a heart full of ambitions, Li Suifeng bid farewell to the little eagle and arrived at the Jingqi dojo. At that moment, a large portrait of Li Suifeng appeared on one wall of the dojo. Next to it hung a banner that read, "Congratulations to our student Li Suifeng for achieving the top score in the entrance exam." Students lined up at the dojo entrance, a steady stream of lower-grade students yet to take the college entrance exam. Even little children as young as 3 or 5 were being led by their parents. "Hey, isn't that Li Suifeng?" "It seems so. Li Suifeng, could you sign something for my child?" Parents in line upon seeing Li Suifeng excitedly approached him. "I better make a run for it." Li Suifeng was slightly startled and turned to enter the dojo from the back door. "Huh, young friendly, you finally arrived." Upon entering the dojo and walking through the corridor, Zhang Daong came over to greet him along with an assistant. "Due to your fame, the number of people registering at Jingqi dojo has been increasing every day. To better promote education, we have set up multiple classes internally for preschoolers, elementary school, middle school, and intensive preparation for high school levels." The assistant introduced with a smile. Zhang Daong was beaming with joy and did not forget to say, "Seriously, young friendly, besides this matter, there is someone claiming to be a mentor from the 8 great academies waiting for you in my office." Li Suifeng raised an eyebrow, not surprised. So the people from the 8 great academies finally arrived, but it seems to be a bit late. In the office of the curator, a woman dressed in a white suit with short hair and a neutral appearance was crossing her legs waiting for something. Moments later, the door opened and Zhang Daong led a young man with an impressive demeanor into the room. With just one glance, the woman recognized him. "You must be Li Suifeng, the top scholar from Xingho City." "That's me." Li Suifeng nodded but felt somewhat uncomfortable inside. The woman's sharp gaze felt as if she were appraising him like a commodity. "I am Ku, an admissions officer from Tianlan Academy." The woman threw a document onto the desk saying, "I've reviewed your information, it's acceptable. Thus I can offer you a clever enrollment reward on behalf of Tianlan University." Some schools often provide enrollment rewards to actively recruit students. The rewards include not only scholarships, but also cash and other benefits. The levels of rewards can be categorized into 4 grades: C, B, A, and S. Tianlan Academy, one of the 8 major academies, is located in the Nanyang province of Long Country. Due to its southern location, it faces threats from oceanic beasts. Every year, Tianlan Academy sends numerous talents to support the military stationed in Nanyang province to combat the sea monsters. Consequently, Tianlan Academy contributes significantly to Long Country, ranking among the top 3 in influence among the 8 major academies. As an instructor from Tianlan Academy, this woman, named Ku, indeed held a prestigious status, which explained her haughty demeanor. If I remember correctly, the Clevel reward is the lowest among the 8 major academies' enrollment rewards, right? Li Suifeng looked sharply at the woman named Ku. Ku casually replied, "Tuition is waived with an annual stipend of 100 Long Country coins. This Clevel reward is just right for your current potential rating. After all, I am the top scholar of a city." Li Suifeng began to speak, but Ku interrupted. "The GDP of Xingho City ranks only 13th in the entire Xiangnan province. The difficulty of the college entrance examination here is naturally not comparable to that of other cities. Previous top scholars from Xingho City have even been unqualified for our Tianlan enrollment rewards. It is only because your performance this time is exceptionally outstanding that I took the initiative to come." This made Li Suifeng's expression darken. It was one thing to occupy Zhang Daong's office. She clearly came to recruit him, yet acted so condescending. She gave no room for negotiation. This woman named Ku was too pretentious. While Li Suifeng felt annoyed, Ku was secretly sizing him up. The number of enrollment slots and rewards she had was very limited. She had just been to the provincial city yesterday, having recruited the provincial top scholar with an A-level reward, thus completing her recruitment task. In her view, Li Suifeng's potential was indeed acceptable, but merely acceptable. Recruiting him was just to add some flair to her current task. Therefore, offering Li Suifeng a B-level enrollment reward was her bottom line, provided that Li Suifeng's negotiation skills were high enough to persuade her. If Li Suifeng lacked that eloquence, he would have to accept the clever enrollment reward. To K's surprise, Li Suifeng not only did not attempt to negotiate, but instead grinned and said, Auntie, since that's the case, I must refuse your Tianlong University offer. Ko was momentarily stunned, and after a long pause her face darkened as she said, "What did you just call?" It is most taboo for a woman to be asked about her age. The older the woman, the more sensitive she is to it. Li Sufing's call of auntie inadvertently aged her to 50, but she was only 39. Well, Auntie Ko, my college entrance examination score is second in the province. In my view, joining one of the 8 major academies should at least guarantee a level enrollment reward. As Li Suifeng was speaking, Kes' expression turned completely cold, and she angrily interrupted. Enough, there's nothing more to discuss. With her status and age, she would never stoop to openly cursing Li Suifeng. However, in her heart, Li Suifeng had already become a talented yet unvirtuous student. Naturally, such people should not be accepted. Officer Ko. Zhang Daong attempted to stop Ko. However, she coldly barked, releasing an aura that stunned Zhang Daong. Zhang Daong dared not extend his hand again, only watching as Ko stormed out in anger. "Li, my young friend, what have you done? How could you drive Officer Ko away?" Zhang Daong felt very helpless about this. Li Suifeng remained calm. "If she looks down on me and won't offer me a better enrollment reward, then it's only natural that I refuse her offer, isn't it?" There was no need to call her auntie when refusing. That was just offending her. Zhang Daong silently complained, yet did not dwell on the topic. In his view, a woman like Ku should not be petty with a young person like Li Suifeng. "Li, my young friend, you represent our Zhengqi dojo in the college entrance examination, so the admissions officers from those universities will come looking for you. You may have a lot to deal with in the coming days." Zhang Daong shifted the topic. Any city's top scholar is regarded as a talented genius. Provided the scores meet the standards, not only will the 8 major academies actively extend olive branches. In fact, those first-year universities will do the same. As Zhang Daong had said, during the following day, Li Suifeng sat idly in the office waiting for the arrival of various university admissions officers. A total of 7 admissions officers from different first-year universities came, all offering Li Suifeng the highest level enrollment rewards. Not only was the tuition completely waived, they also offered the most luxurious single dormitories. Additionally, the annual scholarships started at 6 figures, with some even reaching 7 figures. Although there aren't many examples of students meeting the score standards and entering the 8 major academies, the admissions officers from these first-tier universities would still come to try and persuade Li Suifeng in hopes of a miracle. Li Suifeng did not directly reject them, only giving a "ill think about it" answer, but he felt somewhat frustrated and why did only that auntie could come from the 8 major academies admissions officers? Why didn't the admissions officers from the other 7 universities come? Did they look down on him? Did they expect him to fill out the application himself? Wouldn't that mean he would miss out on the enrollment rewards from the 8 major academies? As these thoughts troubled him, night quietly descended. At 7 in the evening, just as Li Suifeng was running low on patience and preparing to go home, the office door was suddenly pushed open. Zhang Daong entered with an elderly man in a black robe who exuded an air of stability. "Hello, my young friend Li. I am Yuan Xiang'an here, representing Wuji Academy." The elderly man in black had a noticeably friendlier attitude than the woman named Kun, not only stating his name, but also smiling as he explained, "I just rushed here from the nearby Xingyue city, and my plane was attacked by a beast on the way, which caused some delay. I hope you don't mind, young friend." "Of course, Senior Master Yuan, please be seated." Li Suifeng rose promptly and courteously greeted Yuan Xiangang. "When others honor me by a foot, I return the courtesy by an inch. When others wrong me once, I repay them tenfold." Such was Li Suifeng's creed. This Yuan Xiangang had traveled thousands of miles to arrive, his status lofty, yet his demeanor humble and approachable. Compared to that Mrs. Ku, he was incomparably superior. Naturally, Li Suifeng held him in high regard. Zhang Daong brewed tea for the 2 men and sat quietly nearby, as if vanishing into thin air. "I reviewed your dossier and examination footage aboard the aircraft, young Master Li. Frankly speaking, I was profoundly impressed. You possess not only dual innate talents, but also exceptional martial prowess." After this opening remark, Yuan Xiang'an's expression turned solemn. "Before presenting my terms, young Master Li, may I ask you one question?" "Senior Master Yuan, please proceed." "Among the 18 martial weapons, which would you choose as your primary weapon moving forward?" Li Suifeng paused, startled. Blades, spears, staffs, swords, halberds, axes, their forms flashing through his mind. Instinctively, his focus settled upon a single weapon. "Senior Master Yuan, I choose the saber." "The saber? Why the saber?" Yuan Xiang'an's eyes gleamed with sharp interest. "Because the saber is the most direct, its lethality unmatched, its efficiency against monstrous beasts unparalleled." Li Suifeng spoke with unwavering sincerity. In his view, the sword, though elegant and incisive, lacked the saber's raw, unflinching immediacy. The spear, though long and piercing, proved inefficient in sweeping thrusting or upward striking techniques. Its margin for error too narrow. Only the saber. Thrusts, horizontal cleaves, binding cuts, reverse slashes. It harmonized seamlessly with every technique. It could slay monstrous beasts, by any means in any way. For Li Suifeng, the ultimate monster slayer, was the saber not the perfect weapon? It seems my journey to Xingho City was no wasted endeavor. Yuan Qiangang burst into hearty laughter, then grew grave once more. Young Master Li, I posed this question to discern whether your character aligns with the Wuji Academy's ethos. Long ago our academy was known as the Ji Dao Academy, the utmost Dao Academy, for our founding principle the relentless pursuit of extremes, not merely of martial cultivation but of lethal mastery itself. Whether monstrous beasts or alien celestial demons, all are humanity's sworn enemies. Our students are forged to embrace extermination as life's highest purpose. Hesitation is forbidden. Your choice of the saber reveals your yearning to purge demons and monsters, to push slaughter to its absolute zenith, a value perfectly consonant with our academy's creed. Having spoken, Yuan Qiangang withdrew a contract from his briefcase and handed it to Li Suifeng. Young Master Li, this is the enrollment offer I have prepared for you. Li Suifeng accepted the contract and scanned its contents. An entire enrollment package, concise, yet substantial. If he enrolled at Wuji Academy, his first-year tuition would be fully waived along with a scholarship of 100,000 Longwa currency. He would also receive a private dormitory and 2 vials of nutritional elixir monthly. Upon enrollment, he could freely study 2 martial arts manuals and physical cultivation techniques. Though modest compared to a university's steer reward, it far surpassed Mrs. Ku's tire offer, truly an excellent proposition. Setting the contract aside, Li Suifeng asked, Senior Master Yuan, if I might negotiate further, is there any possibility of upgrading this offer to steer? You speak plainly, young Master Li, so shall I. Yuan Xiangang's expression hardened. The 8 great academies set extraordinarily high thresholds for proactive recruitment. To qualify for an steer reward, even prodigies find it daunting. One must possess steer, or dual steer, innate talent. Moreover, one must achieve perfect scores in the martial examination. His litany of requirements was staggering. Li Suifeng mentally tallied them. He could fulfill only one, attaining first-rank cultivator status. All other conditions remained beyond his reach, for now. Yet the very fact that the 8 academies dared impose such demands implied that someone could meet them. Such individuals must rank among Longwa's most elite geniuses. How many existed? Clearly this world is vast, and peerless prodigies emerge without cease. Though I am not yet among the foremost tier of geniuses, it matters not. I possess a system. Li Suifeng's spirit blazed with resolve. By relentlessly hunting monsters, surpassing these elites is merely a matter of time. Young Master Li, the attire offer represents my absolute limit. Yuan Qiangang spoke again, voice sincere. Senior Master Yuan, I understand. Li Suifeng nodded and signed the contract with a pen. Doesn't the boy wait to hear offers from other academies? Yuan Qiangang thought, mildly surprised. Li Suifeng kept one signed copy and handed the other to Yuan Xiangong. Senior Master Yuan, it is my profound honor to join the Wuji Academy. Yuan Xiangong's eyes shone brilliantly as he laughed heartily. Haha. Young Master Li, on behalf of the Wuji Academy, I welcome you wholeheartedly. They rose and clasped hands firmly. Zhang Diyong's face glowed with excitement. In recent years, the Wuji Academy had suffered gradual decline, its national ranking slipping steadily. Yet across all Longwa it remained an aspirational bastion, unattainable for most students. That Li Suifeng secured an attire offer marked a truly auspicious beginning. His future limitless. Young Master Li, the 10th Saniyuan bonus has already been transferred to your account. Yuan Qiangang tapped swiftly on his phone and smiled. Li Suifeng checked his device. Indeed, a notification confirmed the instant transfer. The Wuji Academy's financial might was unmistakable. Young Master Li, did you notice the clause stipulating enrollment within 7 days? Yuan Qiangang asked cautiously. I saw it. I have no objection. Li Suifeng replied. Summer break lasted 2 months. Reporting within 7 days was demanding, but feasible. With the Gaokao concluded, he had stepped onto the threshold of the martial path. To ascend higher, to witness the grandeur of true martial cultivation, he needed a metropolis, a grander stage. He would leave Xingho City regardless. What difference did timing make? Very well, Yuan Qiangang nodded, then explained, we require outstanding candidates to report early, because the abyssal seal guarding our academy has recently trembled incessantly. Alien races continually breach its, seeking to invade our mortal realm. Though our forces have ruthlessly eradicated every incursion, General Morong forecasts a cataclysm descending upon Wujiqing within the year. To prepare for this calamity, our academy will devote maximum resources to rapidly cultivating every student, forging them into true warriors and cultivators ready to meet disaster before it strikes. This revelation left Li Suifeng astonished and deeply puzzled. Zhang Diyong, evidently well-informed, interjected. Young Master Li, our world hosts countless abyssal seals, spontaneous, unsealable rifts scattered across the land. Alien races teleport through them directly into human territories. Each of the 8 great academies resides atop such a seal. Their duty extends beyond cultivating warriors to suppressing these rifts and safeguarding the nation's stability. Li Suifeng grasped the implication instantly. Clearly alien races posed a far graver threat than monstrous beasts. Beasts roamed only in uninhabited wilds beyond city walls, while aliens could materialize anywhere within human realms, slaughtering and subjugating at will. General Morong, whom Senior Master Yuan mentioned, possesses the S-tier talent, foresight of the future. She undoubtedly glimpsed Wu Jiqing's impending crisis through this ability. Zhang Daong continued, suddenly wide-eyed. Yet such sensitive intelligence. Can you truly disclose it so freely to an outsider like me? Yuan Xiangang smiled. This is no secret. Every faculty and student at Wuji Academy knows it. Indeed, this knowledge has ignited unprecedented zeal, all trained day and night racing against time to grow stronger and confront the looming catastrophe. Then all is well. Zhang Daong exhaled in relief. Li Suifeng's gaze sharpened. Senior Master Yuan, I now comprehend the full context. I pledge I will report to Wuji Academy within 7 days. Nighttime. Ku Xiaomin entered the foyer of a villa, warmly welcomed by a group of servants. In front of the servants stood an old man with gray hair and a plump figure, smiling obsequiously as he extended his hand. Hello, Commissioner Ku, I am Su Shonyan, the father of Su Kai. Ku Xiaomin returned a simple greeting, her gaze landing on the face of the young man beside Su Shonyan. You must be Su Kai? Su Kai had a few bruises on his face, his expression subdued as he replied, Yes, it's me. Hello, Commissioner Ku. Ku Xiaomin nodded, and under Su Shonyan's guidance, she walked into the elegantly decorated living room. Commissioner Ku, this century-old Longjing tea has an elegant taste and is a specialty of our Xingho city. You must try it. As Su Shonyan introduced the tea set before Ku Xiaomin, she, not particularly interested in tea, directly looked at Su Kai and said, Su Kai, you haven't filled out your college application yet, have you? Su Kai shook his head. Then would you be interested in joining Tianlan Academy? As a representative of Tianlan Academy, I can offer you a level admission reward. Ku Xiaomin said calmly. Su Kai remained silent, still immersed in the sorrow of failing his college entrance examination and being beaten by Li Suifeng, unable to extricate himself from the pain. Su Shonyan's eyes lit up. He was wealthy and did not care much about the amount of the admission reward. What he wanted was merely the attitude of the 8 major academies. Su Shonyan directly decided his son's future. Su Kai remained wooden, showing no reaction. Ku Xiaomin felt somewhat disappointed. This level reward. Su Shonyan directly decided his son's future. Su Kai remained wooden, showing no reaction. Ku Xiaomin felt somewhat disappointed. This level reward was actually prepared for Li Suifeng. However, Li Suifeng's foul mouth had offended her. She could only settle for Su Kai. It seemed that Su Kai had no personality. A person like him often faced many obstacles on the path of martial arts. Su Kai was originally a popular candidate for the top scholar in the city, but unfortunately suffered a setback at the hands of Li Suifeng. His current dejection is likely influenced by this. However, his Dragon Clan genes are an excellent talent, so his martial arts potential may not be lower than that of Li Suifeng. As long as he regains his confidence and overcomes his difficulties, he will surely have the chance to surpass Li Suifeng in the future. Ku Xiaomin thought to herself, still holding a grudge against Li Suifeng for calling her Aunt Ku. The parties had signed a contract. Ku Xiaomin was about to prepare to take her leave when Su Shonyan's phone rang. He picked it up, glanced at it, then quickly put it away, his expression becoming unnatural. Father, I saw it. Is it Li Suifeng? The wooden Su Kai suddenly shouted. Son, you must have seen it wrong. Su Shonyan was about to soothe him when Su Kai quickly snatched the phone and unlocked it, staring intently at the video on the screen. Hearing the name, Li Suifeng, Ku Xiaomin had already stopped in her tracks and found the opportunity to come to Su Kai's side to look at the phone screen. Then Ku Xiaomin's eyes widened in disbelief. The video on the phone showed a young man on the stage battling against a lean martial artist. The lean martial artist struck with thunderous speed, his strength quite decent. He was evidently a second-tier martial artist. Yet at the critical moment, the lean martial artist was knocked unconscious by the young man. Although the young man ultimately fell due to snake venom, this battle was undoubtedly a victory for him. Even more absurdly, this young man was none other than Li Suifeng. How is this possible? After the video finished playing, Ku Xiaomin was completely shocked. From the video, it was clear that Li Suifeng had undoubtedly become a first-tier martial artist, and absurdly, he had defeated a second-tier martial artist. Impossible. This can't be. Didn't the books say that the gap in martial artist realms would create a disparity like a chasm? Why could Li Suifeng defeat a second-tier martial artist? At this moment, Su Kai snapped back to reality, his face flushed as he threw the phone to the ground, smashing it to pieces. Originally, he wanted to work hard to step into the martial artist realm before finding Li Suifeng for a rematch. But now what was the point of fighting? A first-tier Li Suifeng could already battle a second-tier martial artist. Among first-tier martial artists, who could be his opponent? Thinking of this under the severe blow, Su Kai's eyes turned white, and he collapsed back onto the sofa, fainting from anger. Someone, Xiao Kai is tired, help him to rest. Su Shonyan was taken aback, checking his son's pulse to confirm he was not in serious danger before calling for someone to take Su Kai away. Afterward, he awkwardly looked at Ke Xiaomin and said, Commissioner Ke, staying in a hotel can be quite inconvenient. Would you like to stay at our humble abode for the night before leaving? No need. Ke Xiaomin swallowed hard before answering. Then I'll arrange for a driver to take you. Su Shonyan arranged for a driver to take Ke Xiaomin away, his expression turning gloomy. The major martial artist groups in Xingho City are spreading this video of Li Suifeng. What a coincidence that Commissioner Ke happened to see it. Will she think more highly of Li Suifeng and neglect my son because of it? Hopefully that won't happen. Meanwhile, in the speeding luxury vehicle, Ke Xiaomin recalled the video she had just seen, still in a daze. A genius with cross-border combat capability. Such talents are rare throughout the entire long country. Could the foul-mouthed boy who called her Aunt Ku really be such a talent? And had she missed out on him? After a long while, as she looked out the window, Ke Xiaomin gradually came to her senses and maintained her stubbornness. He has talent, but his character is too poor. Such a talented but immoral person often cannot reach the peak in martial arts. Not worth worrying about. She could only comfort herself this way. In the middle of the night, when Li Suifeng returned home, the dining room lights were still on. Wearing work clothes and covered in grime, Li Jianming was eating noodles. Wang Wen sat beside him, looking at her husband with affection and admiration. Dad, did you work overtime? Li Suifeng entered the dining room. Yes, just got off work. Son, are you hungry? Your mother cooked noodles and want to eat together. Li Jianming asked with a smile. I've already eaten, so I'm fine. Li Suifeng sat beside his parents, his expression growing complicated. Mom and Dad, in 7 days I'm going to Wuji City. Li Suifeng revealed the truth. The couple was initially taken aback, and Wang Wen quickly asked what was going on. Li Suifeng explained that he had joined Wuji Academy. So you have already joined Wuji Academy. That's great news. Since the school requires it, just report there on time when the time comes. The two elders immediately smiled, feeling deep reluctance and worry about their son's departure. But thinking about their son walking his own path in the future, they were genuinely happy. But Mom and Dad, we won't be able to see each other every day anymore. Li Sufeng's expression was bleak. Silly child, now that the internet is so developed we can video chat every day? Besides, when the holidays come you can come back to see us. Wang Wen smiled brightly, although tears glistened in her eyes. Li Jianming's expression turned serious. Since it's for studying, you have to work hard and be diligent. Don't worry about things at home, you just take care of yourself. That night Li Suifeng did not rush back to his room to cultivate, but chatted with his parents until dawn. As the time to leave his hometown drew closer, Li Suifeng only wanted to spend the limited time well with his family. The next morning, Li Suifeng asked his father to request a leave of absence, even threatening to not attend university if he didn't. Li Jianming had no choice but to take leave, leaving the house with his wife and children. Half an hour later, the family of four took a taxi to the bustling city center. The tall buildings here were clearly much more numerous than in the old district. Li Suifeng led his family to a nearby residential complex called Yinshao Housing. Wang Wen looked around puzzled. Son, what are we doing here? Li Suifeng smiled and said, Mom and Dad, didn't I say that after the college entrance examination I would get you a new house? A new house? Wang Wen was taken aback, then quickly grabbed Li Sufeng's arm, lowering her voice in urgency. Xiaofeng, do you know how expensive the houses here are? No need to worry, everything is under control. Li Suifeng replied with a smile. Without waiting for his parents to say more, he led them to the 16th floor of Building 1. Zhang Diong, dressed in a suit, was waiting at the elevator entrance. Upon seeing Li Suifeng and his family, he hurriedly greeted the elders and opened the door, introducing the situation inside the house. You two have seen the situation of Yinshao Housing. The community has greenery, parks, and small gardens. And the house you see has been fully renovated, totaling 180 square meters with all the furniture included. After his introduction, Wang Wen and Li Jianming began to sweat profusely. Their old house was less than 70 square meters, and the environment was very dirty and chaotic. Even so, they had spent nearly half a lifetime savings to buy it. How much money would be needed to buy this mansion-like property? The two elders dared not think further. Li Suifeng pulled Zhang Daong aside and said, Manager Zhang, the number I mentioned last night. Zhang Daong chuckled softly. My martial artist friend no longer lives in Xingho City. This property is sitting idle, and upon hearing that you want to buy it, he agreed to sell it to you for 156,000. So straightforward. Li Sufeng's eyes lit up. Earlier he had mentioned buying a house to Zhang Daong. Since Zhang Daong ran a martial arts school and had a wide network in the city, he had been keeping an eye out for Li Suifeng. He had just learned last night that a friend was selling property and explained the situation to Li Suifeng. Li Suifeng had made a tentative offer. He hadn't expected the property owner to agree. Manager Zhang, consider it a favor owed to me by your friend. If he needs help in the future, he can always come to me. Li Suifeng made a direct promise. Based on the investigation, this Yinxiao Houding is one of the top 2 neighborhoods in Xingho City. Just the bare house was worth about Li Sufing's offer. Not to mention it was fully renovated. To acquire this house for 156,000 was definitely a huge profit. Rest assured, young friendly, I will inform my friend. He also sees your limitless potential and wants to establish good relations in advance. Zhang Daong said. After settling the housing matter, Li Suifeng no longer went outside to hunt monsters, but instead spent the remaining time accompanying his family. On the 4th day, under Li Sufing's urging, the family of 4 successfully moved to their new home. That night, Ye was unbelievably excited, and Wang Wen and Li Jiaming both cried with joy. On the 7th day, the day of parting arrived. Early in the morning, Li Suifeng, accompanied by his family, arrived at the airport on the city outskirts. In the waiting room, carrying a suitcase and a backpack, Li Suifeng was forcibly handed a plastic bag by Wang Wen. Son, here are boiled eggs and soy beef prepared by your mom. Eat some if you get hungry on the way. Thanks, Mom. Li Suifeng cheerfully accepted the bag and ruffled his sister's hair. Xiao Ye, while I'm away, you need to— Whoa. Okay, brother, it'll be good. Whoa. Li Jiayue hugged Li Suifeng and cried nonstop, her tears soaking his shirt. Li Suifeng reminded his parents again, Mom and Dad, once I get to university, I will earn my own money. The money I leave for you, please buy more supplements for Ye. Also let her join Zhengqi Martial Arts School to exercise her body more. Children from wealthy families usually begin training during their developmental years. Some scientific experiments have also proven that students who exercise from a young age have a higher probability of awakening good talents by the age of 17 compared to those who don't. Given a certain economic foundation, Li Suifeng hoped that his sister's martial arts path would be smoother than his own. Child, don't worry, Mom will cultivate Xiao Yu well. Wang Wen promised solemnly. Li Suifeng then fixed his serious gaze on Li Jiaming. Your son is now financially independent, so you no longer need to be exploited like a mule. You can only work 8 hours a day, and if I find out about any overtime, it'll drop out immediately. Li Jiaming couldn't help but laugh and scold. You always threaten your old man with those 2 sentences. Do you want to be beaten? Li Suifeng raised his arm, showcasing his muscular bicep. Wake up, Dad. You're no match for me. You little rascal. Li Jiaming's eyes turned red as he laughed and scolded. Flight M732 is about to take off. Then the announcement for boarding sounded. Li Suifeng hugged his family and waved goodbye, Mom, and Dad, goodbye, Ye. He ran into the boarding tunnel with his suitcase. As they watched their son leave, Ye cried loudly. Wang Wen and Li Jiaming also gently sobbed. Why is this plane so small? Inside the M732 plane, carrying his suitcase, Li Suifeng walked in and found that the cabin was very small with only about 20 seats. At this time, most of the seats were already occupied and the occupants were mostly teenagers around Li Sufing's age. Classmates, this plane has been chartered by Wuji Academy. After taking off, we need to transfer and will go directly to Wuji Academy. A smiling flight attendant introduced. Li Suifeng suddenly realized. This plane was not a large passenger aircraft, but a small exclusive one. The other teenagers on the plane were all top students from various cities in the same province, recruited in advance by Yuan Xiangong. Just like Li Suifeng going to Wuji Academy ahead of time. Li Suifeng found an empty seat to sit down. After a while, the cabin shook as the plane left the runway and soared into the sky, departing from Xingho City under the blue sky and white clouds. In the noisy cabin, the young boys and girls either put on headphones to rest their eyes or curiously gazed out of the window, experiencing everything with a sense of wonder. They hailed from different cities, all victorious participants in the upcoming college entrance examination. Not only did they achieve outstanding scores, but they were also lured by enticing offers from the Wuji Academy, making them the pride of their generation. Li Suifeng, another prodigy, sat by the window lost in thought as he gazed at the scenery outside. Suddenly a voice came from beside him. Brother, you must be Li Suifeng, the top scorer from Xingho City. Li Suifeng turned his head to find a boy wearing a cap and dressed in trendy attire beside him. That's me, Wow, it really is you. Brother, I watched your practical exam video. It seems you broke the record for Xingho City. That's impressive. The boy was very enthusiastic and introduced himself. My name is Ma Zhonghao, and in the second place from Levian City in this college entrance exam. Oh, nice to meet you. Li Suifeng responded, and Ma Zhonghao immediately opened up. Brother, is this your first time flying on a plane? Yes. Do you know that the best way to travel in our human realm is actually through teleportation arrays? I do. But do you know why we didn't take a teleportation array to Wuji City this time? I don't know. It's because our Xiangnan province doesn't have any interprovincial teleportation arrays. We only have intercity ones at most. I see. Aside from teleportation arrays, the second best way to travel is actually by plane. The wilderness is occupied by monsters and roads and railways are often damaged by them, making construction too difficult. Planes don't require much, just a runway to take off and soar into the sky. What a magnificent invention! Ma Zhonghao exclaimed, and Li Suifeng figured out that this kid was quite the chatterbox. However, since there was nothing pressing at the moment, chatting wasn't a problem. There are flying monsters in the sky, right? Won't they attack our plane? Every plane in our dragon country is equipped with a howling sound array that releases a powerful sound wave frequency. This frequency is inaudible to the human ear, but for monsters with keen hearing it creates significant interference, making them very uncomfortable. Therefore, flying monsters instinctively avoid these sound waves, which is why our planes can operate safely. Just as Ma Zhonghao was explaining, a boy not far away shouted, "Ma Zhonghao, every time you discuss something it goes in the opposite direction. Close your jinxing mouth." Ma Zhonghao pouted. "You wouldn't I just take your second place? Is that reason enough to vilify me?" "I'm not vilifying you." Yu Yu's face turned tense. "Stop discussing planes." "I want. Who do you think you are?" Ma Zhonghao snorted and continued to smile at Li Suifeng. "Brotherly, did you know that our country's flight safety rate is 98? I didn't know that. So does that mean only 2 out of 100 planes are attacked by monsters? Yes, such occurrences are extremely rare. Even if they happen, it's not a big deal, because according to national law, every plane must have a transcendent-level warrior on board. This means that there is definitely a hidden transcendent-level warrior on our plane." Ma Zhonghao was very confident. Li Suifeng was secretly astonished. The city lord of Xingho City, Su Sifeng, as well as the minister of education, the deputy city lord, and the commander of the city guard army were all said to be warriors of the second realm known as the extraordinary realm. The transcendent realm belongs to the third realm of warriors who possess the ability to fly without relying on talent, and their combat power is formidable, comparable to that of a small nuclear weapon. Such individuals could hold high positions even in the provincial capital. Now, however, they were assigned to a plane as bodyguards. No wonder flying by plane could become a safe and popular mode of transportation in this monster-infested country. So that's how it is. Not to mention that there are transcendent-level experts stationed on the plane. Even considering the 98 chance of being attacked, our plane will definitely be safe. So brotherly, you don't have to worry. Ma Zhonghao was trying to reassure Li Suifeng, fearing he might be anxious. Suddenly, whoosh, a sharp whistle faintly echoed from outside the cabin. "Oh no, it's the jinxing Ma Zhonghao starting to work his magic." Not far away, Yu Yu roared as he rushed to the window to check the situation outside. Li Suifeng also turned to look out the window, noticing a dozen small black dots appearing above the distant clouds. As they drew closer, the black dots quickly transformed into blue bird monsters. From a distance, these bird monsters appeared to be the size of a palm. However, their true size was at least comparable to that of an adult. Could it be that we are encountering a group of second-tier monsters, the Azure Falcons? They possess the ability to close their ear membranes, blocking out external sounds, making them one of the few aerial monsters that can ignore the howling sound array. What a coincidence, we actually ran into a flock of Azure Falcons. Our luck is really terrible. Ma Zhonghao, upon seeing this, was not flustered. Instead, he wore a playful expression. Azure Falcons excel in speed, but have weak attack power. With their capabilities, it's unrealistic for them to cause damage to the plane. Unless another type of bird monster that can resist the howling sound array, the torrential giant eagle, also appears, but the likelihood of that is minuscule since there are very few torrential giant eagles, with hardly any in the entire Xiongnan province. Before he could finish his sentence, caught. Another sharp bird cry came from behind the flock of Azure Falcons. Immediately after, another black dot approached, transforming into a giant eagle that was twice the size of the Azure Falcons. The giant eagle's feathers were as black as armor, shimmering with a chilling luster under the sunlight. Its eagle eyes, even from a distance, emitted a terrifying glare. From afar, they looked like 2 glowing orbs. After a glance at the giant eagle, Li Suifeng suddenly turned to look at Ma Zhonghao. He saw Ma Zhonghao wearing an awkward expression. How did the torrential giant eagle actually show up? Our luck is really too bad, but it's okay unless... Shut up. Li Suifeng roared, rushing over to cover Ma Zhonghao's mouth with his hand. Although he didn't believe Yu Yu's words, every time Ma Zhonghao said a flag, it would be immediately refuted. This was just too superstitious. For the sake of the plane's safety, he absolutely couldn't let him continue speaking. A flustered Yu Yu shouted, "I told you this kid is a jinx. Whenever he opens his mouth, something bad is... Now do you believe me? That brother, please cover Ma Zhonghao's jinxing mouth to prevent the situation from worsening." Whoa! The gag Ma Zhonghao was unable to speak, continuously blinking his eyes at Li Suifeng. "Brother, although I don't believe you really have a crow's mouth, the situation is urgent. For everyone's safety, we must proceed with caution. So after I let go, you must remain silent, understood?" Upon receiving a nod from Ma Zhonghao, Li Suifeng finally released him and looked out the window, discovering that a flock of Azure Falcons was flying alongside the aircraft, showing no signs of leaving. The enormous rampaging giant eagle flapped its massive wings and charged towards the airplane with a fierce wind, displaying an incredibly ferocious aura. "Attention students, we are under attack by a pack of demon beasts. Please remain seated and fasten your seatbelts." The flight attendant's gentle voice echoed through the cabin. Li Suifeng quickly sat down, gripping the armrest and seatbelt tightly. Just then a thunderous explosion resounded. The entire cabin shook violently as if struck by a massive hammer. The strong impact left everyone inside feeling dizzy and disoriented. So uncomfortable. Li Suifeng, sitting by the window, sensed a metallic taste in his mouth and saw through the reflection in the window that blood was trickling from the corner of his lips. Did that giant eagle injure me with just one charge? This is under the condition that the impact was mitigated. If it had actually struck my body, wouldn't I have instantly turned into a mist of blood? Li Suifeng wiped the blood from his lips and looked nervously at the side. Ma Zhonghao, known for his bad luck, had now closed his eyes, his face contorted with pain, seemingly fainting from the earlier impact. All the students in the other seats displayed expressions of agony. Some were retching and coughing up blood. At the end of the aisle, the cabin door was pulled open and the flight attendant appeared, having changed out of her uniform into a form-fitting silver battle outfit. At that moment her face was no longer gentle, but replaced by seriousness. Beside her stood an elderly man with a full white beard. The old man was nearly 2 meters wide, his massive body occupying the entire aisle, dressed in loose cloth resembling a small mountain. Students, regardless of what happens next, you must remain seated. With Elder Gong present, we will not face any danger. The flight attendant in battle gear reassured them before pulling open the cabin door. Whoosh! A fierce wind rushed into the cabin, distorting everyone's faces and shaking their eardrums. Crash! At the moment the cabin door closed, the enormous man had already vanished from inside the cabin. By the window, Li Suifeng was the first to see a towering figure appear before the rampaging giant eagle preparing to charge at the airplane again. It was none other than Elder Gong. Is a battle about to begin? A clash between an extraordinary martial artist and a lord-level demon beast. Li Suifeng's eyes lit up as his blood surged. Under his watch, the rampaging giant eagle began a fierce charge at Elder Gong. Thud thud. The awakening talent of Elder Gong was unknown. A long knife suddenly appeared in his hand, and with each swing, he could unleash a streak of azure blade energy that struck the rampaging giant eagle. The eagle's charge could cause great destruction to the airplane, but it had little effect on Elder Gong. The edge of his blade was as mighty as a mountain, always capable of repelling the rampaging giant eagle, which was comparable in size to the airplane. After several exchanges, numerous feathers had shed from the rampaging giant eagle, revealing gashes cut by the blade energy. Blood was gushing down towards the ground. This scene eased the tension in Li Suifeng's heart. However, the next moment a familiar voice unexpectedly rang out. It seems this battle is won by Elder Gong. We should be safe now. Li Suifeng turned his head sharply, realizing that Ma Zhonghao had awakened and was nervously watching the situation outside the window. Ding ding ding. Just then the cabin shook again. Li Suifeng looked out the window and discovered that the flock of azure falcons was trying to halt the aircraft by crashing into it. The impact from the airplane would often send the azure falcons flying far into the sky. Yet they seemed to feel no pain or fatigue, stabilizing their positions in the air before colliding again. Seeing this situation, Elder Gong noticed and was about to fly over to provide support. Chirp chirp. The rampaging giant eagle's eyes flashed with mockery, its massive body shifting to block Elder Gong, its wings slashing down like twin blades, firmly restraining him in place. These demon beasts can even employ tactics. They've really evolved. Ma Zhonghao commented, gazing at a particular window, hesitating to speak. Li Suifeng followed his gaze and noticed that one window had developed cracks from multiple collisions by the azure falcons with a risk of shattering. If the window shatters and the wind rushes into the cabin, it might throw us out. We must prevent this from happening. With the crisis at hand, many talented individuals were anxious, yet Li Suifeng remained calm, thinking clearly. His purpose for this trip was to reach Wujiqing and showcase his talents on a larger stage. He didn't want to die at this altitude before he even had a chance to rise. Soon Li Suifeng devised a plan, unbuckling his seatbelt and moving to the aisle. Classmate, what are you doing? This is not the time for nonsense. Hurry back to your seat. The flight attendant assumed Li Suifeng was trying to cause trouble and scolded him angrily. Sister Elder Gong has been entangled and cannot come to our rescue. This flock of falcons is launching suicidal attacks, and we are in a passive position. If we don't take the initiative to break the stalemate, if the plane loses control, we are all doomed. Li Suifeng's expression was extremely serious, his gaze filled with intensity. The flight attendant was taken aback, thinking how strong-willed this child was able to remain calm at such a moment. She then asked, Classmate, do you have any ideas? These azure falcons are merely commander-level demon beasts, incomparable to the rampaging giant eagle. If we engage in battle at high altitude, we won't be able to fly and are not their match. However, if we can lure them inside the cabin and engage face-to-face, we still have a chance to kill them. Li Suifeng laid out the plan, and the flight attendant widened her eyes, saying, Classmate, these azure falcons are wild demon beasts, not the docile ones you killed in the trial realm. Their combat power is already formidable, let alone they are all commander level. Commander level demon beasts are officially defined as being comparable to martial artists in rank. Their combat power is considered to be at a small boss level in the wild. While it is certainly possible to kill one when lured into the cabin, what about bringing in a dozen at once? That would be courting death. Sister, from my observations, within a few minutes, all the windows will be completely smashed. At that time the airflow will rage, and surely some will be thrown out of the plane to their deaths. Rather than waiting to die, I want to take the initiative. Li Sufing's gaze was intense. I am confident I can fight them, and I believe others can too. Upon hearing this, a boy named Yu shouted, just as this classmate said, rather than waiting to die, we might as well take the initiative. If I die, I can at least die with a sense of fulfillment. Yes, I also support this classmate's plan. Soon a second and third person stood up despite not knowing Li Suifeng. However, like Li Suifeng, they were all young and eager to determine their own fate at a critical moment. In that case, I'll indulge you, but let me be clear, these demon beasts are extremely dangerous. If you cannot kill them, be sure to retreat quickly and do not engage in prolonged battle. The flight attendant, influenced by the crowd, changed her mind and pulled the cabin door open with a whoosh. In an instant, a fierce wind rushed in. One Azure Falcon stopped attacking the windows and transformed into a shadow, breaking through the door and charging into the cabin. Whoosh! The Azure Falcon burst into the cabin, its height comparable to that of an adult, around 175 centimeters. Its long wings touched both sides of the cabin as they spread wide. Clang, clang, clang. Its wings sliced through the air. This Azure Falcon, the first to enter the cabin, actually attempted to cut it open from the inside. You little demons, cease your rampage. A sharp voice rang out as a tall flight attendant akin to a leopard swiftly dashed in front of the Azure Falcon. Swish, swish, swish. The flight attendant's arm shot out like a spear, leaving afterimages. Soon gashes appeared on the Azure Falcon with blood seeping from them. Whoosh! The flight attendant was about to pursue when a shrill cry came from behind. She quickly halted and turned, discovering a second, a third, and more Azure Falcons charging into the cabin. The cabin, which had been relatively spacious, instantly became crowded due to the influx of these beasts. Sister, leave these beasts to me. A familiar voice sounded, and the flight attendant was astonished to find Li Suifeng had appeared from nowhere, standing behind her and blocking the Azure Falcons. Classmate, you should hide. I don't need your help yet. The flight attendant felt touched, but was also very tense. At such a moment, to appear at her back and share the pressure. It was evident that Li Suifeng was a kind-hearted and upright child. However, such children often struggle to discern situations and may lose their lives amidst chaos. The flight attendant feared this kind of situation, as she would rather be surrounded by beasts than let Li Suifeng encounter danger. Sister, we agreed to be teammates. How could I let you down? Li Suifeng stared at the Azure Falcons as if a lecher gazed at a group of beauties, his eyes filled with fervor. These days he had cherished time accompanying his family day and night, without venturing out to hunt beasts. His desire to grind monsters had been rising steadily. Without the days of hunting beasts, he felt as though ants were crawling on him, utterly unsatisfactory. At this moment, beasts finally appeared. The chance to vent and grind monsters lay before him. How could he miss it? But the flight attendant wanted to say something, but then she heard a bang. Li Sufing's body erupted in a brilliance like flames burning fiercely. Just then the three Azure Falcons let out a shriek as they charged forward. Classmate, quickly come to my side. The flight attendant grabbed Li Sufing's arm, trying to pull him back. Although there was also an injured Azure Falcon behind, this beast was no match for the three ferocious Azure Falcons. Li Suifeng could barely handle it. To the flight attendant's surprise, however, the golden light Li Suifeng seemed rooted like an old tree, utterly immovable. Instead, after breaking free from her grasp, Li Suifeng took the initiative to charge at the three Azure Falcons. Classmate, come back. The flight attendant's face turned pale with fear. Even she would find it difficult to face those three Azure Falcons. Li Suifeng was just a student. To actively engage in battle with three Azure Falcons was akin to seeking death, wasn't it? Yet, Li Suifeng, undeterred, shot forth like an arrow with no intention of retreating. Ignoring the flight attendant's voice, he resolutely unleashed a golden fist radiance. Boom! With a loud explosion, feathers flew, and one Azure Falcon staggered back, colliding with a seat before finally coming to a stop. Yet where the fist radiance had struck, blood gushed forth, indicating it had been wounded. How could this be? The flight attendant's eyes widened in disbelief. Facing three opponents, Li Suifeng, at a significant disadvantage, managed to injure one Azure Falcon first. How did he achieve that? Whoosh! The other two Azure Falcons, seeing their companion injured, screeched in anger and subsequently attacked Li Suifeng with their blade-like wings. Being too close, Li Suifeng had no chance to strike back and could only raise his arms to block. The injured Azure Falcon roared and charged at him, joining in the assault. Li Suifeng shouted fiercely as luminous energy sparkled around his raised arms, forming a barrier resembling a shield. Clang, clang, clang. Clang, clang, clang. The wings of the Azure Falcons were all deflected by the light shield. Li Suifeng staggered back, but his defense remained unbroken and he sustained no injuries. Incredible. He actually blocked it. The flight attendant stared wide-eyed. As the sole service personnel and guardian of this aircraft, her strength was considerable, and she could manage 1 or 2 Azure Falcons in combat. But facing more than 3 Azure Falcons, even she would find herself overwhelmed and unable to defend. Yet Li Suifeng not only injured 1 Azure Falcon. With his outstanding defense, he was also able to adeptly fend off the attacks of these 3 Azure Falcons. This was truly a balance of offense and defense. This guy is formidable. Not far away, Yu observed with admiration written all over his face. Although he was filled with fighting spirit, prepared to battle the beasts. However, the difference between preparation and actual action was vast. Upon seeing these ferocious Azure Falcons enter the cabin, he instinctively felt anxious and dared not act. Li Suifeng, however, not only took the initiative to attack, but was also engaged in a fierce battle with the 3 beasts. His ferocity was astounding. No wonder he's the top student from Xingho City. His combat ability is even more fierce than in the videos. On the other side, the Jinx Ma Zhonghao continued to marvel. At this rate, these 3 Azure Falcons won't be able to handle classmate Li. As soon as he spoke, a swish sound echoed through the scene. It turned out that 1 Azure Falcon had circled to Li Suifeng's side, using its sharp wings to slice through his light barrier, leaving a wound on his waist. Due to the distance, Li Suifeng was unable to hear Ma Zhonghao's curse, unaware that he had been jinxed. What he did know was that these 3 Azure Falcons were fierce and intelligent. If he didn't shift from defense to offense, he would only become more passive, potentially facing life-threatening danger. Someone cover me. Li Suifeng roared, startling Yu into immediate action as he slapped out a palm. Flames surged like a wave, pouring down onto 1 Azure Falcon. Chirp chirp. The Azure Falcon flailed about, trying to extinguish the flames. Seizing the opportunity, Li Suifeng felt the pressure lighten and dove toward the Azure Falcon. Heavenly Light Fist. Like a cannonball, the golden fist radiance merged with his 5 fingers and struck fiercely against the Azure Falcon's chest. Puff puff puff. Though the fist had yet to penetrate the Azure Falcon's flesh, the overwhelming light elemental energy surged through its body, thoroughly shattering its internal organs. With a mournful cry, the Azure Falcon suddenly collapsed to the ground. The long-awaited system notification then appeared before him. Killed an Azure Falcon, 300 talent points. Killing 1 earns 300 talent points. That's equivalent to over 10 or 20 ordinary beasts. Li Suifeng's expression beamed with joy as he scanned the surroundings. If I take out all the Azure Falcons here, won't I earn 3 to 5,000 talent points? Kill. Fueled by his spirited determination, Li Suifeng pressed on, charging at the Azure Falcon ignited by Yu. Clang clang clang. The remaining Azure Falcons, seeing that Li Suifeng dared to turn his back to them, naturally grew furious and launched an attack. However, their blade-like wings struck Li Suifeng's back, leaving only shallow cuts that couldn't injure his bones and could not deter him from attacking the blazing Azure Falcon. Bang! The golden fist radiance exploded against the blazing Azure Falcon. The powerful impact sent this Azure Falcon flying out of the cabin door, plummeting toward the vast ground below. Killed an Azure Falcon, 300 talent points. The system notification flashed again, signifying the death of this Azure Falcon. Amidst his joy, Li Suifeng touched his back, and his fingertips were stained with blood, revealing that the Azure Falcon, as a leader-level beast, had a high attack power exceeding the threshold of his tough skin. As a result, Li Suifeng could not completely avoid injury. Fortunately, due to his toughness, the output from these falcons was diminished. Aside from some superficial damage, he had no major issues. Classmate, let me stop the bleeding for you. A cute girl in a pink dress shouted. Immediately, she clasped her hands together, and green light fell upon Li Suifeng's back. The torrent of blood was halted. Fresh flesh wriggled and grew. Li Suifeng's back injury surprisingly healed instantly. This girl is also a healer. Her healing capacity is far superior to that chubby Wang Jun. Feeling the healing of his back injury, Li Suifeng's eyes brightened, and he called out again, Sister, my energy and stamina are starting to dwindle. Could you give me another boost? The girl in the pink dress blushed. My talent can help you regain some energy and stamina, but could you use a more elegant phrase? All right, girl, hurry and help me. Li Suifeng yelled as he charged toward the nearest Azure Falcon. The girl in the pink dress. What a brave yet rude person. The girl in the pink dress murmured to herself, then clasped her hands again. More and more green light fell upon Li Suifeng's head. In an instant, his energy and stamina rapidly recovered. This energy recovery speed is simply like taking drugs. Doesn't this mean that with this girl's support my great sunlight can last indefinitely? Li Suifeng's eyes sparkled. The great sunlight was undoubtedly a bug-like existence among strength talents. But its flaw was its overly short duration. The appearance of this healer girl undoubtedly solved the duration problem, making this talent nearly invincible. Charge. In a surge of 30 times instant power and speed, Li Suifeng moved like a shadow, instantly crashing into another Azure Falcon's chest. Bang! That Azure Falcon's body slammed against the cabin wall, causing the entire aircraft to shudder. The flight attendant was startled. "Classmate, be careful, don't destroy the cabin." Others were also shouting loudly. "Yeah, could you tone it down a bit?" "My apologies, everyone." Li Suifeng rubbed his nose, seeing that the first Azure Falcon to enter the cabin was lying on the ground on the brink of death. "Sister, could you let me have it?" Li Suifeng cast a pure gaze at the flight attendant. She was puzzled. Although this Azure Falcon was not dead, it had lost its combat ability and posed no threat. There were still remaining Azure Falcons about to enter the cabin, or wouldn't taking them out be the best solution? Why focus on this dying beast? Despite her confusion, the flight attendant nodded. "All right." As soon as she spoke, Li Suifeng dashed past her, raising his foot to deliver a powerful kick. Puff! The Azure Falcon's head exploded like a watermelon, and the flight attendant's mouth dropped open, staring at Li Suifeng in shock. Is this child a butcher? He seemed to take pleasure in killing beasts. So ferocious. Suddenly, a sticky sensation struck her. The flight attendant looked down and discovered that an eyeball from the exploded Azure Falcon was dangling from her chest. Ugh! Even though the flight attendant had undergone training, she couldn't help but bend over and vomit. Li Suifeng couldn't afford to comfort the flight attendant and quickly rushed toward the cabin door. Due to the deaths of 4 companions, the remaining Azure Falcons had gone completely mad, abandoning their plan to destroy the aircraft and charging into the cabin to seek revenge for their fallen comrades. Kill them all. Inspired by Li Suifeng, Yu and the others also gained fighting spirit, even though many of them were not yet martial artists. However, those selected by the Wujing Academy could not have poor talent. After unleashing their talents together, various lights illuminated the cabin. One by one, the boys and girls cooperatively rushed towards the Azure Falcons, engaging them in combat. As the talented individuals were filled with fighting spirit, a fierce wind swept through the cabin, a figure violently pushing them aside, charging alone toward the Azure Falcons. "These heads belong to me. You guys aren't allowed to steal them." When Li Suifeng's domineering voice rang out, all the talented individuals exchanged glances. Is this brother perhaps a bit off? Does he have antisocial personality disorder, needing to kill beasts to control his emotions? So ferocious. Don't provoke him. Since this brother wants to taste blood, let's cooperate with him. Thus, the talented individuals deliberately held back, attacking the Azure Falcons while avoiding excessive force to not steal the kills. Thanks to everyone's help, the threat level of these Azure Falcons decreased significantly. Li Suifeng was also able to eliminate them more smoothly. While the battle in the cabin raged on, in the high sky, Gong Lao, worried about the situation of the aircraft, had a grim expression and let out a roar. The long knife in his hand suddenly transformed into a bolt of lightning, penetrating the body of the colossal Gale Eagle. Screech! Amidst the desperate and mournful sound, a massive gash 1/2 meter in diameter appeared in the chest of the colossal Gale Eagle, blood gushing out like a fountain. It could no longer afford to linger, flapping its wings and quickly fleeing. Stupid demon! Gong Lao cursed angrily but did not pursue. This was high in the sky, and even though he could fly, his speed could not compare to that of the colossal Gale Eagle. Moreover, as the aircraft was under attack by the Azure Falcons, the students' lives were unknown. Gong Lao couldn't pursue the colossal Gale Eagle with peace of mind. Whoosh! In the high sky, expending great effort, Gong Lao finally caught up with the aircraft. Seeing the aircraft hadn't crashed, he felt somewhat relieved, but thinking of the possible loss of talented individuals in the cabin, his heart ached a little. With a tinge of anxiety, Gong Lao caught up with the plane, pulled open the tightly shut cabin door, and leaped inside. The howling wind suddenly ceased, and the surroundings fell eerily quiet. Gong Lao raised his eyes and found that the boys and girls were seated comfortably. Surprisingly, not a single one was. Looking again at the doorway of the cockpit, there were piles of beast corpses stacked like garbage. Amidst the corpses, the flight attendant was covered in blood, sitting on the ground exhausted. Beside her, a boy wielding a small knife was dismembering the beast corpses to extract their beast cores, his movements so swift and decisive that Gong Lao was reminded of professional butchers. He was momentarily stunned. What is going on? Greetings, Elder Gong. As Elder Gong appeared, the flight attendant welcomed him with joy. No need for ceremony. What exactly happened? Elder Gong pointed at the corpses scattered across the floor and at the young boy. Elder Gong, this student is Li Suifeng. He helped us resolve the crisis. The flight attendant explained the situation. Elder Gong's eyes widened further. The plane was filled with fledgling high school students. At their age, this youth named Li Suifeng, in the moment of peril, found a way to save the passenger plane and executed it, slaying the entire pack of Azure Peregrines. That record of achievement is ferociously impressive. Finally finished him exhausted, he said as Li Suifeng rose at the cabin door and stretched. At his feet, the backpack was damp, smeared with yellowish-white fluids and fragments of flesh. Inside were several apple-sized masses of blood and tissue. The Yaodan. When a monster grows to a leader rank, a Yaodan forms within its body. The Yaodan stores demonic qi and is the root of the beast's power. Even after the beast's death, the Yaodan retains qi and essence, making it a potent tonic for humans. Whether for alchemy or cooking, they are prized goods. Their price is naturally high. Li Suifeng understood this well, collected the peregrine carcasses, and discussed dividing the Yaodan with the flight attendant. Seeing that he had contributed the most in the battle and was the principal merit holder, the flight attendant agreed he could take 50% of the Yaodan. The remainder would be distributed by Elder Gong. Elder Gong listened and could only smile with some embarrassment. Li Suifeng's strength, talent, and temperament were unquestionably top tier. He merely seemed a little fond of wealth. That is not necessarily a bad thing. The adage that scholarship is poor while martial strength is wealthy is not empty talk. Any powerful warrior is often built with money. A warrior who scorns wealth often cannot see far. Only those who can manage and earn money have better prospects. With that in mind, Elder Gong walked over to Li Suifeng with a gentle smile. Student Li, my name is Gong Junshan. I am in effect the captain of this aircraft. Thank you for saving everyone aboard. Greetings, Elder Gong, Li Suifeng replied, extending his hand for a clasp while glancing him over. Student Li, why are you looking at me like that? Elder Gong asked. Elder Gong looked puzzled. I'm just curious, he said seriously. How can a man of your large frame fly through the air with the lightness of a swallow? Li Suifeng said it earnestly, and the flight attendant laughed. Elder Gong was amused too. Because I am a transcendent level cultivator, he said. Flight is practically standard for transcendent levels. Or do you think I am too fat and should lose weight, he teased. No, Li Suifeng replied, I have two good friends who are as round as you, and I like rubbing their bellies. The two chatted briefly, and Elder Gong grew increasingly pleased. Despite knowing the other's status, Li Suifeng's manner was neither servile nor arrogant. It was precisely balanced, able to converse with him as if they were old friends. Such a temperament in a student is exceedingly rare. After talking for a while, Elder Gong produced a wristband and said, this wristband I originally intended to give to my grandson. Today I will give it to you as a token of thanks for saving this plane. Is it an advanced wristband? They murmured. One that can monitor bodily conditions and also act as storage. I heard even the most ordinary models cost 1 million Longwa coins. If Elder Gong planned it for his grandson, it is surely no ordinary item. Li Suifeng had long heard of the advanced wristband's renown and accepted it. Thank you, Elder Gong. The surrounding students watched with envious expressions. Elder Gong smiled. Call me Grandpa Gong. All right, Grandpa Gong, Li Suifeng replied obediently. One cannot refuse a benefactor. Because the aircraft was still operational, Elder Gong quickly went to the cockpit to take control. At his signal, the flight attendant took some of the remaining azure peregrines, and the rest were distributed to the students. Li Suifeng returned to his seat and toyed with the wristband, liking it more the more he looked, then hurriedly put it on. A soft click sounded as the strap locked. A line of text appeared on the dial, current vitality 86. Pretty accurate, Li Suifeng nodded. His physique combined with his spirit indeed amounted to about 80 points. The advanced wristband clearly shared the refinement of combat assessment bands, precisely measuring vitality and helping the wearer determine their rank. After some operation on the dial, Li Suifeng discovered it could detect his skeletal muscle, body fat percentage, height, heart rate, and even his stamina value. More importantly, the wristband displayed a final prompt. If Li Suifeng sank his mind inward, he could open a storage space. He concentrated, and his consciousness slipped into a peculiar cubic chamber. The interior exceeded 100 square meters and rose over 20 meters in height, a remarkably spacious little world. Is this the wristband's built-in storage, he wondered. It was wondrous. With a slight thought, the backpack that held the Yaodan instantly appeared inside the space. He continued willing items into being. Suitcases and other carried items followed. From now on, when I travel, my mother need never worry that I am carrying too much, he joked. Exiting the storage, Li Suifeng was delighted and inspected the wristband, clicking his tongue in admiration. The device clearly had volume, yet was as light as a feather, bearing no weight and not hindering combat. By afternoon, a city appeared below the airliner. From above, the city sprawled more than 10 times the size of Xingho City. Above the city hovered a translucent golden radiance. Ma Zhonghao explained that it was the barrier released by the Great Formation beneath Wuji City, capable of warding off invading beasts. The airliner then passed through the barrier and landed at the airport. Elder Gong returned to the cabin with some reluctance and said, students, I apologize that you suffered hardship in the air, but fortunately this ordeal did not cost us a single life. The path of martial cultivation is long and boundless, he continued. I hope this experience will fortify your resolve to pursue the way. Amid applause, Elder Gong returned to the cockpit. The flight attendant led everyone off the plane to wait roadside out. A bus belonging to Wuji Academy slowly arrived. They boarded and waved farewell through the windows. The flight attendant rubbed her moist eyes and watched the vehicle depart before reluctantly leaving. On the bus, Li Suifeng, taking in Wuji City scenery, felt the atmosphere tense. Turning his head, he saw a group of students approaching with odd expressions. What, looking for trouble? Li Suifeng asked as he rolled up his sleeves. Hero, you are overthinking, they replied. We only came to express our thanks. With the attractive flight attendant present, I had an image to maintain. One boy, named Yu admitted excitedly, thumbs raised. Now she is gone, and I must say a few words. Brother, you are unbelievably fierce. You are like an earthly emperor, saving us all single-handedly, another cried. Yes, I was nearly terrified, one added, but you took charge and devised the plan that saved us. If not for you, Sun Liang would be dead, someone exclaimed. I checked online, another said. Hero, you come from Xingho City. My name is Yin Hao from Baiwa City, he announced. If you have any trouble at Wuji Academy, come to me first. I will stand life and death with you. The boys brimmed with youthful fervor. Earlier on the plane they had ignored one another, distant because they were strangers and each unwilling to admit inferiority. After the aerial crisis they had shared life and death, and their inner grudges naturally dissolved into friendship. Especially Li Suifeng, who lured monsters into the cabin and unleashed a slaughter with a series of astonishing maneuvers that seemed inspired. The students were already in complete awe and now could not contain their emotions, merely wishing to express gratitude. Li Suifeng relaxed, thinking that had they chosen to assault him en masse, he could hardly have held up. Fortunately, it was not so. Li Suifeng chatted with them and learned everyone's names and backgrounds. Yu and Ma Zhonghao came from the same city and were top scorers. They had awakened Scrade talent, single-minded flame. The healer who had frenziedly thrown healing at him was Yu Shanshan from Yushi City, the city's top scholar. She had awakened Scrade talent, revitalizing wind, and was the only one among them to receive an Scrade reward from Yuan Xiangang. Brother Li, are you really only given an grade reward? Yin Hao demanded after hearing Li Sufeng's account. That makes no sense. What is Commissioner Yuan doing? He gave me a grade, and that would be forgivable, another protested, but why only in a grade for Brother Li? I will not accept it. I will complain to Yuan Xiangang, they vowed. Why only in a level contract for our savior, they cried. Seeing them flushed and indignantly, Suifeng found it oddly amusing. I have no quarrel with Senior Yuan, he said. Don't drag me into your vendettas. All right, Brother Li, we will follow you, they agreed. At 1 in the afternoon, the bus slowly entered Wuji Academy. From the exterior, the academy resembled universities on the Blue Star. As the bus stopped in the campus square, 3 or 5 students holding placards clustered around. Hello, new students. I am Hu Junkai of the second year, he announced. I am your senior, he declared. Need help carrying bags. Am strong and can help the beauties with their luggage. Like universities on the Blue Star, Wuji Academy had a tradition of welcoming freshmen. These few students looked worldly and composed. They were upperclassmen. After Li Sufeng's group disembarked, Hu Junkai smiled. Among the upperclassmen, fellow juniors, teachers assigned us to meet you and briefly introduced the school. But before that, stay here while we escort the female students, he added, and then began carrying the luggage of Yu Shanshan and the other girls without waiting for a reply. Come, my junior sisters, the registration building is over there, and your dorms are here. I will take you to drop your luggage, Hu said. Yu Shanshan and the others tried to resist, but the seniors were too enthusiastic. Are these bastards really that lecherous, they complained. Favoring women over men has limits, another said. Leaving us here like this is absurd. Yu and Yin Hao voiced their indignation. Ma Zhonghao said seriously that greed and lust are human instincts and understandable, but these seniors looked kindly and should be easy to deal with. As he spoke, glances were cast their way. What's the matter, brothers? Ma Zhonghao asked nervously. Your jinxing mouth has raised a flag, Yu warned. I have a premonition those bastards will trouble us. Yu nodded in certainty, and the others echoed the sentiment. Ma Zhonghao looked aggrieved at Li Suifeng. Brotherly, they treat me so unfairly. Won't you say a word for me? Li Suifeng smiled. Little Ma promised to speak less from now on, and he'll even yield the big brother seat to you. Ma Zhonghao covered his face in misery. Even Brotherly thinks there's something wrong with me. I can't go on. Elsewhere, after Hu Junkai and his 4 watched Yu Shanshan and the others enter the dormitory building, their smiles evaporated and were replaced by cold haughtiness. Brothers, if any new student disobeys later, hit a little harder, just don't cripple them, Hu Junkai said, rubbing his hands with a cruel expression. Last year when I enrolled, those third years taught me harsh lessons, he continued. It still aches to remember. Now it is finally my turn to trample others. 2 meters tall in a white vest and black shorts, hairy like a baboon, Zhang Lishur roared with excitement. It became clear that Wuji Academy's management and customs were very militaristic. Upperclassmen humiliating freshmen was a mandatory rite each year. Hu Junkai and his companions waited in the square not to flirt with pretty juniors, but to educate Li Suifeng and his new peers. Haha, how shall we play with these greenhorns? One asked. Beat them, and then make them wash my underwear, another proposed. Old John, you are a pervert, they protested. So many options, and you choose this. The second years, joking and laughing, strode onto the square only to find it empty. All the freshmen had vanished. The group was momentarily stunned. Zhang Lishur snapped awake and howled in fury. How dare they leave the square without our orders? Tall and handsome, Hu Junkai's face twisted with anger. They defied my orders on their first day, he snarled. Do they think they can go to heaven now? Ordering Li Sufeng's group to stay had been the first step in their intimidation, yet they had simply ignored it and left. They had been shown no respect. I changed my mind, Zhang Lishur shouted. No more making them wash underwear, I want them to wipe my ass. Resist, and it'll break their legs. He pounded his chest and howled like a baboon. Hu Junkai's face darkened as he stared toward the registration building and ordered they should be there. Let's go together. Considering Ma Zhanghe's uncanny jinx, Li Suifeng thought it over and decided not to wait in place for Hu Junkai and the others. He led his little brothers to the registration building to complete their enrollment. Each received a student ID, their pass into Wuji Academy, and a symbol of identity. The registrar also gave each of them a handbook outlining Wuji Academy's many rules. Li Suifeng read the manual and nodded slightly. No mutual slaughter. No criminal acts. These were the academy's most basic rules. In addition, the school operated a credit system. Except for the first year's tuition, which is settled in Longhua coins, the second through fourth years are not paid in Longhua coins, but in credits. Credits function like an internal currency. They can be exchanged for techniques and physical skills used to buy pills, food, equipment, pets, or to rent training rooms and post requests. Their uses are manifold. Students can earn credits by many means: completing tasks, exchanging monster carcasses, participating in school activities, and so on. After enrollment, students receive differing credits based on their signed contracts. By linking phones or wristbands to campus accounts, everyone checked their credit balances. Ma Zhonghao and Yu each received 5 credits. Li Suifeng was surprised to find he had 7 credits. It seemed the agreed contract awarded him 2 extra points, a hidden benefit Commissioner Yuan had not mentioned. What a pleasant surprise. With those thoughts, Li Suifeng and his companions had just stepped out of the registration building when a figure suddenly charged down the steps like a tank. You miserable rookies, daring to disobey my orders, I'll kill you, the man bellowed as he barreled toward them. After a roar like thunder, a figure charged into the crowd, delivering a punch without hesitation. This punch had no specific target, yet the overwhelming blood energy coalesced into a massive fist light, enveloping Li Suifeng and his companions completely. What is happening? Is this person insane? Attacking us for no reason. Yu and the others were startled, instinctively wanting to defend themselves, but it was already too late. The gigantic fist light approached within half a meter of them. They had no time to unleash their talents. At that moment, a muffled sound erupted. A figure disregarded the oppressive fist energy and boldly unleashed a golden fist light. Boom. At the moment of collision between the 2 fist lights, the tremendous impact caused Yu and his group to retreat to the high platform. Once they barely steadied themselves, they noticed that Li Suifeng had already descended the steps and was striding towards the ambusher, who was the incredibly hairy Zhang Lisher. Brother Li is amazing. Thank you, Brother Li, for saving us. We didn't follow the wrong leader. Understanding that they were saved by Li Suifeng, everyone cheered excitedly. However, Yu's expression changed slightly. The one who ambushed us is a second-year student. Is Brother Li planning to confront him directly? Can he win? As he spoke, he rolled up his sleeves and rushed after Li Suifeng without a second thought. Brother Li, how can we not join in a fight like this? And us too. Influenced by this, the others followed suit and walked towards Zhang Lisher. This kid, eh? Zhang Lisher looked astonished as he faced the approaching Li Suifeng. Just now, the punch he threw in a fit of rage only used 50% of his strength. Even so, eliminating 90% of the first-year students was not a big deal. However, this guy named Li Suifeng actually managed to block the fist energy. This is unbelievable. No matter how talented this Li is, who in the Wujian Academy isn't capable of daring to defy authority and provoke our dignity, must be punished. Zhang Lisher quickly snapped back to reality, glaring at the approaching Li Suifeng. Kid, I told you to wait in the square, why did you leave? Before he could finish his sentence, Li Suifeng suddenly accelerated. With the sound of da-da, the floor vibrated violently under his powerful footsteps. This tremor was felt not only by Zhang Lisher, but also by Hu Junkai and the others, who felt it distinctly from a distance. This guy, eh? Hu Junkai and the others stared wide-eyed. Li Suifeng twisted his waist, his fist pulled back, making him look like a drawn-out bow. You dare to lay hands on me? Seeing Li Suifeng's movement, Zhang Lis's expression turned to one of unprecedented shock. Li Suifeng's fist, shrouded in thick blood energy, shot forth like an artillery shell straight at Zhang Lis's chest. Puff! Caught off guard, Zhang Lisher was sent reeling backwards, spitting blood midway. What the hell? Did I see that wrong? This freshman dared to strike first at old Zhang. The second-year students behind were wide-eyed and shocked, their expressions resembling that of seeing a ghost. When they had just entered the school, they didn't dare to utter a word against the bullying from second-year students and could only endure silently. But here was Li Suifeng, who without reason dared to strike Zhang Lisher. Such behavior could not be described as bold, but rather insane. Utterly insane. If we're going to fight, just do it. Oh, why the hesitation? Having succeeded with his punch, Li Suifeng wore a disdainful expression. They'll take you down. Zhang Lisher wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his face contorted with rage, his body hair growing longer, and his entire form appearing to inflate like a balloon. He looked more like a massive gorilla, and the pressure he emitted had multiplied compared to before. Brother Li, This Jean Lisher is a second-year student, should we just let it go? The second-year students behind Jean Lisher are all formal warriors and at least of the second or third rank. If it turns into a brawl, we might not have much chance of winning. How about we run away? Seeing Jean Lisher transform, Yu and the others felt genuinely anxious and began to persuade Li Suifeng to retreat. Their enthusiasm seemed insignificant in the face of the power disparity. They could still recognize this point. No worries, he's just a curly-haired baboon. I can handle him alone, you all should retreat further. Li Suifeng said dominantly, and when Yu and the others wanted to continue persuading him, he shouted again, if you really consider me your boss, retreat quickly. Brotherly. Yu and the others were touched and no longer urged him, retreating one after another. A battleground was thus formed for Li Suifeng and Jean Lisher. Yuli, I'm going to twist your neck. With a dull pain in his chest, Jean Lisher lost his reason. With a whoosh, his robust body leaped into the air, crashing down towards Li Suifeng with the force of a mountain pressing down. 8 Desolations, unbounded skill. Li Suifeng silently chanted within his blood, energy surging and boundless power exploded within his limbs and bones, taking the opportunity to flash away from the area. Boom. In the next moment, Jean Lisher landed, smashing a deep pit with a diameter of half a meter. Without any hesitation, Jean Lisher jumped into the air again to pursue Li Suifeng. Boom, boom, boom. The battle continued with Jean Lisher being too violent and his realm surpassing the first rank. Even operating the 8 Desolations unbounded skill, the odds of winning were still slim. Li Suifeng understood this well. He evaded Jean Lis's relentless pursuit without counterattacking. Jean Lis's continuous pursuit also left a series of depressions on the ground. Is the raging old Jean unable to take down this freshman even after a minute? How is this freshman's evasion skill so outrageous? Has he practiced it? From the surface, it appeared that Li Suifeng was being thoroughly suppressed by Jean Lisher. However, the others, including Hu Ju and Sai, exchanged glances, finding it hard to believe. One second-year student was eager to intervene. If this continues, old Jean will exhaust his stamina. Should we step in? They came not to fight fairly with the freshmen, but purely to teach these freshmen a lesson, training their obedience. As long as they could achieve their purpose, there was no difference between unknown and a group fight. Let's wait and see. Given old Jean's temperament, if we intervene, he will surely be displeased and blame us afterward, which would be troublesome. As Hu Junkai was speaking, his expression suddenly changed. Not good. Old Jean is in trouble. At that moment, a sudden change occurred in the scene. Due to the relentless attacks, Jean Lis's stamina had clearly declined, and his speed and momentum were no longer what they had been. Boom. After landing once more and creating a deep pit, Jean Lisher had not yet jumped again. With a bang, golden flames spread across Li Suifeng's body. As the golden elemental power intertwined with the red blood energy, Li Suifeng instantaneously closed the distance to Jean Lisher, throwing a punch so fast that it was hard to see, striking Jean Lis's jaw. Crack! Jean Lisher suddenly fell to the ground, his massive body quickly shrinking back to its original size like a deflated balloon, and his dense hair became somewhat sparse. In the silence, Jean Lisher did not rise again, for he had already lost consciousness. Did I not see it correctly? Old Jean was taken down by this newcomer. Damn! Am I dreaming? As Jean Lisher fell, the older students exchanged glances, unable to believe it. Jean Lis's strength was not to be underestimated. He was at the second stage of awakening, and after a year of training at the Wuji Academy, he was quite formidable compared to others at the same level. But now he was taken down by a freshman. This newcomer seemed to only be at the first stage of awakening. This was a bit absurd. Li Gu is too fierce. What the hell? Li Gu is ruthless against demon beasts. I didn't expect him to be this brutal against people too. Li Gu, I want to kneel and sing conquer for you. Aren't you old students fond of putting on airs? Keep acting now. At first, Yu and the others didn't believe it was true, but after waking up they were all flushed with excitement, shouting loudly, while some mocked openly. The forceful voices made the older students blush. Hu Jun was even gritting his teeth, saying, if old Jean is not strong enough, then we have to step up ourselves. Everyone, let's make a move. As he spoke, a super wristband on his arm flashed, and a wooden flying sword appeared, shooting towards Li Suifeng with a whoosh. Ding! The wooden sword flew swiftly, unexpectedly, striking Li Suifeng in the forehead. He staggered back a few steps, touching his brow, only to find a small bump forming. This kid's head is so tough. He didn't faint from that. Hu Jun was taken aback. His awakening was in class talent mind amplification. He followed the path of a nature-based warrior with a very strong mental power, having reached a stage where he could manipulate objects from afar. Don't underestimate the wooden sword. It seemed like a mere casual strike, but the actual power it carried was close to a ton and highly penetrating. It struck Li Suifeng's brow, but did not pierce his skin. A real battle, huh? Damn it! Li Suifeng with a throbbing head cursed, and immediately activated his great sun light, rushing towards Hu Jun. This fierce momentum startled Hu Jun. Remembering the scene of James being taken down, he realized Li Suifeng was extremely formidable and should not be underestimated. He then shouted, "Cover me. Don't let this kid get close." The other 3 older students were already eager to try. They activated their talents and surrounded Li Suifeng. "You think you can bully Li Gu with numbers? You don't take us seriously, huh? Brothers, let's take down these older students." Damn. Amidst the shouts, Yu and the others, ignited by Li Suifeng's battle desire, joined the fray, unleashing their talents and martial arts, rushing towards the 3 older students before Li Suifeng could. Tat tat tat. The 3 older students were clearly not weaker than Zhang Lishur. With astounding talents, their martial arts and combat skills were exceptionally high. Soon several newcomers were sent flying, crying out in pain after hitting the ground. Li Suifeng did not participate in this melee. He slipped away from the edge of the battlefield, heading straight for Hu Jun. Li Suifeng was unafraid to challenge all the older students on Yanan. However, once a group battle commenced, he did not think his team could win. The main reason was that his teammates were too weak, with a significant gap in strength, making them ineffective. Thus, to avoid being brutally beaten by the older students in the end, he had to capture the leader first. Hu Jun appeared to be the most respected among the 5, likely the one leading them. If he could take him down, perhaps the conflict could be resolved. "You bastard." Hu Jun was originally distracted by the battlefield, but feeling the approaching wind, he suddenly saw Li Suifeng charging at him. Startled, he stepped back repeatedly, while controlling the wooden sword to attack Li Suifeng. Ding ding ding. Ding 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 ding. Li Suifeng charged forward, not forgetting to activate his defensive talent Crocodile Skin, enhancing the toughness and firmness of his skin to the extreme. With a casual wave, he could send the wooden sword flying. However, Hu Jun was very cunning and fast. Whenever Li Suifeng got close, he would suddenly accelerate to escape, clearly having a body technique type of martial skill. Li Suifeng chased after him, while Hu Jun fled wildly, and the two even left the vicinity of the reporting building, arriving at a nearby playground. "What's going on? Isn't that Hu Jun? The sword cultivator from the 2nd year. He seems to have some strength. But why is he being chased? Who is that pursuing him? I've never seen him before." Some students on the playground were exchanging ideas and training, and upon seeing the commotion, they expressed their confusion. Damn, what a huge embarrassment. Hu Jun was initially secretly pleased, thinking he had outmaneuvered Li Suifeng, but upon hearing the surrounding discussions, he couldn't help but feel his face flush with embarrassment. Li Suifeng was just a newcomer, barely even a 1st-year student, yet he was overpowering a 2nd-year student like him. Once this situation escalated, he would undoubtedly suffer a huge loss of face. "If this continues, my reputation will be ruined. I must act decisively and take down Li Suifeng to regain my dignity." With this thought, Hu Jun's expression turned fierce, and with another thought, a flying sword appeared in front of him. But this was not a wooden sword, it was a real sword forged from fine iron. This sword was Hu Jun's lifeline, only used during battles with demon beasts or in real fights. Now that he took it out, he did not intend to kill Li Suifeng. He just wanted the latter to retreat in fear and to defeat him in the process. Go! Under Hu Jun's control, the iron sword sliced through the air, heading straight for Li Suifeng's abdomen. He thought the latter would dodge, but to his surprise, Li Suifeng did not flinch and continued to charge forward. The iron sword pierced Li Suifeng's lower abdomen. A strong sense of resistance flooded his mind, and Hu Jun felt as if Li Suifeng's abdomen was as tough as iron armor, making it hard to penetrate. But under his powerful mental control, the iron sword eventually pierced through the skin and into the flesh. Hu Jun could even feel blood oozing from Li Suifeng's abdomen. Absurdly, despite being stabbed in the lower abdomen, Li Suifeng continued to charge forward like a ferocious tiger, refusing to stop. Seeing the icy and piercing coldness in Li Suifeng's eyes, Hu Jun's heart shook, realizing Li Suifeng might be a ruthless person who had seen blood before. Such a person cannot be judged by common sense. "I must run." As Li Suifeng approached him again, Hu Jun felt anxious and wanted to escape once more. But this time, as Li Suifeng was still halfway, he suddenly threw a punch. The golden fist light shot out, instantly crossing a distance of 5 meters and landing on Hu Jun. Boom! With a loud explosion, Hu Jun was sent flying 5 meters away, his clothes stained red with blood upon landing. Meanwhile, the wooden sword attacking Li Suifeng's back lost control and fell to the ground, while the iron sword in his abdomen no longer drilled further inside. Hiss! Li Suifeng held the sword handle forcibly, pulling the iron sword out of his abdomen. Hiss! Such a scene made many onlookers' scalps tingle. Just imagining that sword piercing through flesh is painful, right? How could he pull it out by himself? Doesn't he fear pain? On the ground, Hu Jun scrambled to get up, his face unusually pale. Not only because he was injured, but also because Li Suifeng, who had suffered a penetrating injury to his abdomen, surprisingly held on for so long, without collapsing or crying out in pain. Such a resolute will is hard to find even in a seasoned warrior. Yet it appeared in a student. This guy is a monster. I think I've messed with the wrong person. This guy is a monster. I seem to have messed with the wrong person. At this moment, Hu Jun had a heart full of regret. Li Suifeng was clearly not an ordinary soft persimmon newcomer, but a super iron plate that he couldn't shatter. To be this strong right after entering school, this kid's potential for growth in the future will surely be on par with Zhong Xuanyuan, Gongsun Jiao, and Yi Lingtian. At the same level. I encountered him during my first time educating new students. Oh, what a stroke of bad luck. Just as Hu Jun was regretting, footsteps suddenly sounded. He looked up and saw Li Suifeng approaching with his sword. The brutality in his eyes made Hu Jun's scalp tingle. Li Suifeng, what do you want to do? Hu Jun instinctively took a step back. Li Suifeng bared his teeth, a sinister smile on his face. Of course, I want to continue fighting. We both have sustained serious injuries, yet he still wants to keep fighting. It was just a simple scuffle, and he wants to escalate it to a life-and-death battle. What a madman. Hu Jun was frustrated internally, fully aware that once Li Suifeng decided on something, he would not rest until he achieved his goal. To solve the current trouble, there were only two options. Either knock Li Suifeng out, or kill him, rendering him completely incapable of fighting. Or surrender. Li Suifeng. Stop. I admit defeat, okay. As Li Suifeng drew closer, Hu Jun quickly made a decision and gritted his teeth while growling. Li Suifeng stopped, his eyebrows slightly raised. Wasn't this guy acting tough just a moment ago? Now he's actually surrendering. Could it be a trick? If you truly want to surrender, then transfer 20 credits to me first. Otherwise, there's no negotiation. Li Suifeng threatened, holding his sword. Don't push your luck. Hu Jun's face reddened with anger. He hadn't even robbed any of Li Suifeng's credits. Now this guy is turning around to rob him. This is completely upside down. If you don't hand over the credits today, only one of us can stand. Li Suifeng had a domineering look. You. Hu Jun's face turned even redder with anger, but in the end he gritted his teeth and said, Li Suifeng, you are ruthless. Give me your campus account number. Li Suifeng glanced at his student ID and stated the number. Hu Jun picked up his wristband and began operating it. With a ding, Li Suifeng received a text message on his phone indicating that he had received a transfer of 20 credits with a personal balance of 25. The internal credits of the academy can also be transferred online like the Dragon Country currency. Li Suifeng, are you satisfied now? Hu Jun's face turned iron gray. Instead of educating Li Suifeng, he ended up losing 20 credits. A case of stealing a chicken, but losing the rice. Alright. Li Suifeng reluctantly nodded. Hu Jun pointed at the long sword in his hand. Give me back the Qingfeng sword. This is my trophy. Without further ado, Li Suifeng tossed the long sword into his super wristband. You. Hu Jun almost fainted from anger. Robbing credits was one thing, but now he wants to take his weapon too. Li Suifeng is truly a super bandit. However, from the moment of surrender, Hu Jun completely abandoned his pride. This long sword, while his weapon, wasn't too precious. He could only grit his teeth and not dwell on it, tossing Li Suifeng a pill. What is this? Li Suifeng asked. A hemostatic pill. Hu Jun pointed at Li Suifeng's abdomen. Only then did Li Suifeng realize that his abdomen wound was still bleeding. How could he have felt nothing at all? Gulp. After swallowing the pill, a wave of warm medicinal properties quickly spread at the wound. The flesh was visibly moving as it scabbed over and stopped the bleeding. As the pain in his abdomen gradually faded, Li Suifeng glanced at Hu Jun. With so many people present, you still chose to surrender to me. Don't you feel embarrassed? Hu Jun snorted coldly, not answering that question. Surrendering in front of so many people was indeed embarrassing. But Hu Jun was certain that Li Suifeng was no ordinary newcomer. His strength and potential were extraordinarily high. As long as he didn't fall prematurely, he would inevitably become a figure on the rankings of each grade. He might even grow to the same height as monsters like Zhong Xuanyuan, Gongsun Jiao, and Yi Lingtian. Due to school regulations, Hu Jun couldn't completely kill Li Suifeng today. At most he could only injure him. If he really did that, he could indeed regain some face. But what if after Li Suifeng's injuries healed and he grew to a certain height, he came back for revenge? What would he do then? Could he really stand against Li Suifeng at that time? Hu Jun did not have that confidence. Within the Wuji Academy, he was just an ordinary talent. There was a clear gap between him and a prodigy like Li Suifeng, who was 1 in 100, or even 1,000. Understanding this, Hu Jun would rather endure humiliation than provoke Li Suifeng. Alright, my brothers might have been beaten badly. Let's go and stop the fighting. Li Suifeng said, heading towards the registration building. With so many strange gazes around, Hu Jun had long wanted to leave, so he quickly followed. Outside the registration building, Yu and his group were crouching on the ground, holding their heads, each one of them bruised and battered. No one is allowed to look up. That one called Ma Zhonghao, if you dare to peep at me again, believe me, you'll rip your ears off. 3 senior students stood behind Yu and the others like judges exuding pressure. Yu and the others felt humiliated but were powerless. The gap with the 3 second-year students was too vast. They couldn't even win despite outnumbering them. At this moment, Zhang Lishir had also woken up, sitting on the ground with an angry face, growling, why hasn't old Hu returned yet? Could it be that he was defeated by that Li guy? Old Zhang, you're overthinking it. Old Hu's strength is evident. As long as he doesn't let his guard down, there's no reason for him to lose to Li Suifeng. A senior student was speaking when suddenly his smile froze and his eyes widened in shock, as if he had seen a ghost. What? The other seniors, including Jean Leisure, followed his gaze towards the playground, each wearing a dazed expression. There Li Suifeng and Hu Jun were walking side by side, their attitudes harmonious, showing no signs of enmity, making the scene extremely bizarre. You guys quickly let go of these junior students. After a while, Hu Jun approached and shouted. Jean Leisure and the others suddenly snapped back to reality, their expressions filled with confusion and frustration. Old Hu, what's going on here? Why does that Li guy look so relaxed? Did you teach him a lesson or not? Facing the complaints from his companions, Hu Jun feigned calmness. I didn't know Li Shuedi before, but now we are friends. You guys should let the other junior students go. Damn. Old Hu, are you out of your mind? Jean Leisure exploded in anger. This kid ambushed me, and you're calling him your brother. Are you trying to piss me off? Old John, calm down. Just as Hu Jun was about to persuade him, Jean Leisure had already lost it, charging at Li Suifeng like a madman. Old John, stop. With a loud shout from Hu Jun, a flying wooden sword landed on Jean Leis's shoulder. Jean Leisure staggered back in pain, staring at Hu Jun in disbelief. You actually attacked me for this newcomer. Old John, let me explain. Before Hu Jun could finish, Jean Leisure stormed off, his eyes bloodshot, stamping his feet. Hu Jun, from now on you and I are no longer brothers. Hu Jun Kai. Old Jean Li Suifeng and I reconcile for the sake of the team's future. We have truly offended a supremely ruthless man. Can we ever study in peace again? Knowing Jean Leisure is impulsive, Hu Jun Kai offered no explanation and instead looked at his three teammates, quickly released those junior students. Reluctant but powerless, the three men let Yu and the others go. Brotherly, what on earth happened? Freed Yu and the others approached Li Suifeng, their bruised faces written with bewilderment. Li Suifeng replied casually. As senior who said you only get to know someone after fighting them, we turned from enemies into friends. The crowd was utterly baffled. Saying that is almost saying nothing. All right, Junior Li, contact me if you need anything. Farewell. With matters settled, Hu Jun Kai nodded and hurried off. Brother, who can you give us an explanation now? Outside the registration building, an upperclassman asked Hu Jun Kai in exasperation. Two companions nodded in agreement. Hu Jun Kai finally sighed. In my fight with Li Suifeng just now, although I wounded him, he actually pulled the Qin Feng sword out of his own abdomen. The three teachers froze. One asked incredulously. He pulled it out himself. Yes. Who replied, still shaken. If a sword were driven into your body, would you have the courage to yank it out yourself? Think of the pain. The three were stunned into silence. A blade lodged in the flesh would make an ordinary person writhe in agony, perhaps even lose the power to move. But Li Suifeng actually tore the sword free on his own. Setting everything else aside, such composure is something many veteran fighters lack. One can only say that Li Suifeng is truly merciless. Now you see why I risked humiliation to bury the hatchet with him. This kid is not far behind me in combat power, and his temperament is ruthless. If he grows stronger by next year and seeks revenge, we'll be in serious trouble. Hu Jun Kai explained with a troubled expression. His three teammates smiled wryly. Brother Hu, you did the right thing. Li Suifeng is indeed a freak. We cannot afford to offend him. Wuji Academy reveres martial prowess and favors a combative spirit. Sparring and internal rivalries are daily occurrences. Students were accustomed to it, and often paid little attention to fights among lower-ranked peers. However, when the video of Li Suifeng's clash with Hu Jun Kai was uploaded to the campus network, it drew considerable attention. The one controlling the flying sword. I know him. Hu Jun Sai, a second-year student of the Natural Academy. Who is the person fighting him? He looks very young. Could he be a freshman? This person's strength and fighting style are seasoned. How could he be a freshman? Besides, have you ever seen a freshman fresh to the school pull a blade from his own body? Such will is far beyond what a mere newcomer should possess. Many doubted Li Suifeng's identity, but the campus web is full of sleuths. It did not take long for someone to uncover his full records. That ruthless junior is called Li Suifeng. He really is a freshman. Only 18, and already this fierce. It seems Wuji Academy has another tiger. Who knows how far he might rise. With such unwavering will as a foundation provided, Li Suifeng has decent luck and does not fall to beasts or alien tribes prematurely. He is bound to become remarkable. After learning the basics, many alumni were filled with admiration and optimism for Li Suifeng's future. Inside the central administrative building of Wuji Academy, to properly arrange the freshmen's future placements, the school leaders gathered for an impromptu meeting. Halfway through, a scruffy bearded administrator said, "There is one extraordinary child among this batch of freshmen. Could it be Yu Shanshan?" someone asked. The bearded man shook his head. Not her. Yu Shanshan's talent is admirable, but she is yet to be tempered by hardship. She is still green, and her will is not firm enough. The child I speak of possesses the most resolute martial will I have ever seen among youths, he continued. Who is? All the leaders leaned forward. Talent sets a martial artist's minimum, but the true ceiling is determined by a fighter's life must traverse death and trials. Without steadfast will, talent rarely reaches its peak. To the leaders present, a student's innate gifts were of great consequence. Yet martial comprehension and martial will are no less important. His name is Li Suifeng. Not long ago, he performed great deeds on the passenger plane we had under contract. This afternoon, he fought a second-year student at school and forced him to surrender, the bearded elder summarized, and the leaders reacted with astonishment. Old Zhao, are you sure you're not joking? Someone doubted. First, he slew numerous beasts and saved the plane, then he fought an upperclassman at school and made him yield. Li Suifeng's day was so spectacular that even fiction would hesitate to invent it. Could it be false? Lao Zhao arched an eyebrow and pressed the remote. Two videos played on the conference hall screen. One showed Li Suifeng aboard the plane slaughtering Azure Parrot. The other grainy phone footage depicted Li equally ferocious. He sent a student, who controlled a sword by thought flying yet himself was pierced in the abdomen and looked grievously wounded. Incredibly, the badly injured Li did not collapse. He pulled the long blade from his belly and resolutely strode toward the sword-wielding student. At the instant the blade withdrew from flesh, many leaders instinctively felt a twinge in their own abdomens. Yet Li Suifeng's expression did not change in the slightest. My heavens! Is this child part donkey? How can he endure so much? Old Zhao, no wonder you pay such attention to Li Suifeng. Facing beasts, he remains calm and fights desperately against stronger upperclassmen. He meets them heat in breaking rather than bending. His will is truly astonishing. Old Zhao, no wonder you pay such attention to Li Suifeng. Facing beasts, he remains calm and fights desperately against stronger upperclass. Lao Zhao declared at once, I tell you this simply to announce I have my eye on Li Suifeng. No one is to take him from me. At this pronouncement, the leaders exchanged glances. Within Wuji Academy, most students possess no formal master. If they wish to learn, they must attend public lectures, earn credits, or purchase manuals. Only a rare few blessed with exceptional talent are noticed by professors and taken as personal disciples. Those who gain a lineage receive resources far beyond the ordinary and rise to a different standing. Lao Zhao's meaning was plain. He intended to make Li Suifeng his personal disciple. Old Zhao, can you give Li Suifeng to me? Asked a refined middle-aged man with graying temples, smiling. This boy reminds me of my younger self. Oh, I wish to pass on the Huitian sword technique to him. Old Su, with such ferocity, how could he learn your delicate sword art? He should learn spear technique from me, bellowed a lanky man in a fisherman's hat. Another smooth-headed man with pale brows and large eyes offered, Old Zhao, hand Li Suifeng to me, and he'll give you the third-grade demon pill I received earlier. What do you say? Other leaders who had intended to vie for the boy saw these for already squabbling and realized wresting him away would be no easy task. Seeing that Yu Shanshan and the others had not yet been claimed, they fell silent. That pitiful demon pill does not interest me. Li Suifeng is destined to be my Zhao Wangsun's disciple. No one will snatch him away. Zhao Wangsun sneered. The bald man smiled. Old Zhao, I'm only keeping polite because of our friendship. Do not forget Li Suifeng has not formally apprenticed under you yet. Any of us could take him. You, Zhao Wangsun glared angrily. At that moment, the man in the fisherman's hat sprang to his feet. At nearly 2.5 meters tall, he looked like a slender bamboo pole. Without waiting for more words, he shot toward the door. You Lu, how dare you try to take my Zhao Wangsun's student? Zhao roared and rushed out after him. He's only a student. Must you be so forward? The refined man muttered, then rose and slipped out of the hall while his rivals were distracted. The remaining tutors were bewildered. Were these three treating Li Suifeng like a prized delicacy, each eager to take a bite? They noticed the bald professor remained unmoved, and one of them asked with curiosity, Su Yan, weren't you very interested in Li Suifeng? Why aren't you trying to claim him? Apprenticeship isn't decided by who arrives first, Su Yan said. It is decided by fate. With that, he rose deliberately and strode out. That boy's talent, fighting technique, and even physique are the spitting image of my younger self. If he sees me, he will inevitably feel an instant affinity and willingly become my disciple. So let those three have their minute. That won't hurt. Student Li Suifeng, this will be your dormitory from now on. In room 308 of the male dormitory building, a counselor led Li Suifeng in introducing it with a beaming smile. This dormitory measures a total of 30 square meters. It is equipped with air conditioning, wireless internet, a refrigerator, a television, a wardrobe, and basic qi gathering arrays. This is the highest specification single dormitory in our school. Listening to the introduction, Li Suifeng toured the dormitory, nodding repeatedly. This dormitory is more luxurious than I imagined. Thank you, Teacher Li, for guiding me. Earlier he had arrived at the dormitory building with Yu and others, where they encountered the enthusiastic counselor, Li Guangyao, who brought them here. We are all from the same family, no need to be polite. If you have any questions in the future, feel free to ask me. Li Guangyao smiled. Being awarded the A-level admission reward indicates that Li Suifeng's talent must be extraordinary. He could become a great figure within the school one day. Li Guangyao understood this well and was very enthusiastic. Student Li, all of you new students must arrive at the No. 3 physical training hall for training at 8 o'clock tomorrow. I've sent the location to your phone. Li Guangyao spoke while operating his phone. What is the specific content of the training? Li Suifeng asked with curiosity. In previous years, every new cohort started with public classes. However, this year students have entered school early during the summer vacation. Some mentors and professors are busy and unable to conduct public classes, so the school has prepared a training session for you serving as a preview of classes. Li Guangyao briefly introduced, shaking his head. I am not very clear about the content of the training, but it will definitely be very beneficial for you newcomers. Once the training is over, each of you will surely see a significant improvement in your strength. Is that so? Li Suifeng raised his eyebrows, feeling a bit excited about tomorrow's training. Teacher Li, may I ask where the library is? Li Suifeng asked again. According to the contract he signed, he could learn 2 techniques for free during his enrollment. Li Guangyao pointed to a building outside the window. That building over there. You just entered school and are already eager to learn new techniques. You truly are a keen learner. The training is approaching, so of course I must study well and improve my strength as much as possible, Li Suifeng replied with a smile. Then put down your luggage and I will take you there. Li Guangyao was very friendly. It's fine to leave my luggage in the wristband. Please take me there now, Teacher Li. Li Guangyao nodded, just about to take Li Suifeng away. Suddenly, rumble. The corridor shook as if a ferocious beast was rampaging. Such a commotion made the other students from the dorms come out. Yu Ma Zhanghao and others were also present. They had also signed for various admission rewards. They had single and double rooms. Just as Li Guangyao poked his head out, he saw a giant nearly 2 meters tall, wearing a fisherman's hat, running wildly down the corridor. Where is Li Suifeng? Deputy Director Dai Yuan of the Gun Dao Department. Li Guangyao was taken aback, thinking, why is such an important figure suddenly here in the boys' dormitory looking for Li Suifeng? What could it be for? Just as he was about to raise his hand to respond, a figure zipped past, overtaking Dai Yuan. Li Suifeng, come out and worship me as your master, Zhao Wang's son. The anxious Dai Yuan exclaimed. Li Suifeng, this Zhao Wang's son is an illiterate. To worship him as your master is to ruin your future. Following me, Dai Yuan, is the better path. Hearing this, Li Guangyao was completely dumbfounded. Did these 2 renowned mentors come rushing here to take Li Suifeng as their disciple? What kind of charm does Li Suifeng possess to attract both of them? Are you looking for me? Li Suifeng walked past Li Guangyao, just reaching the door, when Zhao Wang's son immediately locked onto him, rushing over and grabbing his shoulder. Li Suifeng, kneel before me. Worship me as your master. Old Zhao, worshipping a master should be a mutual willingness. Why are you using force? Dai Yuan roared, attacking Zhao Wang's son's back with an arm like a spear. With a clang, Zhao Wang's son stood firm, while Dai Yuan's expression changed. Child, did you see that? This Dai bamboo pole's strength is not even comparable to a single hair of mine. Only by joining my faction can you truly learn something. Zhao Wang's son smirked proudly, and his gaze towards Li Suifeng grew even hotter. Dai Yuan, furious, produced a long spear measuring 13 feet. The silver-plated spearhead glinted coldly. The spear's body wriggled like a dragon or snake. It seemed that at any moment the spear would pierce Zhao Wang's son's back. Zhao Wang's son remained unafraid, even too lazy to turn around, still gazing intensely at Li Suifeng. Li Suifeng, I, Zhao Wangsuan, am the strongest mentor of the body technique department. If you join me, your future is guaranteed to be bright. Come worship me as your master. You think I wouldn't dare to deal with you, Zhao? Dai Yuan shouted angrily from behind. Zhao Wang's son continued to ignore him. You'd resort to violence over a student. Dai bamboo pole, you must want to be dismissed. Dai Yuan's expression fluctuated between anger and calm, ultimately retracting his spear and huffing. Zhao, I won't argue with you, but Li Suifeng, will you choose me, or this Zhao illiterate? At this moment, Li Suifeng gradually understood that these 2 men were fighting over his guardianship. It was somewhat amusing. Professors, may I ask how you learned about me? Li Suifeng did not rush to make a choice, but instead asked. Before the 2 could answer, another voice chimed in with a laugh. With the internet so advanced, now it's easy for us to find out about you. Li Suifeng looked up to see a well-dressed, refined man with a smile approaching. Hello, Li Suifeng, I am Su Yunji, a teacher from the Sword Dao Department. I have a strong interest in you. I currently have 3 disciples, all beautiful and fiery girls. They will definitely welcome you, little junior brother. Li Guangyao was speechless. It was one thing for Zhao Wang's son and Dai Yuan to fight over him. Why was Professor Su from the Sword Dao Department here too? And now he was using his beautiful female disciples to seduce Li Suifeng. Wasn't that a bit despicable? Brotherly, you should choose the Sword Dao Department. Forget about those fiery and stunning senior sisters and junior sisters. It's mainly about how cool a man looks wielding a sword. Yes, brotherly, when the time comes you can help us out, and let us join Teachers Us faction. Ma Zhanghao and Yu, realizing what was happening, were shocked, but immediately cheered with excitement. As the big brother Li Suifeng was being fought over by so many teachers, his little brothers were also filled with pride. Looks like I didn't come too late. At that moment another voice floated and followed by a bald man appearing among Dai Yuan and the others grinning at Li Suifeng. Kid, I already contacted old Yuan, he said you wanted to practice with a knife, right? Then following me Su Yin is the most suitable within the Wujia Academy. Who doesn't know that I Su Yin am the Flame Blade God? What nonsense, Flame Blade God, stop boasting. Having stayed on campus for a long time, who doesn't know that you Su Yin are a poor drunkard? Dai Yuan sneered. Su Yin was not angry, maintaining a smiling demeanor. Studently, I am sworn brothers with Officer Yuan. If you don't choose me, he will be very disappointed. Li Sufing's expression was one of disbelief, thinking you four are supposed to be great mentors. To get me you either threaten, morally bind, or seduce. How are you all acting like petty thugs without scruples? However, this also showed that my talent truly impressed the four of them. Li Suifeng felt satisfied with this. Through the campus handbook, he had already learned that students at Wujia Academy had varying degrees. Many students might not even have a chance to take on a master after 4 years living as solitary individuals. Some students are valued by certain mentors and taken as closed-door disciples, receiving educational resources far exceeding those of independent students. More importantly, having a backing within the school means they wouldn't need to panic when faced with troubles. 4 mentors as a qualified adult male, can I choose all of you? Clearing his throat, Li Suifeng spoke, causing the 4 to widen their eyes. Dai Yuan asked, what do you mean by all? It means I can share the wealth and worship each of you as my master. I will attend Zhao's class on Monday, Daya's class on Wednesday, and can go to these 2 teachers' classes on Friday and Sunday. Li Suifeng explained somewhat greedily, and Dai Yuan retorted angrily. You think you can attend whenever you want? Do you see me as a bus? Kid, you're being unreasonable. I want to take you as a disciple. The proud Dai Yuan disdained Li Sufing's attitude and stormed off. Su Yin maintained his smile unfazed. Su Yunji from the Sword Dao department fell into a dilemma. He was an elegant person and his sword style leaned towards the gentle. Li Sufing's words revealed that his personality was quite different from Su Yunji, Zhao Wangsuan, and others who were casual and unconcerned about details. If he took Li Suifeng under his wing, would it be incompatible with his sword style, resulting in a lack of achievement? Li Suifeng, we 4 are indeed not a bus. You can't just attend our classes at will, you must choose one. Zhao Wangsun said sternly. I was the first to discover you, and had already designated you as my successor. If you don't choose me, I will be upset. The consequences will be serious. Teacher Zhao, I'm sorry, but I have to decline you. Li Sufing's notion of wanting all was just a joke. He knew that these 4 mentors could never accept him as a disciple at the same time. With Dai Yuan out of the picture, Su Yunji looked conflicted, while Zhao Wangsun had a threatening air. Li Suifeng immediately made a decision. Zhao Wangsun's eyes widened in anger. Kid, are you really going to refuse me? Teacher Zhao, I hate being threatened the most. Oh, I'm very sorry. Li Sufing's attitude was neither humble nor overbearing. Su Yin clapped his hands. Good, this is the kind of personality a warrior should have. Zhao, you have been eliminated. A leave. Zhao Wangsun's face turned pale, feeling deeply struck. I actually got rejected by this little kid. This is the first time Zhao Wangsuan took the initiative to accept a disciple. Zhao Wangsun quickly regained his composure, roaring angrily. Given his status, he certainly couldn't trouble Li Suifeng. Unable to swallow his anger, he turned to Ma Zhonghao nearby. Kid, come here and worship me as your master. Ma Zhonghao was a bit confused. Oh, wasn't the protagonist Li Go? Why do I suddenly have a part to play? Realizing how difficult it was to take a master within the school, Ma Zhonghao suddenly woke up and rushed to kneel on the ground. Disciple Ma Zhonghao greets master. Little Ma, from now on you must study hard and definitely surpass Li Suifeng. Become the top student. If you can't do it, I will smash your backside. Zhao Wangsun tossed a wooden token to Ma Zhonghao and left without looking back. Ma Zhonghao held the token and realized that this was his initiation gift. Thinking about Zhao Wangsun's later words, he instantly turned pale with fear, asking him to surpass Li Suifeng and become the top student of this incoming class. Isn't this giving him an impossible task? How could he achieve that? Haha. Another competitor eliminated. Su Yunji, are you sure you want to compete with me? The bald Su Yin smiled at Su Yunji. Su Yunji examined Li Suifeng for a moment and asked, Studently, have you made your decision? Li Suifeng responded, Teacher Su, I have made my decision. Su Yunji sighed. He had already guessed Li Sufing's choice. As a gentleman, he was self-aware and wanted to preserve his dignity, so he said, In that case, congratulations to old Su for gaining a beloved disciple. He also left straightforwardly. Li Suifeng is your final choice, me. With his competitor gone, Su Yin, Li Sufing's expression turned serious, of course. Just as he had promised Yuan Qiangan before enrollment. In the future, if he were to focus on a weapon, it must be the knife. Although Dai Yuan, Zhao Wangsuan, and Su Yunji were all strong in their respective fields, none of them were experts in the knife path. Only Su Yan was. Therefore Li Suifeng had chosen him long ago. Good child. Su Yan's face brightened, and he said, Why aren't you worshipping your master yet? Li Suifeng immediately knelt down, performing a bow of worship Disciple here greets master. Su Yan helped Li Suifeng up, his gaze intense. I have learned about your achievements. Your talent may not be the highest at Wujia Academy, but your martial will is absolutely top-notch. I believe that with this will you will surely reach the pinnacle of the martial path. This statement was undoubtedly an acknowledgement of Li Suifeng igniting the spirits of Li Guangyao and others. Even before reaching the minor stages, he was already recognized by a big figure. Which young person wouldn't want such an experience to happen to them? Since you have entered my disciples' ranks, I also feel it is necessary to give you a token of initiation. This Demon Slayer knife is a gift for you. Su Yan's wristband flashed, and a black knife appeared abruptly. The black knife was about 1.2 meters long with a thick spine, sharp blade, and a handle wrapped in dried blood-stained white bandages. The instant he seized the blade, Li Suifeng's entire arm went taut, his complexion torn by the effort and astonishment. By rough estimate, the demon hunting blade in his hand weighed at least 300 kilograms. Disciple, can you wield this blade? Su Yan inquired after noticing Li Suifeng's expression. Of course. I can't. Li Suifeng gradually acclimated to the weight, drew a deep breath, and began to swing. Whoosh! Though the blade moved slowly, its casual arcs cleaved through the air and produced distinct gusts that slapped against the walls. This blade is so powerful. Li Suifeng's eyes brightened. He had only been testing casually and had not exerted much force, yet the blade already generated palpable wind slashes. If he swung with full strength, and those winds intensified, could they injure someone? And what then of the blade's inherent power? How terrifying must it be? You can control the demon hunting blade at merely first tier. Disciple, your aptitude is astonishing. Su Yan showed genuine delight. The blade was so heavy that most first-tier cultivators could not manage it. He had assumed Li Suifeng would need to reach second or third tier to handle such a weapon. Evidently that was not the case. At only first tier, Li Suifeng could already manipulate the blade. With practice and adaptation, he would soon wield it with seasoned mastery. This demon hunting blade was the weapon I used in my awakening period. It is spirit-grade mid-tier, forged from 3 meteor iron plates, immensely heavy and solid, yet so keen it could split a hair. Su Yan plucked at the top of Li Suifeng's head. Li Suifeng winced at the sting and found Su Yan had pulled a single hair and placed it upon the blade's edge. I have little hair left. Ooh, I must borrow one of yours. Su Yan smiled and blew once at the strand. Without a sound, the hair was cleaved in two and drifted down. Li Suifeng's face registered shock. One hair severed by a single breath. The blade's sharpness exceeded. If it struck a beast, how agonizing would it be? Could it cleave a monster in half? Filled with longing, Li Suifeng asked, Master, I sense bloodlust on this blade. Su Yan laughed with pride. I have survived 6 massive beast tides and fought on abyssal battlefields against other races many times. It was by this blade that I reaped tens of thousands of enemy lives. It is only natural the blade smells of blood. Let me be clear, this weapon is not merely for combat. It is for killing. Hearing that, Li Suifeng's face shone with joy. To amass more talent points, he was destined to clash endlessly with beasts. Relying on fists and feet alone would be inefficient. With this demon hunting blade, his monster farming efficiency would skyrocket, and he would acquire far more talent points. Thank you, Master. Li Suifeng said with heartfelt gratitude. If you regard me as family, no need for excessive politeness in the future. Disciple, I have records of your aptitude, but not a full understanding. Tell me plainly about your gift, so I may judge and guide you. Master, my aptitude is. Li Suifeng recounted the nature of Dai Guangming, Great Sun Radiance. It is a nature-type talent, yet it possesses superhuman traits. Su Yan was astonished. Seeing Li Suifeng's sturdy frame and ferocious fighting style, he had taken him for a superhuman-type practitioner. Yet he turned out to be a nature-type. Disciple, your aptitude is truly rare. Is that unusual, Master? Li Suifeng asked. At our school, natural-type students usually cultivate spirit refinement primarily and the body secondarily. Their combat methods tend to rely on spirit-driven talents to strike at range. Few natural-type novices are suited for close quarters brawling like you. Su Yan's explanation clarified matters. For Li Suifeng's superhuman-type talents often provide direct physical augmentation, so they suit melee fighters best. Natural-type gifts manipulate the energies of heaven and earth and fit ranged roles better. In plain terms, superhuman types are the warriors who engage in close combat. Natural types are the mages, archers, or psychics who attack from afar. Yet Li Suifeng was an anomaly, a natural type whose awakening granted sudden bursts of explosive power and excellent close combat ability. Many natural-type cultivators excel at range damage, but are abysmal at close quarters. You, however, do not suffer that flaw. With this unusual gift, your future will have no glaring weakness. Having grasped Li Suifeng's situation, Su Yan's face brightened. This disciple would become someone extraordinary. You signed a rank reward contract, yes. That entitles you to learn 2 cultivation arts for free. My suggestion: begin with Tianguang Qi Shui Fa to step into the path of cultivation, then learn a blade art as your combat foundation. Jinyu Kuang Dao Ju Shuyin Dao Fa Tian Shu Dao Ju. Any of these would suit you. Su Yin offered his recommendations. Li Suifeng gaped. Master, are you sending me to the library to learn arts? Shouldn't you transmit an art to me directly? Su Yin grinned. Of course I will transmit arts, but not yet. Use your free learning opportunities first. After this training, I will teach you other things. Li Suifeng felt a twinge of disappointment, but said nothing and nodded. Very well, master. They'll go to the library now. Good child. Su Yin patted Li Suifeng's shoulder, issued a few more instructions, and departed. Immediately others gathered around exclaiming, Congratulations, Brother Li. You have a master already. On the first day of school, you're soaring. Brother Li, you'll be our big brother from now on. Yu and his group crowded forward to flatter him as Su Yin left. Li Guangyao watched the scene with a bitter pang. He had studied at Wuji Shuefu for years and never attracted a master's attention. Unwillingly, he had stayed on as a tutor. Li Suifeng, by contrast, had been taken as a disciple the moment he entered. His prospects could not be merely bright, they were radiant and glorious. He could not honestly claim not to envy him. Teacher Li, please take me to the library. Ignoring the junior boy's praise, Li Suifeng sought out Li Guangyao. Li Guangyao forced a smile. Student Li, follow me. 10 minutes later, a lively party arrived at the library, Li Suifeng and his cronies. Yu and the others, also new students entitled to free learning, had trailed along when they heard Li Suifeng was going. Students, this library has 3 floors. The first floor houses spirit rank arts. The second floor is for earth rank arts. The third is for heaven rank arts. As new students, you may only study spirit rank arts on the first floor. That side is the physical training area, that is the cultivation arts section, and there is the spirit refinement area. Li Guangyao gave a brief orientation and the students nodded in understanding. Their awakened aptitudes differed, and so their martial paths diverged. They dispersed to seek arts of interest. Li Guangyao stayed with Li Suifeng, hoping to curry favor. Li Suifeng said, Teacher Li, thank you for the guidance. I'll manage from here. If you're busy, please go. We'll return on our own later. Li Guangyao didn't insist and left the library. Li Suifeng watched him go, then entered the cultivation arts section. 10 minutes passed. Before one shelf, Li Suifeng shook his head. From the descriptions, none of these spirit rank cultivation methods can compare to Bahuang Wujigong. For cultivation, Bahuang Wujigong is sufficient for now. These 2 free learning opportunities might be better spent on a blade art and a spirit refinement art. He wandered to the blade art section and browsed until he found the titles Su Yin had recommended. Each blade art had its strengths. Some relied on raw, overwhelming force, others on sweeping grand motions. Many matched Li Suifeng's fighting style. Su Yan's recommendations were clearly considered. This one, Li Suifeng chose quickly. Jinyu Kuang Dao Ju. That blade art was spirit grade top tier, divided into 6 stages. If one reached its ultimate realm, one could conjure the phenomenon of hell, descending, greatly amplifying the blade's force and instilling terror in foes. He memorized the catalog number for Jinyu Kuang Dao Ju and moved to the spirit refinement section. Spirit refinement arts cultivated the mind and varied widely in type and orientation. After consideration, Li Suifeng selected a spirit grade top tier art, Guantianshan Lianshan Fa, noted its number, and headed to the library exit. He presented his student card to the attendant. After checking, the attendant said, Student, you have 2 free opportunities to learn spirit rank arts. Once you use this privilege, future learning will require credits equal to the book's cost. Understood. Li Suifeng nodded and glanced at the computer, discovering both the blade art and the spirit refinement art required 5 credits each to learn. Without the free chance, a new student would have to spend all his credits to learn only one art. The art's content will be sent to your network mailbox in text form. You must memorize it within 3 months, as afterwards the mailbox will auto-delete the record. The attendant added a few more words, returned his student card, and Li Suifeng waited half an hour at the library entrance until all his brothers regrouped. I've heard small universities have only 100 or so spirit rank arts. Yet this vast library's first floor is full of them, surely tens of thousands in total. Is this the foundation of the 8 great academies? No wonder everyone scrambles to enter. On the walk back to the dorm, the group buzzed with excitement about their choices. Back at the dorm building, the once talkative students hurried into their rooms to study. Despite their showy antics, these entrants were geniuses among geniuses, talented and diligent in their learning. They all want to master new arts quickly to prepare for tomorrow's training, Li Suifeng observed. A pack of oats. He ate a modest supper of nuts and bread, then took out his phone to read Jinyu Kuang Dao Ju. Half an hour later, he had read the book carefully. With good comprehension, he felt an urge to begin practicing the blade art at once. I have an assist after all. Why train when I can just allocate points? He quelled the impulse and instead opened Guantianshan Lianshan Fa to study. Some time passed while he finished the spirit refinement art, and decisively, he opened his status panel. Li Suifeng. Realm Awakening Tier 1. Physique 53. Spirit 27. Talents De Ri Guangming Rank Kuang Ji Pia Rank. Arts Bahuang Wujigong Rank 1 Guantianshan, Lianshan Fa. Physical skills Jinyu Kuang Dao Ju, Tianguang Chong Quan Complete, Iron Stake, Gong Master Predictable. Talent points, 7,010. Because of the slaughter on the plane, his talent points had quietly accumulated to 7,000, earning him the opportunity to upgrade Kuang Aji Pai and Bahuang Wujigong. Now Jinyu Kuang Dao Ju and Guantianshan Lianshan Fa appeared on his panel. Li Suifeng winced inwardly. There are too many things to upgrade, 7,000 talent points won't be enough. He restrained the urge to spend immediately, wanting first to boost the Ri Guangming to SS rank. That talent was his lifeline. Higher ranks would yield the greatest immediate combat gain. Yet with only 7,000 points, no upgrade prompt for Dai Ri Guangming had appeared. To reach the next tier might require 10,000 or 20,000, perhaps 30,000 talent points. I've heard Wuji Shuefu has teleportation arrays leading to secret realms teeming with strange beasts. After this training, I must go clear those realms and grind experience. After laying out his plan, Li Sufeng's gaze returned to Jinyu Kuang Daoju. At university, fists alone will not suffice. I'll improve my blade art first to diversify my offensive methods. System upgrade my Jinyu Kuang Daoju. Consume 500 talent points. Jinyu Kuang Daoju upgraded to initiate Physique 1. Only 500 points. Acceptable, though the physique gain is meager. As expected, to raise physique quickly, one must prioritize upgrading cultivation arts. Li Suifeng considered and tried again. Upgrade another level. Consume 1,000 talent points. Jinyu Kuang Daoju advanced to proficient small attainment, Physique 1. A fresh stream of memories regarding Jinyu Kuang Daoju poured into his mind. Though he had done nothing, he now possessed a deep instinctive grasp of the art. That confident, assured feeling swelled his courage. He believed he could one-shot small threats like a blue swift with a single stroke. So I've spent 1,500 talent points already. Might as well spend them all. Spending talent points felt like spending money. Frugal, when not in use, unstoppable once taste had been taken. System upgrade my Guantianshan Lianshan Fa. Consume 1,000 talent points. Guantianshan Lianshan Fa advanced to rank 1, I personal spirit 10. Those words flashed, and a vast surge of spirit force filled his mind, sharpening his senses and quickening. Fortunately, the first rank cost only 1,000. If Bahuang Wujigong's first rank needed 3,000 like some say, I couldn't afford it. System upgrade Guantianshan Lianshan Fa, another level. Use the remaining talent points to further enhance Jinyu Kuang Daoju. Li Suifeng murmured repeatedly. As the system messages scrolled, his personal panel transformed greatly. The changes rippled through him, and he felt more prepared than ever for the trials ahead. Li Suifeng. Cultivation Realm Awakening Stage I. Physique 56. Spiritual Capacity 52. Innate Talents Great Sun Radiance S rank Crocodile Hide A rank. Cultivation Arts 8 Desolations Supreme Art First layer Guantianshan Spirit Refinement Method Second layer. Martial Techniques Heaven Shaking Prison Blade Art Mastered Celestial Light Fist Perfected Iron Pillar Stance Mastered. Capable of Extrapolation. Talent Score 1010. After spending points extravagantly, his talent score dwindled to 1,000. His personal stat panel shifted accordingly, most notably in his spiritual capacity. His spiritual capacity rose to 52 points upon advancing the Guantianshan Spirit Refinement Method to its second layer, now merely 4 points shy of his physique score. Indeed, I am steadily progressing toward balanced cultivation. Li Suifeng nodded in satisfaction. As Su Yin had said, natural element and superhuman attribute cultivators pursued divergent paths, each bearing distinct strengths and weaknesses. Yet Li Suifeng would soon transcend this dilemma. First, his physique and spirit were developing in harmonious equilibrium, narrowing any disparity between them. Second, his number of innate talents was not fixed. With each formidable demonic beast he slew, he might acquire a third, fourth, or even countless more talents. With sufficient talents, where could any weakness possibly lie? The Guantianshan Spirit Refinement Method has reached its second layer, but my spiritual capacity still lags behind my physical prowess. Clearly, the 8 Desolations Supreme Art is exceptionally potent. Its bodily enhancements far surpass those granted by spirit-level cultivation arts. The stronger the cultivation art, the greater the benefits bestowed upon the practitioner. As an Earth-tier art, the 8 Desolations Supreme Art stood a full rank above the Spirit-tier Guantianshan Spirit Refinement Method. Even at only its first layer, its physiological enhancement was astonishing, exceeding even the cumulative effect of the Guantianshan Spirit Refinement Method's 2 layers. For me, closing the gap between spirit and body is no arduous task. I need only master additional spirit refinement methods. Of course, that presumes I possess sufficient academic credits. Li Suifeng's gaze sharpened as he glanced at his wristband. Its display read Vitality, 108. 58. Beneath it appeared 2 lines of text. Vitality requirement for second rank martial artist 140. Estimated time to attainment, 3 months. This super-grade wristband is remarkably sophisticated. It can even estimate my breakthrough timeline. Yet such estimation is inherently imprecise. I possess an external advantage. A faint smile flickered across Li Suifeng's lips as he summoned his demon hunting blade. Whoosh! Memories of the heaven-shaking prison blade art, fully mastered, flooded his consciousness. He swung his arm and slashed through empty air. Whoosh! A blade-generated gust surged over 10 meters and struck the wall. Dust fluttered down with a soft rustling as a shallow gash appeared on the wall. If mere blade energy can etch such a mark upon stone, what would happen should this edge strike living flesh? Would it cleave a body cleanly in two? Is this truly the power of the mastered heaven-shaking prison blade art? Truly terrifying. Li Suifeng grinned broadly. The following morning. Entrance to Gymnasium No. 3. All freshmen gathered here. Unlike ordinary high schools, each boasting only a single gymnasium, the peerless Wuji Academy maintained no fewer than 9 gymnasiums of varying sizes and functions. Each facility possessed unique internal configurations. Within Gymnasium No. 3 lay a transmission array, one leading directly to Trial Realm No. 3, a secret realm under the Academy's jurisdiction. At the edge of the crowd, Yu stretched his neck, scanning left and right in astonishment. There must be over 1,000 people here. Does this year's intake at Wuji Academy really number so many? Li Suifeng too was taken aback. He had arrived with 23 fellow students from Xiangnan province, but now found himself surrounded by well over 1,000. It seemed excessive. General Tianming's prophesied cataclysm looms ever closer. To better prepare, our academy has relaxed enrollment criteria. This year's cohort is larger than any before. As your counselor, I must inform you among the 36 provinces of Long Kingdom, Xiangnan province contributed the fewest freshmen. Li Guangyao explained beside him. Other provinces each sent nearly 30 students. Understanding dawned among the group. Li Suifeng raised an eyebrow. How many students received S-rank entrance rewards this year? That I cannot say, but word has it there are more than usual. Those who earned S-rank rewards typically possess SS rank talents. Li Suifeng's eyes gleamed with fierce combat intent. SS rank talents. How formidable might such students be? Could they withstand even a single strike from him? Students, please enter the gymnasium. After a brief interval, the gymnasium doors swung open, and a voice echoed forth. Li Suifeng and his peers bid farewell to their counselor and joined the stream, entering the hall. Inside the vast hollow gymnasium, all training equipment had been removed, leaving only a raised dais. A delegation of academy officials stood atop it, surveying the assembled freshmen below. This year's cohort includes 24 SS-rank talent bearers, double the number of past years. Though calamity draws near, Wuji Academy's fortune remains auspicious. Vice Principal Hua Rongji, surrounded by admirers, spoke with gentle reverence. Her silver hair cascaded over deep-set wrinkles, her brow exuding serene benevolence, a quintessential image of venerable kindness. Colleagues, this year's unusually large intake affords you wider selection in choosing disciples. Remember, do not select solely based on talent scores. Ensure your expertise resonates with the students' innate aptitudes. The dignitaries surrounding the dais were professors and mentors from every department, here not only to oversee training, but also to scout promising disciples. Vice Principal, that scoundrel Su Yin has flouted your decree. He claimed a disciple ahead of schedule. Zhao Wangsuin, his beard unkempt, approached the elder woman to lodge his complaint. Hua Rongji had orchestrated this intensive training for 2 purposes. First, to accelerate the growth of exceptional talents. Second, to provide them a stage upon which to shine, so professors might observe and select disciples after the program concluded. Yet Zhao Wangsun and others had already begun recruiting, before training even commenced. Was this not premature? What is this about? Hua Rongji turned her gaze upon Su Yan. He grinned broadly. Principal Hua, yesterday's recruitment began with Zhao Wangsun. He simply lost the contest, and now slanders me. You may punish me if you wish, but Zhao Wangsuin too must face consequences. He also claimed a disciple. Hua Rongji grew even more perplexed, until Su Yunji recounted the entire affair in meticulous detail. A mere S-rank talent provoked such contention among you. What extraordinary allure does this boy possess? Having heard the account, Hua Rongji felt genuine curiosity stir within her regarding this Li Suifeng. Principal Hua, once training begins, you shall witness the unparalleled magnetism of my disciple. Su Yan's expression radiated unwavering confidence. Zhao Wangsun seethed, gritting his teeth. I concede Li Suifeng is exceptional, but my new disciple Ma Zhonghao is equally outstanding. He will surely defeat Li Suifeng during training. Su Yan burst into unrestrained laughter. Zhao Wangsun fumed further, growling low beneath his breath. Enough of you. Cease this bickering. Do not keep the students waiting. The gymnasium director called out, and turned expectantly toward Hua Rongji. She nodded then smiled warmly. Students, I am Vice Principal Hua Rongji, and your overseer for this intensive training. Following a concise address, she cut straight to the core. The training's objective is simple. Upon commencement, you will be transmitted to Trial Realm No. 3. This Trial Realm resembles the secret realm used in your college entrance examination, yet contains no demonic beasts. At these words, confusion rippled through the crowd. Their entrance exam's practical assessment had required slaying demonic beasts within a secret realm. Yet Trial Realm No. 3 held none. So what then were they to do? One particularly perceptive student exclaimed, Principal, is it possible we are to fight each other? Hua Rongji smiled and nodded. Precisely. This training is designed for you to engage in controlled combat, sharpening martial skill, and forging indomitable willpower through mutual confrontation. HSSSS. Gasps and startled cries erupted instantly. This revelation utterly defied expectations. Even Li Suifeng, standing among the throng, furrowed his brow. No beasts to slay. What in the world is this about? Last night he'd assumed the training involved hunting demons within the realm. Clearly he'd misjudged entirely. His opponents would be the very students surrounding him. Trial Realm No. 3 is enveloped by a colossal barrier, initially spanning the entire domain. At regular intervals, this barrier contracts. You must remain within its confines, as stepping beyond triggers suffocating pressure, leading to unconsciousness or worse, fatal consequences. When the barrier shrinks to its final extremity, the 10 remaining students, those who have not been eliminated, will be declared victors, earning academic credits commensurate with their final standing. Your engagements will be monitored in real time. Final rankings will be determined by the number of opponents you eliminate. The top scorer receives 100 academic credits. Second place earns 50 credits. Third place earns 30 credits. Fourth through sixth receive 20 credits each. 7th through 10th receive 10 credits each. All others receive no credit reward whatsoever. As Hua Rongji concluded the rules, the hall erupted into fervent excitement. Many students' faces lit with eagerness and avarice, having learned upon enrollment how fiercely precious each academic credit truly was. 100 credits for first place, securing that would render the entire semester worry-free. This seems rather intriguing. Li Suifeng murmured softly from the periphery, eyes blazing with fierce battle lust. Though this training offered no demonic beasts to slay, and thus no talent score gains, earning 100 academic credits remained highly desirable. Principal, may we carry weapons into the trial realm? Amidst the clamor, a student shouted aloud. Hua Rongji smiled reassuringly. Each entrant may carry one weapon. Within the trial realm lie hidden rewards, temporary gear enhancing defense speed or offensive power, as well as blood chi spirit pills and spirit essence pills, which directly boost physical vitality or spiritual capacity respectively. Spirit essence pills immediately augment spiritual capacity, blood chi spirit pills fortify vital essence and blood vigor. These rewards are exceedingly scarce. You must rely on intuition and fortune to locate them. Moreover, you may engage freely within the trial realm. I possess means to restore life. Casualties are not a concern. Her words ignited even greater enthusiasm among the students. Isn't this essentially a battle royale? Li Suifeng murmured quietly within the crowd. As a former champion of tactical survival games, he recognized the structure of this training instinctively. Though the trial realm may be vast, the contracting barrier will inevitably force students into proximity, driving confrontations born of ambition, rivalry, and the lure of rewards. Such brutal competition, though harsh, serves to hone combat experience and temper the martial will, the Academy's true purpose. Students, prepare yourselves. The training begins now. As Hua Rongji's voice settled, a massive transmission array shimmered into existence beneath their feet. Blinding white light flashed repeatedly. Student after student, including Li Suifeng, vanished from sight. Vast and boundless heavens. Lush green grass. Li Suifeng opened his eyes to find himself within a primordial expanse of space. It bore striking resemblance to the secret realm used in his college entrance examination. Whoa, teardrops right at spawn. This is incredible. Before he could assess his surroundings, an exclamation rang out. Li Suifeng followed the sound and saw a faint aura hovering over nearby grass. Within the aura floated a folded black cloth, the realm's equipment. A student snatched it up and unfurled it, a black cloak. He donned it instantly, and with a sharp whoosh accelerated into a sprint, shouting ecstatically, "Whoa! This aura cloak boosts my speed. Incredible! Absolutely exhilarating." Mid-sprint, he noticed a youth standing motionless amid the grass. Aside from being tall, handsome, and possessing an ethereal aura, the youth appeared utterly unremarkable. Promptly branded a target, found easy prey moments after acquiring gear. Count yourself unlucky, being the first eliminated by Lu Daji. A flash of aura surged from the cloak as Lu Daji accelerated, blurring toward the youth. He drew a dagger, intent on ending the youth's life. But then, the seemingly vacant youth suddenly brandished a black blade 1.2 meters long. Clang! The blade remained sheathed, yet its passage through air shrieked like grinding metal. Lu Daji felt a searing pain at his throat, then vertigo swallowed him whole. When awareness returned, he beheld his own headless torso, still clad in the aura cloak, standing rigid, dagger raised. Blood spurted violently from the severed neck. That's my body. Where's my head? That thought barely formed before darkness consumed him. Meanwhile, Li Suifeng stood calmly, demon hunting blade in hand, observing Lu Daji's head roll across the ground. Expressionless. Is this youth truly so weak? Felled by a single stroke. Wait, did I just kill someone? Li Suifeng jolted upright, eyes wide with shock. Then, whoosh, whoosh, two streaks of aura descended, landing upon Lu Daji's body and severed head. Instantly the head levitated, reattached itself, and flesh regenerated seamlessly across the neck. A luminous aura enshrouded Lu Daji's form. Though he remained unconscious, vital signs flickered anew. No need for concern. He is not dead, came Hua Rongji's voice beside Li Suifeng. He exhaled deeply, then comprehension dawned. Had the vice principal resurrected this unfortunate student? To reverse death itself, was this her innate talent? Truly miraculous. Capable of resurrecting the dead. Surely vice principal's talent ranks at least SS tier. Is this the true might of the sovereign ruler of Wuji Academy? I wonder, will my future self ever master such a talent? Hua Rongji's voice had long faded, yet Li Suifeng's thoughts lingered far beyond a drift in visions of what lay ahead. Ding-dong. A chime emanated from his wristband. Li Suifeng glanced downward. The display already showed a new interface, training performance. Student Li Suifeng Eliminations 1 Overall Training Rank 1 has the hyper wristband synced with the campus network, hence displaying real-time training metrics. Li Suifeng's expression cleared. His current top rank clearly stemmed from the early phase of the trial grounds. Most students were still scavenging equipment, neglecting combat entirely. He was likely the first to claim a life within the entire trial grounds. Ranking among the top 10 holds little meaning. If one acts, one must strive for absolute supremacy. This training, I will seize first place. Filled with fierce resolve, Li Suifeng gazed toward the horizon. Unbeknownst to him, a vast cerulean barrier, like an inverted porcelain bowl, had silently enveloped the entire secret realm. At that moment, the colossal barrier began contracting visibly, its edges drawing inward with unmistakable speed. The circle is shrinking already. Excellent. Spares me the trouble of hunting others down. A faint smile flickered across Li Suifeng's face as he scanned his surroundings, and realized to his surprise that he stood precisely at the shrinking circle's epicenter. Soon enemies would converge upon him from all directions. And then, he could fight without restraint. At the outer fringe of the trial grounds near the toxic zone's edge, Yu Shanshan sprinted wildly, dressed in pink athletic, with her single braid whipping behind her. Chasing her was a short, stocky youth with dark skin and a sullen, aggressive countenance. Yu Shanshan, you're the Soul Steer awardee from Xiangnan province. How dare you lack the courage to face me? The dark-skinned youth roared in fury. His name was Feng Shirlei, this year's provincial top scorer from Linen. Fiercely combative and enamored with battle, he had spurned recruitment offers from 3 elite academies, choosing instead to join Wuji Academy. Drawn by its brutal ethos and martial supremacy, eager to indulge his insatiable thirst for combat. Thus the previous day, he'd meticulously investigated every freshman, gaining rough assessments of their strengths and weaknesses. Yu Shanshan is Xiangnan's only steer awardee, ranked among his prime targets for challenge. Feng Shirlei, stop chasing me. I don't want to fight you. Yu Shanshan ran with lips clenched tight, tears shimmering in her eyes. Women are always women, possessing extraordinary dual talents, yet too cowardly to stand against me. Worthless. Unable to catch Yu Shanshan, Feng Shirlei halted mid-pursuit, cursing bitterly. He raised his wristband, and seeing Li Suifeng atop the training leaderboard, his brow furrowed. Who is this? No memory of him whatsoever. The prior night his investigation had focused exclusively on steer awardees, leaving those below that tier largely unknown to him. To score first blood in the trial grounds, he must possess formidable skill. I hope we cross paths soon. With that thought, Feng Shirlei strode resolutely toward the circle's center. In the northwest quadrant of the trial grounds, a towering youth, 2 meters tall, shoulders broad as fortress walls, wandered aimlessly beneath a black greatcloak, gripping a long spear. Suddenly, whizzing through air, 4 students erupted from front, back, left, and right, encircling the giant youth, their expressions twisted with malice. One bespectacled student sneered, Neo Dali, you top scorer of Dong Province, have met our quartet mere moments after entering the trial grounds. What abysmal luck. To survive until the end of training, some rushed headlong to scavenge gear, others hid relentlessly, seeking only to outlast the storm. Some challenged foes solo, others forged alliances, bolstering odds of survival. These 4 interceptors were clearly a hastily assembled coalition. Unfazed by the encirclement, Neo Dali's face remained icy, devoid of fear. He won't speak. That means he's terrified. Brothers, show no mercy. Eliminate him. The bespectacled student barked the order, just as Neo Dali flicked his wrist. The spear trembled. Phantom afterimages bloomed, swallowing the ambushers whole. Crimson light filled the sky as shrieks pierced the air. When the spear's illusions vanished, all four lay sprawled, riddled with gaping wounds. The leader's left eye socket had been pierced clean through flesh, mangled black-rimmed glasses shattered beside him. Whiz, 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 whiz. For streaks of luminous energy descended from above, halting their bleeding. Beasts walk alone, O sheep herd together, Neo Dali intoned coldly, then strode onward, spear in hand. In the southern sector, two students advanced cautiously. Old Huang, do you think we'll find Brother Li? Hard to say. This trial ground is immense. He could be anywhere. If fortune favors us, perhaps we'll endure long enough to locate him. But if luck deserts us, we may fall before even glimpsing him. We are geniuses of Xiangnan province. Surely united we won't fall so easily. Who can tell? Let's pray we find Brother Li soon. Clinging to his coattails guarantees a top 10 finish. As they spoke, the space ahead warped violently. Then, a colossal fireball, mountain-sized, plummeted from the heavens. Its crushing pressure rooted them motionless, paralyzed where they stood. They stood dumbstruck until impact. Agony seared through them. Then consciousness dissolved into void. Moments later, beside their unconscious forms appeared a pale-skinned youth. Long, narrow face like a horse, radiating unsettling elegance. Giggle, giggle, giggle. Underway Yunhuan's illusion, arts. No matter how exalted your talent, none survive 10. The elegant youth surveyed the fallen students, then checked his wristband, confirming 2 eliminations, and smiled cold and sly. Recalling their final words, curiosity stirred. Who was this Brother Li they mentioned? Could he withstand Wei Yunhuan's illusions? I do hope we meet him soon. An hour slipped away unnoticed. The toxic zone shrank, halved in diameter. At its heart, Li Sui Feng strode swiftly, cloaked in shimmering luminescence, his pace 30% faster than usual. He nodded satisfied, yet sighed inwardly. Pity these trial ground artifacts are temporary. Were they retrievable, how invaluable they'd be. As he pondered, a glint of light shimmered amid the grass ahead. He fixed his gaze. Suspended midair, no larger than a fingernail, floated an azure pill, exuding a rich, intoxicating medicinal fragrance. An unbound chi blood spirit pill. After a full hour of training, such fortune seems improbable. Instinctively, Li Sui Feng stepped forward, to bend and retrieve it. Then, suddenly, the turf beside him rose upright, morphing into a figure clad in camouflage. A triangular combat knife gleamed with lethal chill, plunging deep into Li Sui Feng's back. Ha ha ha. Brothers, we've reeled in another catch, yet again. Ding. What just happened? How could this blade fail to pierce the prey's back? Surely this isn't a dream. Ouched. A sharp sting across his back made Li Sui Feng scowl in irritation. He turned, and met the stunned gaze of the camouflaged youth. Instantly he understood. Dare you fish for me? I'll get you. Li Sui Feng roared, launching a thunderous fist straight at the youth's chest. Zhuang Tianxiang, run. From nearby, a youth clad in olive green combat gear shouted urgently. Simultaneously he crossed his hands, and thick vines erupted before Li Sui Feng, coalescing into a wooden wall that intercepted the devastating blow. Crack. Even so, the furious fist punched clean through the wooden barrier, and struck Zhuang Tianxiang square in the chest. Ugh! Blood spurted from Zhuang Tianxiang's mouth as he collapsed backward, his trident-shaped combat knife clattering onto the ground. Eyes wide with terror, he scrambled backward on his palms, face pale with dread. So the fatal strike had failed to kill him outright, and now the prey had not only shattered the wooden wall, but wounded him. What kind of monster was this prey? How could he possibly be so ferocious? You dare ambush me? I'll get you. As Zhuang Tianxiang stood frozen in shock, Li Sui Feng cursed, furiously summoning his demon hunting blade and charging forward like a rampaging beast. Zhuang Tianxiang, move now! His comrades' cry jolted him awake. Zhuang Tianxiang scrambled to his feet and fled headlong. Thump, thump, thump. At that very moment, the Venosummoner struck again. Thick tendrils and gnarled branches burst from the earth, snaking around Li Sui Feng's ankles like living ropes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. From another angle, a student with a melon-shaped haircut crossed his hands and commanded torrents of wind, sharpened white gusts slicing toward Li Sui Feng's upper body like lethal arrows. Had anyone else been caught off balance, they would have fallen instantly. But Li Sui Feng's iron stance cultivation had forged his lower body into unshakable bedrock. Even as the vines strained against him, he remained perfectly grounded. Tink, tink, tink. The wind arrows striking his torso stung like needle pricks. But the crocodile scale hide's extraordinary resilience lent his skin uncanny toughness, deflecting every shaft before it could pierce flesh. Otherwise he might well have been wounded within the first exchange. That was close. Under his comrades' cover, Zhuang Tianxiang had already bolted 20 meters away. Wiping blood from his lips, he glared at Li Suifeng, still trembling with residual fear. Is this freak Niu Dali, or Feng Shilei? No, that can't be right. Niu Dali stands 2 meters tall and wields a spear. Feng Shilei is jet black, grotesquely short, and hideously ugly. This one is tall, striking, and handsome. Nothing matches Feng Shilei's description. Then who is he? Zhuang Tianxiang couldn't fathom it, but he refused to let Li Suifeng escape. With his 2 allies, they'd already used this Qi blood spirit pill as bait to eliminate 4 students. Though the assassination had failed, Li Suifeng was now entangled by 2 opponents, and clearly at a disadvantage. With a little more effort, victory should still be theirs. You may be strong, but can you truly fight 3 at once? As Zhuang Tianxiang thought this, his entire right arm flared crimson, glowing like molten iron wreathed in thick roiling smoke. Class A superhuman trait, molten iron body, activated by Qi blood, transforming flesh into something akin to red-hot, forge-hardened steel. Zhuang Tianxiang whirled and lunged, his searing arm raised high. Claws aimed straight for Li Suifeng's throat. Great sun radiance. 8 wastes boundless art. Though pinned by wind arrows and vines, Li Suifeng maintained tripartite focus, watching Zhuang Tianxiang closely. This one had dared strike first. He must be the team's leader, and likely its strongest. Thus the moment Zhuang Tianxiang moved, Li Suifeng was ready. In that instant, his S-class trait and Earth-rank cultivation art activated together. Golden radiance blazing like wildfire enveloped his form. Within it surged a torrent of blazing vital Qi blood. Snap! 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 The vines binding his ankles shattered outright. Wind arrows impacting his body dissipated like mist. Then, Li Suifeng swung his blade horizontally, cleaving straight into the molten arm. Clang! The deafening clash of metal on superheated flesh sent Zhuang Tianxiang staggering backward, reeling under the sheer force. When he finally steadied himself, his trait deactivated. The arm cooled, no longer glowing. But horror gripped him. His right arm had turned livid purple, numb and paralyzed, as if poisoned. He couldn't even feel it anymore. What unspeakable power lies behind that single stroke? Zhuang Tianxiang looked up again, eyes wide with terror fixed on Li Suifeng. So my blade didn't sever your arm after all. Your trait is rather intriguing. Li Suifeng narrowed his eyes and advanced slowly, deliberately, toward Zhuang Tianxiang. Elsewhere, his 2 allies stood transfixed, too stunned to act. We've hooked a shark. The melon-haired youth suddenly bellowed. Brother, if we hand over the Qi blood spirit pill, can we call a truce? Of course, we'll part peacefully after training ends. But for now, all 3 of you will fall by my blade. Li Suifeng bared his teeth in a chilling grin, his gaze locked unblinkingly on Zhuang Tianxiang. I just wanted to survive till the final circle. Why did I run into this monster halfway? The melon-haired youth's bitterness hardened into resolve. If negotiation's off the table, then there's no reason left to hold back. As he spoke, his hands snapped together, and gales erupted across the land. Visible currents of wind spiraled violently around Li Suifeng, coalescing into a colossal tornado, 2 meters wide, 15 meters tall. Whoosh! 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 The vortex surged toward him, its outer edge lined with razor-edged wind blades that reduced every plant in its path to dust. S-class, trait Storm Sovereignty. Kill. The Venosummoner also cried out fiercely and slammed both palms onto the ground. Splash. A nearby sapling exploded upward, transforming in an instant into a towering ancient tree. Its trunk writhed with 10 thick serpentine branches, each thicker than a man's waist, sweeping sideways to crush Li Suifeng at the waist. Zhuang Tianxiang had nearly fled, but seeing his allies unleash everything, he gritted his teeth and reignited his trait. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. His flesh hardened, flushed deep crimson, and billowed thick acrid smoke. He became a monstrous non-human forge-born entity. With a thunderous stomp, cracking the earth half a foot deep, he launched himself like a drawn bowstring, trailing smoke and molten fire as he closed the distance in a heartbeat. His remaining functional left arm shot forward like a spear, aimed straight at Li Suifeng's face. Simultaneously, the storm and the ancient tree descended from opposite directions, trapping Li Suifeng in an inescapable maelstrom. Time rewinds. A massive light screen hovers above the No. 3 physical training hall. Through the images within the light screen, the school leaders monitor various talented individuals from a godlike perspective. Although the leader's attention is primarily focused on super talents like Feng Shilei, Niu Dali, and Wei Yunhuan, who are provincial champions and have received class admission rewards. Due to being accepted as a disciple by Su Yin in advance, Li Suifeng has also attracted their attention to some extent. When a professor saw Li Suifeng about to fall into the trap set by 3 students, he looked at Su Yin and said, "Old Su, it seems your disciple is in trouble." Su Jiogui has been a disaster ever since that incident, and now that Li Suifeng is following him, he will certainly catch some bad luck. With such a fate, one can only blame this kid for his poor judgment in choosing his master. Zhao Wangsun interjected with scorn, still unable to forget the humiliation of having his disciple stolen yesterday. Su Yan's expression turned melancholic. It had only been an hour and his disciple had already fallen into the trap of 3 cunning students, which was indeed somewhat unfortunate. Although Li Suifeng possessed incredible personal combat strength, having killed the Azure Falcon and defeated the second-year student, Hu Jun, the 3 students ambushing him were not ordinary. They were all top performers in their respective cities, possessing considerable talent and strength. Can Li Suifeng survive under their ambush? The difficulty is high. Vice Principal, my disciple might get hurt, please keep a close watch. Su Yan, lacking confidence in Li Suifeng at this moment, immediately sought help from Hua Rongji. Hua Rongji smiled and said, rest assured, if he is in any life-threatening danger, I will provide immediate assistance. As they spoke, a student named Zhuang Tianxiang began his attack, stabbing Li Suifeng in the back with a triangular military knife. Ridiculously, Li Suifeng was not instantly taken down. It was as if his back was clad in steel, withstanding the stabbing of the military knife. What the heck? How is this kid's defense so solid? Does he have a defensive talent? Or has he practiced a body-refining technique? Such a scene made many school leaders widen their eyes. Even Hua Rongji showed a look of astonishment. In the next moment, the image within the light screen changed again. Li Suifeng, braving the harassment of 2 students, forced Zhuang Tianxiang back with his blade, gaining the upper hand against 3 opponents. Wow, this kid really has some skill. No wonder old Su took him in early. A professor couldn't help but exclaim. Being able to turn the tables while ambushed is already an impressive feat. And he could even turn defense into offense, suppressing the 3. This is a true display of top-tier strength. Regardless of whether Li Suifeng can survive this time, based on his current performance, he is already on par with top talents like Feng Shilei, Wei Yunhuan, and Yo Dali. Damn it, this little guy is even better than I predicted. Not taking him as my disciple was a huge loss. Zhao Wangsun, consumed by jealousy, watched Su Yan scratching his bald head, a look of luck and pride on his face, making him feel even worse. At that moment, the 3 attackers steadied their rhythm, unleashing their full powers to assault Li Suifeng. Zhao Wangsun felt a little better, muttering, this kid does indeed have the same level of skill as Feng Shilei and the others, but alas, his luck is too bad. He is destined to be eliminated this time. Su Yan sighed inwardly. Just as Zhao Wangsun said, his disciple's performance so far had been excellent. It's just a pity that his opponents were also formidable. Most likely the disciple would be eliminated. In the trial ground, Li Suifeng faced unprecedented difficulties against the 3 students' talent onslaught. However, at this critical moment, he showed no panic. Instead, he calmly assessed the situation and quickly formed a judgment in his mind. Ding! As Zhuang Tianqiang's molten iron arm stabbed forward, Li Suifeng swept his knife horizontally, accurately striking the latter's wrist. Zhuang Tianxiang spun backward like a top under the impact of the blade. Bang! 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 Clang! 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 Meanwhile, the wind blades unleashed by the massive storm and the snake-like tree branches struck Li Suifeng. His sportswear ripped apart, revealing skin with whip marks and sores. In just a breath's time, Li Suifeng's body was covered with dozens of horrifying wounds. The defensive quality of the crocodile skin is decent, but trying to withstand the glass talents of 2 students is clearly too far-fetched. It hurts like hell. In such a state of injuries, an ordinary person would have already fainted. Yet Li Suifeng still had the energy to roar and swung his knife again despite the pain. This time the golden light representing talent and the blood power of his technique fused into a massive blade aura under the Tremor Prison Frenzy blade technique. The blade aura struck true, slicing through the middle of the towering tree. With a crack, the tree snapped in 2, and amidst the flying wood chips, the blade aura remained unspent, cutting into the storm. Boom! After a fierce explosion, the raging wind swirled everywhere, sending Zhuang Tianxiang flying far away. The 2 students who were further away also retreated under the storm, and due to their talents being shattered, their energy was severely depleted, their heads pained as if struck by a hammer. My head is going to explode. As the mushroom-head student clutched his head and screamed in agony, a figure moved swiftly with the wind, bringing a knife down directly. Shoo! The mushroom-head boy was sliced in half like firewood, red and white substances splattering everywhere. Ugh! Seeing this scene, another student completely collapsed, mentally bent over, and began to vomit. But before he could vomit for long, footsteps approached rapidly, and this student screamed in panic, help! Principal, help! I want to withdraw from the training. I don't want to play anymore. Boo-hoo! Overwhelmed by emotions, he actually started to cry loudly. Li Suifeng, who had just taken down the mushroom-head boy, showed no mercy and continued toward the last enemy, intending to eliminate him. He has surrendered, that's enough. Suddenly, Hua Rongzi's voice rang in his ears. Li Suifeng then stopped spitting at the sobbing student. You were so impressive when you ambushed me, now you're cowering. Trash. The student, feeling ashamed, lowered his head, wiping tears while sobbing. Li Suifeng turned around seeing the mushroom-head boy who had been split in two wrapped in spiritual light, with his flesh beginning to reform already out of danger. Zhuang Tianxiang blown away by the storm lay on the ground unable to rise for a long time, clearly having lost his fighting ability. Nothing special, Li Suifeng disdainfully said, then sheathed his demon hunter blade, and looked at his wristband. Student Li Suifeng eliminated 7 overall, training ranking 4 overall, 1st Wei Yunhuan overall, 2nd Niu Dali overall, 3rd Fang Shilei, with 3 new eliminations plus the scattered students eliminated earlier in the trial. Li Suifeng had eliminated 7 in total. However, ranking 4th left him dissatisfied. I've eliminated 7 people, yet I'm only ranked 4th. Are those 3 above me the class talents and class admission award winners? To claim the first place in training, I either need to continue accumulating eliminations to surpass these 3 or find them and take them out early. I hope to encounter those 3 soon. Li Sufeng's thoughts drifted as his gaze fell upon a patch of grass nearby. The chi and blood spirit pill that nearly led to Li Sufeng's elimination still emitted a glow. Can this thing really directly enhance my vitality? Is Li Suifeng a monster? Yet facing such a dire situation, not only did he withstand it, but he also turned the tables on Zhuang Tianxiang and the 3. Hiss. That strike he dealt to Feng Ling was too brutal, he actually split the person in half. Fortunately, the principal has unparalleled talent. Had it been anyone else, they wouldn't have been able to save Feng Ling. Inside the know, 3 physical training hall school leaders discussed passionately, their words filled with shock. Zhao Wangsun's facial muscles twitched involuntarily, having initially thought that Li Sufeng's excellence was on par with Fang Shilei and the others. But from what just transpired, Fang Shilei and the others might not be able to match him. After all, anyone, no matter how high their talent, would fall into a passive state when ambushed, left with no means to counter. Yet Li Suifeng had fiercely completed a counterattack. This operation could be described as divine. Damn Su Jigui, I have an irreconcilable enmity with you. Thinking of all this, Zhao Wangsun's mindset exploded as he shouted at Su Yan. Huh. Su Yan laughed heartily, feeling immensely pleased. With all the leaders previously doubtful, not only did his disciple survive, but he also turned the tables on the 3 attackers. Such achievements undoubtedly slapped the faces of various leaders. Of course, it also slapped his own face. Disciple, it seems I have underestimated you. In just one night's time you've managed to control the Demon Hunter Blade so smoothly and even perfected the Tremor Prison Frenzy Blade technique. You truly are a prodigy. I, Su Yan, have endured a lifetime of bad luck, yet unexpectedly at this age I could take such a genius as my disciple. It feels like I've turned my fortunes around. In the trial ground, a powerful vitality surged like a roaring river, exploding in his dantian and wildly spreading to his limbs. Girdle. With his body heating up, Li Suifeng felt his injuries intensifying. Looking down, he discovered that some of his wounds were spurting blood. This chi and blood pill's potency is so fierce, it actually caused my wounds to bleed. Li Suifeng was taken aback, quickly tensing all his muscles to stop the bleeding. Over time, the power of vitality within was slowly absorbed by his flesh. Just as Li Suifeng relaxed, words from the system flashed before his eyes. Physique 2. It actually increased my physique by 2 points. The efficacy of this chi and blood spirit pill far exceeds that of nutritional agents. Li Sufeng's eyes lit up. Taking nutritional agents also has a chance to increase physique. However, it requires long-term consumption and physical training to possibly grow by 1 point. But this chi and blood pill taken just once can increase physique by 2 points. Its effects are significantly higher than that of nutritional agents. This chi and blood spirit pill must belong to the top-grade spiritual item category. Li Suifeng made a judgment. Pills are classified into different tiers. Nutritional agents already belong to spiritual items, but are at most of inferior quality. This chi and blood spirit pill is so powerful, at the very least it should be a top grade, or even a special grade spiritual item. If that's the case, doesn't the spiritual spirit pill also directly enhance spiritual power? With this thought, Li Sufeng's expression turned slightly annoyed. My luck hasn't been great. I haven't encountered any equipment or pills along the way. Am I cursed by the crow-tongue Mahjong Hao? Just as he grumbled, suddenly there was movement behind him. Li Suifeng quickly crawled on the ground, blending in with the surrounding flowers and grass, becoming a ground dweller. A minute later, a figure approached slowly, calling out, Li Suifeng, is that you? Li Suifeng jumped up quickly, looking at the petite girl in front of him with surprise. Yu Shanshan, how did you know I was here? The girl who appeared was Yu Shanshan, a student from the same province. She had helped Li Suifeng a lot on the plane early. Besides the revival wind, I also have another class talent, plant heart, which allows me to share the senses of many plants. Yu Shanshan explained softly. Li Sufeng's eyes widened. Isn't your talent like a portable radar? The trial ground is filled with flowers, grasses, and trees. With plant heart, Yu Shanshan effectively possesses a super radar, which is no different from having X-ray vision. You could say that, but my spiritual power is limited, so I can only sense plants within a 30-meter range. With that said, Yu Shanshan looked at Li Suifeng with pity. Li Suifeng, who did you fight with just now? Why are you so badly injured? Some guys ambushed me, but I turned the tables on them. Li Suifeng casually explained, but then became serious. Yu Shanshan, although we are from the same hometown, we are considered enemies in this trial ground. Aren't you afraid I might kill you for coming here? Li Suifeng, you won't kill me. Why do you say that? Because you are a good person. Yu Shanshan said seriously, her eyes as gentle as autumn water. Being gazed at by those big watery eyes, Li Suifeng felt a strange sense of stability. Even his mindset became much calmer. Girl, praise me if you want, but don't throw around the good person card carelessly. You should say less of that to boys in the future. Li Suifeng smiled again. What is a good person card? Yu Shanshan looked puzzled, and Li Suifeng did not explain further, saying, can you help me heal my injuries? Of course. Yu Shanshan approached without any guard. Such behavior made Li Suifeng increase his whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With the casting of the revival wind, green light fell on the wounds, and the damaged flesh began to grow, healing rapidly. The fiery, painful sensations gradually disappeared, and Li Suifeng remarked, no wonder auxiliary-type warriors are so sought after. Having a healer in the team makes a huge difference. Yu Shanshan nodded like a little chick pecking at rice. Li Suifeng flashed a grin, and said, Yu Shanshan, how about you stick with me from now on? I'll take you into the top 10 of the training. Sure. Yu Shanshan beamed with a naive smile. She was genuinely afraid of combat, and her survival thus far was due to her talent in constantly avoiding enemies. Now being able to cling to Li Suifeng's strong leg, she considered it a great opportunity. Time passed. In a basin, the brisk wind swept through, causing the flowers and grass to sway. Ma Zhonghao and Yu jointly held up a black shield, their expressions filled with bitterness. On the other end of the shield stood a short, dark-skinned boy wielding a pair of golden-hued claws, relentlessly smashing his fists against the shield. Clang, clang, clang. Under the boy's fierce assault, the shield continuously emitted the sound of metal clashing, causing the two shield bearers to feel sore all over their arms, aching to the point of breaking. Yu, feeling frustrated, shouted, Feng Shirlei, are you out of your mind? We have no enmity with you. Why are you targeting us like this? Not long ago, after discovering Ma Zhonghao at the trial site, he teamed up with him and fortuitously received this shield as temporary equipment. Initially thinking luck was on their side, they never expected that after the circle shrank, Feng Shirlei would appear. He attacked them like a rabid dog, and after realizing they couldn't fight back, they were forced to raise the shield in defense. To have held on until now was already quite remarkable. Do you need a reason to hit someone at the trial site? You two cowards. If you have the guts, put down the shield and fight me. Feng Shirlei, frustrated by his inability to break through, replied, if you want us to put down the shield, fine. But you have to leave here first. Yu shouted loudly, two weaklings aren't qualified to negotiate with me. Feng Shirlei roared, and the ground beneath his feet surged with yellow elemental energy, which then enveloped his arms. Mountain-crushing fist. With a fierce shout, his fists descended upon the black shield like cannonballs. Although the black shield absorbed most of the force, the terrifying power that erupted at that instant still knocked Yu and Ma Zhonghao to the ground. Clang! The black shield flew high and hit the ground, producing a crisp sound. Yu and Ma Zhonghao tried to get up, but found their arms injured to varying degrees, throbbing with pain and weakness. Finally, broke your shell? Now you can leave your last words before you die. Feng Shirlei said, his face filled with pleasure as he walked in front of the two, ready to bring his fist down. Ma Zhonghao screamed in despair, we're doomed. Just then footsteps suddenly sounded behind them. Feng Shirlei sensed something, raised his head, and saw a figure leaping towards him like a leopard. He was taken aback and instinctively swung his fist. The figure swiftly slashed out a gleam of blade light. Clang! After the fist collided with the blade light, Feng Shirlei was forced to retreat repeatedly, leaving deep footprints on the ground. Once he steadied himself, he felt a heat in his eardrums, nostrils, and eyeballs, having been injured internally by that slash. Feng Shirlei gritted his teeth, glaring at the newcomer. The unexpected guest stood in front of Ma Zhonghao, and Yu, a young boy dressed in ordinary sportswear, wielding an ancient black long knife. The boy was about 1.8 meters tall, with a sturdy and well-proportioned physique and a handsome face resembling that of a rising male star. Looking at the handsome boy and recalling his own appearance, Feng Shirlei felt a surge of inferiority and cursed. Where did this pretty boy come from? How dare you sneak attack me? Are you tired of living? Ignoring Feng Shirlei, the boy turned to the two on the ground, saying, are you two all right? Is it really brotherly? Am I dreaming? Yu struggled to get up, his face filled with disbelief. Ma Zhonghao, also standing up, stared wide-eyed in shock. Is my crow's mouth working again? He actually brought brotherly over. Before Li Suifeng could say anything, Ma Zhonghao, with a pained expression, cried out, brotherly, this Feng is a lunatic. We clearly didn't provoke him. Yet he clings to us and even injured us. Please take revenge for us. His pitiful demeanor resembled that of a primary school student seeking help from a parent. Old Zhao, isn't this Ma Zhonghao your disciple? In the fitness center, the confrontation between Li Suifeng and Feng Shilei attracted the attention of many instructors. One instructor found Ma Zhonghao somewhat familiar and instinctively asked Zhao Wangsun. It's one thing to not defeat Feng Shilei. Now he's actually seeking help from Li Suifeng. I don't have such a spineless disciple. Zhao Wangsun raged inwardly, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Remembering his earlier declaration for Ma Zhonghao to surpass Li Suifeng, he felt even more ashamed. Old Zhao, are you alright? Su Yin said with a smile which was akin to pouring salt on a wound. Get lost. Zhao Wangsun cursed angrily. At the trial site, listening to Ma Zhangha's shameless complaint, Li Suifeng said impatiently, Alright, I know all about your matters. He then turned to Feng Shilei saying, You chased my sister before, and now you're chasing my two little brothers. If I don't let your blood spill here today, how can I be called their big brother? Feng Shilei's expression darkened. Although Yu and Ma Zhonghao lacked backbone, their strength was definitely not weak, otherwise they wouldn't have been able to hold on against him for so long. The sudden appearance of the boy resembled that of a parent for Ma Zhonghao and Yu. Furthermore, the imposing aura he exuded while holding a knife indicated he was definitely a formidable character. Playing dumb, then be eliminated. As Feng Shilei speculated about the opponent's identity, Li Suifeng casually tossed out a sentence, then with a whoosh akin to an arrow released from a bow, he closed in his hunting knife, carrying a formidable pressure aimed at Feng Shilei's face. Feng Shilei's pupils contracted, his legs sinking, and his arms extended to clash with the blade. Clang! After a sound loud enough to shatter eardrums, both Feng Shilei and Li Suifeng remained steadfast. In this clash, both parties were evenly matched. You bastard! Feng Shilei's face twisted. In Linan province, he was virtually invincible. No student of his cohort would dare to face him. Today he actually couldn't take down Li Suifeng in one punch. This was not a stroke of luck, but a humiliation. Earth's grasp. Feng Shilei roared in fury, and the once solid ground began to move like the sea. With a crashing sound, dust rose, and a massive hand over 10 meters long formed from yellow elemental power in the sky, reaching towards Li Suifeng. Here it comes. Feng Shilei's S-level talent, Earth's grasp. An instructor in the fitness center shouted excitedly. The other instructors, though silent, wore expressions filled with anticipation. Could Feng Shilei with his S-level talent defeat Li Suifeng? Su Yin crossed his arms, appearing calm, yet beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. Throughout the training, the disciple's talent had long since impressed him. But this time the disciple had to face the S-level genius Feng Shilei. Could the disciple continue his winning streak? Su Yin had no answer in his heart, making him particularly anxious. At the trial site, as the yellow hand approached ominously, a rare twitch appeared on Li Suifeng's brow. Is this huge hand too dangerous, causing my instincts to alert me? During the battle with Hu Junzai, I didn't feel this way, did I? Is Feng Shilei stronger and more dangerous than Hu Junzai? This is interesting. In that moment, myriad thoughts transformed into a surge of intense battle intent. Li Suifeng activated the 8 Desolation Infinite skill, channeling all his chi and blood, unleashing his talent, the Great Sun of Light. Boom! As golden light engulfed him like a wave of fire. Li Suifeng then slashed out with a hunting knife. Although it seemed like an ordinary strike, it was actually infused with the essence of the proficient-level demon slicing knife technique. The blade carried a tremendous aura the moment it struck. The size of the blade's aura was comparable to that of the giant hand. Crash! Due to the blade's sharpness, the space twisted as if it could no longer withstand the pressure and was about to shatter. At that moment, the yellow hand finally arrived. The momentum of the blade's aura reached its peak. Then a peculiar thing happened. Sizzle, 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 sizzle. Amid the continuous sounds, the yellow giant hand was gradually shattered by the blade's aura, ultimately dissipating like smoke. At that same moment, Feng Shilei spat a mouthful of blood. The Earth's grasp was controlled remotely by him, and now that it was broken, his body could not escape the connection and was also injured. My Earth's grasp was broken by him in one strike. How is that possible? In comparison to the physical injury, the psychological blow to Feng Shilei was far heavier. He stared blankly at Li Suifeng, unable to believe that the scene he just witnessed was real. Not bad. Li Suifeng, having shattered the Earth's grasp, nodded, offering Feng Shilei a high compliment. He then leaped forward like a leopard and slashed with the hunting knife. Feng Shilei, terrified, instinctively raised his arms to block. After 2 sounds of slicing, his palms were severed by the blade, falling to the ground. Up! Feng Shilei knelt on the ground in agony, howling. At that same moment, Li Suifeng raised his knife again, showing no mercy, aiming to slay Feng Shilei and replicate the scene of one cut 2 sections. Feng Shilei has been eliminated. Enough. The voice of Hua Rongji interrupted at an inopportune moment, followed by 2 green lights descending. As the severed arms began to mend, Feng Shilei's face turned as pale as paper. He strained to lift his head, staring at Li Suifeng, wanting to engrave the opponent's image deep into his soul. Stopping at the crucial moment again. How boring. Li Suifeng frowned, feeling that the vice principal was quite a buzzkill, but he didn't care, sheathing his hunting knife and turning to leave. Who exactly are you? Feng Shilei shouted in agitation. Li Suifeng ignored Feng Shiliai's words, walking over to Ma Zhonghao and Yu Yu. Oh my! Yu Yu, realizing what was happening, awoke with wide eyes, staring at Li Suifeng as if he were a monster. Brother Li, this guy is the infamous Feng Shilei from Linan province. How could you kill him like a dog? You're too abnormal. I told you Brother Li is invincible. Ma Zhonghao attempted to speak, but was abruptly silenced by Yu Yu's hand over his mouth. Alright, let's wait until Brother Li eliminates the other freaks before we talk about invincibility. Whoa! Ma Zhonghao looked at Li Suifeng with great grievance, blinking his eyes as if to say, Brother Li, save me. Li Suifeng chuckled at the two and clapped his hands. At this moment, Yu Shanshan, hiding outside the basin, cautiously approached. Ma Zhonghao, Yu Yu, let me heal. Shanshan is here too. Ma Zhonghao and Yu Yu were astonished. In the distance, Feng Shiliai's pupils contracted as he witnessed this scene. Yu Shanshan was the first person he pursued in the secret realm. How could he not recognize her? He realized that the boy who defeated him, along with Yu Shanshan, Yu Yue, and Ma Zhonghao, were clearly all from Xiangnan province. Was there only one student with the surname Li from Xiangnan province this year? You are Li Suifeng. Understanding the truth, Feng Shilei shouted loudly. Li Suifeng turned his head and said casually, eliminated stray dogs should stop seeking attention. If it weren't for the vice principal's intervention, your head would have been severed by me already. Hey. Feng Shiliai's face twisted in anger, but he couldn't utter a word. Not long after the injuries of Ma Zhonghao and Yu Yu were healed, Li Suifeng then smiled and asked, are you two going to follow me next? We couldn't ask for more. Yu Yu and Ma Zhonghao almost cried tears of joy. Having felt wronged for so long, they finally found a big brother. From now on, the top 10 is secure. Li Suifeng smiled slightly and looked towards the horizon. At this moment, the poison circle had shrunk again. Their current location was no longer the center. It might not be long before they would exceed the poison circle. Let's go to the center of the poison circle and see if the other brothers are still around. Li Suifeng beckoned to Yu Shanshan and the others, leading the way. This time there were more than 20 students from the same province. After so long in training, many must have been eliminated. But there should still be some left. If they were willing to join the team without affecting their own rankings, as their big brother Li Suifeng would certainly welcome them with open arms. Watching Li Suifeng and his group leave, Feng Shiliai's injuries had almost healed. He got up, wanting to continue fighting. Feng Shilei, you have been eliminated. The voice of Hua Rongji rang in his ears. Feng Shilei gritted his teeth and said, Vice Principal, I refuse to accept this. I still want to fight Li Suifeng again. After the training, you'll have plenty of opportunities to spar with him, but not this time. Hua Rongzi's voice was gentle, yet filled with undeniable authority, forcing Feng Shilei to lower his head in resentment. The voice of Hua Rongji rang in his ears. Feng Shilei gritted his teeth and said, Feng Shilei is no ordinary child. His talent and strength are definitely poised to make a run for the stormy rankings soon. Yet he was defeated by Li Suifeng. Doesn't that mean Li Suifeng's ascension to the stormy rankings is a foregone conclusion? Old Su, congratulations on having a successor. With the battle concluded, various leaders in the fitness center continued to discuss it enthusiastically. The fight between Li Suifeng and Feng Shilei ranked first in excitement among all the battles in this training session. The main reason was that both were top talents from their respective provinces, with no significant gap in talent and strength. Additionally, they showcased their abilities in a fair and just environment, resulting in a spectacular clash. The feeling was akin to a meteor colliding with Earth, full of passion and grandeur. The leaders relished this battle, recognizing that both had unlimited potential and a bright future ahead. Su Yin scratched his head with a smile. He had always had a low presence in the school, but his newly acquired disciple had become the center of attention. While he was pleased, he also felt immense pressure. This training session had undoubtedly brought Li Suifeng to the forefront, becoming the focus of various leaders. If it weren't for his early recruitment of a disciple, once the training ended, other leaders would certainly have fought to snatch Li Suifeng away. Therefore, Su Yin felt pressured, mainly worried about not teaching his disciple well and jeopardizing his future. In the southern part of the toxic zone, Neo Dali stood with a gun. 2 students lay before him, each with bloody holes in their chests, having fallen into a coma from excessive blood loss. I have eliminated 2 more people. Ooh, I should be ahead of Wei Yunhuan now, right? Neo Dali murmured as he looked at his wristband, his pupils narrowing instantly. Student Neo Dali elimination count 53, total ranking 3. First place overall Li Suifeng, second place overall Wei Yunhuan, third place overall Neo Dali. The training leaderboard had refreshed again, though he didn't know when it had started. Neo Dali not only failed to surpass Wei Yunhuan to become first, but was pushed down to third place due to Li Suifeng's emergence. That Li Suifeng was the first to make it onto the leaderboard after training began, right? Who was this person suddenly appearing and taking first place? Neo Dallas' expression darkened as he felt frustrated with the current ranking. He looked up at the sky. The area covered by the toxic zone seemed to be within 2 square kilometers. Everywhere he looked, students were standing. Some were on guard against each other, not making a move, while others had already started fighting fiercely. In some places the battle was intense, with more than a dozen students participating in the brawl. Neo Dali was not interested in participating in these skirmishes. He shouted loudly, "Li Suifeng Wei Yunwan, where are you? This Li Suifeng has appeared again. And he even took my first place. Where is he? I want to take him down." In the northwest corner of the toxic zone, on a dirt slope, Wei Yunhuan, pale as paper and with a delicate demeanor, was filled with anger. Since the start of training, he had eliminated 64 people. He thought this achievement would be enough to leave the other students in the dust. Little did he know that Li Suifeng had emerged not long ago, and his elimination count was soaring, easily surpassing him. To surpass Li Suifeng, he had been looking for people to eliminate during this time. Yet no matter how hard he tried, he could never surpass Li Suifeng's elimination count. This left him feeling chaotic and extremely irritable. Do you know where Li Suifeng is? As the toxic zone shrank again, Wei Yunhuan switched locations, defeated a student with his talent, and grabbed him by the collar while roaring. The student, intimidated by Wei Yunhuan's aura, tremblingly pointed, "There was a group of people over there. The leader seems to be called Li Suifeng." A group of people? The leader is called Li Suifeng. It's almost the final circle, and Li Suifeng is still teaming up with others. Could it be that his exaggerated elimination count is due to teamwork? He is not acting alone. I foolishly thought this Li Suifeng was a super genius. It seems that he is merely a worthless person warming himself in a group. Wei Yunhuan threw the student to the ground, his face filled with rage as he headed in the direction indicated. Center of the toxic zone. The flowers and grass swayed. A figure was lying low in the grass, resembling a corpse, not daring to move a muscle, even holding back his breath. His name was Wei Rong, a student from Xiangnan province. Along the way, he had encountered countless elite students, each time relying on his ability to play dead to sneak by and avoid danger. Pat! Suddenly footsteps sounded from behind, as if a large group was approaching. Wei Rong's face changed drastically, and in fear he silently prayed, "Don't find me. Don't find me. Please don't find me." Coincidentally, the footsteps abruptly stopped beside him. Wei Rong's heart nearly exploded from fear. Wei Rong, it seems what Sister Shanshan said was right. You really are hiding here. A familiar voice suddenly. Wei Rong's fear turned into astonishment. You. He flipped over and saw a group of familiar faces looking down at him. There were as many as 11 students from Xiangnan province. Seeing one of the faces, Wei Rong got up from the ground, his face filled with joy. "Brotherly, you are also here." Although he was a master of playing dead, he had been keeping an eye on the training leaderboard. He also knew that Li Suifeng was currently ranked first on the leaderboard, an absolutely top-tier presence. "Little Wei, your skill in playing dead is quite good." Li Suifeng smiled as he looked Wei Rong up and down. Wei Rong scratched his head, smiling sheepishly. "There are too many monsters in this training. If I didn't play dead, I might not have survived until now. But brotherly, how did you find me?" Li Suifeng pointed to Yu Shanshan beside him. Yu Shanshan explained the usefulness of the heart of plants. Wei Rong understood, and then noticed that Li Suifeng's outfit was unusual, staring wide-eyed. "Brotherly, what are you wearing?" It turned out that unlike other students who only wore battle clothes or sportswear, Li Suifeng was currently dressed in black armor, wearing a golden shining hat with fiery red boots that flickered like flames and a cloak made of a swirling blue aura. His entire outfit was nothing short of stunning. Some were gifts from brothers, and some were taken from others. Li Suifeng casually smiled. After eliminating Feng Shirlei, he brought Yu Yue Ma Zhanghao and Yu Shanshan to sweep through the toxic zone. Thanks to Yu Shanshan's heart of plants, he could easily locate nearby students. Students not from the same province were directly eliminated. If they were from the same province, they were brought into the team. As the number of team members increased, their strength continuously grew and the efficiency of elimination skyrocketed. As the leader, Li Suifeng only needed to clean up the remnants, easily surpassing Wei Yunhuan to take first place. So far, the total number of team members had expanded to 11. As for this temporary equipment, just as Li Suifeng said, some were taken from eliminated students. Some were voluntarily offered by the little brothers who joined the team. With this gear, Li Suifeng's defense, speed, and attack had skyrocketed to an incredible level. It was no exaggeration to say that if he met Feng Shirlei again, now he could easily take him down with the boost from. Wei Rong still felt a bit confused, thinking of something. He asked, "Brotherly, are you planning to bring all the brothers into the top 10? "Of course," Li Suifeng answered confidently. "Can I join?" Wei Rong's face was full of anticipation. Anyone from Xiangnan province can join. However, Wei Rong, in this training, only the top 10 will receive credit rewards. You are the 12th to join us, and by the end of the training, you must voluntarily concede and give up the 10th place. But adhering to the spirit of harmony and mutual assistance, when the training ends, the brother ranked 10th will share a bit of credit with you. Wei Rong, you need to think it over. After listening to Li Suifeng's explanation, Wei Rong weighed the pros and cons. Because it was a team action, the credits received for a victory at the end would indeed not be much. But it's still better than getting 0 credits. Don't be fooled by the fact that he could still lie on the ground, but as the toxic zone continued to shrink when the space for movement was only about 100 square meters with people all around, where else could he hide? Did he really have the confidence to survive until the end of this brawl? Wei Rong made a quick decision. Brotherly, I thought it through. I want to join the team. Alright. Li Suifeng patted Wei Rong's shoulder. In the meantime, at the physical training center, our purpose in organizing this training is to stimulate students' potential through battles, killings, and hardships, allowing them to strengthen themselves. But Li Suifeng, on the other hand, has formed such a team. Is he trying to have his team members dominate the top 10? If students can just coast into the top 10 by following the team, isn't that contrary to our purpose? This Li Suifeng is truly causing chaos. Initially, various leaders appreciated Li Suifeng's strength and talent. However, as he gathered more helpers and revealed his ultimate goal, the school leaders could no longer hold back. One leader angrily looked at Hua Rongji. Principal Li Suifeng's behavior is so outrageous, aren't you going to stop him? Hua Rongji smiled helplessly. When we set the rules for the training, we didn't prohibit forming teams. But at that time we had no idea Li Suifeng would be this wild. Now among the remaining students his team accounts for 1/7, while others form teams of at most 2 or 3. He on the other hand has a full team of 12. How can others compete with him? The school leaders were very depressed. Hua Rongji said helplessly, at this point in the training, it would be inappropriate to change the rules. Oh, let's see how it unfolds. The frustrated leader looked at Su Yan. Is this your good disciple? Su Yan smiled awkwardly. I never expected that a good training session would turn into a farce because of my disciple. Time passed. The toxic zone in the testing ground shrank further, leaving only 500 square meters for movement. Among the 1,000 students participating in the training, most had been eliminated, leaving over 60 students. In such a small area with so many enemies, the students could not coexist peacefully and began to attack each other, igniting a brawl. In the chaos, Niodali, who stood 2 meters tall and wielded a long gun, casually repelled a student with the shadow of his gun and shouted loudly, "Where is Li Suifeng?" Niodali, you are also looking for Li Suifeng. No one around answered, only a sinister voice echoed. Niodali turned around to see a delicate young man approaching with a smile. It's you. Niodali's eyes burned with intense fighting spirit. Although his main target was Li Suifeng, Wei Yunhuan had suppressed him for so long he had long regarded him as a thorn in his side that he wanted to eliminate. Now that the opportunity had come, Niodali silently tightened his grip on the gun, ready for battle. Niodali, this time fighting me is just wasting your stamina. If Li Suifeng appears later, you won't be in your best condition and will lose to him. You'd better think this through. Wei Yunhuan smiled sinisterly. Niodali frowned. It seemed to make sense. Eliminating Wei Yunhuan now would indeed secure second place. But Wei Yunhuan was no ordinary opponent. Fighting him would require all his strength, and even if he won in the end, he would surely pay the price. If Li Suifeng were to appear, then he might not be able to defeat him without being at his peak. Wei Yunhuan and Niodali are actually here. These two are quite strong. How about we team up to eliminate them? Voices came from the surrounding area, and some students discovered Wei Yunhuan and Niodali harboring murderous intent. Those who have survived until now in the training may include a few masters of playing dead, but more are indeed strong and talented individuals. They came from various provinces, experiencing battles in the training, obtaining vitality spirit pills, and other treasures, their strength skyrocketing. Surviving until now means they have been tempered through countless trials and have developed the bravery that a warrior should possess. Even knowing that Niodali and Wei Yunhuan were formidable opponents, they showed no fear. Instead, they surrounded them in a coordinated manner. The tall tree attracts the wind. Niodali and Wei Yunhuan secretly targeted Li Suifeng, who ranked first. The disciples ranked below the top 3 were also targeting the 3. Wei Yunhuan, shall we team up temporarily? As students approached, Niodali looked at Wei Yunhuan. Wei Yunhuan smiled and said, to conserve strength for the final confrontation with Li Suifeng, I'll make an exception and cooperate with you this time. He quietly moved closer to Niodali, standing side by side. Just then another voice rang out. I heard you were looking for me. Moi. Both Wei Yunhuan and Niodali, as well as the surrounding students, instinctively looked towards the source of the voice. They saw a team of 12 approaching in the distance. In the center of the team, a young man was surrounded by his peers, clearly the center of attention. He was dressed in black gold plate armor, wore a silk spirit hat, had on cloud fire long boots, and was draped in a spiritual light cloak, holding an ancient black knife. As he strode forward, he exuded an incredible presence. Wei Yunhuan and Niodali's expressions changed slightly, their eyes filled with jealousy. As outstanding participants in the training, they had eliminated many people and obtained at most 1 or 2 pieces of temporary equipment. But this young man before them, he was armed with temporary gear from head to toe. This was simply too luxurious, too extravagant. Compared to the young man Wei Yunhuan and Niu Dali felt like country bumpkins. Before long the team of 12 rushed over. Niu Dali understood everything and fixed his gaze on the flashy young man. You are Li Suifeng. Transforming into a sycophant, Yu proudly replied, in this training ground aside from Brother Li who else could be this stylish? Even if someone in the testing ground could match Brother Li's style, by luck, how could their aura compare to Brother Li's? Sycophant number 2, Wei Rong added. You two are exaggerating. My looks and aura are just average. Li Suifeng chuckled lightly. Sycophant number 3 Ma Zhonghao immediately grew unhappy and shouted, being handsome and tall with an extraordinary aura is one thing. Brother Li Yu also possessed the rare quality of humility that is hard to come by not just in this training area, but even in the entire Wuji Academy, no one can compare with you. You will undoubtedly be the beacon of Wuji Academy in the future, and we will all worship you under your radiant light. Many students showed expressions of astonishment. Shouldn't these three be proud prodigies to have joined Wuji? Why is it that when it comes to Li Suifeng they all act like dogs? Wei Yunhuan and Niu Dali exchanged glances, their expressions simultaneously darkening. Having such an extravagant appearance is one thing, but to have such a group of sycophants behind him. This Li Suifeng is too showy. Just then, what does Li Suifeng mean by this? Does he intend for us to fight him all together? Damn, I can't stand it anymore. I really want to take him down. The students who originally targeted Wei Yunhuan and Niu Dali were enraged by Li Suifeng's arrogant words, their faces flushed as they cursed. Wei Yunhuan and Niu Dali were even more furious, glaring fiercely at Li Suifeng. One of me is enough to deal with you. Seizing the moment when others were distracted, Niu Dali shouted fiercely, his tank-like body crashing into several students as he charged towards Li Suifeng with his gun raised. When he got close enough, he thrust the gun forward, red blood aura enveloping the gun, and a massive phantom of the gun's head materialized at the tip. Brotherly, be careful. Niu Dali has awakened the S-grade alien blood aura, possessing a blood strength far beyond that of ordinary people. Every attack he makes is immensely powerful and should not be underestimated. As soon as Niu Dali moved, Yu shouted from behind, warning Li Suifeng. Li Suifeng remained expressionless, only drawing his demon hunter blade to slash as the giant phantom of the gun approached. Shattering prison frenzy blade technique. The golden blade aura resembled a crescent moon hanging upside down in the sky, instantly shattering the gun's phantom and flying towards Niu Dali's face. My marksmanship was broken. How is that possible? Niu Dali's face showed panic as he raised his gun to block the incoming blade aura. Clang. Although he managed to deflect the residual blade aura with the gun, the force behind it made him feel extremely uncomfortable. If I'm not mistaken, Li Suifeng just utilized the finesse of the shattering prison frenzy blade technique, but this finesse requires at least mastery of the technique to be executed. Could it be that Li Suifeng has already mastered the shattering prison frenzy blade technique? Professor Su Yunji from the physical training hall, who specializes in the elegant sword technique, looked at Su Yan. Su Yan's expression was equally astonished. Although his disciple had used the shattering prison frenzy blade technique multiple times before, he couldn't directly determine his disciple's mastery level without witnessing it in person. After observing multiple times, he gradually confirmed that his disciple's swordsmanship was indeed at the mastery level. Did the disciple only practice this sword technique last night? How could he have mastered it today and reached the mastery stage? Is it really that outrageous? Su Yan's heart was filled with an unprecedented shock. Practicing swordsmanship is no easy task. Especially for an ordinary person, wanting to master a sword technique, diligent practice is essential. For a high-grade spirit-level technique, even those with exceptional talent require 1 to 2 years of solid practice to reach mastery. To achieve mastery in a single night. This is truly astonishing. Unbelievable. Could it be that my disciple is a natural swordsman, allowing him to easily grasp sword techniques? But there have only been 2 natural sword cultivators in the entire history of the Wuji Academy. Natural sword cultivators and natural blade cultivators are indeed a type of talent. Such individuals are like genius patients possessing an incredible understanding of a particular skill. What ordinary people struggle to comprehend, they can learn effortlessly and easily reach perfection. After contemplating, Su Yan believed that his disciple might be that kind of person, feeling a mix of shock and overwhelming joy. However, he did not reveal his emotions, mainly fearing that his disciple's talent would attract jealousy and even hatred from the professors. I truly have unearthed an extraordinary gem. Su Yan was filled with excitement. You this guy? Niu Dali looked pale as he gazed at Li Suifeng in the trial ground. That last shot not only harnessed his blood talent, but also infused the techniques he learned from the evil extermination spear technique. It could be said to be his strongest kill move. What is outrageous is that his strongest move was easily countered by Li Suifeng. It shows that Li Suifeng's swordsmanship level exceeded his marksmanship level. I started practicing with a spear at the age of 8, swearing that no matter what talent I awakened, I would continue down the path of marksmanship. Now at 18, my marksmanship level should be unmatched nationwide. Why am I not as good as this Li Suifeng? I can't accept this. I cannot accept this. Neo Dallas' tall body trembled, showing signs of a broken Dao heart, as he internally screamed, trying to raise his gun again. However, this time Li Suifeng took the initiative. Whoosh! Although he was dressed in bulky equipment, Li Suifeng's speed was faster than the wind. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of Neo Dali, the demon hunter blade in his hand, decisively slashing towards Neo Dallas' neck. No! Neo Dali shouted in terror, realizing that Li Suifeng's slash was so fast that he had no chance to block with slash. As this domineering slash descended, blood splattered, and Neo Dallas' body was sent flying as if struck by a heavy blow, his black spear already slipping from his hand when he landed. A horrifying gash appeared on his broad chest, blood gushing from the wound, through which one could even see his writhing internal organs. The intense pain caused Neo Dali to scream, then fall into unconsciousness. In the deadly silence, Wei Yunhuan and the other students stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with shock. Neo Dali was defeated. He was taken down by Li Suifeng in just one exchange. Was the gap between them truly that vast? What level of combat power does Li Suifeng possess? Is he really so easy to cut down? Looking at the unconscious Neo Dali, Li Suifeng felt unsatisfied and turned to scan the other students. If you want to enter the top 10, you'd better team up to take me down now, or you might not get another chance. Li Suifeng's words were still quite arrogant. But this time no students felt humiliated, as Li Suifeng's effortless defeat of Neo Dali was simply too stunning. So much so that everyone tacitly accepted that Li Suifeng had the capital to be arrogant. This guy is too strong. If we don't team up, we truly have no way to eliminate him. One student gritted his teeth, looking at Wei Yunhuan. The intention to ally was very obvious. With Neo Dali defeated, it stands to reason that the strongest among the remaining students is Wei Yunhuan. After all, he was the provincial college entrance examination champion and its grade contract holder, firmly occupying the top position on the training leaderboard before Li Suifeng emerged. His strength could not be weak. Wei Yunhuan came to his senses, his expression returning to normal. Li Suifeng's close combat ability is indeed unmatched among this batch of freshmen. But I have a natural advantage against close combat warriors. You all go first, and I will find an opportunity to take him down. After exchanging glances, the students coordinated into a surrounding formation, cautiously approaching Li Suifeng. Brother Li, they're really going to shamelessly gang up on you. Are you sure you don't want us to help? You shouted upon seeing this. Li Suifeng did not look back. Just a bunch of trash, I can handle them easily, you all just watch. Brother Li is invincible. Brother Li is domineering. Brother Li will definitely. Ma Zhonghao excitedly raised his fist, but before he could finish, he was hurriedly silenced by Yu Yu and the others. Don't jinx it. Let's wait until Brother Li wins. Rustle, rustle. Footsteps crunched softly upon the grass. More than 10 students slowly encircled Li Suifeng, prodigies of the Wujia Academy, each brimming with pride. Under ordinary circumstances, they would never stoop to such a dishonorable act, ganging up on a single opponent. But today, driven by ambition to secure a place among the top 10, Li Suifeng's overwhelming strength left them no choice. They willingly set aside their pride and joined forces. Kill! One student roared, a blazing dragon of fire erupting from his body, surging toward Li Suifeng's chest. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Simultaneously, torrents of elemental energy crashed toward Li Suifeng, accompanied by awakened superhuman talent users charging in tandem with their allies. The heavens turned grim. Li Suifeng stood utterly alone, targeted by all. Perfect timing. He let out a thunderous cry, igniting the great sun radiance. His body wreathed in golden light, veined with crimson flame. As he slashed forward, golden aura fused seamlessly with his blades, chi rippling outward in radiant waves. A youth who rushed too close was instantly overwhelmed by the searing brilliance. One arm severed clean away. The youth screamed and staggered back. Before Li Suifeng could pursue, a barrage of talents descended upon him like a storm, showering down in chaotic profusion. Clang, 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 tap, tap, tap. A cacophony of clashing energies filled the air, but Li Suifeng did not falter. Unshaken, he lunged after the wounded youth, carving open his chest with a single stroke. The boy collapsed, gravely injured and utterly incapacitated. What sorcery is this? Our talents have no effect on him. No, it's his armor. Its defense is impossibly high, repelling every talent we unleash. Damn it, this is outright cheating. The allied students had entered the fray with cautious confidence, only to watch crestfallen as their most potent abilities shattered harmlessly against his black armor. Again, Li Suifeng, intoxicated by battle, bellowed toward nearby opponents, the sheer euphoria of dominating through divine grade gear surging through his veins. It was akin to a veteran MMO player unleashing premium gear to obliterate foes. Exhilarating, ruthless, sublime. He was utterly entranced. Crisscrossing the battlefield, Li Suifeng charged headlong, unstoppable. Even when attacks slipped past his armor to strike bare flesh, the crocodile hide ability absorbed the damage entirely. Though besieged relentlessly, Li Suifeng appeared passive, yet emerged unscathed. His adversaries meanwhile had initially hoped to outmaneuver him through tactical retreats and feints. But as Li Suifeng settled into rhythm, each swing claiming a life, the tide turned irrevocably. Within minutes, only 5 students remained standing. The survivors broke completely. Our attacks don't even scratch him. How can we possibly fight? This is absurd. I'm done. One student, tears welling in his eyes, turned and fled, preferring to crawl face down in humiliation rather than face Li Suifeng again. This fellow, Wei Yunhuan, observing from afar, stared in stunned silence. He had planned to strike the fatal blow only after Li Suifeng became entangled in prolonged combat. Yet Li Suifeng, already formidable, had become an unstoppable force amplified by that legendary arsenal. Like a colossal boss from mythic lore, he annihilated the entire cohort in mere moments. I must act now, before it's too late. May fortune favor my strike against Li Suifeng. Wei Yunhuan's certainty wavered, yet he sealed his hands into a mudra and unleashed a torrent of azure energy. Something's amiss. Even amid slaughter, Li Suifeng remained vigilant, his instincts attuned to Wei Yunhuan's presence all along. At the whistle of splitting air, he pivoted, swinging his blade sideways. The blade cleaved through the azure energy, but failed to shatter it. Instead, the azure essence coiled around him like a spectral shadow. In that instant, vertigo seized him, world-spinning, vision blurring, until a gargantuan gorilla materialized before him, towering over 100 meters tall. Its body bristled with thick, coarse fur, its eyes larger than bronze cauldrons glowed with primal fury. Its arms, massive as mountain ranges, radiated an aura so tyrannical that Li Suifeng's heart quaked. Where did this beast come from? This realm holds no demonic beasts. What madness is this? Before Li Suifeng could process the anomaly, the gorilla bellowed, its colossal fist descending like a collapsing sky. I'm finished. Li Suifeng's face paled. Confronted by such titanic might, he felt infinitesimal, stripped even of the will to resist. Wait, just moments ago I was locked in mortal combat. Then suddenly, this gorilla appears. Too sudden, too unreal. Could this be an illusion? Amid crisis, Li Suifeng's mind sharpened with uncanny clarity. Textbook knowledge surged forth, and with it the key to dispelling illusionary arts. In the next breath, he raised his demon hunting blade, not to strike the gorilla, but to sever his own neck. Shink. Blood sprayed, agony exploded, dizziness intensified, threatening unconsciousness. Straining to open his eyes, he glimpsed his own headless corpse gushing crimson. At the moment his skull struck the ground, reality fractured like splintering glass. The torment vanished instantly. Blinding white light flooded his senses, as consciousness stirred anew. Li Suifeng has fallen under my illusion. He'll soon drown in delusion, plunged into irreversible slumber. This duel ends with me, Wei Yunhuan, victorious. I remain the undisputed shadow killer. Outside the illusion, Wei Yunhuan laughed triumphantly, watching Li Suifeng stand frozen, vacanted. Brother Li, wake up. Quickly. Yu Shanshan, can you save Brother Li? Yu and others cried out in panic, faces twisted with dread. Moments earlier, Li Suifeng had been invincible. Then the moment Wei Yunhuan's illusory energy brushed him, he froze rigid, unresponsive to shouts or shakes. Their desperation mounted. I cannot help. Yu Shanshan's expression tightened. Her wind of revival healed only physical wounds, not mental afflictions or illusions. Let's take him down now. Wei Rong roared, launching himself at Wei Yunhuan. If we eliminate him, Brother Li may break free. Yu echoed the call, leading the charge. You dare challenge me? Wei Yunhuan sneered, sealing his hands into another mudra, azure energy blooming like a storm cloud, enveloping them all. Instantly they too stood motionless, eyes glazed, minds adrift. Wei Yunhuan's illusion talent is monstrously advanced for his stage. Li Suifeng and his peers lack the means to counter it. They're all ensnared. Inside the gymnasium, faculty leaders exchanged conflicted glances. On one hand, Li Suifeng's team harbored slackers, and his own antics had earned disciplinary scrutiny. Some hoped he'd suffer a humbling setback. On the other, Li Suifeng, though irreverent, possessed undeniable talent and strength. Logically, he should rank second, perhaps even first in this training camp. To see him eliminated, failing even to crack the top 10, felt tragically premature. Su Yan, you've taken such a prodigy as your disciple. Why haven't you taught him illusion counter techniques? Zhao Wangsun demanded, voice edged with ire. Su Yan retorted, exasperated. I accepted him as disciple only yesterday. How could I possibly impart such esoteric knowledge in a day? And Zhao Wangsun, wasn't your disciple hailed as exceptionally gifted? Yet he spent the entire camp idling, acting the fool. You've loafed around campus for years. Can't my disciple indulge in one lazy training session? Zhao Wangsun fired back mocking. Su Yan shot back cursing under his breath. Just as their quarrel escalated, Hua Rongji raised a hand. Cease. For something's wrong with Li Suifeng. Wrong. Zhao Wangsun and Su Yan halted mid-argument, locking eyes on the viewing screen, studying Li Suifeng's gaze with microscopic precision. There, flickering beneath the vacancy, was unmistakable emotion. Both men's eyes lit with sudden intensity. Had Li Suifeng already pierced the veil of illusion? In the trial grounds. In the end, victory belongs to me, Wei Yunhuan. Wei Yunhuan laughed wildly, surveying his petrified opponents. His face, drained pale from prolonged talent usage, betrayed exhaustion. Your will is sturdier than expected, resisting my illusion this long. But what does it matter? You'll still... Unfazed, he strode toward Li Suifeng and drove a small dagger into his throat. No blood spurted. Instead, a jarring metallic shock reverberated up his arm. He blinked, then saw it, a single white mark where the blade had struck. Not a drop of blood. Not even a scratch on... Is his hide truly this impervious? Wei Yunhuan paused. Then, realizing the scene was surely captured by faculty observers, launched furious repeated stabs. Ding, 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 ding. After more than a dozen strikes, white marks multiplied across Li Suifeng's throat, yet not a single cut appeared. Meanwhile, Wei Yunhuan's forearm throbbed with numbing swelling pain. Cursed tortoise, why is your shell so unbreakable? Wei Yunhuan snarled, when without warning a cold voice cut through the air. Had enough. Wei Yunhuan flinched, then froze, staring into Li Suifeng's eyes. The vacant haze had vanished, replaced by sharp, scathing disdain. He broke my illusion. How? As Wei Yunhuan reeled inwardly, Li Suifeng spoke again. If you're done playing, lie down. In the next heartbeat, the demon-hunting blade flashed like lightning. Wei Yunhuan's consciousness extinguished. His head parted cleanly from his neck, rolling like a severed ball across the ground. Decapitated. I didn't expect Li Suifeng to break the illusion and kill Wei Yunhuan. At such a young age, he actually understands the way to break illusions. Which method did he employ? Inside the physical training hall, witnessing Li Suifeng decapitate Wei Yunhuan, the school leaders were no strangers to the bloody scene. Their astonishment lay in the fact that Li Suifeng managed to escape the illusion so swiftly. They also realized that Li Suifeng's method of killing involved decapitation, never targeting the heart. He could cleave a person in two without breaking their limbs. He lacked any of the youthful innocence expected of a student resembling a cold-blooded super butcher. Instead, perhaps it was the path of self-sabotage. Su Yunji stroked his chin, analyzing. Given his current abilities, he surely cannot resist much within the illusion set by Wei Yunhuan. The only method that fits the reality is self-sabotage. Then he is quite impressive. Martial artists inherently possess a survival instinct, and the stronger they are, the more acute that instinct becomes. Would they choose to abandon their lifelong cultivation and wealth to opt for suicide? Even knowing it is an illusion, many would hesitate to do so. A professor exclaimed in amazement. Li Suifeng at such a young age, killing mercilessly and still daring to turn the blade on himself. If he could join the military in the future with such spirit, he could start as a major. What nonsense, major? Let him survive until he reaches the extraordinary realm first. Someone spoke sourly, but it wasn't Zhao Wangsun, it was Dai Yuan, wearing a fisherman's hat and standing 2 meters tall. The school leaders looked at Dai Yuan in surprise, wondering if his words were too much. Su Yan was even more furious, saying, Dai, clean up your mouth. Otherwise don't blame me for being rude. Usually he didn't care when others called him an old drunkard. But insulting a disciple, he could never allow that. Dai Yuan realized he had gone too far and changed his tone, saying, Su Yan, I just think your disciple's temperament is too much. Such a person often offends others, whether in school or society. If he offends, then so be it. As long as his talent is sufficient, what do others' opinions matter? Su Yan's gaze was piercing. With my disciple's talent, if he falls below the dominator realm in the future, I will take responsibility. Dai, just keep your eyes open to see. Dai Yuan's face turned red, and he fell silent. At that moment, Zhao Wangsun pointed to the light screen and said, Li Suifeng is in trouble. Dai Yuan and Su Yan both looked up, seeing on the light screen that students were surrounding Li Suifeng. It turned out that during the battle with Wei Yunhuan, the poisonous circle had further shrunk to an area of only 150 square meters. Excluding those on Li Suifeng's side, there were still more than 30 students alive, naturally making the space crowded. Coincidentally, Li Suifeng was right in the center of the poison circle, and the students began to converge towards him, recognizing him as the top of the training list. Although these students did not speak, they tacitly ceased their slaughter, staring intently at Li Suifeng. Their gazes were like those of hunters eyeing their prey. You and the others haven't awoken yet, and Li Suifeng is surrounded by enemies. He is in a bad situation. Su Yunji showed a look of regret. Li Sufing's talent and strength had undeniably conquered everyone including Su Yunji. But because of the frequent battles, Li Sufing's condition was surely not good at this moment. Just as the training was reaching its end with so many students against him, could he really survive until the last moment? Su Yunji felt pessimistic, and most of the school leaders felt the same. Only Hua Rongji was filled with anticipation, saying, "I wonder if this child can continue to create miracles." Meanwhile, inside the trial ground, "Why haven't you and the others woken up yet?" Li Suifeng could certainly sense the students surrounding him, but he didn't care, his gaze fixed on his dazed companions. Nevertheless, no matter how he shouted, Yu and the others remained in a stupor, seemingly unable to escape the illusion. Clearly I have already defeated Wei Yunhuan, yet his illusion still hasn't been lifted. That bastard. While Li Suifeng was cursing, a sudden laugh came from beside him. "You are Li Suifeng." Li Suifeng looked over and saw a group of 3 to 5 students approaching the leader, a boy with a black mole at the corner of his mouth, wearing an ill-intentioned expression. "You actually managed to take down Wei Yunhuan and Yodali. You've got some skills. But now your companions are all out of the fight. How will you resist so many of us?" Nearby this group, there were several students, all teaming up in pairs. Even behind and beside Li Suifeng, students were gathering in teams. Li Suifeng frowned slightly. Did these people think of him as a soft persimmon attempting to take advantage of him? Seeing Li Suifeng remain silent, the boy with the black mole mocked again. "Li Suifeng, if you surrender obediently, you might suffer less. If you remain stubborn, then we'll have to." The moment the words fell, a flash of golden blade light shot forth. The boy with the black mole didn't even have time to react before being struck by the blade energy, spitting blood and collapsing to the ground, a bloody gash visible across his chest, exposing bone. Up. The boy with the black mole let out a piercing scream. His companions beside him were stunned, and then they heard Li Suifeng disdainfully say, "If you want to fight, just do it directly. How long are you going to chatter?" Several companions were dumbfounded. "You are surrounded by so many people, and you blame us for being too verbose. Isn't this giving you a chance to surrender?" Whoosh. Suddenly the sound of air being sliced cut through the air again. It turned out Li Suifeng had arrived beside the boy with the black mole, swinging his blade. Sizzle. The sound of the blade cutting through flesh and blood echoed one after another. One by one the students fell like weeds, letting out screams of agony. "What?" From a distance the observing students were stunned. Li Suifeng had dispatched the boy with the black mole along with 4 of his companions in just one exchange. What kind of operation is this? Killing a chicken. But these students are not chickens. They are super experts who have made it to the final circle. How could they be slaughtered like this? Whoosh whoosh. While the observing students were still in shock, Li Suifeng continued to move, arriving in the midst of another group of students decisively, taking down several people with his sharp demon slayer blade. Hiss. Another group of students was eliminated, and finally the remaining students couldn't bear it any longer. They gasped and looked at Li Suifeng with eyes filled with fear. This guy is definitely a super monster. In the entire trial ground, there is absolutely no one who can match him. Why does such a monster exist among this year's new students? It's unfair. Li Suifeng. Wait a moment. We have no intention of being your enemies. A student, frightened and somewhat on the verge of collapse, shouted loudly. Li Suifeng turned to look at him, his expression devoid of emotion. "It's already the final circle. Do you still want to coexist peacefully with me?" The student was dumbfounded. Indeed, it was the final circle, and only 10 would remain in the end. What good would begging for mercy do? "Everyone, this Li Suifeng is too strong. Should we join forces?" The student suddenly realized, suppressing his fear and trying to rally others, but before he could finish his sentence, a flash of golden light shone. In the next moment, the student's head dropped to the ground like a soccer ball, his face still holding the expression of panic from moments before. His companions beside him were utterly stunned, awakening to let out a pig-like scream. "This Li Suifeng is not human. I'm out. I'm out." The noisy voice was abruptly cut off by Li Sufing's blade. As the pig-like screaming student fell under the gaze of terrified eyes, Li Suifeng surveyed all the students with a sinister smile. "You have already been surrounded by me. Will you surrender directly, or do you wish to be cut in half?" Li Suifeng's words left the surviving students utterly dumbfounded. "We still number 17 or 18? You stand alone. So it is we who are now surrounded. What cosmic inversion is this?" Dumbfounded they remained. Yet not a single soul dared challenge Li Suifeng. For the sheer brutality of Li Suifeng's recent maneuvers had stunned even the most discerning observers. Anyone bold enough to speak would instantly become his first target. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. After several seconds of suffocating silence, the air shattered. Students moved in perfect, desperate unison, their faces twisted with manic resolve as they charged Li Suifeng. The training exercise neared its climax. They had endured thus far against all odds. Victory, and the coveted academic credits, lay merely one step away. Would they surrender now? Such a thought was utterly unacceptable. Thus, though terror coiled cold in their hearts, they obeyed primal instinct and struck. Just in time, Li Suifeng grinned broadly as he unleashed both the Great Sun Radiance art and the 8 Directions Boundless Qi cultivation technique. Golden radiance blazed around him, fused with overwhelming vitality. From afar he slashed repeatedly. Shua, shua, shua. Golden crescents of blade energy carved through the air. Any student who touched them erupted in crimson spray. Limbs, severed bodies maimed fate's cruel. Yet with so many attackers converging at once, some managed to flank him, reaching his rear, his sides, and unleashed furious barges upon his form. Li Suifeng stood immovable, unbroken, unpenetrated. How impossibly hard is this armor? It won't yield. Not at all. How can we possibly fight this? In that instant, despair shattered their spirits. His strength alone was formidable. But clad in such extraordinary gear, he became an unscalable mountain. A peak no mortal could surmount. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Thereafter the battlefield transformed into Li Suifeng's solo spectacle. Unperturbed by surrounding assaults, he exploited his equipment advantage to eliminate each targeted opponent without mercy. 1 minute later, when the last student fell, only Yu Yu and his 11 companions remained standing across the trial grounds. Bathed in blood, Li Suifeng sheathed his demon-hunting blade and strode toward his nearest comrade, slapping his cheek lightly. Training's over. Wake up. Inside the physical training hall, silence reigned. School administrators stared fixedly at the luminous screen, no longer awestruck. For having grown accustomed to Li Suifeng's relentless brilliance, they now regarded his miracles as inevitable, nothing more, nothing less. Though his gear is exceptional, should adversaries exceed 30, Li Suifeng would struggle to prevail solely through equipment advantage. What defies reason is his uncanny intellect. Before battle even commenced, he preemptively eliminated over 10 foes, keeping enemy numbers artificially low, enabling methodical solitary annihilation. Su Yunji gazed at the screen, voice thick with reverence, courage and strategy entwined, his nature astonishing. This time Wujia Academy has unearthed a true treasure. Administrators nodded in unison, affirming his assessment. Su Yan's face bloomed with quiet, proud calm. Only Hua Rongji wore a wry, rueful smile. Indeed, this child is a peerless, uncut gem, but he has also burdened me with no small measure of trouble. Following the clash, over 30 students lay grievously wounded. Limbs severed, skulls cleaved, chest wounds deep as an inch, none escaping grave injury. Even with her resurrection talent, healing so many simultaneously proved nearly impossible, hence Hua Rongji's profound distress. Su Yan, once training concludes, you must instruct this boy against enemies' ruthlessness and ferocity are justified, but toward kinfolk gentleness must always temper his hand. An elderly professor admonished Su Yan, who flushed with embarrassment, I shall guide him well. My head shatters with pain. Consciousness returned to Yu Yu like an explosion in his skull. He blinked, dazedly awake, only to find Ma Zhonghao and others clutching their temples in shared agony. Before him stood a solitary figure, tall and unwavering, his cloak billowing in the wind, a portrait of effortless majesty. Yu Yu ventured softly, brotherly. Li Suifeng turned. You're awake. What just happened? I remember falling into a bleak, shadowed void, some monstrous beast lunging to devour me. Then suddenly, it vanished. Yu Yu massaged his temples, bewildered. You fell prey to Wei Yunhuan's illusionary art. The darkness, the beast, all false. A psychic assault crafted solely to shatter your mind. Li Suifeng explained coolly. Yu Yu's memory surged back. He recalled Li Suifeng himself succumbing to the same illusion moments earlier. Brotherly, where's Wei Yunhuan? Yu Yu asked, dazed. Li Suifeng pointed wordlessly downward. Yu Yu followed his gaze. Wei Yunhuan lay motionless on the ground, eyes sealed, a thin crimson line encircling his throat, slowly knitting beneath shimmering spiritual light. Yu Yu realized Wei Yunhuan had been beheaded, yet deeper confusion gripped him. Hadn't brotherly fallen under the illusion first? How then had he broken free? Wait, why so many corpses? Yu Yu scanned the field, bodies sprawled haphazardly, limbs akimbo, a grim mosaic of defeat. The sheer number stole his breath. Ma Zhonghao and the others, now regaining clarity, stared in mute horror at the carnage strewn about them. Li Suifeng remarked casually, after Wei Yunhuan's elimination, these fools sought to overwhelm me in my vulnerability. I repelled every last one. Repelled all of them. Yu Yu and the others gaped, though accustomed to Li Suifeng's invincibility. Slaying over 30 opponents single-handedly still bordered on the mythic. Was such a feat even possible for a mortal being? Training concluded. Wei Rongtang, Sansarin. At that moment the toxic zone contracted further, leaving only dozens of square meters for movement. 12 survivors remained, but Li Suifeng wasted no time issuing his command without hesitation. Wei Rong nodded, mutely stepping beyond the toxic perimeter. Ouch! So painful! A shrill cry escaped him, swiftly enveloped by descending golden light, easing his torment. Tang Xin followed suit, receiving identical treatment. Thus only 10 trainees remained, all hailing from Xiaonan province. Training complete. Congratulations on surviving to the end. Hua Rongji's voice resonated from the heavens. Furthermore, Li Suifeng eliminated 112 participants, ranking first overall. Yu Yu eliminated 16, second place. Ma Zhonghao eliminated 11, third place. Yu Shanshan eliminated 7, fourth place. Lin Yingjun eliminated 3, fifth place. Hua Chong eliminated 1, sixth place. As Hua Rongji announced the final standings, the entire student body erupted in thunderous cheers. Then, blinding white light descended, swallowing them whole. Every participant wounded or whole vanished from the trial grounds. Back in the physical training hall, Li Suifeng found many students already recovering, though pallor clung to their faces and faint scars lingered. "You monster!" One student spotting Li Suifeng nearby bolted away in terror. Others said nothing, but their eyes wide and wary spoke volumes of dread. All gear gone. Li Suifeng ignored the murmurs, scanning himself. Every temporary artifact had vanished without trace. He immediately checked his wristband's spatial storage. Relief flickered in his gaze as he confirmed his vitality pills and spiritual essence pills remained intact. In the space of the bracelet, 3 chi blood spirit pills and 2 mental spirit pills floated, mostly taken from other students who were eliminated. To digest the pills, one needs a period of meditation, which easily leaves room for others to launch sneak attacks. Most of the students eliminated by Li Suifeng retained their pills for this reason. Dear students, this training session has come to an end. Those who did not achieve satisfactory results should not be disheartened. The new semester has just begun, and you still have many opportunities to learn. Students who entered the top 10 should not become arrogant. At this moment, Hua Rongzi's voice echoed as she appeared on the high platform accompanied by various leaders. After delivering some concluding words, Hua Rongji continued, "Next students I name, please stay behind after the training session ends. Those whose names have not been called may leave now. Wei Yunhuan, Niu Dali, Fang Shilei, Yu Shanshan, Sun Mao." After Hua Rongji finished calling a series of names, the training officially concluded, and the students left with their respective worries. Only a few students who were named remained. Hua Rongji looked at the leaders beside her and said, "You may begin." Dai Yuan immediately stepped forward and called out, "Neo Dali, I am Dai Yuan, the Deputy Director of the Spear Path Department. Do you wish to become my disciple?" At this moment, Neo Dali was just recovering from his injuries, but due to this defeat, he was still gloomy, occasionally casting defiant glances at Li Suifeng. Suddenly hearing the words from the stage, he was momentarily stunned, and once he understood, his expression brightened slightly. "I would like to." "Very well." Dai Yuan smiled with satisfaction. Beside them, Su Yan scoffed, "No wonder you were so hostile towards my disciple earlier. It turns out you had your eye on Neo Dali all along." Dai Yuan said nothing. Indeed, he had long been eyeing Neo Dali, which was why he held animosity towards Li Suifeng. After all, Li Suifeng had beaten the disciple he valued. "Student, do you wish to become my disciple?" With Dai Yuan's opening, the other leaders also stopped pretending and personally went down to seek their favored students. Among them, Wei Yunhuan and Fang Shilei were particularly sought after. Although neither made it into the top 10 of the training session, they had both performed exceptionally well before encountering Li Suifeng, standing out from the rest. Moreover, both possessed S-level talents, making them highly promising candidates. It was only natural for various leaders to set their sights on them. Li Suifeng stood among the crowd feeling rather bored. So the vice principal left these people behind because they were being eyed by various leaders intending to take them on as disciples. "Disciple." Amid the noisy crowd, Su Yan approached Li Suifeng with a smile. Li Suifeng clasped his hands together. "Master, it won't be long before 100 reward credits will be deposited into your account." Su Yan briefly explained, leaning closer and lowering his voice, "Your performance in this training has astonished all the leaders. If I hadn't taken you as my disciple beforehand, you would likely have been fought over by them." "Really?" Li Suifeng appeared indifferent and asked, "Why are those leaders not interested in my companions?" Among the 12 companions, only Yu Shanshan remained. Other companions like Ma Zhonghao and Yu Yue, who also ranked in the top 10, did not catch the attention of various leaders. Li Suifeng felt it was unfair. "Disciple, although your companions all made it into the top 10 throughout the training, they did not showcase themselves much. They were merely clinging to you. If the professors cannot see their shining points and potential, how can they dare to take them on as disciples? Each professor has a limited number of disciples they can accept every year." Su Yan explained with a wry smile. Li Suifeng suddenly understood. Indeed, his performance was so outstanding that Ma Zhonghao and the others merely managed to make it into the top 10 without showcasing their own talents and strengths. It was only natural that the leaders would be hesitant to bet on them. As for why Yu Shanshan was kept, the reason was quite simple. Things of rarity are precious. A martial artist with a double-level support talent like her was the only one of her kind in this cohort. It was only natural for a leader to take notice of her. Was the purpose of this training not only to hone us, but also to serve as a disciple recruitment event? At this moment Li Suifeng fully understood the truth. So that's how it is. Su Yin nodded, noticing Hua Rongji was staring at him. He added, disciple, although your performance was outstanding, leading all your companions to dominate the top 10 was a bit excessive. The vice principal and others are not very pleased. Oh, Li Suifeng replied, perfunctorily thinking that his actions were in accordance with the rules. What did it matter if the leaders were not happy? Also, disciple, the talent and strength you displayed this time were astonishing, but your killing intent is too strong. I hope that in the future when dealing with our fellow human beings you can be a bit gentler. Su Yin spoke very tactfully. Li Suifeng understood his meaning and replied, Master, I will be more careful in the future and try not to sever their necks during sparring, and make their deaths look more graceful. Su Yin was taken aback. So you're planning to find someone to spar with in the future, aiming to sever their necks? How can a young child like you sound like a butcher? The disciple recruitment event was still ongoing. Li Suifeng found it uninteresting, said goodbye to Su Yin, and left the fitness center. At the entrance of the fitness center, many students lingered, all bearing expressions of unwillingness. The new students named by the vice principal were all individuals of notable talent and reputation. Everyone was not foolish and had guessed the truth of why these individuals were kept. Li Gu are those school leaders planning to take Wei Yunhuan and the others on as their direct disciples. Yu Yu and the others were also waiting. Upon seeing Li Suifeng come out, they all eagerly surrounded him. That's how it is, Li Suifeng said. Damn, why don't those leaders appreciate me? Clearly I am quite impressive. I am the top of the Moonlight City. Wei Rong expressed his dissatisfaction. Other companions also complained. Yu Yu, feeling envious, said, Old Ma, recite with me, may all the school leaders live long, and may their future disciples have a bright future. Ma Zhonghao appeared confused. Isn't it just that he wasn't selected? Is it necessary to be so vicious? Also, I'm not some jinx. Li Suifeng was amused by Yu Yu's antics and jokingly scolded, enough, the ocean of learning is boundless. Not being accepted as a disciple is no big deal, though as long as you are strong enough you can still stand out in the future. As the older brother, it was necessary to provide some comfort to the younger ones. Night fell. In the single dormitory, Li Suifeng closed his eyes tightly, sitting cross-legged on the cushion by the window, accompanied by the tranquil night outside. Under the cushion was a low-level qi gathering array etched with red lines. The edges of the gathering array were connected to the floor with 4 spirit stones. Within the gathering array, green spiritual energy swirled like smoke. Every pore of Li Suifeng involuntarily opened greedily, absorbing the spiritual energy within the array. After a moment, Li Suifeng opened his eyes and glanced at the bracelet. This meditation session lasted 1 hour and 13 minutes, increasing vitality by 0.3. This super wristband can even track my training time and progress in real time. It's truly intelligent. Li Suifeng's eyes brightened as he looked at the qi gathering array beneath the cushion. This array is based on spirit stones supplemented by array patterns, allowing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to concentrate, resulting in better training effects. For the past hour, he had been circulating the 8 Desolations infinite art, using the incoming spiritual energy to stimulate his vitality. The effect was surprisingly good, about 30% faster than normal training. It's a pity that I'm currently lacking talent points, otherwise with this cheat, I could just spend some points to upgrade my skills instead of enduring such arduous training. Li Suifeng rubbed his nose, feeling slightly displeased. Without talent points, he couldn't upgrade his skills. To continue improving, he had to train in the most primitive way. Given the high intensity of the 8 Desolations infinite art combined with the assistance of the qi gathering array, Li Suifeng's training efficiency was actually quite fast, but he was not satisfied. When a person is accustomed to upgrading with a rocket, how could they enjoy upgrading with a car? I need to go to the Monster Beast secret realm to hunt some monsters and accumulate some talent points. Li Suifeng made plans for the future and took out 1 qi blood elixir and 1 spiritual elixir to consume. Boom. As the elixirs entered his abdomen, the medicinal properties of the qi blood elixir exploded like flames in his dantian, spreading through his limbs. Under the vapor of the spiritual elixir, a flame similarly blazed in his mind. The dual heat of body and spirit was an uncomfortable sensation. But with prior experience, Li Suifeng quickly closed his eyes, operating the 8 Desolations infinite art to absorb the energy from his dantian, while using the Observing Heaven Mountain refining method to absorb the energy from his mind. After an unknown amount of time, Li Suifeng, drenched in sweat, opened his eyes and saw the system text flash by. Physique 1. Spirit 1. As expected of a spiritual elixir, its effects are quite direct. Li Suifeng nodded in satisfaction and proceeded to consume the remaining elixirs. Both types of elixirs belonged to the special grade spiritual items with no risk of explosive side effects from overdosing. As long as his energy was sufficient, he could continuously consume and absorb them. The next morning, Li Suifeng got up, opened the window to breathe in the fresh air, and felt an unprecedented relaxation in his body and mind. After becoming an official martial artist, sleep was no longer a necessity. As long as his spirit was strong enough, sleep could even occur simultaneously with training. Last night Li Suifeng was in such a special state. He was both hazily training and maintaining a latent sleep. To his surprise, he felt quite good early in the Li Suifeng Realm Awakening Stage 1 Physique 62 Spirit 50 Talent Great Sun Radiance Level Frenzied Crocodile Skin A Level Skill 8 Desolations Infinite Art First Layer Observing Heaven Mountain Refining Method Second Layer Body Techniques Trembling Prison Frenzied Blade Technique Proficient Heavenly Light Long Fist Perfect Iron Post Technique Proficient Can be deduced talent points 1010 after a night of training. Li Suifeng's physique and spirit increased by 4 and 3 points, respectively. On one hand, it was the help of the elixirs, and on the other it was his own appropriate training that led to this improvement. Ding dong. Suddenly the wristband emitted a notification, and Li Suifeng looked down to check. It turned out that 100 credits had entered his campus account, bringing his total credits to 107. The training reward came just in time. Li Suifeng thought with brightened eyes as he headed out to the cafeteria. The foundation of a martial artist is the body. The foundation of maintaining the body is food. For this reason, the Wujia Academy is very strict about food. The food available in the cafeteria is organic, healthy, and rich in high nutrients. Li Suifeng arrived at the food serving window, showed his student card, and the cafeteria lady said, "This new student, would you like to apply for a semester meal card? It only requires 2 credits, and you can have breakfast, lunch, and dinner in the cafeteria for the entire semester, and it's self-service. What about the charges if I don't apply for the semester card? For those with a bigger appetite, a meal costs about 0.1 credits. For those with a smaller appetite, 0.1 credits can cover 2 to 3 meals." After the lady finished speaking, Li Suifeng estimated that as a big eater, he would need at least 0.1 credits for 1 meal. Applying for a semester meal card for 2 credits was quite cost-effective. "Then I'll take a semester meal card," Li Suifeng said. The lady nodded and operated the machine, and Li Suifeng's wristband beeped, notifying him of a deduction of 2 credits. The lady returned the student ID and let Li Suifeng choose his food. "Give me 5 portions of steak, 3 bowls of rice porridge, 6 pieces of fried dough sticks. Take fewer apples, just 3 will do." Li Suifeng was not polite, continuously selecting his food. The lady widened her eyes, thinking this kid is a freshman and can eat so much. What will it be like in the future? However, Wujia Academy never counts costs when it comes to food. The cafeteria lady quickly provided Li Suifeng with a full meal. After having breakfast, Li Suifeng used his phone's map to locate the teleportation building on campus. Since it was morning, there were not many students in the hall. At the end of the hall, there were a total of 9 processing windows, of which only windows 1 to 3 were open. From prior knowledge, Li Suifeng knew that window 1 led to the first monster beast secret realm, primarily populated by ordinary level beasts with a maximum level of 5. There were around 1,000 of them. Window 2 led to the second monster beast secret realm, where the beasts were also primarily ordinary level, with the highest being level 9. There were around 5,000 of them. Window 3 led to the third secret realm, which had a small number of ordinary level beasts, primarily dominated by commander level beasts, with the strongest being a commander level 4. There were around 1,000 of them. The number and strength of the beasts in the secret realms beyond window 4 would increase. With my current ability, I can at most mix around in the third secret realm. I certainly can't handle anything beyond the 4th. Li Suifeng thought this way and approached window 3, presenting his student ID. "I want to go to the third secret." The staff member inside checked Li Suifeng's information and was quite surprised, saying, "You are still a freshman. I suggest you first go to the first or second secret realms. The third secret realm might be a bit dangerous for you." "No worries." Li Suifeng was unconcerned. The staff member said seriously, "Student, I know you have your pride, but our secret realms are different from the trial secret realms during the college entrance examination. The beasts here are not artificially tamed, but captured from the wild. They retain their wildness and their strength is not diminished, posing a significant threat." Li Suifeng insisted, "I understand. Please let me go to the third secret realm." "I won't push you further," the staff member said helplessly. "Just know that once you enter the secret realm, you may face life-threatening dangers. Would you like to find 4 teammates?" "No need." Li Suifeng directly refused. The staff member thought to himself, where did this reckless newcomer come from? Isn't he afraid of dying? However, he didn't push further, instead saying, "Please give me your wristband. You need to have the equipment and resources ready beforehand." Li Suifeng took out his monster-slaying knife and a military backpack, handing over his wristband to the staff member. The latter placed the super wristband into a storage box and handed Li Suifeng another wristband. "All the beasts you kill in the secret realm can be stored in this temporary wristband. In the end, 70 of all resources you obtain must be submitted to the school, and you can keep 30 for yourself. Furthermore, entering the third secret realm requires 30 credits with a time limit of 24 hours. After the time limit, an additional 10 credits will be charged for every minute. The staff member briefly explained the rules and opened the iron door beside the window. Li Suifeng passed through the passage and arrived at a 5-square-meter teleportation array. The staff member called out, "The teleportation is about to begin. Please prepare yourself, student." In the next moment, white light enveloped the teleportation array. When the white light dissipated, Li Suifeng had already vanished. "I hope this reckless newcomer doesn't die in the secret realm," the staff member muttered with some concern. Within a verdant valley dappled with lush shade, 2 monstrous beasts grazed. Massive as rhinoceroses, their hides speckled with plum blossom patterns and antlers branching like gnarled boughs. The flesh and blood scattered upon the ground lay mangled beyond recognition, revealing nothing of the creature's former identity. Huff, huff, huff. A breeze stirred. One of the grazing beasts abruptly lifted its head, its obsidian eyes locking onto a patch of grass 50 meters away. Wariness flickered in its gaze, as if sensing latent danger concealed within the stillness. For a full minute the grass remained unmoving. Its companion had already devoured most of the carcass. Only then did it lower its head once more to feed. That giant antlered elk nearly detected me. Its perception surpasses even the records. Crouched motionless within the grass, Li Suifeng wore a black athletic suit, his form seamlessly blending into the foliage. Valleys such as this were ideal sanctuaries for monstrous beasts. Upon teleporting into Secret Realm No. 3, he had swiftly located this valley, and from there methodically tracked down his prey. These 2 giant antlered elks are of standard size, both rank 1 sovereign-tier beasts comparable in strength to the Azure Sky Falcons. I slaughtered those Azure Sky Falcons only because they foolishly abandoned their mastery of aerial combat, squeezing into the cramped confines of a cockpit, thereby surrendering most of their battlefield advantage. That does not mean I possess the ability to slaughter sovereign-tier beasts at will. Li Suifeng's eyes burned with fervor, yet his mind remained ice-cold and lucid. Sovereign-tier beasts corresponded precisely to awakened realm martial cultivators. According to official data, rank 1 beasts matched rank 1 cultivators in raw combat power. Yet beasts, born warriors honed by peril and hardship, possessed innate ferocity, instinctive savagery, and unrelenting aggression, rendering them consistently superior in actual combat to cultivators of equal rank. Fully aware of this truth, Li Suifeng had refrained from acting prematurely upon spotting his quarry. He waited, patient, poised, for the perfect moment to strike. Time slipped silently by. Once both elks had finished feeding, one ambled lazily toward the very patch of grass where Li Suifeng lay hidden. "It's coming." His gaze ignited with intensity. The grass around him was mint, known among beasts for its digestive, cleansing properties after heavy feasting. He had chosen this ambush site deliberately for this very instant. At last the elk drew near and began chewing the mint leaves. Shush, 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 shush. In the next breath, steel flashed. A razor-edged aura slashed through the air, reducing countless mint stems to dust. Shink. Caught utterly off guard, the elk's skull split open along the ridge between its antlers. A crimson gash welled with blood. "Awoo!" It howled in agony and recoiled. The other elk, more vigilant, roared in fury and charged forward, hooves thundering against the earth. Li Suifeng's eyes narrowed. Before the second elk closed the distance, he activated the Great Sun Radiance technique and drew his blade in rapid succession, slash after slash. Shink, shink, shink. Each stroke was blindingly swift, each landing with surgical precision upon the same spot. Within moments, the first elk's skull collapsed sideways, its body collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Just then the second elk surged into range. "Unknown. I fear no beast." Li Suifeng sneered, sweeping his blade horizontally, golden aura erupting, enveloping the elk entirely. Mastery level, earth-shaking mad blade art. Shink, shink, shink. As blades carved through sinew and bone, the second elk crumpled instantly beneath the torrent of golden light. Slayed giant antlered elk, talent points 200. Slayed giant antlered elk, talent points. The long-forgotten system notification flickered across his vision. Li Suifeng nodded in satisfaction, and without hesitation sealed. The Wujia Academy had established 9 beast secret realms, not merely to provide students with accessible combat training grounds. Though 70% of all beast corpses harvested within the realms must be surrendered, even the remaining 30% yielded substantial wealth, easily recouping the 30 credit entry fee provided one hunted prolifically, especially when entering as a team. 2 beasts net 400 talent points. 10 yield 4,000. Just a few dozen more, and my total will exceed 10,000. Sovereign-tier beasts truly pay well. Excitement lit Li Suifeng's face as he cast his gaze farther afield, where distant silhouettes of giant antlered elks lingered. Without provoking a full-scale beast tide, he felt absolute confidence in purging them all. "Let's begin." Clenching his fists, Li Suifeng strode resolutely toward the horizon. Time flowed onward. 6 hours passed in the blink of an eye. At the valley's far end, where trees thinned and cliffs rose, The mountainside bore a colossal cavern over 10 meters tall. Beside it 4 giant antlered elks huddled back-to-back, trembling uncontrollably. Before them stood a blood-soaked human gripping a jet-black long sword, his expression twisted into a feral grin. Around him, beneath his feet, lay over a dozen corpses strewn in chaotic disarray. All were giant antlered elks. Whoa! The 4 beasts wailed in abject terror. Your sovereignty are monsters, yet you cower before me like frightened pups. Am I truly so fearsome? Li Suifeng fixed them with a chilling smile and advanced slowly. Gee! Overwhelmed by dread, one elk shrieked in despair, shut its eyes tight, and charged headlong. Antlers lowered, committing itself to a final desperate lunge. The remaining 3, equally terrified of this merciless human, joined the charge, hooves pounding the earth in unison. Too slow. Far too slow. Can't you move any faster? A mocking smirk curled Li Suifeng's lips. Only when all 4 beasts closed in did he draw his blade. Earth-shaking mad blade art, perfected level. Whoosh! A streak of golden light cleaved the air like lightning. As the blade aura dissipated, the 4 elks froze mid-stride, rigid statuesque. Li Suifeng sheathed his sword into his ring and exhaled calm and serene. The next instant, shush. Crimson lines bloomed across their bodies, blood erupted violently along those fissures, and their forms fragmented, sliding apart into gory, disjointed chunks. Slayed giant antlered elk, talent points 200. Slayed giant antlered elk, talent points 200. Slayed. System notifications flooded his vision once more. Li Suifeng barely blinked. Gathering every carcass from the ground, he sighed deeply. This valley has been cleansed. Another 800 talent points. My total must now exceed 20,000. Is it time to upgrade the Great Sun Radiance technique? Eager anticipation shimmering in his eyes, Li Suifeng opened his status panel. Li Suifeng. Realm Awakening Stage 1. Physique 64. Spirit 51. Talent Radiant Sun's grade Skin of the Mad Crocodile Grade. Technique Infinite Chaos Art, 1st level. Skywatch Mountain Refining Technique, 2nd level. Martial Arts Prison Shattering Blade Technique Perfected. Sunlight Long Fist Perfected. Iron Post Skill Proficient. Talent points 20,200. As the giant horned elk in the valley was hunted to extinction, the talent points Li Suifeng gained exceeded 20,000. After the grade Talent Radiant Sun, an upgrade symbol finally appeared. It wasn't easy. Li Suifeng sighed with a heavy heart. His process of hunting the elk was not smooth at first, as the herd was too concentrated and his combat power was insufficient to confront them directly. He relied on tactics such as stealthy ambush, fishing them out alone, and taking them down one by one to gradually deplete the elk herd. Later, fully understanding the slow movement and vulnerable abdomen of the giant horned elk combined with the experience accumulated from the slaughter, Li Suifeng's skills in hunting elk reached a near artistic level, and his efficiency returned to normal. In fact, to hunt elk more quickly after accumulating enough talent points, Li Suifeng upgraded the Prison Shattering Blade technique to perfection. With the technique becoming faster and stronger, and his hunting skills nearing mastery, Li Suifeng finally gained the ability to confront the herd directly, completing the operation of slashing 4 elks. Is the S-grade talent I've been dreaming of finally coming? Li Suifeng was filled with anticipation. Despite beating 3 S-grade talent holders during training, Fong, Shirlei Wei Yunhuan, and Yodali, in reality, he felt a bit envious of the 3 defeated opponents. After all, the S-grade talents they possessed were something he had yet to acquire. Furthermore, the reason the 3 of them stood out was primarily due to their exceptionally strong talents. Now Li Suifeng no longer needed to envy them, as he was about to obtain an S-grade talent himself. System upgrade Radiant Sun for me. Li Suifeng roared with fervor. Consume 20,000 talent points upgrading the S-grade talent Radiant Sun to S-grade talent Holy Light Battle Body. Physique 20. Spirit 20. Holy Light Battle Body. S-grade light attribute talent. Active effect. Once activated, strength and speed can surge by 50 times. Passive effect. Nourished by the light energy of heaven and earth, your physique undergoes a transformation, increasing basic attributes. While basking in sunlight, your energy, vitality, and endurance recovery speeds double, and you possess a formidable self-healing ability. You can also manipulate the light energy of heaven and earth in combat at a deeper level. Not only does it enhance my spiritual power, but it also boosts my physique. Is this the amplification of S-grade talent? How delightful. Li Suifeng's face was filled with joy as he carefully sensed his body, quickly realizing that the sunlight pouring down from the sky was restoring his strength and energy. The speed was astonishing, comparable to taking pills and meditating. But the problem is, he wasn't taking pills nor meditating. Just standing here, the recovery speed was so rapid. Hiss! Li Suifeng suddenly thought of a new idea and used the hunting knife to cut his index finger. Blood flowed from the small wound for 3 seconds before stopping. The original wound was quickly healed under the sunlight, leaving no trace. As long as it's sunny under the sunlight, my health, mana, and stamina recover at a speed comparable to taking medicine. Doesn't that mean as long as there is enough light, my combat endurance will be virtually limitless? This holy light battle body truly deserves its S-grade talent. The 20,000 talent points I spent were worth it. Li Suifeng suppressed his joy and looked at the panel again. Li Suifeng. Realm Awakening Stage 2. Physique 84. Spirit 71. Talent Holy Light Battle Body S-grade Skin of the Mad Crocodile grade. Technique Infinite Chaos Art. First level Skywatch Mountain Refining Technique. Second level. Martial Arts Prison Shattering Blade Technique Perfected Sunlight Long Fist Perfected Iron Post Skill Proficient. Talent points 200. Due to the recent upgrade consumption, the remaining talent points on the panel were a meager 200. However, with the significant increase in physique and spirit, his vitality reached 156 points, far exceeding the 140 points required for a second-stage warrior. Therefore, the system has classified Li Suifeng as a second-stage warrior. In normal circumstances, a freshman would need to work hard for half a semester, or even a whole semester to possibly reach the second stage. And here I am, before even starting my university life, I have already become a second-stage warrior. That's a bit absurd. Though he expressed his amazement, Li Suifeng's smile was radiant. The realm of a warrior guarantees the lower limit of combat power. But talent level martial arts realm and technique grade etc. guarantee the upper limit of combat power. With an S-grade talent, a perfected prison-shattering blade technique, and using infinite chaos art as a foundation, Li Suifeng felt that his true combat power was probably comparable to a third-stage warrior. Confronting a leader of the third stage, or even a fourth-stage beast, should not be a problem. Let's try out the effects of the new talent. Trying to keep his emotions calm, Li Suifeng focused on a rock wall 10 meters away. Whoosh! In the next moment, a beam of light flashed, leaving a noticeable dent on the rock wall, as if it had been struck by a hammer. Li Suifeng was astonished. My speed, just now, was so fast. It turned out that the light just now was not blade energy, nor was it a remote energy condensed by manipulating light elements. Instead, his movement speed was so fast that it transformed into a beam of light. The dent on the rock wall was left by the impact of his punch. Whoosh whoosh. Soon 2 more beams of light struck the rock wall in rapid succession, still at an unbelievable speed. When the light vanished, Li Suifeng reappeared at the original spot, looking a bit pale. To perfectly merge my body with light energy, achieving a speed akin to light. Is this the inherent ability of the holy light battle bodies? This ability can increase my instantaneous speed, catching any enemy off guard. However, the side effects are also very evident, consuming a lot of spirit and stamina, so it can only be used as a trump card or finishing move. Li Suifeng understood this in his heart and decided to give this new ability a name, Radiant Assault. He then continued testing. After ascending to the holy light battle body, he could control the light energy of heaven and earth more proficiently, easily manipulating it for his use, transforming it into blade light, fist light, and more. Additionally, once the talent is actively engaged, he truly gained incredible strength and speed. But although this speed was fast, it still couldn't compare to Radiant Assault. From this, it could be inferred that the ability Radiant Assault inherent to the holy light battle body might provide a 100-fold boost in speed instantly. After the test, Li Suifeng had a clearer understanding of the new talent. He then paused, breathing slightly, basking in the glory of light, quickly restoring his energy and spirit. Rumble. Not long after, the rock wall trembled. At the entrance of a massive cave, a creature the size of a truck slowly emerged. Before it fully revealed itself, 2 bright red eyes appeared in the darkness, locking onto Li Suifeng with an overwhelming rage. When it stepped out of the cave, its true form was revealed to be a giant horned elk. Its size was at least 3 to 5 times larger than its kind from before. Its imposing presence was even more astounding. I never expected that this quiet cave would hide a giant horned elk king. According to the data, giant horned elks have limited genetic potential with an upper limit of the 3rd stage for their race. That means although you're enormous, you can't exceed the 3rd stage of a leader. Li Suifeng looked up at the giant elk, showing no signs of tension, but rather amusement. I wonder if you can withstand my holy light battle body. In the next moment, a beam of light shot up, then quickly fell to the ground. Li Suifeng stood still, holding the hunting knife, appearing as if he hadn't done anything. But just now he had already used Radiant Assault to attack the giant horned elk king. Li Suifeng looked down at the hunting knife, only to see the blade stained with deep red blood. Elk blood. He looked up again, and saw that the giant horned elk king, which had been glaring down at him, had lost its vitality, its eyes becoming dull, and a 3-meter-long wound appeared on its jaw. Whoosh! Blood suddenly gushed from the wound, cascading towards the sky. Li Suifeng quickly dodged, avoiding the blood waterfall. At the same time, with a loud crash, the massive giant horned elk king fell to the ground. Kill the giant horned elk king, talent points. Kill the giant antler deer king, 2,000 talent points. The fleeting system message proclaimed the death of the giant antlered deer king. It's just a minor boss and only 2,000 talent points. That's too little, isn't it? It seems this giant antlered deer king is at the second-tier leader level. If it were at the third tier, it wouldn't be possible to have such few talent points. With the hunting demon blade, sheathed Li Suifeng murmured to himself, his eyes gleaming. No matter how you look at it, the fallen giant antlered deer king was at least 10 times stronger than an ordinary deer. But it was taken down by a single strike. This indicates that after receiving this level talent, his strength has at least multiplied tenfold. At this moment, I seem to be extraordinarily powerful. Those 20,000 talent points were truly worth it. Li Suifeng's expression was invigorated as he stored the giant antlered deer king's corpse in his storage ring and headed out of the valley. The total number of monsters in the third-level secret realm is around 1,000. After accounting for all the giant antlered deer in the valley, about 900 monsters remain. These are all talent points. They cannot be wasted. At the entrance of the third passage of the teleportation building, the board staff lifted their heads upon hearing footsteps and saw 5 young men and women in matching light green combat outfits approaching. Sister Xia, good morning. The leading girl smiled and greeted. She was of short stature with chin-length hair. Her innocent smile gave off a refreshing vibe. Xiaoke, why are you all back again? If I remember correctly, this is your 4th time this week, right? Sister Xia couldn't help but smile wryly. Sai, the first 3 trips were unfortunate. The monsters we encountered were either too strong or too weak, yielding very limited rewards. We only managed to get 20 points each. Not even enough to spend. Thinking of trying our luck once more, Ku Jialan said with a smile. I wish you all could have your wishes fulfilled and earn a fortune. Since we're old acquaintances, Sister Xia didn't hold back and directly opened the passage door without any formalities. The 5 of them arrived at the teleportation area and prepared themselves. Sister Xia suddenly thought of the boy from this morning and said, Xiaoke, when you reach the secret realm later, can you keep an eye on this boy if you see him? She pointed at the computer screen, which displayed a frontal photo of a boy. Who is this? Ku Jialan asked in confusion. A boy who went to the third-level secret realm this morning. His name is Li Suifeng, 18 years old, a freshman in college, and he entered the secret realm alone and hasn't come out yet. I'm a bit worried about him. Sister Xia sighed, though she was only responsible for helping students with teleportation. If anything life-threatening were to happen to a student in the secret realm, it actually had nothing to do with her. But perhaps because that boy was quite handsome and her ideal type, she subconsciously cared about him. 18. A freshman. Going into the third-level secret realm alone. That's crazy. Ku Jialan's eyes widened in disbelief. The other 4 in the group exchanged glances. The monsters in the third-level secret realm are mostly at the leader level. The strongest ones are even at the 4th-tier leader level, comparable to major bosses. As second-year students, they enter the secret realm 3 times a week to accumulate credits, and each time, they must gather as a group of 5 to act. It's precisely because they fear that something might go wrong if there aren't enough people. But this junior is doing great. Going into the third-level secret realm alone. That's simply insane. That's why I'm worried about him. This kid looks like a reckless youth who has no idea about the dangers of the third-level secret realm. No matter how I try to advise him, it's useless. It's been 7 or 8 hours since he entered the secret realm, and I suspect he might have. Sister Xia did not finish her sentence. Xiaoke said seriously, Sister Xia, when we enter the secret realm, we'll try to find him. If he's okay, that's best. If something's wrong, you don't need to be too upset. After all, you did try to persuade him. It can only be like this. You all get ready, the teleportation is about to start. Third-level secret realm. Shall we look for that junior first? As they appeared at the teleport point, Ku Jialan asked her teammates. The young man known as Dazhuang shook his head, saying, Our purpose for this trip is to earn credits. Finding people is secondary. Let's first kill enough monsters, and if we have time, then we can look for him. Ku Jialan looked at the 3 teammates beside her. The 3 teammates did not voice their opinions, clearly agreeing with Dazhuang's statement. Sigh. Ku Jialan sighed. Although she had never met Li Suifeng, she could tell from the blurry photo on the computer that he was a handsome guy. As a girl who values looks, she actually had a heart to save this junior. However, since her 4 teammates showed little interest, she could only say, then we'll find that junior later. For now, let's head to the Deer Valley. We must go to the Deer Valley. Last time we only took down 10 giant antlered deer and triggered their ambush, suffering a great loss. This time we have the experience, we must take revenge. Let's go. With that, Ku Jialan led the team to the nearby Deer Valley. As soon as they entered the valley, she felt something was off, though a faint but unpleasant odor wafted into her nostrils. Did you smell a strong scent of blood? I think so. I smell it too. The thin girl wearing black-framed glasses, Du Lihua, pinched her nose. This smell is so pungent. Could it be the blood of those giant antlered deer? How could those giant antlered deer bleed for no reason? Did they fight among themselves? Or did someone else get here first? Dazhuang's face turned dark. In this third-level secret realm, all students can enter. It's not uncommon for other teams to steal monsters. Given my relationship with Sister Xia, if another team were to get here first, she would definitely inform me, right? Ku Jialan thought aloud. Then what could be the reason for the blood from these giant antlered deer resulting in such a strong scent of blood? One of her teammates looked puzzled. As for the truth, we don't know for now. Let's proceed with caution, Ku Jialan said as she gazed into the distance. In the past, they would usually encounter giant antlered deer upon entering the valley. But now there was no sign of the giant antlered deer in sight. Ku Jialan felt no doubt about it. Because deep within the valley there was a cave where the king of the deer resided. Occasionally that king would call the herd to rest in the cave. The 5-member team cautiously ventured deeper into the valley, taking 20 minutes to reach the entrance of the cave at the end of the cliff. What exactly happened in this deer valley? Why are there dried bloodstains everywhere along the way, but not a single giant antlered deer in sight? Dazwang's expression was grim, and he was beginning to lose his composure. Normally they would have encountered giant antlered deer and engaged in battle by now. Yet today they hadn't spotted a single giant antlered deer. However, everywhere they had passed was marked by the visible dried blood on the ground, which was the source of the bloody odor. There has definitely been a team here. It must be the blood of the giant antlered deer on the ground. They might have been cleared out by this team. In her view, if the monsters in the deer valley had been cleared out, then it must have been a team effort, because it would be impossible for an individual to achieve such a feat. Look, there are footprints on the ground. So large could they be the tracks of the giant antlered deer king. There are also sunken pits here. I feel like they might be the marks left by the fallen deer king. 2 of her teammates grew bold and began searching for traces around, soon making a discovery. The giant antlered deer king is dead too. Is this team that got here first that powerful? Ku Jialan's expression changed drastically. The main purpose of her trip was to clear out this deer valley. Based on her previous scouting, she estimated there were at least nearly 100 giant antlered deer in the valley. If they could take them all down, the number of deer corpses would be enough to replenish the team's health significantly. Therefore, she had specifically devised a battle plan for the deer valley. Now it seemed that the battle plan was about to be scrapped. Damn it. We didn't come all this way for nothing, did we? Dazwang's mentality began to crumble as he angrily charged into the cave. Dazhuang, take it easy, Ku Jialan lightly shouted to stop him. Unfortunately, Dazhuang was already too worked up to hear the command. He quickly rushed into the cave only to find it empty, with not a single deer in sight. Damn, what the hell is going on here? As Dazhuang stomped in anger, Ku Jialan and the others arrived a moment later, and upon discovering the situation they exchanged glances. Indeed, all the giant antlered deer have been killed. This team not only stole our prey, but left not a single one behind. That's too much. Who the hell are they? How despicable. Absolutely despicable. The mental state of Ku Jialan and her 3 teammates began to fray as they shouted curses that echoed throughout the cave. Less than 2 kilometers away from the deer valley on a plain, Li Suifeng stood with his sword drenched in blood. Surrounding him were various monster corpses lying still slightly warm. I just took down 23 more. Li Suifeng murmured to himself, gazing into the distance. After upgrading to the Holy Light battle body, utilizing the sunlight without using talents or physical techniques, he could run indefinitely, without feeling the slightest fatigue. Even when encountering monsters to fight, his stamina would not drop to 0. Thanks to his incredible recovery ability, he could always maintain it above the threshold. As a result, his style of hunting monsters changed dramatically. No longer did he lie in wait, he charged directly at the monsters. Unrelentingly. Under his furious assault, monsters below the leader level would die upon contact. Even the 1st and 2nd tier leader monsters couldn't withstand 3 seconds. Up to this point, he had already taken down over 100 monsters. These monsters, due to their lower strength, provided less talent points compared to the giant antlered deer king. However, accumulated so far, the talent points have exceeded 10,000. Li Suifeng Realm Awakening Stage 2 Physique 84 Spirit 71 Talent Holy Light Battle Body Level Crocodile Skin A Level Technique 8 Desolations and Infinite Technique. First layer, Observing the Heavens Mountain. Refining Method. Second layer, Physical Technique. Quaking Prison Frenzy Blade Technique. Perfected Heavenly Light Long Fist. Perfected Iron Post Technique. Proficient. Can be deduced. Talent points 11200. Although the talent points accumulate quickly, I've been in the secret realm for nearly 9 hours now. There are still about 800 monsters left in the secret realm. At this pace, over the next 15 hours, I might not be able to clear them all. I need to think of a way to concentrate the monsters and wipe them out in one go. At this moment, the Crocodile Skin 8 Desolations and Infinite Technique, Observing the Heavens Mountain, Refining Method, and Quaking Prison Frenzy Blade Technique all qualify for upgrade. Which one should I prioritize for enhancement? Li Suifeng examined the panel, and after some thought, he found his answer. With the Holy Light battle body, his endurance output and explosive power had all increased significantly. Now the consideration is no longer whether he can kill monsters, but whether he can survive under the onslaught of the monsters. The Quaking Prison Frenzy Blade Technique 8 Desolations and Infinite Technique and observing the Heaven's Mountain refining method offer limited help against resisting monsters. Only the crocodile skin can enhance his defense and survival capacity, allowing him to stay alive under the monster's siege. With this in mind, Li Suifeng decisively declared, "System upgrade my crocodile skin." Consuming 1 talent points, the A-level talent crocodile skin is upgraded to the S-level talent demon rhinoceros body. Physique 10. Demon rhinoceros body's level superhuman talent, possessing a physique comparable to the monster Black Sky demon rhinoceros with capabilities to resist fire, ice, and poison, and skin toughness comparable to defensive spiritual artifacts. Additionally, it can actively manipulate the skin to produce rebounding force to repel enemies. Seems pretty cool. Li Suifeng's eyes gleamed sharply. The Black Sky demon rhinoceros is a leader-level monster renowned for its formidable physique. Their bizarre defenses have caused countless martial artists headaches. Now did I actually gain defenses comparable to the Black Sky demon rhinoceros? That's a significant upgrade. As for this level talents, when I upgraded the Great Sun Brightness, it only cost 5,000 talent points. Why does it require 10,000 for the demon rhinoceros body? Could it be that the requirements for upgrading the second talent are higher than the first? Li Suifeng pondered this, feeling a bit of a headache. To acquire more talents in the future, the required talent points will inevitably be an astronomical number. It's a long and challenging road. There's no time for hesitation. I need to focus on hunting monsters. Li Suifeng gathered his thoughts with a slight movement of his mind. He took out the numerous giant antlered deer corpses stored in his temporary storage ring and piled them together, forming a mountain of corpses. Soon clusters of monsters that were resting, foraging, and moving across the plain caught the thick scent of deer blood, their eyes turning red with greed, drooling. Whoa! When one monster let out a howl and charged toward the pile of deer corpses, many other monsters followed suit, rushing forward in a frenzy. Before long, a torrent of beasts surged across the plain. At the same time, standing beside the pile of deer corpses and watching the approaching beast tide, Li Suifeng's expression turned feral with madness. Finally, I can enjoy a good spree of hunting. Milu Valley. The 5 members of Ku Jialan stepped out of the cave, feeling rather distressed. Rumble. Suddenly a tremor sounded from a certain direction. The 5 instinctively looked up towards a certain area outside the valley. The tremor seems to be coming from over there. With such a commotion, it seems like a horde of beasts is charging, forming a beast tide. Listening to the frequency and decibel, it seems to be a medium beast tide. The 5 experienced in the wild judged through the vibrations in the ground that a large number of demon beasts were gathering and moving north of the valley, likely forming a medium beast tide. A medium beast tide consists of more than 500 demon beasts. This third secret realm contains only about 1,000 demon beasts in total. Does that mean that more than half of the demon beasts are currently gathering outside the valley? What exactly is happening there, and why is it triggering the beast tide? Let's go. Let's hurry and take a look. De Zhuang dashed toward the valley's mouth like a wild bull. Ku Jialan and the others followed suit. 2 minutes later, on the plain west of Milu Valley, the group stopped, all panting heavily. Ignoring the sweat and trying to catch their breath, Ku Jialan and the others gazed into the distance. In their sight, countless large demon beasts were rushing toward a certain area, transforming into a beast tide. From the naked eye, the size of the beast tide indeed exceeded 500. It's truly a medium beast. Wait a moment, the demon beasts in these secret realms are all strictly selected by the school and thrown in. They have formed a self-consuming ecological chain, hating each other and fighting for themselves. Why would they unite today to form a beast tide? This situation seems a bit strange. Should we report it to the school? The group craned their necks, trying to get a glimpse of the true situation in front of the beast herd. However, the demon beasts formed a dark mass and dust was kicked up from the ground, obstructing their view, making it impossible for the group to see what was ahead of the demon beasts. The only good news was that the demon beasts were so frenzied that they completely did not notice the 5 behind them. Otherwise, with the beast tide surging, the 5 would have no choice but to flee in despair. Should we circle around to one side of the beast tide and check the situation? Ku Jialan pondered. The 5-member team approached the medium beast tide, led by a commanding demon beast. Indeed, it was somewhat reckless and insane. A moment's inattention could lead to the fall of all 5. But at this moment, Ku Jialan could no longer care about that. During their trip to Milu Valley, they had gained nothing. Entering the 3rd secret realm, each of them had spent 30 credits. It was a hard-won visit to the 3rd secret realm, not to mention whether they could make money. At the very least, they should break even and recoup their ticket costs right. The beast tide seemed to be fraught with danger. But it also held opportunities. With such a scale of beast tide, even taking down one wave would yield quite a number of valuable demon beast corpses, right? Perhaps they could take a gamble. Let's go. De Zhuang and the others had no objections, so Ku Jialan led the way around the side of the beast tide. Winds dawn song. The girl with black-framed glasses, Du Lihua, clasped her hands, and a green wind flow appeared between the legs of the group. The team's speed increased by 30% in an instant, and a few minutes later they circled to the side of the beast tide. Taking advantage of the geographical advantage, they finally saw the scene ahead of the beast tide. There a mountain of giant horned deer corpses was piled high. A more intense smell of blood than that of Milu Valley filled their noses. The five simultaneously felt a wave of physiological discomfort. Those missing giant horned deer are actually all here. Did someone deliberately pile them up? Was it that team that entered Milu Valley before us? They used this method to trigger the beast tide. What is their purpose? The five showed expressions of shock at the deer corpse pile, but were also filled with confusion. Ku Jialan took out a telescope and put it on, clearly seeing that next to the pile of deer corpses there stood a figure. I can't be seeing this wrong. What's wrong? The four teammates were puzzled, but instinctively took out their telescopes. Then they also saw that beside the mountain of deer corpses there indeed stood a figure. Compared to the pile of deer corpses and the beast tide, this figure was as small as a grain of sand. He stood beside the pile of deer corpses facing the oncoming beast tide, yet displayed no reaction whatsoever. That person looks familiar. Is it Li Suifeng, the one Sister Xia told us to look out for? It seems to be him. He's actually still alive. How did he appear next to the deer corpses? He's about to be devoured by the beast tide. Is he not running away? Upon realizing the truth, everyone was even more astonished. Ku Jialan anxiously raised her arm and shouted, Li Suifeng, run. Hurry up. In her view, Li Suifeng must have just happened to be beside the deer corpses. As for why he wasn't running, it was simple. He must have been scared silly. Normal people would be shocked and frightened in the face of such a beast tide to the point that their bodies wouldn't obey them. Li Suifeng was just a freshman encountering such a large-scale beast tide for the first time. It was normal to be frightened. Unfortunately, no matter how much Ku Jialan shouted, the figure beside the deer corpses showed no intention of moving. Try using a flare gun. Ku Jialan, more anxious, took out a red flare gun from her wrist device during the limited bang. Pulling the trigger, a burst of light shot out from the gun, and after reaching the sky above the beast tide, it exploded, transforming into a dazzling firework. The flare gun's bullets were mixed with special powder. When the bullet exploded, the fireworks would disperse the powder into the air. The demon beasts would have a super-sensitive reaction to this powder and would generally avoid it. However, the beast tide was too massive this time. At the moment the flare exploded, although many demon beasts became panicked and frightened, scattering in all directions. More demon beasts, however, ignored their enhanced sensitive responses and charged toward the pile of deer corpses. Powerless now. Ku Jialan's pretty face turned pale, her eyes filled with anxiety. Although she didn't know Li Suifeng, while seeing such a handsome junior meet such a tragic and still made her heart. Captain Ku, you've done enough. It's just that Li Suifeng's luck is too bad, and we are powerless to help. Du Lihua comforted, pulling Ku Jialan's arm. De Zhuang shook his head as well, saying, the secret realm is so vast, yet Li Suifeng just happened to appear next to the deer corpses. This is all his own doing. In their conversation, the beast tide had already rushed to the pile of deer corpses. Some demon beasts began to tear at the deer corpses recklessly. Others lunged at Li Suifeng, opening their bloody maws to bite at his body. This junior is doomed. Ku Jialan put down the telescope, and unable to bear it, closed her eyes. Huh, what's happening? The next moment De Zhuang's exclamation rang out. Ku Jialan opened her eyes and saw De Zhuang's expression was full of surprise. That guy is still alive. Wasn't he already surrounded by demon beasts? How is he still alive? Ku Jialan was stunned and quickly picked up the telescope again. Then she saw a brilliant golden light amidst the encirclement of demons. The diminutive Li Suifeng had somehow jumped to the top of the pile of deer corpses. He stood atop the corpses wielding a black, ancient long knife, continuously swinging it. Golden energy clung to the blade, transforming into a blade of qi that extended several meters long, slashing into the beast tide with each swing. Due to the distance, Ku Jialan and the others could not hear the sounds of battle, but they could clearly see that under the strikes of the golden blade, weak demon beasts were instantly sliced in half, dying on the spot. How can this be? At this moment, Ku Jialan's mind was completely blank. That Li Suifeng not only did not die, but amidst the beast tide, he could even retaliate against the demon beasts. Isn't this a bit far-fetched? That he didn't die instantly is already surprising. Yet he is creating havoc amidst the beast tide. I can't be seeing this wrong, right? He took down 3 demon beasts in one encounter. Damn, this must be an illusion. Everything is just an illusion. The others, including De Zhuang, also showed expressions of shock, and even cursed. The sound of the knife cutting through flesh echoed in their ears. Li Suifeng had lost count of how many demon beasts he had killed. At this moment he was bathed in the brilliance from the sky, his body filled with a sense of power he had never experienced before. He tirelessly activated the Holy Light Battle Body, utilizing the energy of light elements and the Jinyu Mad Blade technique together to create Golden Blade Qi that slashed through the beast tide. Kill the Kanjia Leopard, 200 talent points. Kill the poison wave ant 100 talent points. Kill the 8-armed red spider 200 talent points. Kill. System messages flashed by in mere seconds. In just a short span of a few dozen seconds of slaughter, the notifications piled up to the point that Li Suifeng could not even count them. Suddenly he felt a weightlessness under his feet. Li Suifeng looked down and realized that the deer corpses below were starting to scatter due to the impact and bites from the demon beasts. This mountain of corpses was naturally beginning to collapse. I can't hold the high ground anymore, I guess I'll just jump down. Li Suifeng decisively leaped into the midst of the beasts. Roar! A beast as large as an elephant and resembling both a tiger and a lion opened its bloody maw, attempting to swallow Li Suifeng whole. Sizzle! Li Suifeng bent backwards in midair, holding the knife with both hands and slashing down. The massive golden blade chi fell into the beast's mouth, shredding its tongue and cutting its sharp teeth. As the beast's throat spewed forth a fountain of blood, Li Suifeng landed on its back and frantically attacked with his knife before it could fall. Sizzle! Sizzle! Demon beasts from all directions were cut down like weeds and fell to the ground. Bang bang bang. Due to losing the high ground advantage while slaughtering the surrounding beasts, Li Suifeng's body also suffered attacks from some demon beasts. One demon beast resembling a toad shot out a tongue over 10 meters long, whipping across his chest, but only leaving behind a faint bruise. A creature about 20 meters long resembling a mountain cat lunged at him, opening its mouth to bite at his neck. But with a clang its teeth shattered, and the mountain cat howled in pain, while Li Suifeng remained unharmed. Another gigantic black bear resembling a mountain smashed the abdomen of the beast beneath Li Suifeng before bringing its paw, filled with sharp claws, down upon Li Suifeng's chest. Bang! Li Suifeng was sent flying, crashing into another demon beast before hitting the ground. He performed a backflip and lunged at the giant bear with his knife. The giant bear's enormous eyes flashed with a human-like astonished expression, clearly not understanding why its attack sufficient to crush most demon beasts failed to kill this young human. Sizzle. Only when a massive pain shot through its throat did the giant bear awaken, clutching its neck in agony, but could not stop the blood from gushing out between its fingers. Rumble. As the giant bear fell dead from a slit throat, several demon beasts were unfortunately crushed beneath it. Simultaneously, a notification flashed before Li Suifeng's eyes. Kill the violent king bear, 2,000 talent points. A one-time addition of 2,000 talent points. It seems to be a second-tier commanding demon beast, but killing it is no different than a first-tier demon beast. Just as Li Suifeng was lost in thought, he felt a slight pain in his shoulder and looked down to find a green-blue snake with 3 heads biting into his shoulder. The fangs of the 3-headed snake demon were very sharp, but because of Li Suifeng's magic rhinoceros body defense, its fangs could not penetrate his flesh, and thus the venom could only flow along his skin. The venom dripped onto the ground, eroding the flowers and grass into juice. However, Li Suifeng's skin was completely unscathed. The eyes of the 3-headed snake demon were filled with the same astonishment as the dead giant bear, clearly not understanding why this human's body was so sturdy. Puff, puff, puff. Li Suifeng freed his left hand, slapping downwards, smashing all 3 snake heads before rushing through the beast tide, taking a quick glance at his status panel. He saw that his talent points had unknowingly accumulated to over 60,000. This absurd number made him think he had misread. Is this really over 60,000 talent points? But why hasn't the Holy Light Battle Body upgrade notification appeared? Could it be that over 60,000 talent points won't grant me an SS level talent? Li Suifeng was frustrated, but he had no time to think too much as thoughts flashed rapidly, and he began to continuously spend talent points. Consuming 100 talent points, upgrading the Jinyu Madblade technique to the conceptual stage. Consuming 200 talent points, refining Iron Stake skill into Golden Bell Shield. Consuming 300 talent points, upgrading Golden Bell Shield to the perfect stage. Consuming 600 talent points, upgrading 8 Desolate Infinite skill to the second stage. Personal physique 40. What was a crisis for others became Li Suifeng's place of enlightenment. While he ruthlessly slaughtered the demon beasts, he consumed the talent points that had just been credited, achieving an astonishing upgrade. Time was unknown. In the midst of battle, Li Suifeng suddenly sensed that something was off. He stopped his movements only to discover unexpectedly that within 100 meters around him various demon beast corpses lay sprawled. The number far exceeded that of the deer corpses by several times. Beyond 100 meters, there were still some demon beasts standing. However, in their eyes there was no longer madness or rage, only deep fear. They stared at Li Suifeng from afar, continuously retreating, seemingly trying to distance themselves from him. What are you all doing? Li Suifeng's expression changed. He wasn't afraid of the demon beasts being too frenzied, but rather feared them being too rational. Whoa! A canine demon beast let out a mournful howl, and after retreating a certain distance, it unexpectedly turned around and fled. It was even faster than before. Whoa! The actions of this canine demon beast prompted more and more demon beasts to imitate it. They no longer lingered, all fleeing in terror. Li Suifeng's eyes turned red with urgency. They're running away. You are all commanding demon beasts, why are you all so cowardly? This is too much. None of you escape. Li Suifeng roared across the blood-soaked plain, his body radiating golden light like roaring flames. Thin golden threads lancing forth to instantly overtake a surging beast tide. As he swept his blade in wide arcs, slaughtering all before him far away. In another sector, Ku Jialan and her 4 companions stared at one another in stunned silence. Moments earlier, Li Suifeng's feat had been so astonishing it left them utterly spellbound. They remained transfixed, lost in awe, only now slowly returning to awareness. Did Li Suifeng truly annihilate this entire beast tide? Not only that, he even terrified the remaining beasts into flight. Could he possibly be a freshman? His strength is so terrifying many would believe him a senior on the verge of graduation. Why did Sister Xiao assign us to watch over this monster? The 5, now fully roused, still felt their hearts pounding wildly. Soon Du Lihua gazed upon the field of carcasses and murmured, so many beast corpses. How much are they worth? De Zhuang and the others jolted upright, eyes gleaming with sudden fervor. They held little interest in beast slaying for its own sake. They'd entered secret realm No. 3 solely to trade beast corpses for academic credits. With Li Suifeng's decisive rout of the beast tide, hundreds of corpses now littered the ground. Converting them all into credits would yield an astronomically staggering sum. A windfall beyond imagination. Team leader Ku, while Li Suifeng is far away. Shall we collect the beast corpses? De Zhuang turned resolutely toward Ku Jialan. Ku Jialan hesitated. That doesn't feel quite right. These beasts were slain by Li Suifeng. We contributed nothing. Yet no rule within this realm states corpses must belong to their slayer. De Zhuang knew full well the moral flaw, but human nature when confronted with profit rarely withstands scrutiny. Ku Jialan bit her lip, still torn. De Zhuang's expression hardened. If team leader Ku wishes to preserve your integrity, then let us shoulder this unsavory deed. He glanced at his 2 male companions, who nodded in silent accord. He's gone after the fleeing beasts. Let's act swiftly, or complications may arise upon his return, urged Du Lihua, giving De Zhuang a gentle but urgent shove. Her nudge ignited his greed. Like a bulldozer, De Zhuang charged across the corpse-strewn field, activating his supreme wristband to harvest carcasses without pause. With him leading the way, the other 3 shed their hesitation and fanned out across different zones, reaping freely. Say, is it truly acceptable for us seniors to exploit a freshman like this? Ku Jialan watched heart-heavy. She too desired beast corpses to redeem for credits, but not at the cost of conscience. That price would be too steep. Slain Lei Tanju, talent value 300. Slain Lei Zmo, talent value 300. Slain. Meanwhile, having overtaken and slaughtered an entire beast cohort, Li Suifeng turned, and as if sensing something, cast his gaze back toward the former epicenter of the beast tide. From afar he saw 4 figures meticulously sifting through the carnage, harvesting corpses. Opportunistic looting. A single brow arched. He'd noticed this 5-member squad even before the tide struck. One young woman among them, risking danger, had shouted a warning for him, even firing a signal flare. Li Suifeng didn't know her name, yet deeply admired her grace and integrity, and had even contemplated rewarding her with some beast corpses afterward. That, however, did not grant license for her squad to freely scavenge his spoils, especially without his "You dare steal what's mine, you court death." Fury surged from his core. With a guttural roar he activated Radiant Assault, blurring into light, and closed 20 meters in an instant, charging straight toward the 4. He spotted us. Du Lihua cried, panic flashing across her face, as Li Suifeng bore down upon them, incandescent with wrath. This youth cleared the beast tide single-handedly. His power is monstrous. Shouldn't we retreat for now? One teammate flinched, voice trembling. De Zhuang, flanked by 3 allies, had initially scoffed, yet the memory of Li Suifeng's slaughter sent shivers down his spine. At last he declared firmly, "This haul is enough. Let's withdraw," and bolted in the opposite direction. Seeing this, Du Lihua activated her talent. Gentle breezes swirling around her 3 companions' legs, propelling them forward in swift acceleration. Within moments, all 4 vanished into the distance. When Li Suifeng arrived, more than half the corpses were gone. His face darkened to iron gray. Though he glared after the 4 shrinking specks, he knew pursuit was futile. Their lead was too great. Instead he turned, fixing a furious stare upon the lone young woman nearby. Though silent, those blazing eyes tightened her chest with dread. "Brotherly, I am Ku Jialan. I speak for my teammates in offering our deepest apologies." Despite inner tremors, Ku Jialan stepped forward with courage, bowing deeply, shame etched across her features. Li Suifeng's gaze sharpened. Her voice triggered recognition. Was this Ku Jialan, the one who'd aided him before the tide? No wonder she'd abstained from looting. Her virtue stood leagues above those four thieves. With such integrity, how did you end up allied with those wretches, eh? Li Suifeng asked, barely containing his ire. Ku Jialan offered a rueful smile. We're classmates, both needing credits, and formed a team on mutual convenience. They ignored my orders outright, insisting on seizing the beast corpses. Understanding dawned on Li Suifeng. He paused and asked, how did you learn my name? She recounted Sister Xia's involvement. So that staff member truly took notice of me. It seems Wuji Academy still harbors kind souls. Li Suifeng mused inwardly, then softened his expression. Senior Sister Ku. Of these beast corpses I'll take 70%, you 30. How does that sound? Ku Jialan blinked, certain she'd misheard. Brotherly. Are you jesting? You expended a precious signal flare for me. I know its value. Consider these corpses my repayment. Li Suifeng spoke casually, already bending to gather corpses. Ku Jialan remained frozen, hesitant. Senior Sister Ku. I'm hardly stingy over a few beast corpses. Take your share freely. No need for restraint. He urged gently. Ku Jialan swallowed hard, then began picking up corpses with careful, almost reverent hands. They finished collecting all remaining corpses. Ku Jialan estimated. Even receiving only 30% and surrendering 70% to the academy, her 30% alone would net over 150 academic credits. After deducting 30 credits for transport, she'd still clear over 100 credits net. This expedition wasn't merely break-even. It was spectacularly profitable. Yet reflection brought sobering truth. De Zhuang's group had taken over half the corpses on site. Their haul likely dwarfed hers. Still, their gain rested on theft, a contemptible act. The realization that her own teammates could stoop so low filled Ku Jialan with sorrow and disillusionment. Senior Sister Ku, few beasts remain in this realm. Staying longer serves no purpose. Let's depart. Li Suifeng strode toward the nearest teleportation node. Yes, scattered beasts still lingered, but shaken by the cataclysm, they'd surely hide, not roam freely. He held no interest in hunting stragglers, preferring instead to leave outright. Secret realm no. 3 possessed only 1 arrival portal, but 6 distinct departure nodes. Scattered across the realm, any student reaching a departure node could contact Sister Xia, who would then teleport. En route to the node, Ku Jialan stole glances at Li Suifeng's profile, finding his side view as striking as his front sculpted serene breathtaking. Especially when he furrowed his brow or pressed his lips in thought. Those subtle expressions revealed a rare, unyielding masculinity that stirred quiet fascination within her. Brotherly, which province do you hail from? Seeking to ease the quiet, Ku Jialan ventured conversation. Xiangnan province. Were you provincial top scorer? No, ranked 3rd overall. 3rd? Ku Jialan recoiled in disbelief. If his combat prowess ranks only 3rd in Xiangnan, what manner of monster is the provincial champion? I performed modestly on the national exam. My growth accelerated afterward. Li Suifeng explained simply. Ku Jialan nodded softly, reassured. His demonstrated combat aptitude placed him among Wuji Academy's elite prodigies, truly a transcendent genius whose power and progress defied convention. Ordinary prodigies required 4 years to complete studies. Yet one like Li Suifeng, perhaps a single year would suffice. Indeed, throughout Wuji Academy's history, 1 or 2 such transcendent geniuses emerged each year. Brotherly, about my teammates. Ku Jialan broached the delicate subject, cheeks burning with embarrassment. He's such a decent person. Why did De Zhuang and the others steal? Had they waited and negotiated respectfully, he might well have shared some corpses. She remained unaware that Li Suifeng's generosity stemmed entirely from her prior kindness. If not for her selfless act, he'd never have offered her a single corpse. Please send me the dossiers of those 4 once we exit the realm, Senior Sister Ku. Li Suifeng remarked offhandedly. Ku Jialan stiffened, sensing unease. Brotherly, do you intend to confront them? Senior Sister Ku, that isn't confrontation. That's retribution. Li Suifeng corrected her gravely. They first violated my spoils, thus forging enmity. Even if I eliminated every one of them, it would align perfectly with martial ethics. Ku Jialan paled. Brotherly, please stay calm. Lethal violence is strictly prohibited on campus. Of course I know that. Li Suifeng flashed a dazzling grin. I won't kill them, merely ensure they suffer profoundly. His smile was radiant, but Ku Jialan felt a chill. Precisely how will they suffer? You'll see soon enough. As he spoke, they reached the teleportation node. Li Suifeng manipulated his temporary wristband, sending a message to Sister Xia. Meanwhile, at Sister Xia's command, 4 figures materialized within the teleportation array, none other than De Zhuang and his trio. Why are you drenched in sweat? Fleeing beast predators. Where's Xiao Ku? Sister Xia frowned, noting their pallor and agitation. We encountered complications. Team leader Ku remains inside. She's unharmed. Sister Xia, please process our credit redemption first. De Zhuang removed his wristband. The others followed suit. Sister Xia blinked. They've been inside less than an hour. How could they possibly have harvested anything substantial? Why such urgency? Nonetheless, she accepted the bans, and upon inspection froze. De Zhuang's storage space overflowed with beast corpses, piled high as a miniature mountain. Even more astonishing, Du Lihua and the other two wielded wristbands equally crammed with carcasses, mountains of beasts. Good heavens, how did you four accomplish this? Sister Xia stared incredulous. The quartet remained tight-lipped, faces impassive. Sister Xia asked no further. Her role was limited to teleportation registration and redemption, not investigation. Their silence, though unsettling, fell well within protocol. Lu Zhuangzhuang, your beast corpses total 1000 credits. After taxation, 700 credits. You retain 300 credits. Du Lihua, your haul amounts to 866 credits. Tax deduction 599 credits. Net yield 259. 8 credits. Wu Leiyu. Sister Xia processed credits rapidly. De Zhuang's group clapped hands over mouths, eyes wide, nearly shrieking with euphoria. Each had secured at least 200 credits, enough to sustain their studies for over a year. For the next 12 months, they could indulge in utter idleness, freed forever from credit anxiety. Our decision was undeniably wise. The four exchanged knowing glances, triumph gleaming in every eye. Any lingering guilt dissolved utterly beneath the weight of their windfall. Thank you, Sister Xia. We'll take our leave now. Having confirmed credit deposits, they departed without delay. Sister Xia watched them go, puzzled. Could these four truly have slain so many beasts? Just then, a soft chime rang from her alert device. It signaled someone's imminent return from the realm. She pressed a button, and two beams of white light coalesced within the array. Li Suifeng and Ku Jialan. Xiao Ku, Li Suifeng, it's you both. Sister Xia brightened, relief flooding her features. Sister Xia, have Lu Zhuangzhuang and the others returned? Ku Jialan stepped forth, asking directly. Just now, they redeemed their haul and left immediately. Though frankly, your four teammates have proven remarkably capable. Sister Xia mused aloud. Ku Jialan's face flushed with shame. What's wrong? Sister Xia asked, concerned. Ku Jialan said nothing, merely handed over her wristband. Sister Xia scanned it, finding far fewer corpses than Lu Zhuangzhuang's group, yet still a substantial credit yield. After processing, she turned to Li Suifeng. Li Suifeng, I'm truly relieved you're unharmed. Still, next time you enter a secret realm, follow Xiao Ku's example. Recruit 4 teammates for support. I wouldn't tolerate even one such despicable wretch. 4. That would make me physically ill. Li Suifeng snapped, thrusting his wristband forward. Sister Xia frowned. His phrasing struck her as unusually harsh. Yet upon checking his band, her expression collapsed into pure, unadulterated shock. What caught Sister Xia's eye was a mountain of monster corpses. The visual impact was so strong that it made her. This Li Suifeng's bracelet actually contains 413 monster corpses. What on earth has he done? The collected monster corpses are almost equal to the total of Lu Zhuangzhuang and his 3 companions. After counting, Sister Xia learned the total number of monster corpses in the bracelet. There were about 1,000 monsters in the entire secret realm. Lu Zhuangzhuang and his companions combined had over 300. Adding Li Suifeng's 400, didn't that mean that 70 or 80% of the monsters in the secret realm had perished? What on earth did they do? Why have they all become so ferocious, capable of killing so many monsters? Due to her chaotic thoughts, Sister Xia's face held not only shock, but also confusion. Li Suifeng, however, remained calm. Sister Xia, how many credits can I earn? Sister Xia snapped back to reality, using a device to calculate for Li Suifeng. Swallowing hard, she said, Li Suifeng, you have earned a total of 3,109 credits from the monster corpses. After deducting the mandatory 70 to be submitted, you have 932. 7 credits left. Li Suifeng frowned. Is that all? Is that all? Sister Xia was stunned, excitedly shouting. Do you know that most students nearing graduation don't earn this many credits? Do you know that this amount of credits is enough for you to live comfortably for 4 years in university? Do you know how many techniques, weapons, equipment, and elixirs you could exchange with this amount of credits? Do you know? She began to explain frantically. Li Suifeng nodded slightly, subconsciously interpreting the credits as Dragon Country currency. In reality, these two concepts were entirely different. At Wujing Academy, an ordinary student only needed about 5 credits for living expenses in a semester. Including the exchange for techniques, equipment, and elixirs, several dozen credits would be sufficient for a semester. By this calculation, nearly 1,000 credits would indeed be enough for him to indulge during his 4 years at university. By estimating the credits taken away by Lu Zhuangzhuang and his 3 companions, it was roughly about 700 or 800 points. Li Suifeng's mentality began to falter. Xiao Ku, what is going on? How did you all manage to obtain so many monster corpses? At this moment, Sister Xia couldn't help but ask Ku Jialan. Ku Jialan bit her lip and shook her head, offering no explanation. Sister Xia, could you please settle the credits? I have some matters to attend to. Li Suifeng rolled up his sleeves and said. Sister Xia made an effort to calm herself, operated the machine, and with a ding the bracelet prompted that Li Suifeng had received his 932. 7 credits. Senior Cook, can you take me to find them? After retrieving the super bracelet from Sister Xia, Li Suifeng turned to look at Ku Jialan. Ku Jialan sighed. Although betraying one's teammates was wrong, the 4 teammates had made the mistake first. Morally, Li Suifeng was qualified to find them. Moreover, having taken so many credits from Li Suifeng, it would be too unjust not to do something in return. Junior Li, I can take you to find them, but before taking action, could you give me a chance to persuade them to return the credits to you voluntarily? Li Suifeng thought for a moment, and said, if they obediently return the credits to me, it could save a lot of physical suffering. Save a lot of physical suffering. Even if they return the credits, you still have to take action. Ku Jialan realized that Li Suifeng was playing a word game, but she did not pursue it further. Still, it's the same as before. The 4 teammates made the mistake first. If they are punished, it is only right. Alright then, Junior, let's go. Ku Jialan said, greeting Sister Xia, and left with Li Suifeng. Watching the two depart, Sister Xia's eyes remained filled with shock. From the conversation between the two, it seemed that the monster corpses obtained by Lu Zhuangzhuang and his trio were all snatched from Li Suifeng. Meaning, all these dead monsters were solely Li Suifeng's doing. How could that be possible? Was she hearing things? Regardless of the truth, based on the number of monsters killed by these 6, the remaining monsters in Secret Realm no. 3 will not exceed 200 heads, which is already far below the threshold of the ecological chain, and must be reported to the school leaders. After some time, Sister Xia once again tried to calm herself, and took out her phone to contact her superior. Because there were many teachers and students within the academy, and the school had ample finances. Therefore, there were 10 dormitory buildings on campus. 2 buildings were for the instructors and professors, while the other 8 were for students of different grades. Lu Zhuangzhuang and his group as second-year students lived in the boys' dormitory not far from the freshmen. In one dormitory room, Lu Zhuangzhuang and Du Lihua were currently celebrating. The coffee table was filled with various grilled meats, fruits, and drinks. The 4 were enjoying delicious food and drinks, having a great time. The credits earned this time are enough to ensure my comfort until the 4th year. From now on, apart from necessary tasks, I won't go out, and will try to break through in seclusion. After finishing this drink, the next time we meet will be up to fate. Du Lihua, slightly tipsy, raised her glass. Xiaodu, if I remember correctly, you're not a homebody, right? Having received so many credits, you don't plan to indulge afterwards. That's not in line with your nature. De Zhuang laughed as he raised his glass to clink with hers, teasingly saying, are you afraid of that Li Suifeng, and are trying to avoid him? Bifang, a student sporting a small mustache, chimed in, that must be it. But Xiaodu, even if Li Suifeng comes looking for trouble, he will definitely come to us 3 first, and only then to you. You don't need to panic, we 3 will take the heat for you. Old Bai is right. If that Li Suifeng dares to come looking for trouble, we 3 will definitely take responsibility. De Zhuang, a bit tipsy, slammed his cup on the coffee table, thumping his thigh and shouting, but even if that kid has some skills, we 3 are no pushovers. If he dares to come, we'll make sure he can't handle it. No sooner had he finished speaking than a sudden knock 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 echoed at the door. The previously boisterous atmosphere instantly fell silent. Du Lihua's face turned pale as she said, no way. Is that Li Suifeng really here? Is he that bold? She had initially held some hope, thinking that Li Suifeng would hesitate to question them due to their seniority and numbers. But now it seemed that was not the case. The faces of De Zhuang and the others also stiffened, feeling anxious. At this moment a voice came from outside, it's me. Junior Li is still outside the dormitory and hasn't come up yet. Only then did the 4 of them breathe a sigh of relief. Trusting Ku Jialan's character, Bifang went to open the door and saw that indeed only Ku Jialan was in the corridor. Captain Ku, did Li Suifeng really come? Bifang invited Ku Jialan in and quickly closed the door. Before Ku Jialan could speak, Du Lihua approached the window, stretched her neck, and indeed saw a handsome but cold-faced young man standing outside the dormitory. The young man seemed to realize he was being stared at, raised his head, and locked eyes with Du Lihua, revealing a... Du Lihua's face turned pale as she rushed back to the coffee table, panicking. Li Suifeng is really downstairs. What should we do? Calm down, Xiaodu. De Zhuang consoled her, and looked at Ku Jialan with a questioning gaze. Ku Jialan, seeing the food on the coffee table, spoke angrily. You stole his things, and should feel guilty, yet you still have the face to celebrate. Du Lihua and the other 3 lowered their heads, feeling somewhat ashamed. Only De Zhuang's face darkened as he replied, Captain Ku, is your tone leaning towards Li Suifeng? Are you planning to no longer team up with us? Ku Jialan snorted coldly. From the moment the 4 had insisted on stealing the monster corpses, this team had crumbled. Lu Zhuangzhuang, I am here to negotiate on behalf of Li Suifeng. If you return the stolen credits to him, he can offer you a lighter punishment. Ku Jialan spoke earnestly. Lighter punishment? For us? Huh? Does this kid think he's a disciplinary committee member? Lu Zhuangzhuang laughed loudly while holding his stomach, then his expression turned slightly cold as he said, Ku Jialan, these credits were earned by us through exchanges, they belong to us, and it's impossible to give them to him. If that kid truly wants to cause trouble, you can fully inform him. He was about to say something harsh. Ku Jialan ignored him and turned to Du Lihua and the others. What do you three think? Bifang mustered his courage and said, we share the same thoughts as De Zhuang. Du Lihua nodded gently. I really misjudged you all. Ku Jialan shook her head in disappointment and left the dormitory. As soon as she left, Lu Zhuang raised his glass looking unconcerned. Come, let's drink. Bifang forced a smile and raised his glass. The school has regulations, conflicts can occur anywhere, but not in the dormitory. Even if that kid wants to trouble us today, he definitely can't succeed. After all, school rules are still in place. He was about to clink glasses with Lu Zhuang. Driven by curiosity, Du Lihua went to the window again and suddenly changed her expression. Oh no. Li Suifeng has entered the dormitory building. What the hell? This kid really dares to come wild on our turf. Lu Zhuang slammed his cup on the table and went to the window, but indeed found no sight of Li Suifeng. Clop clop. Just then a sudden pause of footsteps came from outside the door. The four of them looked at the tightly closed dormitory door, unable to breathe for a moment. Li Suifeng not only dared to enter the dormitory building, but he also truly came knocking. What on earth did he want? The next moment the answer was revealed. Bang! With a loud crash, a hole appeared in the iron dormitory door. A golden fist broke through the hole and pressed down on the doorknob. Crack! The door lock opened, and that hand forcefully pulled open the damaged iron door. Then Lu Zhuang and the others saw Li Suifeng bathed in golden light, with a cold expression, walk into the dormitory. You! Looking at Li Suifeng swaggering into the dormitory, Lu Zhuang and the others stared wide-eyed, their expressions akin to seeing a ghost. He came in. Li Suifeng just barged into their dormitory, so bluntly. Is this considered trespassing? Li Suifeng, what do you want? Lu Zhuang was the first to snap awake, shouting in a fierce yet cowardly manner. After all, this was his dormitory, and as the host he needed to do something. A flash of light from the wristband revealed a massive iron rod 2 meters long and 3 fingers thick appearing in his hand. Lu Zhuang displayed a fierce expression, attempting to intimidate Li Suifeng. Unexpectedly, Li Suifeng's gaze sharpened, and a long knife suddenly appeared in his hand. Whoosh! The long knife sliced through the air, accompanied by a menacing aura. In that moment, Lu Zhuang felt numb. Li Suifeng not only dared to barge into his dormitory, but also dared to strike directly. Was he insane? Damn it! With the knife aura close at hand, Lu Zhuang finally came to his senses, swinging the long rod, with a surge of blood energy. Clang! Amidst the sound of impact, the force contained in the long rod shattered the knife aura, but Lu Zhuang did not fare well either. The shockwave from the knife aura caused excruciating pain in his hands, forcing the iron rod from his grasp. His body stumbled backward, knocking over the coffee table. Food and drinks scattered everywhere. Lu Zhuang had yet to regain his footing when he saw Li Suifeng charging in like a cheetah, wielding the hunting demon knife, exuding a fierce aura. Du Lihua was terrified at the sight, instinctively waving her soft weapon, unleashing a series of wind blades that resembled flying darts, while shouting, Li Suifeng, stop! Don't act impulsively. Clang! Li Suifeng ignored her coldly, drawing his knife to shatter the incoming wind blades, then arrived before the four, raising his knife to strike down. Crash! The golden knife aura shattered the overturned coffee table. The food scattered on the ground was pulverized into debris. The chilling knife aura made Lu Zhuang and the others feel as if their skin was being scratched by blades. They instinctively dispersed to the sides, barely avoiding the knife aura's attack. Boom! However, the floor trembled as the knife aura dissipated, and the four were horrified to discover a distinct knife mark on the floor. Crazy! You're insane! Bifang cowered in the corner, furious and terrified, shouting at Li Suifeng. This is a sophomore dormitory. Li Suifeng was merely a freshman, yet he dared to invade this place and strike at them without question. Such madness was unprecedented in the history of Wuji Academy. Li Suifeng, let's talk this out. If this escalates, your fate will undoubtedly be dire. You might even... Fearfully, Du Lihua raised her hands, trying to appease him. Unfortunately, Li Suifeng's face remained cold, akin to eternal glacial ice. Earlier, he had given the four an opportunity by sending Ku Jialan to negotiate. Since they took it lightly, the negotiation was already shattered. Now discussing anything further was merely a waste of time. Screw it! Li Suifeng shouted internally, sweeping his knife outward. Whoosh! Crash! The fierce knife aura swept towards Bifang. He instantly crouched down, with knife aura passing overhead, then striking the wall, leaving another mark. Whoosh! Whoosh! Subsequently, Li Suifeng went into a frenzy, wildly swinging his knife. The sharp knife aura filled the entire dormitory. In just 10 seconds, the dormitory's furnishings were nearly destroyed. The walls bore distinct knife marks from all directions. What is happening? The door to the adjacent dormitory swung open swiftly, and a group of confused sophomores appeared in the corridor, discovering Ku Jialan standing outside Lu Zhuang's dormitory, her expression one of shock. Ku Jialan, this is the boys' dormitory. What is a girl like you doing here? Also, is Lu Zhuang tearing down the place? Or has a lunatic gone mad? A few sophomores approached the door skeptically, only to see a stranger inside the dormitory, wildly swinging a long knife. Under his blade, Lu Zhuang and the other 3 sophomores were frantically dodging, barely able to fight back. What the hell? What is going on? One sophomore rubbed his eyes frantically, thinking he had dozed off too long and was hallucinating. But upon removing his hands, he confirmed that the scene in the room was no illusion. There was indeed a strange boy chasing after Lu Zhuang and the others, intent on killing them. Who is this person? A cult member? Or an alien disguised as a human? One sophomore widened his eyes instinctively, drawing a weapon, contemplating rushing into the room to rescue Lu Zhuang and the others. An arm reached out to stop him. The sophomore looked at the owner of the arm in astonishment. Ku Jialan, why are you stopping me? If this continues, Zhuang and the others will be killed. Ku Jialan's face turned pale. She hadn't expected Li Suifeng to be so insane, daring to unleash a killing spree in Lu Zhuang's dormitory over a trivial matter. However, things had escalated to this point. A big commotion was inevitable. After all, Li Suifeng would not escape punishment from the school afterwards. Why should she stop him midway? Why not let him vent his anger properly? Ku Jialan fixed her gaze on Li Suifeng's figure, addressing the sophomore. His name is Li Suifeng, a freshman. He is not a cult member, nor an alien disguised as a human. What? The sophomore was even more bewildered. A freshman chasing after a group of sophomores with a knife. Is there really such a ridiculous occurrence in reality? Ku Jialan, are you joking? Is this guy really a freshman? Another student asked, wide-eyed. And what grudge does he have with Zhuang to act so crazily? Ku Jialan bit her lips, saying, Li Suifeng is indeed a freshman. As for why he is acting so crazily, it's a long story and hard to explain. Please give me some face, and just observe. Don't interfere. The onlooking sophomores exchanged glances, but they did not dare to rush into the dormitory. Without external aid, Lu Zhuang and the others were entirely caught in Li Suifeng's aggressive rhythm, despite their own decent strength. Unfortunately, the dormitory was too small. Coupled with Li Suifeng's ferocious pace of attack, it was relentless like waves at sea. They could barely evade, let alone activate their talents to fight back. Thus they were forced to desperately dodge and move within the confined space, avoiding the fierce blades. Whoosh! The good times didn't last long. With a crisp sound, Bai Feng was struck in the shoulder blade by the blade, blood splattering as his left arm was severed, the severed arm flying out towards the onlookers. It's Bai Feng's arm. Damn! Get out of the way! A group of sophomores scattered in fright. When the severed arm fell, they saw the fingers still twitching, indicating that the knife had been so fast that Bai Feng's nerves hadn't reacted in time, believing the arm was still attached. Oh my god! Bloodshed! This Li Suifeng is really a lunatic. One sophomore covered his mouth, trying not to vomit, shouting loudly. Ku Jialan quickly returned to the door, seeing that apart from Bai Feng, Du Lihua and another student also bore visible knife wounds, severely injured and trembling as they crawled towards the corner. At this moment, only Lu Zhuang remained uninjured. He had unknowingly arrived by the window, picking up the iron rod from the ground, his face pale with fear as he guarded against Li Suifeng. Just then Li Suifeng's body flashed, reaching the bedside, and his long knife slashed towards Lu Zhuang. Crazy! They'll fight you to the death. In a state of extreme terror, Lu Zhuang instead became frantic, swinging the iron rod towards Li Suifeng's chest, intending to perish together with him. At the instant the long saber crossed paths with the iron staff, Lu Zhuang's eyes widened in shock as he stared fixedly at Li Suifeng. His body would inevitably be wounded by that blade. Yet the staff strike he unleashed bore crushing force. Tens of thousands of gene of raw power coiled within it. If Li Suifeng insisted on pressing his lethal assault, he would have no means to defend against this blow. In the end, Li Suifeng himself would suffer grievous injury from the staff. So, would he dare trade wounds with Lu Zhuang? Time slipped away in a heartbeat. The iron staff struck Li Suifeng squarely in the chest. A sharp vibration reverberated through Lu Zhuang's arm, surging up his body as a numbing, searing pain. His eyes flew wide in disbelief. He didn't dodge. Li Suifeng had not even attempted to evade this desperate life-or-death strike. He'd chosen instead to absorb the full impact of the staff and still slash him down. What kind of madman is this? As Lu Zhuang reeled inwardly in shock, a sharp shhhd sliced the air, followed instantly by an unprecedented agony erupting from his scapula. Instinctively he glanced down. His right arm had been severed clean by the blade. At the stump, raw flesh pulsed, and blood gushed forth like a crimson spring. My hand! Ah! His scream tore from his throat only after the fact. Then he collapsed onto the floor, writhing in torment. Li Suifeng stood motionless, sword in hand, and cast a glance toward his own chest. The athletic fabric of his shirt had split open where the staff struck. Beneath it a faint purple bruise bloomed upon his skin. You think your pitiful strength can breach my demon rhinoceros body? Dare you truly wager wounds against me? Do you even deserve such an exchange? He brushed dust from his chest, confirmed no harm done, then delivered a soul-shattering barb laced with disdain. Lu Zhuangzhuang nearly fainted from sheer outrage. Footsteps echoed. Li Suifeng approached, his face twisted into a demon's cold, mocking smile. Don't come any closer. Lu Zhuangzhuang trembled violently, his dark complexion bleaching white with terror as he shrieked. Li Suifeng ignored him entirely. Raising the monster-hunting saber high, he advanced, and brought it down in a single decisive arc. A crisp shhhd rang out. Lu Zhuangzhuang's left arm was severed cleanly at the shoulder. Agony ripped through him like a butcher's cleaver, his shriek rose guttural and animal-like, then cut off abruptly as blood loss and unbearable pain shattered his consciousness, plunging him into oblivion. You've fainted before I even turned you into a human tripod. Pathetic. Li Suifeng shook his head in contempt, his gaze shifting sideways. Bai Fong, Du Lihua, and the third student, already petrified, jolted involuntarily, then dropped to the floor, eyes squeezed shut, feigning death. Think I'm a fool? That pretending to be dead will spare you. Li Suifeng's expression hardened into savage menace. You dared steal my spoils. I'll carve every one of you into human tripods. He strode straight toward Du Lihua. Heavens above, does this monster still hunger for more? Truly intends to sever limbs from everyone. Ku Jialan, tell me, is this Li Suifeng actually a terrorist? Outside the dormitory, as Lu Zhuangzhuang's arms were severed, dozens of second-year students shuddered inwardly. Their gazes locked onto Li Suifeng, filled with primal fear and awestruck dread. Now witnessing his further brutality, his intent to eradicate them utterly, none could hold themselves together. Even Ku Jialan flinched and cried out, Li Suifeng, halt. Give them a chance to refund your credits. At those words, Du Lihua abandoned her pretense, scrambling upright and sobbing. Li Suifeng, stop. I'll give you all my points. All of them, I swear. Li Suifeng's face remained icy. Transfer them now? Through tears, Du Lihua manipulated her wristband to initiate the transfer. Ding dong. A chime sounded from Li Suifeng's wristband. He glanced down. 300 academic credits received. More than expected. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Unaware that, paralyzed by terror, Du Lihua hadn't merely returned the 260 credits she'd taken, but had surrendered every last credit remaining in her account, over 40 more. You may live. Li Suifeng gave a cold, curt nod, then fixed his gaze on Bai Fong and the other student. Both had already broken academic credits forgotten. They frantically initiated transfers. Bai Fong in particular retrieved his severed arm, still wearing its wristband, and gritting through agony completed the transfer with one trembling hand, speed so fierce it evoked grim admiration. Having reclaimed all 3 debts, Li Suifeng snatched up an unbroken bottle of ice-cold beer from the floor, popped the cap with a single finger, and poured it directly onto Lu Zhuangzhuang's face. Splash splash. The icy liquid drenched Lu Zhuangzhuang's features, just as he stirred awake, blinking up into Li Suifeng's chilling, mocking grin. Ah! His body convulsed instinctively, nearly collapsing back into unconsciousness. Transfer your credits, now, or I'll kill you. Li Suifeng's wrist shifted minutely. The razor edge of the monster-hunting saber now rested against Lu Zhuangzhuang's throat. A whisper of pressure would part head from body. I'll send them. Lu Zhuangzhuang broke down, completely wailing, but both my hands are gone. I can't operate. Then use your feet to transfer. Li Suifeng snarled, voice low and venomous. Tears streamed down Lu Zhuangzhuang's face. I'm maimed, and you're still this merciless. Are you even human? Finally, Ku Jialan entered the dormitory. Guided by Lu Zhuangzhuang's frantic verbal instructions, she picked up his severed forearm and, with deft practiced motions, operated his wristband to complete the transfer. Thus Li Suifeng reclaimed the final 300 credits. His wristband now displayed a total of 1910 academic credits. That's more like it. He nodded slightly, his expression softening ever so faintly. Disciple. A familiar voice called from outside the dormitory door. Li Suifeng turned, and there stood Su Yan and Hua Rongji. Su Yan's eyelids twitched violently at the carnage, blood-soaked chaos strewn across the floor, and he stared at Li Suifeng in utter disbelief. Boy, you've caused a catastrophe. Hua Rongji's face tightened with gravity. Without a word, she swiftly formed seals with both hands, and released a dense verdant light that settled upon the 4 wounded figures. Flesh rippled and knit itself together. Within mere breaths, all 4 had passed beyond critical injury. Su Yan's voice emerged hoarse and strained. Li Suifeng shrugged. These fools seized my spoils and refused to return them. So I taught them a lesson they'll never forget. That nonchalant demeanor stirred conflicting emotions in Su Yan, admiration warring with apprehension. He admired his disciple's unyielding spirit, fearless of heaven, unbound by earth, swift in vengeance. That very trait was what he cherished most in his disciple. Yet he feared. This time Li Suifeng had gravely violated school regulations by inflicting severe injury upon 4 students. The matter had escalated beyond containment. Could he still shield his disciple from consequence? Vice Principal. This Li Suifeng is a lunatic, Wawa. Emboldened by authorities' presence, Du Lihua, her wounds healed, burst into Hua Rongji's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Lu Zhuangzhuang and the others lowered their heads, faces etched with fury, humiliation, and bitter shame. Surrounded by witnesses, men among men, they swallowed their grievances, a dignity still held however thin. Yet from the corner of their eyes, catching Li Suifeng's unervingly placid expression, their hearts hammered wildly. Had they known how utterly unhinged he was, they'd never have dared seize his spoils. Now it was too late. Even if this boy were expelled, their own disgrace would echo across campus. How could they possibly face their peers again? In the conference hall on the top floor of the Academic Affairs Building, Vice Principal Hua Rongji sat in the second seat, while the first seat was occupied by an elderly man with graying hair, wearing reading glasses, and a gray shirt. His name is Wen Lanshan, the principal of the Wuji Academy. Principal Wen, that kid named Li almost ruined my disciple. We must expel him this time to set an example. A woman with dark yellow skin spoke up from beside the long table. Her name is Peng Ro, a leader within the school, and she is also the master of Du Lihua. Dai Yuan, who had long limbs, concurred, saying, "Although I appreciate Li Suifeng's talent and ability, attacking others in the dormitory violates school rules and creates a terrible influence on campus. If we don't handle this properly now, it will greatly affect our school's reputation." After a long silence, Su Yin expressed his frustration, saying, "Dai Yuan, my disciple, only defeated Niu Dali once. Why do you hold such a grudge against him?" Dai Yuan turned his head away, showing a disinterested demeanor. Su Yin looked seriously at Wen Lanshan and said, "Principal, when my disciple made a mistake this time, but a major demerit should be enough. Expelling him outright. This punishment is too severe." Did he even consider how serious the situation would be when he openly attacked my disciple with a knife? Peng Ro shouted angrily. Su Yin knew that arguing with an angry woman was merely asking for trouble. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Principal, if you insist on expelling my disciple this time, then you might as well dismiss me too." The neutral leaders were all taken aback. Hadn't Su Yin taken Li Suifeng as his disciple for less than 3 days? How had they developed such a deep master-disciple bond in such a short time? Was it so that Su Yin would give up his job to protect Li Suifeng? "Su Yin, you're over 40. Why are you—" Peng Ro looked disdainful. "Your disciple must be punished for his mistakes. This is school policy. Without rules, nothing can be achieved. Do you understand? And do you really think that threatening the principal with this will make him compromise?" Su Yin glared at Peng Ro, just about to say something. The principal, Wen Lanshan, waved his hand and said, "You two should calm down. It's just a small matter, no need to make things so tense. There will definitely be a punishment for Li Suifeng. It's just a matter of severity, which we can discuss slowly." He looked extremely old, speaking slowly, yet no one dared to contradict him. Once he finished, Hua Rongji quietly said, "Principal, the background to this matter is as follows." After hearing the report, Wen Lanshan's murky eyes sparkled with a glimmer. "Do you all know why Li Suifeng sought trouble with Lu Zhuangzhuang and the others?" Everyone shook their heads. They had just received news that Li Suifeng had invaded the sophomore dormitory, chasing after Lu Zhuangzhuang and the others. Shocked by Li Suifeng's strength, they had rushed here to discuss the punishment for him according to school rules. As for why Li Suifeng chased after Lu Zhuangzhuang and the others, they were unaware. "Xiao Hua, you explain." Wen Lanshan gestured to Hua Rongji. Hua Rongji stood up holding a report and said, "Not long ago, Li Suifeng killed a group of demon beasts in the No. 3 secret realm. While pursuing other demon beasts, Lu Zhuangzhuang, Du Lihua, Bai Fong, and Yuan Mao stole the corpses of the demon beasts he hunted and exchanged them for credits ranging from 150 to 300. The expressions of the various leaders changed slightly. 150 to 300 credits. How many demon beasts did that require? At least 30 to 50, right? Each person took away 30 to 50. Doesn't that mean Li Suifeng killed 2 to 300 demon beasts? But the No. 3 secret realm is mainly filled with commander-level demon beasts. Could it be that Li Suifeng was able to kill so many demon beasts? Is that true? Seeing the astonishment among the crowd, Hua Rongji picked up the remote and pressed a button. A scene appeared on the screen at the front of the conference hall. In the footage, Li Suifeng stood atop a pile of corpses wielding a demon-slaying knife and mercilessly slaughtering. One demon beast after another fell beneath the blade's aura. The visual impact was comparable to a sci-fi blockbuster, causing all the school leaders to widen their eyes. A beast tide, or a medium-scale beast tide. Li Suifeng not only endured the beast tide, but also defeated it. Isn't he just a freshman? Isn't that a bit too powerful? As the video progressed, the various leaders began to whisper in shock. Dai Yuan was so stunned that he couldn't speak. He had thought that under his guidance his disciple Niu Dali would quickly surpass Li Suifeng. Now it seemed he was merely overthinking. While Niu Dali was improving, Li Suifeng was also making strides. If Niu Dali's rate of progress was akin to riding in a car, then Li Suifeng's rate of progress was like riding a rocket. He recalled how during training, although he had shown off his strength, had been quite limited. But now, he could single-handedly slaughter the Beast Tide. A Beast Tide primarily composed of commander-level demon beasts. This was simply unbelievable. At this moment the video reached its conclusion and the shadows of Lu Zhuangzhuang and the others appeared in the footage. They ignored Li Suifeng's warnings, forcibly took the corpses of the dead demon beasts, and fled. At this moment an uproar erupted in the venue. Su Yan was furious and shouted, "These demon beasts were all killed by my disciple. On what grounds do Lu Zhuangzhuang and the others dare to steal them? No wonder my disciple was so enraged these bastards brought it upon themselves." Peng Rao's face flashed with a hint of shame and anger. She had thought her disciple was a very honest girl. Unexpectedly, she turned out to be quite underhanded behind the scenes. However, Peng Rao did not back down and scolded, "Su Yan, even if my disciple made a mistake in this matter, did your disciple not make a mistake? Regardless, there are so many demon beast corpses, what's wrong with sharing a little with colleagues?" Su Yan looked at Peng Rao in disbelief. The latter continued, "Moreover, even if my disciple's actions aren't so honorable, did she violate school rules? There is no rule stating that one cannot seize others' spoils in the secret realm, right?" Su Yan's face turned red with anger, veins bulging on his bald forehead. But in the end he was just a burly man. How could he argue with an elderly martial arts master like Peng Rao? He was so tongue-tied that he couldn't say a word, only clenching his fists tightly. "Director Peng, please calm down. It's just a small matter, no need to raise your voice." When Lanshan finally spoke, letting Peng Rao close her mouth, and continued slowly, "Li Suifeng's behavior this time is indeed inappropriate, but as you can see, despite his young age, his combat power is remarkable. He is a rare talent." Hua Rongji understood, and added, "Wuji City will face disasters in the future, this is evident to all. We are recruiting students broadly to cultivate more talents to deal with that unknown calamity. Li Suifeng's talent is extraordinary. If we continue to give him space to grow, perhaps on the day of the calamity, he can become a pillar and make a significant contribution. My thought is to give Li Suifeng a major demerit this time, but not to expel him, and to give him a chance to redeem himself." Peng Rao was furious at these words, but due to Hua Rongzi's authority, she said nothing. Dai Yuan harbored animosity towards Li Suifeng, but it was purely out of jealousy towards his disciple. Since even the main party Peng Rao dared not speak up, he could only let it go. No one else could possibly have objections to Li Suifeng. Seeing the venue quiet down when Lanshan finally smiled, and said, "Then let's proceed as Xiao Hua suggested." Outside the conference hall, Li Suifeng, Ku Jialan, Lu Zhuangzhuang, and the other four parties involved stood there. Li Suifeng's gaze was icy, fixating on Lu Zhuangzhuang and the others. The four of them felt a prickling sensation on their backs, with Bai Feng and Du Lihua lowering their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. Only Lu Zhuangzhuang fiercely said, "Mad dog, you're about to be expelled. What are you pretending for?" Li Suifeng remained silent, his eyes growing colder. Creak. The door suddenly opened, and a group of school leaders walked out, looking at Li Suifeng with complex expressions. This child is indeed a true dragon. But his character is a bit too reckless, isn't it? Hopefully he can be more tactful in the future and cause less trouble. With mixed feelings the leaders left. Su Yan and Peng Rao followed suit. "Director Peng, that mad dog was expelled, right?" Lu Zhuangzhuang looked at Peng Rao with hope. Peng Rao's face was ashen, ignoring him, and said to Du Lihua. Du Lihua was thus dragged away by Peng Rao, leaving Lu Zhuangzhuang and the other two in a state of confusion. "Disciple, you may have caused trouble, but this time your master can understand you." Beside them, Su Yan smiled and patted Li Suifeng on the shoulder. "Master, judging by your expression, am I fine now?" Li Suifeng asked. "You weren't expelled, but you received a major demerit," Su Yan said with a grin. "A major demerit? Doesn't that mean I lose 100 credits? The school rules of Wuji Academy state that a minor demerit deducts 30 credits, and accumulating 4 minor demerits would result in expulsion. A major demerit deducts 100 credits, and accumulating 2 will definitely lead to expulsion. You made quite a mess this time, and do you really need that 100 credits? If it were anyone else, the trouble you caused could easily lead to expulsion. Fortunately, the vice principal and principal appreciate you, or you would have been in big trouble." Su Yan remained in good spirits. Meanwhile, Lu Zhuangzhuang and the others felt as if they had fallen into an ice pit, their faces pale. This Li Suifeng had committed violence in front of everyone. How could he not be expelled? On what grounds? I refuse to accept this. I was just demanding my own belongings. My actions were a bit extreme. Why am I receiving a major demerit? Facing him, Li Suifeng, like a ferocious tiger, growled, his mood extremely foul, and suddenly turned to Lu Zhuangzhuang saying, "Did you just say I would be expelled?" Lu Zhuangzhuang instinctively stepped back, soon finding himself backed against the wall with no way to retreat. You just called me a mad dog saying I like to pretend, right? Li Sufing's expression grew increasingly ferocious. Lu Zhuangzhuang, terrified, looked at Su Yin with pleading eyes. Master, if I beat this idiot here, will I only receive a minor demerit? Little did he know Li Suifeng also turned to look at Su Yin. The latter chuckled and said, according to school rules, you can only receive one minor demerit once. A major demerit and a minor demerit won't lead to expulsion, but you won't have any room for error in the future. Oh. Li Suifeng nodded, then walked towards Lu Zhuangzhuang, raising his hand to strike him fiercely. Slap, slap, slap. A series of crisp and continuous slapping sounds echoed, accompanied by Lu Zhuangzhuang's yells and cries. Bai Feng and another companion lowered their heads, not daring to look. What happened? Hua Rongji and Wen Lanshan, hearing the commotion, came to the aisle and found Lu Zhuangzhuang squatting on the ground, his face already swollen like a pig's head. Li Suifeng shook his hand, angrily cursing, damn it. Hua Rongji and Wen Lanshan exchanged bewildered glances. Hadn't he just received a major demerit? Now he was causing trouble again. This is too crazy. Disciple, is it really worth spending 30 credits just to vent your anger? Outside the academic building, Su Yin casually led the way with his hands behind his back, his bald head gleaming under the night sky. Master, as warriors we seek to follow our hearts. Lu Zhuangzhuang was the one who made the first mistake and dared to provoke me. I can't just let it go without doing something. Li Suifeng followed from behind, saying nonchalantly, beating him up did cost 30 credits, but it sure felt that's what truly matters. Just a moment ago, after successfully beating Lu Zhuangzhuang, Li Suifeng had finally vented his frustrations. However, the two principals did not let him off easily. After some discussion, they gave him a minor demerit. Su Yin turned back and joked, little guy, you may feel great, but your master is not feeling so good. Did you not see the looks the two principals gave me just now? It seems like I'm neglecting my duties as your mentor. Li Suifeng replied with a smile, this is my fault. Next time I will achieve something great to bring you honor. They'll give you credit for having a conscience. Su Yan's expression softened a bit, but you should try to be more composed in the future. I will do my best. As they chatted, they arrived at the dormitory building. Disciple, starting tomorrow, I will formally begin teaching you. Come find me in the academic office tomorrow afternoon. Su Yan instructed. Okay, master. Li Suifeng nodded respectfully, and as Su Yan walked away, he prepared to enter the dormitory. Suddenly, pat, 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 pat. A flurry of footsteps echoed. A group of first-year students rushed out like a wave of beasts. Li Gu, you're amazing. That was a second-year student. And you treated him like a dog. You're too invincible. Li Gu is unmatched, the eternal god. The new students surrounded Li Suifeng, their faces flushed with excitement. Among them were old friends like Ma Zhonghao and Yu Yu. There were also some familiar yet unfamiliar faces, new students from other provinces. Li Suifeng then realized that his incident of beating up Lu Zhuangzhuang and his friends had already spread among the new students. Thanks to his protection, Yu Yu and others were not bullied by the senior students like Hu Jun and his gang. Unfortunately, the new students from other provinces were not so lucky. They had all been bullied during their enrollment and were filled with resentment towards the seniors, but dared not voice it. Upon learning that Li Suifeng had beaten up the seniors, they were naturally elated and regarded him as an idol. Calm down, everyone, let's not get carried away. Li Suifeng waved his hand to signal everyone to settle down, then raised his voice. If you call me Li Gu, it shows your recognition of me. I will do my best to protect you. If any seniors dare to bully, you just come find me directly. Long live Li Gu. From now on, I, Xiao Junjia, will be Li Gu's loyal follower. The new students were so excited that they lost all sense of propriety, and Li Suifeng returned to his dormitory amidst their cheers. He closed the door, cutting off the commotion in the hallway. Li Suifeng took out his phone to check the campus forum, only to find it filled with numerous posts. Many of the posts contained the term Li Suifeng. I only beat up a few scoundrels, yet it has turned me into a celebrity at Wuji Academy. How amusing. Li Suifeng browsed the forum for a while, then put his phone away to check his credit status on his wristband. His incident with Lu Zhuangzhuang and his friends had resulted in a major demerit, costing him 100 credits. Later, after beating up Lu Zhuangzhuang again, he received a minor demerit from the principal, losing an additional 30 credits. After deducting these 130 credits, Li Suifeng currently had 1780 credits left in his campus account. According to the information I saw on the forum, 30 credits are enough to learn a spirit-level body technique. Learning an earth-level body technique requires 100 credits. So my credits are enough to learn 17 earth-level techniques. After this calculation, Li Suifeng realized that the credits in this academy were indeed quite valuable. However, I don't need too many techniques, 3 or 5 would suffice. I heard that the academy's weapon storage contains a lot of excellent gear, so I should find an opportunity to check it out tomorrow. With these thoughts, Li Sufing's gaze fell on the panel. Li Suifeng Realm Awakening Stage 2 Physique 134 Spirit 71 Talent Holy Light Battle Body SS Level Demon Rhino Body S Level Techniques 8 Desolations Infinite Technique 2nd Level Sky Mountain Refining God Method 2nd Level Body Techniques Shock Prison Mad Blade Technique Insight Heavenly Light Long Fist Perfection Golden Bell Shield Perfection Talent Points 68290. Due to the despicable actions of Lu Zhuang and his friends, he was too busy seeking revenge to check the panel. Now that he finally had the time, he was somewhat surprised. Thanks to the improvement of the 8 Desolations Infinite Technique, his physique had reached 134 points, which was quite astonishing. Although his spirit value was only 71 points, it was still high for a first-year student. Additionally, the Shock Prison Mad Blade Technique had reached the Insight stage. The original body technique Iron Stake Technique had been upgraded to a low-grade spirit-level technique Golden Bell Shield. The Golden Bell Shield is a horizontal training body technique that when executed can tense the body to achieve a state of invulnerable to blades and guns. Combined with his talent, the Demon Rhino body, the effects are greatly enhanced. This is also why he was able to remain motionless like a mountain amidst the beast tide, and the fundamental reason he and Lu Zhuang were able to exchange injuries without harm. After spending some talent points, I still have nearly 7,000 left. It shows how fertile the third secret realm is. Then how many beasts are hidden in the higher-level secret realms like the 4th, 5th, 6th, and even 9th secret realms? If I clear them all, how much talent value can I accumulate? Thinking of this, Li Suifeng felt goosebumps all over from excitement. If it weren't for his appointment with Master tomorrow, he might have even wanted to venture into the 4th secret realm. With my current talent points, there's no need to be overly reckless. Although I killed 90 of the beasts in the 3rd secret realm, there are still 10 left alive, and I haven't encountered any 3rd or 4th level leading beasts. Once I have the strength to easily take down a 4th level leading beast, then going to the 4th secret realm will be the safest option. Li Suifeng contemplated his future for a while, and his gaze fell back on the Demon Rhino body. Now there was a plus sign appearing behind the Demon Rhino body indicating that it could be upgraded to S-level talent. Li Suifeng felt an urge to upgrade, but upon seeing the S-level talent, the Holy Light Battle Body, he hesitated. With the Demon Rhino body and the Golden Bell Shield, my current defense is formidable even at Awakening Stage 2. Continuing to improve doesn't seem necessary. Moreover, the cost of upgrading the second talent will exceed that of the first one. Upgrading the Demon Rhino body may require 3,000, 4,000, or even 5,000 talent points. When calculated, it doesn't seem worth it. I'll save this batch of talent points and see if I can upgrade the Holy Light Battle Body to SSS level. As for the Sky Mountain Refining God Method and the 8 Desolations Infinite Technique, the talent points needed for their upgrades shouldn't be too outrageous, so I can level them up. However, I'm currently upgrading a bit too quickly. To avoid attracting outside suspicion, I should hold off for a while. After all, with talent points like these, I can upgrade whenever I want. With a relaxed mindset, Li Suifeng lay back on his bed and began to sleep. Following a proper routine of meditation and cultivation is what a genius should do. Li Suifeng is indeed a genius, but he is also a bit of a slacker. With these 7,000 talent points, he can upgrade anytime he wants. Who needs to meditate at all? The next day, in the corridor on the library's 2nd floor, the books upstairs are mainly earth-tier techniques. The attendant guarding the stairs blocked the path of a young man. The youth nodded. I know. Then you still intend to go up? The attendant regarded him with suspicion. The boy looked very young. By years of reading people, he was likely a freshman, and by rights should not qualify for the 2nd floor. I have enough credits. Would you like to verify? The youth said. Enough credits. The attendant narrowed his eyes in disbelief, but took the student card the boy offered. A soft beep. After the POS-like device checked the card, the youth's information appeared on the screen. Student Li Suifeng. Grade 1st year. Privilege sufficient credits to access the library's 2nd floor. The attendant's eyes widened in astonishment. This young man, called Li Suifeng, was really a freshman, and he already had enough credits for the 2nd floor. One needed at least 100 credits to go upstairs, did one not? Hadn't he just enrolled? Where would 100 credits come from? When the library was first founded, there had been no rule about verifying credits to reach the 2nd floor. Only after too many people came upstairs to gawk and the 2nd floor became clogged did the school institute the rule. In all his years on the job, this attendant had never met a freshman already eligible for the 2nd floor so early in term. Apologies, student. You may go up now. The attendant returned the card to Li Suifeng. Li Suifeng ascended the stairs past him. Isn't Li Suifeng that sensational freshman everyone has been talking about? Yesterday, he even stirred school leadership by cutting someone in the dormitory. Watching Li Suifeng's retreating figure, the attendant slapped his forehead, as if surprised. He had assumed this madman Li Suifeng to be a surly, ugly fellow, yet the man was so clean-featured and handsome. Because Earth Tier techniques are rarer than Spirit Tier ones, the second floor is only a third the size of the first. At a second or third-rate school, there might be only a few dozen Earth Tier manuals. At Wuji Academy, however, the collection was comparatively rich and dizzying to behold. Like the first floor, the second floor's books were categorized. Li Suifeng first went to the blade technique section to seek new saber manuals. After raising it to the realm tier, the Jinyu Kuang blade technique had reached its limit. To improve his blade further, he could either expend talent points to extrapolate the technique to an Earth Tier standard or come to the library and study a new saber art. Li Suifeng had not yet decided which path to take. His visit to the blade section was merely a browse. Chunqiu blade technique, Earth Tier lower grade. Suited to superiority-type warriors who rely on speed, it emphasizes swiftness, precision, and ruthlessness. Its blade pace is capricious and rhythm-shifting, confusing an opponent's senses to find openings. Exchange credits 100. Flame Frenzy Blade / Earth Tier lower grade. Suited to flame attribute warriors who fuse blade chi with innate energy to produce wide-ranging destruction, ideal for mass combat. Exchange credits 120. Over the next, while Li Suifeng scanned the various saber manuals on the shelves, from their descriptions these Earth Tier techniques were all formidable, ranking above his Jinyu Kuang blade technique. Yet none of them particularly seized his attention. Just as his interest began to wane, a casually flipped manual made his eyes light up. Jiguang Shiri Blade Manual, Earth Tier superior grade. Suited to light attribute warriors, it merges one's blood vigor and innate energy to forge a blinding blade chi that first stings the foe's eyes, then slashes them down. Exchange credits 500. According to the book, my innate holy light battle body should harmonize extremely well with this Jiguang Shiri Blade Manual. At least 90% compatibility. If I master this blade, my lethality should soar. But this is an Earth Tier superior manual and costs 500 credits. Isn't that rather expensive? Li Suifeng hesitated. Though he had many credits, spending nearly a third on a single blade art felt hard to bear. Still, he thought, with my ability to slaughter beasts and earn talent points, future credits will not be hard to come by. After a moment's thought, Li Suifeng memorized the manual's title and catalog number, then wandered through other sections. Half an hour later, he had toured the entire second floor. He also selected a movement art called Xingri Liaoying Step. It was Earth Tier lower grade, costing 100 credits, but well matched to the light attribute, and thus excellent value. Li Suifeng's blade skill was already outstanding. With the defensive talent Mashi Body and the body technique Golden Bell Shield, his defense was remarkable. What he lacked most was mobility. Mastering Xingri Liaoying Step would greatly boost his maneuverability, letting him evade much harm in melees and materially enhancing his chances of survival. At the exit, he exchanged credits for the two arts, spending 600 credits in total. He then hurried on to the nearby armory. The armory, also called the weapons hall, stocked many arms, armors, and auxiliary rings. Prices were naturally steep in aggregate, even surpassing the books. Spirit Tier weapons often cost 30 to 50 credits apiece. Earth Tier weapons began at several hundred credits. Li Suifeng had thought himself wealthy until he browsed the armory and realized otherwise. With the 1100 credits he had left, he could only afford a mid-grade Earth Tier weapon. He felt a little poor. Not cost-effective. They'll stick with my Liao Dao for now. The Liao Dao had been Su Yan's gift when he became his disciple, and after so much time together, Li Suifeng felt affection for the blade. At this stage it was clearly sufficient. There was no need to replace it. As for other equipment, with Ma Shiti and Jinzhong Zhao guarding him, Li Suifeng lacked nothing in defense. Now with Xingri Liaoying Step to increase mobility, acceleration-type auxiliaries were unnecessary. When one's body is already that resilient, equipment matters far less than expected. Leaving the weapons hall, Li Suifeng made one last stop at the elixir pavilion. Shelves in the vast pavilion were filled with all manner of elixirs. Among the dazzling variety were the Kiblood elixirs and spirit elixirs that trainees coveted during drills. The pavilion had them in surprising numbers. These pills directly increase constitution and spirit, only 20 credits each. Quite a bargain. Bright-eyed Li Suifeng circled the hall, and at the counter exchanged credits for 20 Kiblood elixirs and 20 spirit elixirs, spending 800 credits in total. Back in the dorm, he swallowed one Kiblood elixir and one spirit elixir, as if greedily sat within the Ki concentration array to digest their effects, and began reading the Jiguang Shiri Blade Manual and Xingri Liaoying Step. Halfway through his reading, a line of system text flashed: Constitution 1, Spirit 1. As before, the pill's effects were immediate. Li Suifeng's eyes brightened, and he read with renewed vigor. Half an hour later, he had worked through both manuals. Two new body technique options appeared on his interface. System: expend talent points. Without hesitation, he willed the command. Consume 500 talent points to raise Xingri Liaoying Step to the realm tier. Consume 1500 talent points to raise the Jiguang Shiri Blade Manual to the realm tier. These were two arts that most people would need days of diligent practice to master, yet they were effortlessly elevated to the realm tier. Because the arts differed in grade, the talent point costs varied greatly. The manual's contents flooded into his mind in a torrential rush. Even with his excellent mental fortitude, Li Suifeng felt a brief disarray of thought. After a minute his mind cleared, the techniques absorbed, and his gaze grew sharp. Putting Xingri Liaoying's step aside, the mysteries of the Jiguang Shiri blade manual are far deeper than the Jinyu Kuang blade technique, truly worthy of an Earth Deer's saber art. The Liao Dao swung as if by its own accord. A streak of blade light flashed in the dormitory. Brilliant rays spilled through the window. Passing students glanced up and found the light gone. What happened in that dorm? It was so bright a moment ago. I don't know, I thought it might be a fire. Inside the room, Li Suifeng recalled the blade light and smiled with delight. That stroke had required no stored qi or accumulated blade qi. He had merely tried a fragment of the art's essence, and the blade became sheathed in blinding radiance. Even he felt some discomfort looking directly at the light. If an enemy in combat accidentally stared at such brilliance, would they be temporarily blinded? If an enemy went blind, would they not become a living target ripe for slaughter? At the thought, Li Suifeng could not help laughing aloud. Even without relying on innate talent points, this blade art alone would let me sweep all rivals of my tier. Earth Tier saber arts truly were immensely powerful. That afternoon after lunch, Li Suifeng went to the academic affairs office. Apart from Su Yin, the office was empty, though other tutors were evidently still on their midday break. Disciple, you have come. Su Yin was drinking and eating. Seeing Li Suifeng enter, he waved him over. Come, join your master for a drink. Master, I have already eaten. Li Suifeng stepped closer. Eating is eating and drinking is drinking. Those are two different things, Su Yin replied as he poured a cup for him. The liquor was clear as water and emitted a mellow aroma. In his previous life, Li Suifeng had endured many drinking tests at banquets, and once been driven to blackout in the hospital. He therefore had little fondness for alcohol. Seeing Su Yin in high spirits and not wanting to dampen the mood, he raised the cup and sipped. This flavor. Who knows how refined this Mao Tai is? The taste surprised him, then he understood. In this world of spiritual revival, the flesh and produce of beasts nourished by spiritual energy far surpasses that of Blue Star. When liquor is imbued with spirit, it becomes spirit wine. Its palate is naturally unlike any Blue Star spirit. Half an hour later, Su Yin said, "All right, disciple, come with me." Satisfied, Su Yin rose, led Li Suifeng out of the academic building, and set off toward a particular place. Wuji Academy covered 263,000 square meters. 70% of the campus was available for student activity. The remaining 30% belonged to the academy's core, where students had no access rights. Now Su Yin led Li Suifeng into one of those core zones. The surrounding architecture turned suddenly classical, pavilions, corridors, and water pavilions like lines from a poem. Compared with modern places like the sports field, conditioning hall, and library, this area had its own distinct poetry. Along the cobbled path stood rows of upright figures in uniform. They blended with the roadside trees and were hard to perceive unless one was near. Soldiers. Li Suifeng's expression shifted. Why were soldiers inside Wuji Academy? Could this be the zone Commissioner Yuan mentioned as a stronghold over an abyssal barrier? Su Yin, who walked ahead, pointed to a distant building. Disciple, look there. Li Suifeng followed the gesture and saw about a kilometer away a vast structure rising up in that area. The building was square and austere, its outer walls shimmered with spiritual light, as if protected by an array and ceiling formation. Though far off, Li Suifeng felt a cold wind pressing through the seal, toward them, chilling his skin. Master, is that the place that suppresses the abyssal barrier? Li Suifeng asked with curious helplessness. Yes, Su Yin nodded. Commissioner Yuan should have mentioned the abyssal barrier to you, right? Commissioner Yuan gave me a brief account, Li Suifeng replied. As he said, our world is not safe. The civilization we maintain exists because of awakened warriors like us. Were we not here, let alone the beasts beyond the city walls, the very possibility of a randomly appearing abyssal barrier would be enough to bring us catastrophe. Su Yin spoke with feeling. Li Suifeng pressed on. Master, do those abyssal barriers lead to worlds where alien races dwell? There is no absolute proof, but by existing patterns, each abyssal barrier opens into a world inhabited by foreign races, what we commonly call the abyss. Master, among humans we have marshalling generals and great commanders. Given their ability to fly, burrow, and destroy cities, could they not transmit through a barrier into an alien world and wreak havoc? Li Suifeng felt how little he truly understood of this world. Given the chance to learn, he greedily seized it. Su Yin glanced at him and said, there are many reasons. First, transmission through an abyssal barrier is wildly unstable. Even a commander-class powerhouse can perish en route. Second, the abyssal worlds are filled with darkness, slaughter, and death. Calling them hell would not be exaggerated. Humans would be ill-suited to survive there. Third, while our generals may be nearly godlike, do you suppose the alien races lack similarly mighty beings? Li Suifeng's face shifted with realization. Even if humans have supreme strongmen, the alien races do as well. Human strongmen face a wave of danger when entering an abyssal passage and can easily fall. Even with luck upon entering an alien world, one's state plummets in the unfamiliar environment. Coupled with assaults from alien strongmen, the chance of death is almost certain. This is the key reason humanity has never solved the abyssal barrier problem. Master, with our strength, can we destroy these abyssal barriers? Of course not. If it were possible, why would the matter have dragged on until now? Su Yan's face grew sorrowful. Do not be misled by the flourishing of our civilization. If humanity were to wage all-out war against the alien races, we would stand no chance. The power of alien civilizations exceeds imagination. Our ability to defend the homeland rests on preemptively sealing abyssal barriers to prevent large-scale invasions. Even so, from time to time, aliens slip through controlled barriers. Most are dispatched immediately, but a few escape by special means and infiltrate our society. Li Sufing's face paled. Master, you mean there are aliens hiding among us? Such things have always occurred. Those damned aliens sneak into human society under assumed names to gather intelligence. Some occasionally surface to orchestrate terror attacks. Every so often such incidents happen. They are suppressed by governments, so ordinary people remain unaware. Were the public to learn of it, society would plunge into turmoil and panic. Su Yan looked at Li Suifeng with meaning. I tell you this because you are now a warrior and have the right to know. Secondly, one day you may encounter an alien. I hope that when that day comes, you remember you are a warrior with the duty to protect civilians and to slay alien foes. Rest assured, Master. If I ever meet an alien, I will make them a sacrifice to my blade, Li Suifeng declared solemnly, though his mind raced with curiosity. If killing beasts granted talent points, would killing aliens do the same? If so, how many talent points would one? Would it be more than what beasts yield? Considering the possibilities, Li Suifeng felt his blood burn with ease when he wondered, might he encounter an alien? Master, are these alien races really as similar to us humans as described in the books? The flames of exterminating the alien races burned fiercely in Li Sufing's heart as he sought information. Essentially, yes. Strictly speaking, the alien races also belong to the human category. They simply exist in different worlds and have evolved certain abilities that we humans do not possess due to differing environments. However, in terms of general characteristics, they are quite similar to us humans. At this point, Su Yan showed a sorrowful expression. This is also why it is so easy for the alien races to infiltrate our society. They are just too similar to us. Li Suifeng fell into silent contemplation. What if he really encountered an alien on the road? Simply identifying them by appearance would be nearly impossible. Are there any special means to accurately identify them? From Su Yan's words, it seemed that no country in this world possesses such means. During the conversation between master and disciple, they arrived at a peach grove 2 kilometers away from the sealing abyss barrier. Disciple, once the teleportation begins, you need not panic. Su Yan stopped, standing with his hands behind his back among the peach trees. Li Suifeng looked around and asked, Master, isn't this a peach blossom forest? Why do we still need to teleport? Where is the destination? You will know soon enough. Su Yan smiled faintly, reaching out to touch the trunk of a nearby peach tree. Splash. As if some mechanism had been activated, golden lines beneath their feet began to outline a complex array pattern. As the white light flashed, the two vanished into thin air. Meanwhile, the dazzling light gradually faded. Li Suifeng rubbed his eyes and found himself in a secret realm. This secret realm was unlike those vast spaces of demon beast realms. The boundaries of the secret realm were visible to the naked eye. Li Suifeng was positioned in the center of the secret realm. To the west stood a small mountain lush with trees, just over 100 meters tall, with a waterfall cascading down into a lake at its base. Along the bank of the rippling lake, quaint pavilions were arranged. Shadows could be seen flitting in and out of— Oh, is that teacher Su Yunji? That's teacher Zhao Wangsu and master of Mahjong Hao. Recognizing the two figures fishing by the lake, Li Suifeng was somewhat surprised. Su Yan smiled and explained, this place is a secret realm, a spiritual land, and also a common abode for us teachers. Its usual purpose is for cultivation and retreat. Li Suifeng suddenly understood that upon entering this abode, he had felt a refreshing sensation. This was a manifestation of the rich spiritual energy within the abode. This place belonged to the type of secret realm known as a spiritual land. Warriors training here would inevitably progress beyond that of the outside world over time. Even ordinary people living here would be influenced by the environment, leading to longevity and physical health. Master, is this spiritual land's secret realm naturally formed? Li Suifeng asked curiously. Of course not. Su Yan shook his head, revealing a secret. Disciple, you should have read about the deeds of generals in books, right? I've read about them since I was young. Then do you know where the strength of these generals is specifically reflected? Master, please enlighten me. Li Suifeng appeared quite scholarly. Su Yan replied with a smile, to be called a general in my dragon kingdom, one must achieve great merits and also possess a dominion-level realm. The classification of awakened warriors is actually quite simple. Above the awakened level is the alien level. Above the alien level is the extraordinary level. Above the extraordinary level is the dominion level. Above the dominion level is the super god level. Dominion level warriors possess numerous vast abilities, including the power to tear space on a small scale. Initially torn space can heal, but as the frequency of tearing increases, the laws of space are disrupted, and the horrific interior of the tear becomes hollow. Once the hollowness expands to a certain extent, it becomes a secret realm. This spiritual land abode was constructed by Dominion-level powerhouses utilizing this principle over days and years. Upon hearing this, Li Sufeng's expression turned to shock. In the blue star, the solidity of space is such that even a nuclear bomb cannot shatter it. Yet in this world, Dominion-level powerhouses can actually tear apart space to create secret realms. Such great power is indeed astonishing. Master, did our Academy's 9 demon beast secret realms come about this way? Li Suifeng asked. You're quite clever, my child. Su Yan grinned, saying, indeed, our Academy's 9 demon beast secret realms and this abode were all artificially created. However, the creators were not just one person, but the sages of our Academy's history, along with some military powerhouses who jointly opened them. Is that so? Li Suifeng learned a lot from this. It's actually you. At that moment, a voice sounded from the side. Li Suifeng and the others turned to see 2 more people had appeared in the teleportation array. One person wore a fisherman's hat, tall and lanky, and was none other than Dai Yuan, the instructor of the spear arts. The other was a burly figure not shorter than Dai Yuan, carrying a long spear, none other than Niu Dali. The one who spoke was Dai Yuan, his expression surprised as he hadn't expected to run into Su Yan and Li Suifeng at this time. Niu Dali, upon seeing Li Suifeng, immediately forgot to admire the beautiful scenery of the secret realm. His large eyes fixed on Li Suifeng filled with hatred, anger, and fear. Li Suifeng remained expressionless, ignoring Niu Dali. There was nothing to say to a defeated opponent. Old Dai, are you also bringing a disciple for training? Su Yan casually greeted with his hands behind his back. My disciple has decent talent, but currently lacks strength. I thought to bring him here for some training to see if he can accelerate his growth. Dai Yuan also returned the courtesy, but old Su, your disciple's combat talent is so outstanding. Has it really only been 3 days since school started, and you're already bringing him for intensive training? Isn't that a bit too harsh? You're not leaving my disciple any room to grow. Not at all. Your disciple's talent is indeed quite remarkable among this year's newcomers. Last time he almost beat my disciple by chance. I believe that under your guidance, old Dai, he will definitely be able to defeat my disciple. Su Yan spoke this with a smile, but his expression carried a hint of mockery. You rascal. Dai Yuan's expression turned furious, and he no longer engaged in hollow banter, finding an excuse to lead Niu Dali toward a row of small pavilions in the distance. Let's go, disciple. We should also start our special training. Su Yan patted Li Sufeng's shoulder, leading him away from the teleportation array. Soon after, the master and disciple arrived at the foot of the mountain. It was at this moment that Li Suifeng discovered that the waterfall was indeed tumultuous, cascading down from the mountain top, like the Milky Way, reminiscent of Li Bei's poetic imagery. The waterfall swept across one side of the mountain wall, and perhaps due to years of erosion, no trees were visible, leaving it smooth and unobstructed. The lake where the waterfall converged, though not large, had crystal clear water revealing fish and shrimp swimming within. Beside the lake stood an oval-shaped giant stone 3 meters tall and 2 meters wide, with a dark red color somewhat eerie. Disciple, do you know that our warriors' talents are not fixed and unchanging? Master, that's not right. The textbooks say that the talents of awakened warriors are constant, don't they? Li Suifeng felt confused. Had he remembered incorrectly? The content in books is correct, but also incorrect. The vast majority of warriors awaken talents that remain unchanged. However, some awakened warriors can upgrade their talents through effort, becoming stronger. At this point, Su Yan, at the tip of his finger, red energy twisted like flames. Initially, the energy was only the size of a small flame, but it quickly grew more powerful, resembling a blazing fire. Disciple, I have already demonstrated my talent. What do you think the strength of my talent is? Su Yan asked with a smile. Li Suifeng stared at the twisting red energy and instinctively replied, a level. It's level. I haven't actually measured the specific level, but the strength of my talent back then cannot compare to now. The raging red flames melted away like thawing snow. Soon only the size of a fist remained. The talent blood flames I summoned back then had a limit at this level. It was only through years of hard training that I could reach the level I just demonstrated. Su Yan explained with a smile. Li Sufeng's eyes widened. The blood flames Su Yan summoned were undoubtedly stronger than his initial A-level talent light flow. But it wasn't that far off. With the naked eye, it could be determined that the talent was at most a level or clevel. Yet the blood flames from earlier were like a raging fire, and even from a distance Li Suifeng felt a sense of trepidation. This indicated that the strength of the talent was at least a level or higher. How did Su Yan manage to elevate a low-level talent to such a level? Didn't the books say that the grade of talent is constant and cannot be improved? What exactly is going on here? Amidst Li Sufing's confusion, Su Yan extinguished the blood flames in his hand and explained before our generation warriors believed that talent was fixed and unchangeable. But later through the efforts of our generation of warriors to prove otherwise, this law has been broken. We humans do not have the innate talents of demon beasts or celestial demons, but we possess potential that they do not. By exploring our potential and breaking our limits, the growth space of us humans far exceeds that of demon beasts and celestial demons. For example, a person's limit when running for the first time may only be 1 kilometer, but with repeated training and breaking through their limits, the running distance can increase to 2 kilometers, 10 kilometers, 100 kilometers, 1,000 kilometers. Li Suifeng seemed to have an epiphany, asking, "Master, is the growth of talent based on this principle? Each time we use our talent, we reach the limits of our body, breaking through our potential, and the strength of our talent will increase accordingly." Disciple, that is generally how it is. Su Yan sighed, saying, "When I was a student, my talent was only clever, but I was unwilling to accept my fate. I wanted to become a powerful warrior to protect my home and contribute to humanity, so I worked exceptionally hard, fought against demon beasts, risking my life, and used many methods to repeatedly break through my physical limits, unearthing my potential, which allowed my talent and cultivation to continually improve, leading to today's achievements. Compared to those general-level powerhouses, my deeds are insignificant. I tell you this to help you understand that the strength of talent is not constant. As long as you are willing to work hard, you still have the chance to elevate your talent to S level. To SS level." Su Yan seemed like a passionate politician giving a rousing speech. He expected that Li Suifeng as a passionate youth would be stirred. Yet to his surprise, Li Suifeng's expression was unusually calm. This made Su Yan feel a bit frustrated. "Disciple, why aren't you the least bit excited upon hearing such good news?" "Master, I am quite excited," Li Suifeng replied somewhat perfunctorily. "I can't see any excitement on your face." Su Yan's eyes widened. Li Suifeng waved his arms, displaying an exaggeratedly joyful smile. "Master, my talent can actually grow. That's just wonderful." "Oh yay." His over-the-top performance made Su Yan's mouth twitch. "Your acting is worse than a dog's." Enough already. He clearly didn't know. As a cheat character, Li Suifeng had long since found a way to enhance his talent. This method was far simpler and more brutal than the so-called breaking limits theory. With the help of cheats, Li Sufing's talent had already reached S level, and he was only a little short of reaching SS level. To Li Suifeng, evolving the Holy Light Battle Body to SS level was just a matter of time. Thus, Su Yan's motivational speech had little effect on him. "Disciple, I tell you all this in hopes that you will be mentally prepared in advance. After all, the purpose of this special training is to break through physical limits, unearth core potential, and enhance the strength of your talent. It will be very strenuous. Let's begin the special training." Su Yan pointed at the red giant stone and said, "This blood-draining stone is a peculiar item from the abyss world that can rapidly drain the chi and strength of us human warriors. You need to stand on it, exhausting your chi and strength until your body reaches its limit." "Is it really that amazing?" Li Suifeng tried to jump onto the giant stone. At that moment, a strange force surged beneath him. It rapidly drew the chi and strength from his body. "It really is quite amazing." Li Suifeng was quite surprised. Su Yan explained, "With your current strength, it will only take a minute for the blood-draining stone to drain all your energy. At that point, you will feel your body reaching its limit, utterly exhausted and very uncomfortable. Once that happens, we will start the second phase of the special training." "Understood, Master." Li Suifeng nodded obediently. With the cheat by his side, he wasn't very interested in special training. But he didn't want to let Su Yan's good intentions down and planned to cooperate as much as possible. Time passed. Soon a minute had gone by. Li Suifeng still stood on the blood-draining stone. Aside from his face looking a bit paler, there were no other oddities. "Disciple, you." Su Yan's eyes widened slightly. Under normal circumstances, with his disciple's strength, he should have been drained of energy by now, utterly exhausted, or even unable to stand right. Why does it seem like nothing is wrong with him? "Master, I'm a bit tired, but I haven't reached my body's limit yet. Should I? Let's wait a bit longer." Su Yan tried to calm his emotions and shouted. Another minute passed. Li Sufing's face grew even paler, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, yet his posture remained upright. Su Yan began to stare blankly. Even an ordinary awakened third-tier warrior would have been unable to hold on at this point. Why does it seem like nothing is wrong with his disciple? As time continued to pass, 3 minutes, 4 minutes, 5 minutes, under Su Yan's astonishment, Li Sufing's face grew whiter until it became as pale as paper. His body began to involuntarily hunch and tremble. "Master, I think I can't hold on any longer." As Li Sufing's weak voice barely above a whisper rang out, Su Yan's face filled with shock. "Disciple, are you a monster? How could you endure 5 minutes on the blood-draining stone?" "I couldn't do that." "Master, perhaps it's because my hair is rather abundant. Or maybe it's simply because I'm exceptionally handsome." Na feeble voice emanated from the bloodthirsty stone. Li Suifeng's. Su Yan's lips twitched, still cracking jokes. And clearly this brat wasn't nearly exhausted enough. Su Yan flashed a mischievous grin, retaliating against his disciple in this manner. And 10 seconds later, in buzz, buzz, buzz. On the bloodthirsty stone, Li Sui Feng felt as though swarms of bees were shrieking beside his ears. An unprecedented wave of exhaustion crashed over his entire being. He could barely remain upright. All right, disciple, step down. In Su Yan's voice rang out. Li Sui Feng clenched his teeth and leapt down. And whoosh, thud, and upon landing his footing faltered. He pitched forward toward the ground. He was moments away from crashing face first into the earth, when suddenly a hand seized his shoulder, anchoring his body firmly in place. Disciple, this agony must be unbearable, isn't it? Every cultivator upon reaching the absolute threshold of physical endurance suffers excruciating torment, the desperate urge to collapse into unconsciousness, to surrender, to rest, even to self-annihilation. Thus such dark emotions are entirely natural. Yet you must overcome this psychological barrier. And gradually releasing his grip, Su Yan pointed toward the distant tree. Now, you shall charge toward that tree with the resolve of one unafraid to die. Only when you reach its shade may you halt. Should you pause midway, I shall spur you forward from behind, with methods most unconventional. And this is the second phase of your special training, shattering your limits. Flop. In the moment those words settled, a long whip materialized in Su Yan's hand, striking the earth with a sharp crack, sending clods of turf flying. Li Sui Feng's expression stiffened. If I fail to reach the destination, will Master truly lash me? Is this a standard segment of training, or is Master settling personal scores? Begin. And before Li Sui Feng could ponder further, Su Yan roared. Instinctively, Li Sui Feng set off toward the tree. It stood roughly 200 meters from the bloodthirsty stone, deceptively close yet impossibly vast, given his body's utter collapse at the edge of annihilation. An ordinary person under such duress would simply crumple onto the ground and sleep like the dead. Nonly Li Sui Feng's ironclad willpower kept him from slipping into oblivion, allowing him to stagger onward. Clack, 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 clack. At first his pace was agonizingly slow, like that of a centenarian leaning on a cane. Yet after just a few steps his speed surged unexpectedly. He broke into a full sprint. 1 second later his stride frequency intensified, each step spanning 2 meters. Then he halted. He had arrived beneath the tree. And this second phase of training seems far less grueling than imagined. In fact, it feels almost effortless. In surprise, Li Sui Feng turned, only to find Su Yan standing nearby, staring with a look of sheer disbelief. Master, have I completed the second phase? What in the world is happening to you? Your body was teetering on total collapse, yet you sprinted here with such vigor. And why does your complexion appear fully restored, as if nothing ever happened? Su Yan snapped awake, striding forward, whip in hand, his gaze piercing as though beholding a specter. My body no longer feels on the verge of disintegration. Li Sui Feng blinked, then glanced skyward, and instantly grasped the reason. The dome of this secret realm held a radiant orb, akin to a sun, bathing everything in brilliant light. And after ascending his sacred light war body, Li Sui Feng gained the ability to absorb photonic energy as nourishment, revitalizing himself. Earlier, enduring 5 minutes atop the bloodthirsty stone before depletion occurred precisely because he'd been quietly absorbing light energy, replenishing himself mid-ordeal. And later, even after leaping down, his body continued absorbing photons, restoring strength. By the time he began walking, his condition had already stabilized, fully escaping the brink of collapse. And now his reserves had quietly recovered by 1/10, a rate bordering on the miraculous. Disciple, what is happening to your body? Su Yan demanded, his expression grave. And by now, even he sensed something profoundly anomalous. Enduring 5 minutes atop the bloodthirsty stone was astonishing enough, but recovering so much vitality within mere seconds. This defied all logic. Master, ever since the last intensive training, I've noticed peculiar changes within my body. And sensing Su Yan's genuine concern, Li Sui Feng recounted his newfound capacity to absorb light energy. Disciple, if you're exposed to light, your body accelerates recovery. Su Yan's eyes widened in shock. Indeed, Master. Li Sui Feng rubbed his nose. I have no idea why my body transformed thus after training. Su Yan slapped his forehead, then lit up with sudden insight. It must be that prolonged combat during training shattered your physical limits, awakening latent potential, and subtly evolving your innate talent. Master, that sounds exactly right. Li Sui Feng affirmed earnestly, though inwardly he wiped cold sweat. Thank heavens Master filled in the blanks for me. Otherwise, revealing his divine blessing would indeed prove troublesome. Remarkable boy, you evolved your talent through sheer grit before my own training even began. Su Yan sheathed his whip and laughed triumphantly. Among the 7 disciples I've ever taken, only you possess such extraordinary prowess. Master, I have 6 senior brothers and sisters. Have I not taught at the Wuji Academy for over 20 years? Is it truly surprising I've mentored 6 others? Su Yan waved dismissively, then pointed toward the distant waterfall. Your talent is too exceptional. The bloodthirsty stone clearly fails to challenge you. Let us relocate for our next training ground. Follow me. He led Li Sui Feng to the opposite bank of the lake, the very source where the waterfall cascaded. In there, Li Sui Feng finally noticed a cerulean stone slab submerged in the water's surface. 3 square meters in size, it floated immovably, unshaken even by the torrent's relentless impact. And upon it stood silhouettes, youthful students, each bearing the aura of disciplined practitioners. Niu Dali, a familiar face, stood firm upon the slab, his massive frame bracing against the waterfall's fury and roar. Niu Dali clearly suffered beneath the deluge, his body trembling violently, enveloped in a thick veil of vital qi, signaling he'd activated his innate talent. His skin tightened like drawn bowstrings, blue veins bulged across his temples, arms, and neck. His expression twisted into unprecedented agony and grimace. Ouch! No stranger among the students succumbed to the cascade, plunging off the slab into the lake beyond. And within the next 2 minutes, more students were swept away. Finally, only Niu Dali remained, clinging desperately to the slab. Yet the violent tremor of his limbs betrayed his imminent collapse. Perhaps the next heartbeat would hurl him into the same watery fate. Disciple, this Tao Enlightenment waterfall exerts pressure equivalent to 10 million jin. Even with innate talent aiding them, sustaining 1 minute is considered outstanding. Su Yan gestured toward the struggling Niu Dali as he explained. Master, which is more torturous, suffering beneath this waterfall, or atop the bloodthirsty stone? Undoubtedly the waterfall. In truth, this is the most arduous training site within the entire spirit. As Su Yan spoke, a figure approached, Dai Yuan. He held a stopwatch, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Old Su, my disciple proved disappointingly weak, barely lasting 2.5 minutes. How utterly disheartening. Though his words feigned disappointment, his smirk revealed pure provocation. And Su Yan's brows lifted. Then he turned to Li Sui Feng. You must endure 3 minutes beneath the Tao Enlightenment waterfall. At such a moment, Li Sui Feng naturally refused to shame his master. So he smirked faintly. Master, if I cannot last 5 minutes beneath the waterfall, I'll adopt your surname henceforth. Huh? And Su Yan did not swell with pride. Only embarrassment clouded his face. And disciple, I merely wished you to uphold honor, not deliver such audacious boasts. You did endure 5 minutes atop the bloodthirsty stone, true. But the waterfall's intensity dwarfs it entirely, and the nature of both trials differs fundamentally. Enduring 5 minutes atop one stone does not guarantee equal endurance beneath the other. And there he goes, finally toppled. A cry rose from nearby. The cerulean slab's last holdout, Niu Dali, had at last yielded to the waterfall's crushing force, hurled headlong into the lake. Dai Yuan checked his stopwatch. 3 minutes and 1 second. Not impressive. And then with a sly glance at Su Yan, Old Su, your disciple is so extraordinary, surely he'll last 5 minutes on the Tao Enlightenment slab. Wouldn't you agree? Su Yan forced a smile. Children, after all, often speak grandly. And before he could finish, Dai Yuan chuckled. Old Su, you seem supremely confident in your disciple. Shall we wager? If he endures 5 minutes on the slab, I'll gift you my treasured 50-year vintage Drunken Blossom wine. And if he fails, you surrender your prized saber to me. At those words, Su Yan's expression darkened. And he bore no grudge against Dai Yuan, merely minor friction lately over newly accepted disciples. Yet he never imagined Dai Yuan would harbor such resentment over trifles, escalating it now into public humiliation via wager. That was excessive. My master's saber holds incalculable worth. How can it be equated with a mere bottle of wine? This wager is profoundly unjust. As Su Yan's face grew stormy, Li Sui Feng interjected, Teacher Dai, if you add the Drunken Blossom wine, might you also stake your sidearm? This brat. Dai Yuan narrowed his eyes, irritation flaring as he glared at Li Sui Feng. Adults were conversing. What business did a child have inserting himself? Moreover, what authority did this youth possess to negotiate wagers? And who did he think he was? My disciple speaks wisely, Dai Yuan. If you dare include your sidearm in the wager, I accept this bet. Su Yan seized the moment, hoping to force Dai Yuan to retreat. Instead Dai Yuan sneered, since you've spoken so boldly, Old Su, I shall certainly indulge you to the fullest. Very well, my wager now includes the soul-taming gun. And Su Yan's heart plummeted. He loved gambling, fearless of any stakes. But this contest was grotesquely lopsided. He possessed virtually no chance of victory. The Tao Enlightenment waterfall's terror was legendary. The longest recorded endurance, among all disciples with formal masters, stood at 30 minutes. Yet the record holder was no freshman, but a graduating prodigy already at the Yishe realm, rivaling many instructors in cultivation. Was such a feat truly astonishing? Excluding such near graduates or seasoned veterans, and longest endurance among freshmen remained 4 minutes and 36 seconds. Li Suifeng's boast, 5 minutes, surpassed that record by 24 seconds. And Li Suifeng was exceptional. Su Yan affirmed this without doubt. Yet he also knew the prodigy who set that record had been equally extraordinary. Nan had since risen to become a pillar of the Longhua military command. He was history's youngest Xiaojiang. His promotion to Jiangjun seemed inevitable, perhaps with fortune, even marshalship awaited. To surpass such a legend's record was akin to scaling heaven itself. Dai Yuan pressed his advantage. Confidently, Suifeng could never eclipse that genius general. Su Yan hesitated, reluctant to wager. Precisely for this reason. Nonetheless, the wager was sealed. And there was no turning back. Li Suifeng, the slab stands empty. What are you waiting for? Get up there. And seeing Su Yan's pallor, Dai Yuan sneered, urging Li Suifeng forward. Master, trust me. And Li Suifeng met Su Yan's gaze with solemn assurance, then strode along the lakeshore, swiftly approaching the nearest point to the cerulean slab. Students queued, eager to re-attempt the slab. And Li Suifeng called out, please make way. Excuse me, and who are you? Why should we yield? Drenched student bellowed angrily, then recoiled upon recognizing Li Suifeng. Brother, who are you? And Li Suifeng asked. Brotherly, I'm Gu Yupeng, from Xiangbei province. I was eliminated by you during training. Don't you recall? The soaked student pleaded. You're that one. Li Suifeng feigned recognition, though inwardly he retained no memory whatsoever. Everyone, please step aside. And Gu Yupeng instantly transformed into an eager sycophant, shoving aside youths ahead. Brotherly, go first. Thanks to his infamous pursuit and assault of Lu Zhuangzhuang, Li Suifeng's name had spread among freshmen, inspiring universal awe and deference. Thus Li Suifeng reached the lakeshore's edge unimpeded, and leapt cleanly onto the cerulean slab. And roar, in the instant his feet struck stone. A crushing, unprecedented weight descended from above, and the waterfall's chills surged from his crown down to his extremities, freezing his limbs solid. Sacred light war body, in 8 Desolation's boundless art. Li Suifeng activated his innate talent and channeled his core cultivation technique. Vital chi and photonic energy rapidly coalesced across his body, dispelling the deep-seated cold. Simultaneously, the waterfall's 10 million Jin pressure diminished significantly, neutralized by his talent and circulating chi. And though discomfort lingered, it paled beside earlier agony. In regaining composure, Li Suifeng closed his eyes, centering breath and mind, steadily bearing the waterfall's oppressive might. Meanwhile, he counted seconds silently within. In just 5 minutes. Let's do it. The sound of water crashing echoed as the waterfall splashed countless droplets onto the blue stone slab. Li Suifeng had been standing here for a minute, supported by the dual talents of the demon rhinoceros body and the holy light battle body. This minute was not too difficult for him. Furthermore, Li Suifeng discovered that the golden bell shield and the ancient body technique iron stake skill had a powerful effect on stabilizing his stance. With the body technique in operation, he rooted himself like a pine tree on the blue stone slab, steady as an old dog. However, this situation did not last long. Suddenly, the pressure from the cascading water doubled. If the pressure from the water previously was 10 tons, now it had escalated to 100 tons. The qualitative change in water pressure caused Li Suifeng's skin to bulge with grotesque veins, and his previously relaxed expression became slightly distorted. Does the pressure of the water increase over time? After 2 minutes, after 3 minutes, would I feel increasingly heavier pressure? This insight waterfall truly is, as my master said, more challenging than the bloodthirsty stone. No wonder so many teachers send students here to train. Li Suifeng understood in his heart, channeling all his blood and chi into his legs. His feet gripped the blue stone slab like the roots of an old tree. He stood even more firmly. It's already been almost 2 minutes, but Brotherly seems to be quite relaxed. Is this the strength of Brotherly? No wonder he was able to easily defeat that Lu Zhuangzhuang. He truly is the best among our first years. Just now they wanted to step onto the blue stone slab after Li Suifeng, but a teacher stopped them, instructing them to wait until Li Suifeng was washed away by the waterfall before they could step on. They did not understand the teacher's intentions, but they obeyed and waited in place. Meanwhile, the soaked Neodali was also staring intently at Li Suifeng, timing his endurance. He had just held on for 3 minutes and 1 second on the stone slab. This record was enough to make him the envy of the entire venue. He had felt a bit proud. But now, after 2 minutes, Li Suifeng still showed no signs of fatigue. This made Neodali feel a bit anxious. Would the record he had just set be broken by Li Suifeng? Is this guy a vengeful spirit? Every time my life shows signs of improvement, he jumps out to entangle me. I hate him. Neodali clenched his fists tightly, roaring in his heart. Old Dai, have you prepared the drunken flower brew? On the other side of the lake, Su Yan looked at Li Suifeng's figure, his face filled with pride. Just now the confidence conveyed through his disciple's gaze had inspired Su Yin, making him calm down. It was all because he had full trust in his disciple. Since his disciple believed he could hold on for 5 minutes under the insight waterfall as a master, he must support his disciple unconditionally even if it was not realistic. Of course it's ready. I'm just waiting for the 5 minutes to pass before handing it to you. Dai Yuan said in a strange tone, his face showing a relaxed expression. He did not believe that a merely Sui Feng could break the record left by that major from years ago. After all, during his student days, he had also come here and set a record of 3 minutes and 18 seconds. It was precisely because he had experienced the terror of the insight waterfall that he understood only a true non-human could endure for 5 minutes on their first attempt. Li Suifeng was strong. He was a monster among monsters. But he was ultimately not a non-human. There was no way he could last for 5 minutes. This was Dai Yuan's confidence. You two don't need to make such a big fuss over this. A voice came from behind as Su Yunji and Zhao Wangsun approached. The two had initially been fishing, but after learning that their colleagues were betting on something substantial, they came over to check. I've been abstaining from gambling for quite some time now. It's old Dai who is very interested and wants to play with me, so I naturally have to accompany him to the end. Su Yin explained with a grin. Su Yunji and the others immediately understood. It was Dai Yuan stirring. Dai Yuan, you were once very interested in this kid. How come you've turned from love to hate now? Su Yunji said helplessly. Old Su, what do you mean by turning from love to hate? I still think highly of this kid. I have no intention of hating him. Dai Yuan denied it directly. You two are just bored. For this Li Suifeng, you've made the relationship tense. Su Yin, how about I sacrifice myself to mend your relationship with Dai Yuan? How about this? They'll give you that jar of cherished 1,000-year autumn, and you let Li Suifeng join my side. How does that sound? Zhao Wangsu, and your calculations are so transparent that even those from other races know about it. Get lost. Su Yin scolded with a laugh. Zhao Wangsun's relentless pursuit of his disciple only proved how remarkable the disciple was, to the point where he couldn't forget about him. I was the first to discover Li Suifeng. Zhao Wangsun started bringing up old scores again. Su Yin ignored him, his expression gradually becoming serious as he focused on the figure under the insight water. While the four were talking, Li Suifeng's time of endurance unknowingly reached 3 minutes. As expected, he successfully surpassed Neo Dallas' record, which was certainly excellent. However, there were still 2 minutes left until the time of the bet. In these remaining 2 minutes, the pressure from the insight waterfall would increase dramatically. Could his disciple really hang on? Su Yan's palms had begun to sweat. This kid is starting to shake. His limit seems to be around 4 minutes. The sharp-eyed Su Yunji exclaimed. Regardless of the bet, being able to endure for 4 minutes was already an incredible record. He was filled with excitement. This kid can hold on for 4 minutes on his first attempt at the insight waterfall. Damn it, why does he have to be so outstanding? The more outstanding he is, the more I feel heartache. Zhao Wangsun lamented with a displeased expression. Only Dai Yuan's gradually paling face revealed a hint of a smile. 4 minutes on the first attempt at the insight waterfall. This indeed makes him a super freak. Thankfully, I set the bet for 5 minutes. This time I will definitely win. Under the insight waterfall, as several teachers had judged, Li Suifeng's body truly began to tremble. As time passed, the pressure from the waterfall steadily increased. The process of resisting the waterfall's flow had already consumed a significant amount of his strength. At this moment, his body was close to its limit, as if it had been drained of power by the bloodthirsty stone. He could feel that he could only last until 4 minutes before his body would collapse. At that time, the insight waterfall would surely wash him off the bluestone slab. No. In this bet, it is not only my own dignity that is at stake, but also my master's dignity. I must hold on for 5 minutes, even if it's for my master. But my body is about to collapse. If I continue like this, I can't possibly hold on for that long. I must do something to change this unfavorable situation. I must do something. At this critical moment, Li Suifeng's body trembled like a sieve, and his mood was more agitated than ever. A crazy thought flashed through his mind like lightning. Li Suifeng's face twisted in determination. I know what to do. In the next moment, he struggled to raise his right hand. Splash! A white light flashed from the hand ring, and an ancient black long knife appeared in his hand. The blade radiated dazzling golden light, so magnificent that it overshadowed the waterfall pouring down. In that instant, everyone by the lake noticed the long knife enveloped in golden light. What does he intend to do? Su Yunji's face showed surprise. At this stage, he still has the strength to wield a knife. Zhao Wangsun's eyes widened in disbelief. This kid can't be. Dai Yuan's face turned pale with horror, sensing that something extraordinary was about to happen. Only Su Yan's face was flushed, his fists clenched tightly as he exclaimed, "That's right. My disciple. Exactly like that. Use your knife to fight against this waterfall. Just like Zhuo Qinian did back, then fiercely resist this waterfall." It seemed that Li Suifeng heard Su. At that moment, Li Suifeng, bearing the immense pressure, swung the knife in his hand. What's happening? The enlightenment waterfall has vanished, and, am I hallucinating? And, what on earth is going on? And the sudden disappearance of the Enlightenment waterfall sent shockwaves rippling across the students gathered along its banks. Zhao Wangsun and the other mentors exchanged stunned glances. And they knew well the waterfall's origin and the arcane logic behind its formation, yet its abrupt vanishing now triggered a chilling, unsettling possibility. Did Li Suifeng's strike just sever the Aqua Gathering Spirit Formation, the source of the Enlightenment waterfall? And the Aqua Gathering Spirit Formation is not designed for defense. If struck directly, it could indeed collapse. But the Enlightenment waterfall exerts crushing pressure. Li Suifeng had already reached total exhaustion. How did he muster the strength to deliver that blow? And was that slash truly that overwhelming? Could such power possibly manifest at his age? And Su Yunji and Zhao Wangsun exchanged urgent whispers, then turned towards Su Yan. And, old Su, what is with your disciple? Su Yan offered no reply. Instead, his gaze locked onto his wristband, eyes alight with exhilaration, for minutes and 30 seconds. And, not good. And Dai Yuan's breath caught sharply in his throat. As Su Yan declared, Li Suifeng had endured beneath the Enlightenment waterfall for precisely 4 minutes and 30 seconds, shattering the record once set by that young general. Moreover, the waterfall itself had been severed. Its source, the Aqua Gathering Spirit Formation, appeared to have short-circuited, rendering it incapable of generating further flow. With 30 seconds remaining, and no torrential pressure, would Li Suifeng now bear the final stretch effortlessly? Rushing. And suddenly water cascaded down from the mountain peak. Not yet a full waterfall, yet falling vertically, splashing onto the stone slab below. Li Suifeng's body trembled violently, teetering on the edge of collapse. I still have a chance. Hope flared across Dai Yuan's face. Beside him, Su Yan's expression tightened with raw tension. He clenched his fists until his knuckles blanched white. Disciple, hold on just a little longer. Just a little. 30 seconds. 25 seconds. 20 seconds. 15 seconds. Time raced forward like a frantic heartbeat between them. And meanwhile the stream from the summit swelled, threatening once more to coalesce into a true waterfall. Disciple, hold on. Su Yan bellowed, voice tearing from his throat. Had Li Suifeng fallen earlier, he would have borne no burden. Loss was loss. But now, his disciple stood on the cusp of forging a 5-minute record. To falter now would be the cruelest kind of futility, and that unbearable emptiness pierced deep into Su Yan's soul. Whoosh, whoosh, the moments that followed the flow from the summit thickened, coalescing into slender, roaring streams that poured relentlessly over Li Suifeng. 10 seconds. 8 seconds. 6 seconds. 3 seconds. Beneath this renewed deluge, Li Suifeng endured those final pivotal seconds. Unbroken, unyielding. No. In watching Li Suifeng sway, on the verge of collapse yet refusing to fall, Dai Yuan's flickering hope shattered into absolute desolation. He clutched his chest, heart lacerated as if by a blade. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. None second. Beep. 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 As the wristband's countdown hit 0, its crystalline chime rang clear. Su Yan's face erupted in jubilation. He thrust both arms skyward, roaring, Disciple, you've won. You've won. Nearby, Dai Yuan's tall frame seemed to cave inward instantly. Hunched, stooped, transformed in an instant into a frail, ancient man aged 30 years in a breath. I lost. I actually lost. This boy truly endured 5 minutes beneath the Enlightenment waterfall. Is he even human? Dai Yuan drowned in sorrow, hollowed and adrift. Su Yunji and Zhao Wangsun stood frozen, faces etched with awe. They cared little for the wager itself. What seized their breath was the record Li Suifeng had just forged. 5 minutes. That's 24 seconds beyond General Zhuang Qianyin's legendary feat. Su Yunji swallowed hard, throat dry. Zhao Wangsun's eyes bulged wide as copper bells. He clutched his chest and groaned. Had I known this day would come, I'd have dragged Li Suifeng kicking and screaming into my sect, even if I had to beat him black and blue first. Damn it. Has it truly been 5 minutes? Beneath the waterfall, after delivering that final slash, Li Suifeng's body had plunged into utter excruciating fatigue. His continued endurance stemmed solely from instinct and sheer unbreakable will. Hearing his master's ecstatic cry, he knew he had triumphed. He sheathed his demon-hunting blade into his wristband, surrendering himself to the torrent's relentless embrace. Splash. Spinning dizzily, he was swept headlong into the lake below. The lake's waters proved unexpectedly warm, not icy as imagined, infusing gentle heat that eased his body's exhaustion and soothed his spirit. Gathering just enough strength, he paddled slowly, steadily toward shore. A hand reached down, hauling him ashore. Shaking water from his hair and clothes, Li Suifeng looked up to find Gu Yupeng and the others standing nearby, faces blazing with fervent admiration. Brotherly, are you even human? 5 minutes beneath that monstrous cascade. Did you actually sever the waterfall itself? How in the world did you do it? Li Suifeng, I Hu Hansen swear before heaven from this day forth I bow to no one, except you. In most students lasted barely over a minute beneath the waterfall. Li Suifeng's record eclipsed theirs by a staggering 4 minutes. And without witnessing it firsthand, they would never have believed it possible. Even Yo Dali, who harbored quiet resentment toward Li Suifeng, wore an expression fraught with conflicted awe. If given the choice, he would have clung to that hostility. And yet, just moments ago, Li Suifeng had proven, through sheer action, that the gulf between them hadn't narrowed since training camp. It had widened. Even Yo Dali, proud and self-assured, understood clearly Li Suifeng's talent and indomitable will far surpassed his own. And so long as Li Suifeng remained unwavering, Yo Dali knew with chilling certainty that he would never surpass him in this lifetime. In anticipating fury, he instead felt an unexpected, profound sense of liberation. And he knew, beyond doubt, that from this moment forward all animosity toward Li Suifeng had dissolved. Only reverence remained. In deep, unshakable reverence. Old Dai, hand over the gun. And elsewhere Su Yin crowed with unrestrained elation, extending his hand toward Dai Yuan. And Dai Yuan's face twisted in grimace. Pale, trembling hands reluctantly surrendered both his soul-subduing gun and his prized drunken plum wine. Su Yunji and Zhao Wangsun remained silent, offering no comment. And if memory served, that soul-subduing gun had been Dai Yuan's companion for at least a decade. Now lost to Su Yin, it was undeniably humiliating. But wasn't this precisely what Dai Yuan had brought upon himself? Why in heaven's name had he ever dared provoke Li Suifeng? Ha! Excellent. In sliding the coveted wine and firearm into his wristband's spatial void, Su Yin laughed heartily, neither gloating nor mocking, but radiant with pure unadulterated joy. More than humiliation, he burned to understand. What was that slash? Let's go. With a booming cry, Su Yin strode confidently toward the student throng. Children, make way. Ni's laughter boomed. Gu Yupeng and the others parted like waves. Master, did you get it? Li Suifeng's eyes lit with eager anticipation. That old fellow wouldn't dare renege. Handed it over without protest. Su Yin grinned. Good. Li Suifeng nodded, relief washing over him. Finally Dai Yuan had paid the price. Disciple, walk with me a moment. Su Yin said simply, and turned away. Li Suifeng waved farewell to Gu Yupeng's group, and followed closely behind. Soon master and disciple reached a secluded clearing. Su Yin pivoted, his gaze piercing intense. Disciple, that slash just now, was it the final technique of the Aurora Sundering Sun Saber art? Hearing the weight behind those words, Li Suifeng's heart lurched. Had master seen through him after all? Master, the technique I just demonstrated is the Aurora Eclipse Saber art. Calming his breath, Li Suifeng ventured cautiously, I exchanged academic credits for this saber art in the library. When did you acquire it? Last night. You obtained this saber art only yesterday, and today you've already grasped its profound essence. Su Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. This world martial arts techniques were not inherently difficult to grasp preliminarily, provided one possessed sufficient cultivation, realm, and insight. But to master a tier geographical saber art to the level of artistic resonance overnight, such a feat defied rational explanation. It was utterly explosive. Master, perhaps I was simply exhausted last night. I read the saber art, and fell asleep at once, slipping into a strange dream. In that dream my consciousness remained lucid. I felt no passage of time. Before Li Suifeng could continue, Su Yin interrupted, astonished. So you cultivated the saber art within your dream, until you attained its artistic resonance? Yes, master, it seems so. Though the dream's later details have faded from memory, upon waking, I found myself already wielding the Aurora Eclipse saber art, with effortless mastery. Li Suifeng watched Su Yan's expression warily, and he had long feared that revealing too much would expose his extraordinary advantage, even betray his hidden blessing. Though he'd exercised great caution, lately his master had still discerned something unusual. Disciple, I understand now. You possess innate primordial wisdom, which explains how you mastered the Aurora Eclipse saber art overnight. Su Yin paused briefly, then his face erupted into ecstatic delight. Not only do you bear an unrivaled talent, but also primordial wisdom itself. Disciple, you are truly heaven's chosen favorite. Seeing his master's genuine joy, Li Suifeng's anxiety gradually eased. Ni's master cared for him so deeply that any anomaly in his behavior was instantly rationalized, reconstructed by imagination into perfect plausibility. It was akin to a devoted admirer witnessing his goddess exit a hotel room with another man, and instinctively concluding she had merely spent the night playing honor of kings, not cards. Master, what exactly is primordial wisdom? Li Suifeng shifted the subject. Su Yin explained, the term originates from ancient Buddhist tradition denoting preternatural innate brilliance. Those endowed with such wisdom surpass ordinary mortals in every field of learning. defying all conventional logic. Among the 8 supreme generals of Longhua, one bears the honorific title Primordial Wisdom, possessing the abilities of Tenlina Purglance reading photographic memory and transcendent comprehension. Rumors claim he once mastered 3-tier geographical sword arts in a single night. At these words, Li Suifeng's expression flickered subtly. In mastering 3-tier geographical sword arts in one night, could this primordial wisdom general be like himself a bearer of extraordinary fortune? Yet his parameters appeared even more staggering than Li Suifeng's own. Disciple, your cultivation of the saber art within the dream is itself a manifestation of talent, one undetectable by instruments. I affirm with certainty your capability equals that of the primordial wisdom general. Su Yan laughed heartily, then placed his broad calloused hand atop Li Suifeng's head. Never imagined that in my lifetime I'd take on a prodigy such as you as my disciple. Truly heaven favors me. So he'd overthought it entirely. In this surreal world, even the most bizarre talents existed. And to attain enlightenment overnight indeed sounded absurd, but context rendered it plausible. Li Suifeng's lingering tension dissolved completely. Master, if what you say holds true, I may indeed possess innate primordial wisdom. Yet what precisely is the source of the enlightenment waterfall? The saber strike he delivered beneath the waterfall represented his current peak capability. Through the saber aura, he sensed a formation emanating from the waterfall's origin. His strike had pierced the cascade and struck that formation directly, temporarily halting the flow. Disciple, the waterfall's source is a spirit water gathering formation, designed to channel water into a perpetual cascade. Do you imagine this mountaintop could generate such a torrent without it? Su Yan's explanation clarified everything instantly. So the waterfall's increasing intensity stems directly from this spirit water gathering formation. Indeed, the professor who erected this formation decades ago engineered it deliberately, using the waterfall's immense pressure to compel students to transcend their limits step by step. I see. Li Suifeng's expression brightened with understanding. Master, regarding my primordial wisdom, I must not disclose this to others unprompted. I shall speak with Su Yunji and Zhao Wangsuan, urging them to safeguard this secret diligently. A shadow of concern crossed Su Yan's face. A genius like you, so long as you avoid untimely demise, will surely become a pillar of our human race. If alien clans learn of you prematurely, they'll stop at nothing to assassinate you. Alien clans would assassinate me. Li Suifeng's expression revealed not fear, but exhilaration. He'd been searching for aliens. What better fortune than having them walk straight into his path? Disciple, why does your expression look like that? Su Yan noticed Li Suifeng's odd demeanor. Nothing, master. Just hearing of alien clans made me nervous, Li Suifeng lied smoothly. Nervous? And then why does your face glow with excitement? As though you're hoping they come to kill you. Su Yan sighed inwardly, then spoke gravely. During your tenure at Wuji Academy, you must learn to conceal your brilliance. Shine too brightly, and alien predators will surely scent your worth. Each year among our countless geniuses, some fall to assassins, alien infiltrators embedded deep within society. Master, I understand. Disciple, do you feel drawn to this soul anchor spear? With a subtle mental command, Su Yan summoned Dai Yuan's personal weapon, a sleek black spear, into his palm. 2 meters long, taller than Su Yan himself, the weapon exuded raw authority, clearly ranking above the demon hunting saber. Li Suifeng, now utterly enthralled by the way of the saber, held no interest in switching to spear arts. He replied earnestly, Master, I seek only lethal techniques. Saber cultivation suffices. Well said, child. My intention isn't to redirect you toward spear arts, but rather, if you consent, I'll arrange for this soul anchor spear to be integrated into your demon hunting saber, elevating its quality. Is such a fusion possible? Li Suifeng's eyes lit up. The demon hunting saber, merely a mid-tier spirit weapon, already amplified his combat prowess immensely. What if it ascended further, to high-tier, or even supreme-tier spirit weapon status? Ni's lethality would surge beyond measure. Master, do you forge weapons yourself? No. But Wuji Academy abounds with masters. Within the Forging Institute alone, I count several esteemed instructors among my acquaintances. With this bottle of Drunken Blossom wine, I can secure one master's favor over a single drink. Su Yan declared this with unshakable confidence. Li Suifeng nodded immediately. Master, please enhance my demon hunting saber. Very well. I'll visit the Forging Institute soon. Keep the demon hunting saber for now. I'll notify you once progress is made. Today's special training concludes here. Return tomorrow afternoon. Understood, master. Their intensive session ended. Su Yan led Li Suifeng out of the secluded realm. No sooner had they departed, a young man entered the sanctuary. Clad in fiery crimson robes, even his eyebrows burned red. He strode purposefully toward the enlightenment waterfall. Students preparing to leap onto the jade stone slab recoiled stunned. That's Lu Ning, in, the peerless expert ranked on the Wuji list. In, it is him, in, who would have thought the Wuji list elite would appear within this sanctuary? Amidst their astonishment, a student waved eagerly. Senior brother Lu, greetings. In Lu Ning remained aloof, ignoring the greeting. Step aside, I go first. Students scattered instantly. In, two peers still trained upon the jade slab. In, Lu Ning halted at the lakeshore, showing no intent to ascend. 1 minute passed. In, both students vanished beneath the torrent. In, Lu Ning scoffed coldly. None of you may approach. Ni's arrogance rankled some, but none dared protest. Whoosh! Nonly then did Lu Ning launch himself onto the jade slab. In, roar, roar, roar. In, the waterfall crashed down like a tidal wave. Yet Lu Ning stood prepared. Flames erupted across his body, coalescing into a radiant spherical shield that enveloped him, repelling the deluge. Seconds bled into minutes. And soon Lu Ning stood firm upon the slab for over 7 minutes. Ni's flames began to dim. His complexion paled. Only 13 seconds longer than last time. My recent progress has slowed. And he murmured softly, then leapt gracefully ashore, refusing to push further. Puff! And the flames dissipated. His crimson robe remained immaculate. Not a single drop dampened its fabric. In, compared to his peers, drenched and shivering, Nei embodied effortless elegance. Lu Ning flicked his sleeves, preparing to depart, then paused, startled. Nei just set a new 7-minute record, yet not a single student reacted with awe. Their expressions remained calm, their murmurs centered not on him, but on another student, with quiet reverence, not astonishment. Li Suifeng. And even without straining, Lu Ning caught the name echoing through the crowd. He slowed his pace, listening covertly, and sneered inwardly. This Li Suifeng set a 5-minute record beneath the Enlightenment waterfall, and still 2 minutes short of mine. What's remarkable about that? Senior brother Lu's 7-minute record, yet I sense Li Suifeng may break it soon. Likely, he endured 5 minutes on his very first attempt. Next time 6, then 7 minutes. Comparing them, I realize, Li brother is truly terrifying. Another exchange pierced his awareness. Lu Ning froze mid-step, locking eyes with a student. You claim Li Suifeng held 5 minutes on his first try beneath the waterfall. Gu Yuping flinched under Lu Ning's gaze, whispering, Senior brother Lu, it's true. We all witnessed it. And impossible. Lu Ning's sudden snarl startled Gu Yuping. And then came Lu Ning's advancing glare, fierce and furious. You're lying. His own debut attempt years prior lasted precisely 3 minutes and 27 seconds. And finest record in 3 years. Now these students claim some Li Suifeng achieved 5 minutes on his first try. And preposterous. Utter Senior brother Lu, we aren't lying. And Gu Yuping tried again, only to be silenced by Lu Ning's roar. Silence. In trembling, he fell mute. Nothing more to say to liars like you. And Lu Ning turned sharply, only to find someone blocking his. Professor Dai. And Lu Ning recognized the figure. In Dai Yuan stood, arms crossed, voice, I see Lu Ning. Have you heard of Li Suifeng? They said he held 5 minutes beneath the waterfall on his first attempt. And Lu Ning expected contradiction, yet Dai Yuan affirmed, flatly correct. That is precisely what occurred. What a... And Lu Ning reeled. Nate assumed Gu Yuping's group resented his arrogance, fabricating Li Suifeng's feat to unsettle his Dao heart. But Professor Dai, a mentor, had no motive to lie, and therefore, Li Suifeng had truly endured 5 minutes beneath the waterfall on his first attempt. How? In Lu Ning, my relationship with your master remains cordial. Dai Yuan's tone grew colder, but my rapport with Su Yan, Li Suifeng's master, is strained. If you act accordingly, I'll grant you privileged access to academic resources. Lu Ning, still reeling, steadied himself. Professor Dai, you wish me to confront Li Suifeng? And Dai Yuan cut and consider it carefully. Lu Ning fell silent. And he knew nothing of the feud between Dai Yuan and Su Yan, yet understood this was calculated manipulation, a blade wielded by proxy. Professor Dai, I know what to do. And after brief reflection, Lu Ning clenched his jaw and nodded. And he was arrogant, bordering on contemptuous of all outside the Wuji list. Yet he would make an exception for Li Suifeng. And for he craved battle with obsessive fervor. From his academy's inception, he'd sought challenges everywhere, defeating peers then seniors, relentlessly testing his limits. His win rate varied, but each clash honed his strength. He recalled yesterday's uproar, the freshman saber incident, whose protagonist bore the same name, Li Suifeng. And was this the same Li Suifeng who shattered records beneath the waterfall? If so, this Li Suifeng was undoubtedly a prodigious anomaly, and ascending the Wuji list would pose no obstacle. And such a warrior deserved to stand before him in combat. As Lu Ning departed, Dai Yuan's expression darkened. Since when did I descend to such baseness, resorting to this deceitful scheme merely to wound Su Yan? Yet his features hardened anew. Su Yan spared me no mercy, stripping me of the soul anchor spear without hesitation. Master, is this truly right? Na voice echoed behind him. Neo Dallas. Dai Yuan whirled, erupting. Because you are useless. Had you any competence would I be reduced to such measure? He stormed off cursing. Inyo Dali stared at his retreating back, heart heavy with disillusionment. The master he'd revered had revealed himself as a petty, dishonorable man. His thoughts drifted to Lu Ning's confident stride, and then to Li Suifeng's calm, steady gaze. Lu Ning ranked among the Wuji list's elite. If he truly targeted Li Suifeng, could Li Suifeng withstand him? As night fell in the dormitory, Li Suifeng grabbed a handful of blood essence pills and mental essence pills, stuffing them into his mouth and swallowing them, as if they were candy, sitting cross-legged within a low-level chi gathering array, maintaining his meditative posture. Goo goo goo, goo goo goo. The effects of the pills exploded within him like a torrent of energy, making sounds as they did so. For others, absorbing a single essence pill could take several hours, even half a day. But for Li Suifeng, this entire handful of pills could be completely digested in just 10 minutes. With the magic rhinoceros body, the strength of his flesh, bones, tendons, and skin had undergone a qualitative change nearly comparable to that of the demon beast black cloud magic rhinoceros. Although he currently possessed a human physique, his physical strength was indeed comparable to that of a demon beast. Digesting the effects of the essence pills was as easy as drinking water. Constitution 5. Spirit 5. The sudden appearance of system text indicated that Li Suifeng had successfully consumed 5 blood essence pills and 5 mental essence pills. I have already consumed half of the 40 essence pills. At this rate, the remaining 20 essence pills will last at most 2 more days. My speed in consuming pills is indeed outrageous. I still have 300 credits left in my account, enough to exchange for a maximum of 15 essence pills. So I am a poor student again. Li Suifeng shook his head helplessly. Having spent the 1,800 credits earned from the third secret realm, even a frugal student could use it to get through their college years. Yet in just 2 days he had spent it down to only 300 credits. Ultimately, it was still due to his overly strong body. To put it in perspective, other students might only need to absorb 1 or 2 essence pills a day to feel full. But Li Suifeng could casually consume 5 or 10 essence pills at once. That was equivalent to spending 100 or 200 credits. With this rate of expenditure, how could he not be poor? When I have time, I should revisit the third secret realm, eliminate the remaining demon beasts, and accumulate another batch of talent points and credits. I heard that periodically the school authorities capture a batch of demon beasts to throw into the secret realm to maintain the total amount of demon beasts. I wonder if the number of demon beasts in the third secret realm has increased in the past few days. With these thoughts, Li Suifeng's mind stirred as he opened his personal panel. Li Suifeng Realm Awakening Level 3 Constitution, 144 Spirit, 82 Talent, Holy Light Battle Body SS Rank Magic Rhinoceros Body S Rank Techniques, 8 Desolations, Infinite Arts 2nd Level Observing Heaven Mountain, Refining Method 2nd Level Body Techniques Aurora, Eclipsing Sun Blade Technique Concept, Tremor Prison Madness Blade Technique Concept, Star Sun Shadow Step Concept, Heavenly Light Long Fist. Perfection Golden Bell Shield Perfection Talent Points, 48290. Without consuming talent points, Li Suifeng's constitution and spirit had improved thanks to the pills. His total life force had already crossed the threshold of 200 points. As a result, the system assessed his realm as Awakening Level 3. As the books say, the life force requirement for a Level 3 awakened is 200. Without enhancing my techniques, I have easily become a Level 3 martial artist. Then if I use talent points to continue upgrading the 8 Desolations Infinite Art, and Observing Heaven Mountain, Refining Method, I effortlessly become a Level 4, Level 5. Even a Level 9 martial artist. For a moment, Li Suifeng was impulsive enough to want to max out both techniques first, but he still held back. Becoming a Level 3 awakened martial artist just a few days after enrollment, this speed of advancement could not be described as riding a rocket, but rather as riding a spaceship. Due to concern, the master would rationalize various unreasonable things happening to himself. But that does not mean others would do the same. Upon learning about his cultivation progress, outsiders would undoubtedly be suspicious and might find ways to investigate him. As long as the cheat remains, he would surely become the strongest in the world. But there was still a long way to go before he could be the strongest. He could not be invincible yet. It was necessary to keep the secret of his golden finger to avoid inviting disaster. Therefore, even if he could easily level up right now, he must restrain this impulse. A small impatience could ruin great plans. Gradual progress is the way to go. The awakening realm of a martial artist has 2 important thresholds. The first threshold is from Level 3 to Level 4, which requires 140 points of life force. The second threshold is from Level 6 to Level 7, which requires 180 points of life force. This means the life force requirement for Level 4 awakened is 340 points. Currently, I still have a gap of 120 points to reach this. If I slightly improve my spirit now, I should not reach Level 4 awakening, nor will I attract suspicion from outsiders. With this in mind, Li Suifeng made a decision. System upgrade the Observing Heaven Mountain Refining Method for me. consuming 3,000 talent points upgraded to level 3, personal spirit 20. In the face of nearly 50,000 talent points, a mere 3,000 points could be considered small change, and Li Suifeng certainly would not mind. As his spirit value increased, Li Suifeng felt as if a layer of veil was slowly being lifted from his mind. His cognitive abilities, hearing, vision, and other senses all experienced a boost. Moreover, within his mind a small world inexplicably appeared, measuring only 1 cubic meter. Yet it felt supremely independent, like the internal space of a super wristband. Li Suifeng could easily enter this small world with his thoughts, and could see many white light spots. After counting, Li Suifeng found that there were 112 of these light spots, corresponding exactly to his 112 points of spirit. Are these light spots manifestations of my spirit? What is the space for storing this spirit? Is it my sea of consciousness? Li Suifeng's eyes brightened. The textbooks say that when a martial artist's spirit reaches a certain level of strength, their mind will be further developed, giving birth to a sea of consciousness. Once the sea of consciousness is birthed, the martial artist will gain special means. For example, using spirit power for inner vision to view their internal situation. Additionally, they can project spirit power outward to control objects invisibly. In the past, Hu Jun used his thoughts to control a sword, which follows this principle. Tisk, tisk, tisk. I didn't expect that this time upgrading the Observing Heaven Mountain refining method would unexpectedly open up my sea of consciousness. Excellent. Li Suifeng's expression was satisfied, as the natural opening of the sea of consciousness represented that the spirit of an awakened martial artist had reached a certain level. Those who opened their sea of consciousness would naturally surpass those who had not in terms of spiritual competition. Let's try the effect. Li Suifeng's gaze fixed on a pin on the desk 3 meters away. In silence, with a swoosh, the pin sliced through the air at high speed, hitting the wall with a thud before breaking and falling to the ground. Is this the feeling of controlling objects from a distance? Quite interesting, but since I am a knife cultivator, ultimately, I still have to rely on my blade to take down opponents. This method of controlling objects from a distance should only be used as an auxiliary. It cannot be the main focus. Li Suifeng's thoughts wandered as he continued to project his spirit power, manipulating various items in the room for testing. Beep, beep, beep. A few minutes later, while Li Suifeng was remotely controlling a teapot to pour water into a cup, his wristband suddenly rang. Putting the teapot down, Li Suifeng opened the wristband and unexpectedly saw a message. Lu Ning, student ID 66121, has initiated a fair challenge against you. Do you accept? Who is this Lu Ning? Why is he challenging me? Li Suifeng stared at the wristband, pondering for a moment before swiftly deciding, I don't know this guy at all. He must have the wrong person. He decisively clicked to refuse the challenge, and then lay back down, falling into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, in a dorm room of the sophomore dormitory, Li Suifeng, student ID 77777, has declined your fair combat request. Lu Ning was stunned as he looked at the notification on his phone. He had actually been refused. Is this for real? Generally speaking, members of the Infinite List are very protective of their reputation. It is nearly impossible for them to actively challenge someone outside the rankings. Winning a challenge brings them no benefits. If they lose, they will be replaced in the rankings. It's all disadvantages with no advantages. The only reason he made an exception to challenge Li Suifeng was to complete Dai Yuan's task. He never expected that the lucky Li Suifeng would refuse. Is this kid scared of me and afraid to fight? I thought he was some kind of expert, but it turns out he is just a coward. Lu Ning's expression turned disdainful, but he still sneered. But do you think you can escape me like this? It's not that easy. Tomorrow morning, I will challenge you face to face. You can't run away. The next morning. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks woke Li Suifeng from his slumber. Who? Li Suifeng frowned. He had nothing to do in the morning and planned to sleep a little more, but unexpectedly someone was so inconsiderate. Li, it's me. The voice of the counselor Li Guangyao came from outside the door. Li, teacher, is there something you need? Li Suifeng opened the door, somewhat annoyed from being woken up. Li, there is a sophomore looking for you. Li Guangyao realized he had disturbed him and felt a bit embarrassed. A sophomore? Ku Jiaolan, Lu Zhuangzhuang, or Hu Junshun? Li Suifeng wondered. These were the only sophomores he knew. None of them. His name is Lu Ning, a master on the Infinite List. Li Guangjiao's expression turned a bit tense as he lowered his voice, saying, if I hadn't stopped him, he would have barged into the dormitory to cause you trouble. Li, what have you done to offend this person? Li Suifeng raised an eyebrow, deep in thought. Wasn't Lu Ning the one who had sent him a remote challenge last night? After being refused by me, this guy actually came looking for trouble. So he wasn't mistaken in targeting me. Was he deliberately targeting me? Li, teacher, I don't know this Lu Ning. Is he very famous? Li Suifeng asked. Although Lu Ning is just a sophomore, he is quite well known on campus due to his presence on the Infinite List. Li Guangyao asked, Li, do you know about the Infinite List? I have a rough idea. It's a ranking of students' combat abilities within the academy, right? Those who make it up there are basically experts on campus. Li Suifeng casually replied. That's right. Generally speaking, students on the infinite list are mostly juniors and seniors. Sophomores comprise less than 5% of it. Although Lu Ning is ranked 98th on the infinite list considering he is only 19 years old, that is quite. Hearing this, Li Sufing's eyes lit up a bit. Li teacher, from what you say, does that mean this Lu Ning is very strong? Anyone on the infinite list is not weak. Each of them is a dragon among men, even those at the bottom of the list. Li Guangyao continued, his expression slightly pained. Students on the list receive a fixed credit reward each week, which makes the competition for this list extremely fierce. Generally, those who can get on it will cherish their reputation and would not actively challenge those in lower rankings, let alone challenge members outside the list. Now this Lu Ning is challenging you, a non-member. This behavior is quite strange, indicating he must have some grievances with you. So being on the list earns fixed credit rewards? Li Suifeng ignored the latter half of the statement, his eyes shining brightly. Due to purchasing too many spirit pills recently, he had been spending money like water and was worried about not having enough credits. So the opportunity to earn credits comes knocking. Li teacher, tell me about the credit rewards for the infinite list. Li Suifeng rubbed his hands together, very curious. Li Guangzhou's expression was filled with shock. You are being targeted by a master on the infinite list. Why do you seem so unfazed? You still have the mood to ask about credits. However, he still explained seriously, students who first enter the infinite list receive a reward of 50 credits. Students ranked 100 to 90 receive a weekly reward of 50 credits. Students ranked 89 to 80 receive an additional 50 credits on top of the basic 50 each week. Students ranked 79 to 70 have their weekly credit reward increase by 50 on a base of 100. And so on. In addition to the weekly fixed reward, students on the infinite list receive 50 credits for each rank they rise in the rankings. He continued to enumerate many rules. Li Sufing's eyes grew even brighter. As long as he makes it onto the infinite list, it's equivalent to having a guaranteed salary. 50 credits will be credited every week. The higher the rank, the greater the fixed credit rewards. For each rise in rank on the list, there are an additional 50 credits as a direct reward. If I rise 10 ranks, isn't that directly getting 500 credits? How many credits would I get if I jumped straight? That would surely lead to a windfall. Seemingly guessing Li Sufing's thoughts, Li Guangyao said, Li, things are not as simple as you think. There are many rules regarding the infinite list, one of which is that challenges cannot exceed 5 ranks. Assuming you are ranked 100, you can only challenge students ranked 95 or higher. Moreover, if you issue a challenge, the student ranked 95 also has a chance to refuse. If refused, you cannot issue another challenge within 3 days. He listed many more rules. After understanding this, Li Sufing's face turned excited. Li teacher, according to your statement, if I accept Lu Ning's challenge and defeat him, can I replace him and rise to 98th on the infinite list? That's the case. He nodded slightly, and just then a gust of wind brushed past. Li Guangyao was astonished to find that Li Suifeng had already vanished. That's the case. He nodded slightly, and just then a gust of wind brushed past. Li Guangyao was astonished to find that Li Suifeng had already vanished. Li Sufing's voice came back, and Li Guangyao woke up and started panicking as he chased after him. Li, calm down. The ranking battle is no joke. A slight misstep could lead to serious injuries, or even death. By the time he reached the stairway, Li Sufing's figure had already vanished. Oh no! Li Guangyao slapped his forehead, realizing that the situation was starting to go awry. Even if Li Suifeng had extraordinary talent, he was still too young and lacked the experience and solid foundation. How could he possibly compare to Lu Ning, who had undergone multiple ranking battles? Unless something unexpected happened, Li Suifeng would not only fall, but might also suffer serious injuries. I must inform Teacher Su first, lest Li Suifeng gets hurt and cannot receive timely treatment. Has Lu Ning sought out Suifeng from the Wuji ranking? What is going on? In the secret realm of Lingdi, Su Yin stared wide-eyed at the message on his phone. The geniuses on the Wuji ranking are all arrogant, only wishing to challenge those of higher rank, while looking down upon those of lower rank and those unlisted. Although his disciple has begun to make a name for himself and possesses astonishing talent, he has ultimately not been ranked. Why would Lu Ning seek him out? Su Yin couldn't understand the reason and quickly left his small room, hurrying towards the exit of the secret realm. In another small room, Dai Yuan stepped out slowly, watching Su Yin leave with narrowed eyes. Why is Su the gambler so anxious? Could it be that Lu Ning has already taken action? Hopefully Lu Ning can deliver a memorable lesson to this Li Suifeng, ideally destroying this brat's. As his thoughts trailed off, Dai Yuan's expression twisted slightly. In the freshman dormitory building, Lu Ning, clad in a Nike combat suit, stood at the entrance of the corridor, seemingly doing nothing, yet attracting the attention of numerous students exercising nearby. Isn't that Lu Ning? The Lu Ning ranked 98th on the Wuji ranking. It is him. What is he doing here at our freshman dormitory, so early in the morning? He looks a bit arrogant, doesn't he? Some freshmen, having just finished their morning exercises and wanting to return to their dorms for a shower, dared not approach Lu Ning, instead whispering among themselves. As time passed, more and more students became aware of Lu Ning's presence. At this moment, not only were students gathering along the road behind him, but heads were also poking out of the dormitory windows, curiously observing Lu Ning. Time ticked away. Lu Ning's brows quietly furrowed. Not long ago, upon arriving at the dormitory building, he had encountered the dorm's supervisor and counselor Li Guangyao. Upon learning Lu Ning's intentions, Li Guangyao said he would notify Li Suifeng and left, telling Lu Ning to wait in place. Now so much time had passed. Li Suifeng had yet to come out. This only reinforced Lu Ning's earlier speculation. Li Suifeng must have been intimidated by his status. Not only did he not dare to accept the challenge, but he also didn't even have the courage to confront him. Rumor has it that this brat beat up a few second-year students. He's a certified genius, yet now he hides from me like a dog. This is not the demeanor of a genius. The rumors must be exaggerated. This Li Suifeng is just a coward. Thinking of all this, Lu Ning could no longer hold back and shouted loudly, "Li Suifeng, if you have the guts, come out and fight me." His voice boomed, echoing throughout the entire dormitory building. It even reached the distant training ground, causing a stir among the onlookers. Lu Ning is actually here to find Li Suifeng. As a master of the Wuji ranking, why would he challenge a mere nobody like Li Suifeng? What did Li Suifeng do to provoke Lu Ning to such madness? It's said that Li Suifeng chased down Lu Zhuangzhuang and others. Could it be that this incident angered Lu Ning? Lu Ning is a master of the Wuji ranking, far superior to someone like Lu Zhuangzhuang. Li Suifeng is in for a rough time today. More and more students gathered, discussing among themselves, convinced that Li Suifeng's fate would be dire. A young man casually walked out of the corridor wearing a white t-shirt and sports shorts, with sleep still in the corners of his eyes, looking utterly lazy, as if he had just woken up. "It's early morning and you are barking like a dog. Didn't your master feed you any bones?" The young man's sudden remark silenced the restless crowd. Everyone was shocked, staring at the young man as if they had seen a ghost. Is he really Li Suifeng? Did he just humiliate Lu Ning right off the bat? Is he trying to escalate the situation? Does he want Lu Ning to be even angrier? Is he really not afraid of being beaten to a pulp by Lu Ning? As the students pondered with suspicion, Lu Ning's expression turned extremely dark. This was his first time seeing Li Suifeng. Until now, he hadn't even heard Li Suifeng's name. If it weren't for Dai Yuan's request, he wouldn't have come looking for Li Suifeng at all. In his eyes, Li Suifeng was merely another passerby. To put it bluntly, just an ant. Yet at this moment, this ant Li Suifeng was clearly terrified of him, yet still dared to be so brazen and insult him. How infuriating. "You come here and die." Lu Ning raised a hand, pointing at Li Suifeng's nose. "Are you so eager to bite me? Are you having a rabid fit and can't wait?" Li Suifeng remained unhurried, continuing to mock him. Lu Ning's body trembled with anger, his grim expression seemingly capable of devouring a person. Li Suifeng, however, was disinterested and looked around, saying, "Everyone, this guy is now ranked 98th on the Wuji ranking. If I take him down, will I replace his ranking?" The onlooking students were a bit bewildered, and someone quickly shouted, "Li Suifeng, isn't this rule common knowledge? Why ask knowingly? I'm just confirming so I don't end up beating this guy and not making it onto the Wuji ranking. That would be a loss. After all, my time is very precious." Li Suifeng chuckled teasingly, but Lu Ning exploded in anger. "Get lost." He roared, and flames spread across his body. Before he even approached, a long sword suddenly appeared in his hand. Swish, swish, swish. He drew his sword repeatedly, unleashing a wave of flames towards Li Suifeng, starting a fire over a disagreement. In Blue Star, this guy would probably end up in prison. Faced with the scorching waves of fire, Li Suifeng remained unperturbed and casually threw a punch. Boom. The golden fist light collided with the waves of fire, resulting in an explosion. The shockwave from the explosion surged outward. Crack, crack, crack. Many windows on the first floor suffered damage from the shockwave, forming numerous cracks, as if they might shatter at any moment. Lu Ning, this is a dormitory building, no fighting allowed. Students in the back were startled. Yes, Lu Ning, matches for the Wuji ranking must be held in open areas. This is school policy. Have you forgotten? Lu Ning calmed down. More and more people spoke up. Lu Ning's fire-based talent could easily ignite a large fire with just a little commotion. That would be troublesome. Lu Ning certainly knew the rule people were mentioning. It was just that Li Suifeng's mouth was so foul that he couldn't stand it for a moment and wanted to take him out instantly. But unexpectedly, it seemed Li Suifeng had some strength. He actually managed to neutralize his flame sword technique. Trash, come to the training ground for a battle. Ultimately, Lu Ning regained some calm, leaving behind a harsh remark as he turned and walked towards the training ground. The situation had escalated to this point. He didn't believe Li Suifeng would still dare to avoid the fight. Unless he didn't want to stay in school. "With your caliber, I could take you out with one slice. Why go to the training ground?" Li Suifeng's voice came from behind, and Lu Ning angrily turned around only to see a flash of golden light from a blade. That blade light resembled the blazing sun hanging high in the sky at noon, radiating brilliance, heat, and purity. The immense energy contained within the blade light even caused the space to warp slightly. The moment Lu Ning gazed at the blade light, intense pain forced him to instinctively shut his eyes. Almost immediately, an indescribable agony swept through his chest. He didn't even have time to resist before his consciousness plunged into blankness due to the excruciating pain. As the blade shimmered, all the surrounding students instinctively closed their eyes due to the stinging pain. It was unclear how much time had passed. Finally, a student mustered the courage to open their eyes only to find that the blinding light of the blade had vanished. Li Suifeng stood at the corridor entrance, hands clasped behind his back, his expression calm. Beside him, the once arrogant Lu Ning lay on the ground, his eyes glazed over, unconscious. A gaping wound half a foot long had appeared on his chest. Through the torn flesh and spurting blood, white bones could be seen amidst the writhing innards. Hiss! Numerous students gasped as the scene was too surreal. They even thought they were dreaming. Is this real? After an indeterminate amount of time, someone finally spoke, their voice trembling. Soon after, all the surrounding students awoke, their faces filled with shock. Lu Ning lost. He actually lost to Li Suifeng. He couldn't even block a single blow from Li Suifeng. Wasn't he a genius on the Wujibang rankings? Why did he lose to a freshman like Li Suifeng? What on earth happened? Damn, am I not dreaming? In a corner of the crowd, Zhang Lishir tightly gripped Hu Jun's sleeve, his eyes filled with fear as he stared at Li Suifeng. Hu Jun's handsome face was equally filled with shock. However, soon after, he snapped back to reality and laughed heartily, patting Zhang Lishir's shoulder. Old Zhang, I told you Li Suifeng is a monster. Back then you thought I was exaggerating, what about now? Zhang Lishir was at a loss for words. When they had trouble with the freshman, Hu Jun had been beaten into submission by Li Suifeng. Zhang Lishir had grumbled about it for a long time, finding it too humiliating. But now numerous events proved that Hu Jun's actions back then were right. He was first in training. He had hunted down Lu Zhuang and his 3 companions. Now he had even defeated Lu Ning, ranked on the Wujibang. All of Li Suifeng's feats undeniably proved that he was a super monster. If they had insisted on offending such a monster back, then could they still sleep soundly now? Li classmate actually. Meanwhile, Li Guangyao in the corridor tightly covered his mouth, desperately trying not to make a sound, fearing that Li Suifeng would be seriously injured afterward. He had specifically chosen this position to be ready to rescue Li Suifeng at any moment. Little did he expect that Li Suifeng didn't even need his help. Instead, he had taken advantage of Li Guangyao's moment of distraction to deliver a fatal blow to Lu Ning. Because he was so close, Li Guangyao had also closed his eyes due to the blinding light. He had no idea how powerful Li Suifeng's strike had been. But he could certainly confirm that Lu Ning was now seriously injured. If not treated promptly, he might die. Who has healing talents? Come quick. Li Guangyao rushed out of the corridor, crouching down to apply pressure on Lu Ning's wound to stop the bleeding. Soon a sophomore girl rushed over, using her talent to heal Lu Ning. He's too severely injured. I can't save him. After a moment, the girl wore a distressed expression, filled with terror. Oh no, do we have to call the instructor for help? But there are no teachers from the healing department nearby. As Li Guangyao's face reflected his panic, a figure pushed him aside. He'll handle it. Li Guangyao stood up, astonished to find a bald man crouching on the ground, checking Lu Ning's pulse, stuffing a pill into his mouth, and sprinkling some golden powder onto his chest wound. Once the bald man finished all of this, Lu Ning's pale face regained some color, and his chest began to rise and fall, seemingly out of the danger zone. Su. Teacher Su. Li Guangyao sighed in relief, calling out. Little thanks to you notifying me in advance, or else Lu Ning would truly have been a goner. The bald man stood up, smiling at Li Guangyao, then turned to glare at Li Suifeng. That strike of yours just cost me a special grade spirit level pill and a bottle of high grade spirit level wound powder. You do the math on how much that is. Master, you have plenty of money, so spending a little is no big deal, right? Li Suifeng casually shrugged. Besides, I remember there's a rule in the Wujibang ranking matches: the defeated party is responsible for their life and death. Even if Lu Ning had died, I wouldn't bear legal responsibility. You chose not to save him, so that's fine too. Su Yan's expression was speechless. He is after all one of our Wujig Academy's people. How could I not save him? Master is great. Li Suifeng gave him a thumbs up. Su Yan was at a loss for words. However, thinking about his disciple defeating Lu Ning and smoothly climbing the Wujibang, he couldn't help but feel cheerful. Throughout the history of the Wujibang, those who made it onto the list were all third-year or fourth-year students. Only a handful of second-year students had ever made the list. First-year students. In the history of Wujig Academy, only 2 had ever appeared. One was too long ago and the details are not very clear, but it can be confirmed that he was a super genius of that era. The other is the youngest major general in Longguo's history, Zhuang Qianyan. He is the one who left his original record at the Enlightenment Waterfall. Now a first-year disciple has defeated Lu Ning and climbed the Wujibang. Doesn't that mean he has become the third person in the history of Wujig Academy? Even more terrifying is that the records of his disciples seem to be a bit more impressive than those of the two former sages. After all, the disciple had only been enrolled for 4 days. Zhuang Qianyan and that ancient genius made the list only in the second semester of their first year. When calculated this way, the record set by the disciple is truly unprecedented. Hey, you are indeed a super prodigy. But didn't I say yesterday? You must remain low-key. Although Su Yin felt thrilled inside, he was also a bit troubled. Although Li Sufeng's previous feats were sensational, their spread was limited to the first and second-year circles. After all, the students in the third and fourth years, especially those outstanding ones, all possessed extraordinary strength and rarely stayed on campus. Instead, they acted in dangerous places like the wilderness, secret realms, and abyss battlefields. They naturally wouldn't pay attention to a junior like Li Suifeng. But this time, the remarkable feat that Li Suifeng accomplished will surpass what these prodigy seniors did back then. When they hear about this, they will undoubtedly be astonished, making it hard not to pay attention to Li Suifeng. Moreover, aside from these prodigy seniors, the other 7 major academies and those hidden foreign races will surely focus on Li Suifeng if they learn of this. In short, after this incident, the disciple's reputation will undoubtedly soar. While he reaps prestige, he will also attract the attention of some ill-intentioned individuals. This is what Su Yin is worried about. Master, I also want to be Loki, but Lu Ning openly provoked and humiliated me. If I don't teach him a lesson, wouldn't that disgrace your honor? Li Suifeng explained lightly. Su Yin shook his head, helplessly arranging for several students to carry Lu Ning on a stretcher to the infirmary before saying, Disciple, regardless of everything, your ascent to the Wujibang is indeed an extraordinary feat. I am very pleased and have decided to give you a gift during the special training this afternoon. Another gift? Li Sufeng's eyes brightened. The previous gift from Master was the demon-slaying blade, which had accompanied him in slaying demons and cutting down foes, achieving many contributions. Now Master is preparing a second gift. What could it be? You will know the specifics this afternoon. As for now, you should go back and rest first. Seemingly seeing through Li Sufeng's thoughts, Su Yin chose to keep him in suspense. Once Su Yin left, Li Suifeng noticed the surrounding students outside the dormitory staring at him with looks of awe, shrugged, and decisively returned to the dormitory for more rest. In the conference hall of the Academic Affairs Building, various leaders within the school were holding their weekly morning meeting. Suddenly the door was pushed open, causing many leaders to frown. The morning meeting had already begun. Who was late and dared to make such a commotion? Upon seeing that the newcomer was the bald Su Yin, someone voiced their displeasure and questioned Su Yin. Su Yin hurriedly sat down in the corner with a smile, saying, I apologize, everyone. My disciple just had a fierce battle with Lu Ning and even injured him. I was dealing with the aftermath, which took some time. What you just said? This statement contained so much information that it left the questioning teacher stunned. The other teachers around also exchanged glances, their expressions dazed. Dai Yuan, sitting in another corner, turned pale. Lu Ning was injured by Li Suifeng. That was impossible. After all, Lu Ning was a strong contender on the Wuji ranking. He was among the best in the second year, a stark contrast to Lu Zhuang and Hu Junkai. Just considering yesterday's perseverance at the Enlightenment Waterfall, Lu Ning far surpassed Li Suifeng. How could he possibly be injured by him? Su Yin must be lying. At that moment, Hua Rongji spoke up. If I remember correctly, Lu Ning is ranked 98th on the Wuji ranking, right? That's the Lu Ning. Just now this kid went mad and took the initiative to challenge my disciple, causing quite a ruckus. My disciple had no choice but to cut him down. Su Yin grinned, his face filled with pride. If possible, he didn't want his disciple to stand out too much to avoid attracting the attention of other factions. But since the matter had reached this point, his disciple's prowess could not be hidden. Since it couldn't be concealed, there was no need for him to hold back anymore. Why not just say it outright and thoroughly shock these leaders? Boom. Just as Su Yin had guessed, upon hearing the truth, the minds of all the teachers echoed with thunder. Their pupils trembled continuously, their faces filled with immense shock. With Su Yan's status, he certainly could not lie in front of so many people. So just now Li Suifeng really did defeat Lu Ning. If I remember correctly, in the history of our Wuji Academy, no first-year student has ever made it onto the Wuji ranking, right? After a long time, a teacher finally spoke up, parched. Another teacher chimed in, yes. I clearly remember none of our first-year students have ever made it onto the Wuji ranking. So, does that mean Li Suifeng has set a record? Su Yin, what exactly happened during the battle? Did you record it on video? Other teachers eagerly asked. They secretly kept an eye on the battles of these prodigies, especially the high-ranking geniuses on the Wuji ranking, whose strength was often close to that of their mentors. Some even surpassed their teachers. Their battles were imaginative and visually impactful, akin to a sci-fi blockbuster. Many mentors were quite fascinated by this. Su Yin projected the recorded video onto a large screen. In the video, a dazzling flash of blade light flickered before Lu Ning, and then he was slain in an instant. He'll show it to you now. Su Yin projected the recorded video onto a large screen. In the video, a dazzling flash of blade light flickered before Lu Ning, and then he was slain in an instant. The entire process took merely a second, yet that flash of blade light was deeply etched in the minds of all the mentors. What kind of sword technique is this? Why does my eye hurt, even though I'm watching through a screen? I don't understand swords, but I can tell that the strike Li Suifeng executed was likely a sword technique of earth level or above. Moreover, he must have reached a certain realm of comprehension. Without that, how could his blade light give us a feeling of scorching sunlight? The brief video concluded, and the scene erupted into chaos as countless mentors discussed in shock. Hua Rongji, sitting in the main seat, had a particularly bright gaze. Although she was an auxiliary-type martial artist, her theoretical knowledge was exceptional. She had memorized most of the body techniques in the library. At a glance, she recognized that Li Suifeng had executed the Aurora Eclipsing Blade technique, a powerful earth-level sword technique. Such a technique. It was said that some teachers present who also practiced swords had not even reached the level of comprehension. Yet Li Suifeng had achieved it. Filled with surprise, Hua Rongji exchanged a glance with Su Yin. Su Yin blinked in response. Hua Rongji nodded, slightly understanding the other's meaning. Li Suifeng had indeed mastered this sword technique in a short time. Under normal logic, no matter how extraordinary a person's comprehension might be, it was impossible to master an earth-level sword technique so deeply in such a short time. Perhaps it was indeed the legendary innate wisdom, or maybe it was due to other reasons. In any case, Li Suifeng harbored a great secret. However, Hua Rongji did not intend to delve deeper. Every extraordinary martial artist has their own opportunities and secrets. Without these, they would find it hard to achieve such success. Speaking of Hua Rongji herself, she also had her own secrets back in the day, which supported her to reach this. The subsequent morning meeting proceeded in an atmosphere of shock. After the morning meeting ended, many mentors approached Su Yin, congratulating him on acquiring a super prodigy. Su Yin smiled in response, suddenly fixing his gaze on the gloomy Dai Yuan passing by. I heard you spoke with Lu Ning yesterday. Dai Yuan's heart sank, and he paused, saying, Yes, I chatted with him. What do you mean by that? You know exactly what. Su Yan's eyes seemed to ignite like flames. The anger surging from within made Dai Yuan's cheeks sting. I don't know what you're talking about. Dai Yuan spoke defiantly, yet his heart was in turmoil. Losing the weapon was one thing. Now that Lu Ning had become a stepping stone for Li Suifeng, it would further enhance the latter's reputation. This move he made was quite terrible. Su Yan sneered, choosing not to say anything further. In his heart, he was already certain that Lu Ning must have sought out his disciple under Dai Yuan's instigation. Yet he couldn't understand why Dai Yuan, as a teacher at the Wuji Academy, was essentially nurturing geniuses for. Even if his disciple was not to his liking, he was still a top-tier genius. Shouldn't he fulfill his duty as a teacher and cultivate him well? Why suppress him so? Indeed, a profession is just a profession and cannot represent a person's character. A talent without virtue is a disgrace. With this remark, Su Yin turned and left. Dai Yuan stood there, his face twisted in extreme agony, unable to utter a single word. Li Suifeng defeated Lu Ning. I must be seeing things. In a girl's dormitory, Ku Jialan, while brushing her teeth, glanced at her phone and saw this shocking news in the campus group. She didn't even have time to finish brushing her teeth and grabbed her phone to look up the incident, learning what had just happened. Oh my god! Ku Jialan covered her mouth. She naturally knew that Li Suifeng was strong, though otherwise he wouldn't have been able to slaughter the beast tied in the secret realm. She just didn't expect that this junior would be strong to such an extent. I wonder how Lu Zhuangzhuang and Du Lihua feel about this right now. After putting down her phone, Ku Jialan couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. In another dormitory, Du Lihua's first reaction upon hearing this news was restlessness. She paced back and forth in her dorm for a long time, mustering the courage to pick up her phone and dial Ku Jialan's number, her face pale, as she said, Captain Ku, could you apologize to Li Suifeng for me? Damn it. I was planning to get revenge on that bastard. But he ended up taking down Lu Ning. What kind of revenge am I supposed to get now? In another boys' dormitory, Lu Zhuangzhuang covered his face with his hands, looking extremely distressed. Big Zhuang, this Li Suifeng is a super prodigy. We must let go of this feud. A companion exclaimed. Bai Feng trembled in agreement, saying, We must resolve our differences with him, or I won't be able to sleep peacefully in the future. You think I don't understand this principle? Lu Zhuangzhuang angrily slammed the table, his face filled with embarrassment and fury. It's just that I can't bring myself to lower my pride and seek him out. Then let Captain Ke help. Bai Feng suggested cautiously. I can only ask her for help. I don't want to entangle myself with Li Suifeng anymore. After saying this, Lu Zhuangzhuang's expression turned dejected. I thought I was fearless until I encountered this monster named Li Suifeng, and only then did I realize I was wrong. Big Zhuang, don't blame yourself. It's just